Detected. The host is about to take the college entrance examination in 1 hour. Detected. The host perished in a previous life while saving a little girl from a car accident. Congratulations to the host for binding with the most powerful sign-in system. Note, this system offers sign-in opportunities each month. A boon for the transmigrator. Good deeds are rewarded in kind. In an instant, Chunmo's consciousness had manifested within the system's realm. A surge of joy surged through Chunmo. Indeed, his system had arrived. At last, he had a means to address the challenges posed by the college entrance examination. Exhaling a deep breath, Chunmo swiftly regained his composure and thought, sign in for the first month. Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in and receiving the reward. SS level Dark Divine Body. Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in for the first time and receiving a double reward. SS level Heaven Defying Insight. Would you like to merge in the system space? SS level Dark Divine Body? Chunmo raised an eyebrow, an overwhelming excitement coursing through him. To put things into perspective, the talent he had awakened was merely a Clevel Knight affinity. The Clevel Knight ability could impose a Knight effect on enemies, serving at best as a supportive warrior. Yet now, he had astonishingly awakened the SS level Dark Divine Body through the sign-in. Within the Human Federation, abilities are ranked from a level to SS level, and the SS level abilities occupy the pinnacle of this hierarchy. The Dark Divine Body can absorb the dark energy of the universe, transforming it into fearsome, offensive capabilities. Devouring countless abilities, it annihilates numerous powers and negates the effects of other abilities. It can transform into any form, allowing for attacks at will. Reading this description of his newfound ability, Chunmo was elated that heaven-defying insight elevates the host's insight to its utmost, enabling mastery of martial arts and realms without any barriers. Gazing at these two extraordinary talents, a smile curved upon Chunmo's lips. System, commence fusion immediately, he declared without hesitation. In an instant, vast torrents of energy surged from every direction, flooding into Chunmo's corporeal form like a tidal wave. Buzz. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Chunmo finally opened his eyes. His gaze revealed black pupils as dark and terrifying as black holes, occasionally exuding a chilling aura. His entire body appeared as if draped in a liquid darkness, akin to a cloak of shadows. So this is the Dark Divine Body, truly formidable. Chunmo could distinctly sense that the SS-level Dark Divine Body could effortlessly overpower his previous Clevel Knight affinity. Likewise, the martial arts talent should not be underestimated. System, display the panel. Host, Chunmo. Talent, SS-level Dark Divine Body, SS-level Heaven Defying Insight. Realm, first rank Warrior Midstitch. Martial arts, basic marksmanship. Despite having only learned the fundamentals of marksmanship, Chunmo's prowess allowed him to rank first in the entire county's high school. However, in this county-level school, merely possessing a foundational mastery of spear techniques appears somewhat insufficient for the rigors of the college entrance examination. After all, the examination hall is teeming with countless prodigies and exceptional talents, creating fierce competition. Given this situation, let us refine our foundational spear techniques. With the influence of his extraordinary comprehension, Chunmo realized that any martial art could unleash remarkably fearsome power. As his thoughts stirred, he focused his attention on the foundational spear techniques. Having acquired the system, he could no longer aim for merely a second-tier martial arts university that would be a disgrace to the army of transmigrators. Beyond second-tier institutions, there exist first-tier martial arts universities, and at the pinnacle stands the Sacred Martial Arts University. He set for himself a new aspiration: to gain admission into the top 3 Sacred Martial Arts Universities. An hour slipped by in an instant, and Chunmo opened his eyes. The gains are substantial. A wave of exhilaration surged within Chunmo as he sensed a reservoir of immense energy within him. With this newfound power, he could truly showcase his abilities during the examination. At that moment, a chorus of voices suddenly erupted. Look, the top 10 high schools from the provincial city are entering. A wave of excitement swept through the crowd, and soon 10 teams, resembling colossal dragons, surged into the venue. Clad in combat attire, they exuded a formidable aura that sent shivers down the spine. Oh my! It's Wang Tianming, the top prodigy from provincial 6th high school, wielding class inferno abilities. Excited cries erupted from the crowd. Beneath the banner emblazoned with the name of Provincial 6th High School, a fierce young man clad in crimson battle gear held a flag aloft, radiating an overwhelming presence. Observing the throng before him, Wang Tianming remained expressionless, yet from his very being emanated a swirling aura of blood vitality, unmistakably marking him as a second-tier warrior. Yin Jinghong has also arrived, the top prodigy from Provincial 3rd High School, master of the Jinghong sword technique and glass hurricane abilities. Another student, upon spotting his idol, gasped in awe. The young man, draped in a flowing white robe and bearing the flag of Provincial 3rd High School, strode forth with an ancient long sword slung across his back, embodying an ethereal grace. His formidable presence suggested he was also of second-tier warrior status, rivaling Wang Tianming. These two were among the top 3 prodigies in Jiangnan province, frequently featured in various reports and magazines. Powerful, talented, utterly formidable. This was their defining essence. Possessing class talent, a rarity found only among hundreds of thousands, they were paragons of excellence. However, as a boy bearing a golden banner approached from afar, the entire venue fell into a hushed silence. That is, the top prodigy from Provincial 1st High School, recognized throughout Jiangnan province as a genius Long Howren, an S-level talent in the Golden Mantis, the foremost individual in the entire Jiangnan province. It is said that the 3 prestigious sacred martial universities have extended their olive branches to him. Subsequently, students from the remaining 7 schools in the provincial capital entered the arena one after another. The momentum was overwhelming, creating an atmosphere that left the other students in awe. The caliber of the students from the provincial capital was indeed terrifyingly high. As they beheld the commanding presence of the 3 students, countless onlookers gasped in excitement, yet simultaneously felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Particularly, the students from Jiangbei High School, after a brief moment of fervor, lowered their heads in dismay. They are too formidable, so powerful that it invokes despair. Every year, they achieve the best results, wielding their banners in triumph. I still remember watching them on live television, vowing to surpass them. Yet now it feels like a mere fantasy. In their discourse, the crowd's gaze inevitably fell upon the top student among them. However, in the next moment, their expressions shifted in surprise, for they beheld the slender figure of Chen Mo, whose eyes resembled deep, dark abysses, seemingly gazing down upon the world. Even from a distance, they felt an inexplicable sense of intimidation, akin to standing before a towering mountain peak. Standing beside Chen Mo, Lin Qiming subconsciously took several steps back. He sensed that his close friend, Chen Mo, had seemingly grown even stronger. Seemingly aware of their scrutiny, Chen Mo reined in the aura he had inadvertently exuded and smiled gently, saying, "To concede before the college entrance examination is not the action of a true martial artist. The heart of a martial artist is meant for striving upwards, with the aim of overseeing all life. Everyone, you must strive diligently." His words, combined with the earlier aura he projected, caused the crowd to swallow hard. And in an instant, their fervor surged anew. The gazes around him became fervent and intense. Indeed, the heart of martial arts should embody this spirit. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a powerful aura akin to a dragon approached, a smile playing on his lips. What Chen Mo said is precisely correct. If we concede before the examination, what then shall we do once it arrives? Principal Wei Qingtian nodded towards Chen Mo, exclaiming, "Compete, compete, compete. The heart of martial arts is to strive to the utmost." Yes, the crowd was ablaze with enthusiasm. Their spirits had been entirely ignited by Chen Mo and Wei Qingtian. Afterward, Wei Qingtian took Chen Mo aside, regarding him with a look of astonishment. "You have broken through?" Wei Qingtian gazed at Chen Mo with a mix of surprise and joy, never expecting that the top student from their school could achieve such growth. The atmosphere was so invigorating that I momentarily gained insights into my own talent in martial arts. Chen Mo casually replied, his gaze directed towards the heavens. It was best to keep the matter of his golden finger secret. As for how strong he truly was, he would demonstrate it personally in the examination hall. "All right," Wei Qingtian said with a nod of approval. Chinamo had already reached the mid-tier of the first rank. If he continued to break through, he might even aspire to the first line. Achieving that level would mark a significant accomplishment for him this year. It is worth noting that Jiangbei No. 1 High School had not produced a student at the first line for over a decade, causing the city's education director to nearly berate him. Even the principal of the neighboring school had taken to mocking him that it seemed that Chinamo was destined to become his little fortune. However, once you enter the college entrance examination, remember to remain relaxed and give your all, Wei Qingtian cautioned. The exam hall is filled with formidable competitors, such as Long Haoren, Yan Jinghong, Wang Tianming, and others. We merely need to act as ordinary martial artists. We should not be overly concerned with their achievements, nor allow ourselves to be disheartened. After all, we certainly cannot compare to them. In past years, countless students have been left shattered by the overwhelming presence of these prodigies from the provincial capital. He did not wish for Chen Mo to experience such a fate. After receiving Chen Mo's nod, Wei Qingtian acknowledged the group with a few more reminders before promptly departing. Their principal had a designated observation room, alongside leaders from the city and province. Watching Wei Qingtian's retreating figure, a subtle smile began to curve Chen Mo's lips. His eyes sparkled with a mysterious allure akin to black holes. Cannot compare to them? That may not necessarily be the case. The helplessness of the principal and others did not reflect his own sentiments. In the examination hall, he aimed to astonish everyone, vying for a place in one of the 3 prestigious martial universities, which was his ultimate goal since arriving in this world. Chinamo raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed across the sky, capturing everyone's attention with its formidable presence, as if a mountain was descending upon them. That was Su Lingyun, the strongest commander of the Jiangnan province, a 5th-rank martial artist. Esteemed candidates, respected leaders, and viewers watching the live broadcast, Su Lingyun proclaimed, extending his arms. Behind him, hundreds of brilliant fireworks erupted, their thunderous sounds resonating in the sky. Welcome to the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts College entrance examination. With his thunderous voice, countless students and viewers erupted with fervor. It was only during the martial arts entrance examination that the elegance and strength of each top martial art could be showcased. Every June 7th felt akin to a second new year in this world. The path of martial arts is a fierce competition, akin to boats vying for the current, seeking the sword in the water, lest one fall behind. Strive to advance. Competing fiercely, the martial arts stars will shock the nation. This year marks the 126th anniversary of the Martial Arts College entrance examination. I sincerely hope that all candidates will give their utmost effort to showcase their unique abilities. As these words echoed through the air, a dazzling firework burst forth, illuminating the entire space. A wave of fervent gazes ignited, for it was here that they could validate the fruits of their 18 years of endeavor. Gaining admission to a prestigious martial arts university would determine their destinies. It is essential to recognize that martial arts universities do not offer the same opportunities as liberal arts colleges. One misstep in martial arts could lead to a lifetime of setbacks, such as the aspiration of every individual. Feeling the palpable excitement emanating from the throngs of candidates, even Chinamo felt a surge of exhilaration deep within his eyes. This was an unprecedented spectacle, the gathering of 100,000 souls. During every examination season, they would travel from various locales to the provincial capital, all to assess their accomplishments. In the past, Chinamo might have been overwhelmed by such a sight. However, at this moment, he possessed an SS-grade dark divine body. The sacred martial university was not far from his reach. Indeed, Chen Mo's singular ambition was to enter the sacred martial university. The 3 sacred martial universities were established by 3 grandmasters of the Great Xia Federation, making them the pinnacle of higher education within the Federation. In the Jiangnan province, countless individuals yearned to gain admission. Among them were the likes of Long Haoren, Yan Jinghong, and Wang Tianming. The examination is finally upon us, Chen Mo mused quietly. With the issuance of admission tickets, countless candidates prepared themselves, while armed soldiers stood vigil around the venue. Subsequently, the invigilators, their eyes sharp and alert, rushed in from afar. The first round of testing is about to commence. Setting his sights on his objectives, Chen Mo's expression became resolute. Before the invigilators, the ground suddenly trembled as massive instruments rose with a thunderous roar. Each device flickered with blue light, resembling a confluence of advanced technology. "This is the 10,000 gene speed testing device," someone exclaimed. The 10,000 gene speed testing device constituted the first round of the examination, designed to assess candidates' strength and speed. The combination of both would provide a preliminary score. Candidates achieving a strength of 10,000 genes would score 99 points. Those capable of shattering the 10,000 gene speed testing device would earn a perfect score of 100. In an instant, the crowd's anticipation surged, for here they could truly demonstrate their prowess. Chinemo has indeed arrived. The first round of the examination. I've tested myself. My strength is approximately 3,000 genes. With a stroke of luck, I might reach 3,500. Nerves are starting to kick in. What's there to be nervous about? What if we advance to the second round? The first round is challenging enough, don't even mention the second round. Gazing upon the colossal testing apparatuses erected across the arena, Chun-Mo withdrew his gaze in contemplation. In previous college entrance examinations, it was this very method that determined the majority of candidate scores. Why do I say the majority? This is because, should any candidate surpass the weight of 10,000 pounds or reach that threshold, they would be granted access to the enigmatic second round of testing. The three prestigious martial arts universities predominantly select their elite talents from this pool. The first round of testing merely serves as a gateway to these esteemed institutions, while the true measure of capability is ascertained during the subsequent round. The first round of testing requires a bit more effort. Chun-Mo mused softly to himself. Possessing an SS-grade dark divine body and an SS-grade unparalleled comprehension, he found himself pondering just how formidable he truly was. In the midst of the collective astonishment at Jiangbei First High School, the tense first round of testing commenced. The initial assessments were reserved for the prodigious candidates hailing from the provincial capital, who, as representatives of their city, wielded exceptional abilities, and thus held priority. In contrast, those from county or municipal schools, like Chun-Mo, were ranked subsequently. Each result of the test was displayed in writing upon the celestial dome and in a live broadcast, ensuring fairness and impartiality. Provincial capital First High, Zhongsan, strength 7,000 pounds, speed 20 meters per second, total score 70 points. Provincial capital Third High, Yiliangchun, strength 6,000 pounds, speed 18 meters per second, total score 62 points. Provincial capital Eighth High, Shaohuahua, strength 6,500 pounds, speed 18.5 meters per second, total score 69 points. As a multitude of names illuminated the vast expanse, gasps erupted from the crowd. In stark contrast to the elation of those at the forefront, the students from Jiangbei First High and other county schools wore expressions of wry amusement. Even Lin Qiming, standing beside Chun-Mo, sighed, "We are far too weak that we really cannot compare to them. Perhaps, within our county-level schools, there are hardly any who can rival their prowess." Chun-Mo remained silent, his gaze fixated upon the screen ahead. Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed through the arena. Wang Tianming, shattering the 10th sand-pound testing device, qualifies for the second round. Instantaneously, the screen flashed with Wang Tianming's image. Alongside his impressive results, an uproar ensued among the crowd. This was the prowess of a top genius from the provincial capital. Many faces displayed a rueful smile in comparison to such talent. They felt utterly diminished. Then two more announcements rang out. Yin Jinghong, shattering the 10th sand-pound testing device, qualifies for the second round. Long Hauren, shattering the 10th sand-pound testing device, qualifies for the second round. The mechanical sound surged once more, followed by 7 additional announcements of candidates who had also shattered the testing apparatus, evidently comprising the 10 elite. Candidates from the provincial capital. In the forthcoming evaluations, numerous students from provincial capitals have indeed demonstrated strength surpassing 10,000 pounds, thereby securing their eligibility for the second round of assessments. True geniuses aspire to the second round, their ultimate goal being the prestigious Shengwu University. In contrast, ordinary individuals regard the first round as their benchmark, aiming for the commonplace martial arts university. The disparity between the two is stark. They're truly remarkable. I envy them greatly. How wonderful it would be to be their classmate and expand my network, Lin Qiming murmured, lowering his head. At that moment, he suddenly felt a hand resting on his shoulder. What are you envious of? Chunamo smiled softly. What if you had classmates who were as talented as them, or even surpassed them? Lin Shiming paused. Then I suppose I would be overjoyed. Perhaps you will see that in your good brother. Chun Mo replied with a gentle smile. And why good brother? Is he referring solely to Chun Mo? Chun Mo breaking 10,000 pounds? Surely, he is jesting. Lin Shiming turned to retort, but was taken aback. He perceived an unparalleled confidence radiating from Chun Mo's facey and absolute assurance in his own capabilities. Within the expansive trapezoidal monitoring room, numerous esteemed individuals were gathered. Presidents of various universities, directors of county and provincial educational bureaus, and representatives from prominent martial art corporations were present. At the forefront sat Su Lingyun, the commander of Jiangnan province. The trapezoidal monitoring room was organized according to last year's college entrance examination results. At that moment, Wei Qingtian from Jiangbei No. One high school occupied the last row, with no further seats available. Long Howren has shattered the 10th sand-pound testing apparatus, securing his place in the second round. Observing the remarkable achievements of these top talents from Jiangnan province, even the ever-composed Wei Qingtian could not help but smile bitterly. Compared to those competing for the second round, his students from the small county were hardly their match. In fact, not only were they outclassed by the top talents from provincial capitals, but even other first-tier high schools from different counties surpassed them. In the citywide competition, their county often ranked as the weakest school in terms of college entrance examination results. At this juncture, a voice resonated through the room. A formidable middle-aged man seated in the front row remarked with a grin, "Well, old Wei, why are you still seated so far back? Looks like your educational standards aren't quite up to par. My Jiangdong County has surpassed yours for a decade." Lan Xinghua chuckled lightly, a flicker of mockery in his eyes. As competitors, he took pleasure in the success of his own school. Did you know, old Wei? Our school's top genius, Guan Kong, has already attained 6,000 pounds of strength. Your little Chun Mo, has only reached 4,000 pounds, right? As Lan Xinghua's words settled, Wei Qingtian's expression grew increasingly grim. However, Wei Qingtian stubbornly declared, "Rest assured, this time, Chun Mo will undoubtedly surprise you." Chun Mo surprising him. Lan Xinghua stifled a laugh. Having already investigated Chun Mo's background, he was merely an individual who had awakened a Knight talent, while their own Shangwan Kong had manifested a grade power talent. In comparison, how could they possibly stand against each other? The thought of Wei Qingtian being trampled underfoot again, relegated to the bottom of the provincial rankings, filled Lan Xinghua with a sense of satisfaction. As time passed, the next group to be tested comprised students from the city. The majority of these city students had achieved around 5,000 pounds of strength, leaving the county candidates feeling a pang of envy. Here, they could truly experience despair and helplessness. This was the examination hall for the college entrance exams, a moment of utmost significance for martial arts universities. Taking a deep breath, the crowd adjusted their mindset. "They're coming, it's our turn," a student from Jiangbei No. 1 high school shouted. The upcoming test would feature candidates from the counties, who hailed from various towns and cities outside the provincial capital, generally regarded as the weakest in overall strength. Yet, without a doubt, there would always be a few dark horses boasting 6,000 or 7,000 pounds of strength. As they approached the testing apparatus, the students of Jiangbei No. 1 high school waited anxiously, being the last group to be tested after finishing at the bottom last year. Only at the final moment would they learn their results, an ordeal that weighed heavily on their minds. They're here. The candidates from Jiangdong County No. 1 high school are testing. Jiangdong County was adjacent to theirs, where Lan Xinghua served as principal, so it was arranged for them to test together. Among the crowd from Jiangdong County, a young man clad in a black training suit stepped forward. Shangwan Kang's gaze was filled with confidence as he looked down upon the others. Subtly, he glanced over at Mo and all the students from Jiangbei County, offering a strange smile. That smile was unmistakably one of derision. The students of Jiangbei No. 1 high school erupted in outrage. What does that guy mean? Just because he's a bit stronger? What's he showing off for? TSK. He's merely from the neighboring county, relying on proximity to the Bloodchi mine for his slightly higher cultivation. In the midst of their already heightened excitement for the exams, they were now subjected to such scornful glances. These spirited youths glared, wishing they could deliver a couple of punches to Shangwan Kong. Unfortunately, this was the college entrance examination, a pivotal moment determining their futures in martial arts. and the decorum was strictly upheld. That Shangwan Kong is truly detestable, Lin Qiming remarked indignantly, casting a glance at the calm-faced Chen Mo. Old Chun. Aren't you upset? Lin Qiming cautiously inquired. All eyes were fixed upon Chen Mo, the strongest among them, often the focal point of their middle school community. Why be angered? Chen Mo shook his head. Is there a need to be upset with mere ants? A wave of astonishment rippled through the students of Jiangbei No. 1 High School. His voice, however, reached the ears of the candidates from neighboring Jiangdong County, each glaring at Chen Mo with fury. So arrogant? Shangwan Kong sneered coldly. It appears I must show you what it means to be a county-level genius. As the candidates from Jiangdong approached the testing apparatus, an air of silence enveloped the examination hall once more. Most gazes were directed towards them, eager to observe the results they might achieve. Only a select few, like Long Haoren and Yin Jinghong, closed their eyes in meditation, preparing for the second round of assessments, the AS for the county students. They possess significantly less competitiveness compared to their city-level counterparts. Thus, they warranted little attention. Come forth, colossal strength talent. With a thunderous shout, Shangwan Kang's muscles bulged, straining against his battle attire, before he unleashed a powerful punch upon the strength testing apparatus. The numbers on the machine soared rapidly, reaching an astonishing 6,500 pounds in an instant. A collective gasp echoed among the county candidates. Even some city students were taken aback by the display. A strength of 6,500 pounds was nearly emblematic of the upper echelon within the city level. For a county student to achieve such a feat was indeed remarkable. As the candidates from Jiangdong completed their tests, nearly all boasted commendable results, prompting an eruption of cheers from the Jiangdong crowd. Old Wei, it seems once again I have triumphed over you, Lan Xingwu chuckled. Wei Qingtian's expression darkened. He remained silent, his gaze fixed on the slender yet upright figure of a young man outside the surveillance screen. Chen Mo, the strongest from their county, epitomizing their county's pride, within the expansive testing arena. Shangwan Kong shook his head and descended from the platform, striding towards Chen Mo and his companions under the scrutinizing eyes of the Jiangbei crowd. But he then made a gesture across his throat. Countless Jiangbei students seethed with indignation, wishing to rend Shangwan Kong to pieces. Such an act clearly conveyed his disdain for them. Yet, no words of rebuttal emerged. After all, he was simply superior, more formidable, attaining higher scores in the college entrance examination and gaining admission to a more prestigious martial arts university. Chen Mo, I eagerly anticipate your results, Shangwan Kong said, his eyes narrowing. Leave, was Chen Mo's succinct reply. A gasp of disbelief swept through the crowd. Shangwan Kang's narrowed gaze glinted with mockery. Very well. I shall await our genius Chen to reveal his prowess. How impressive, the pride of Jiangbei County. A booming voice suddenly resounded. Next up, for testing, Jiangbei No. 1 High School. Please prepare all candidates. Chapter 5. Fractured Instruments. A total of 267 testers. Please proceed to the testing area. As this announcement echoed, the members of Jiangbei No. 1 High School adjusted their breathing. At that moment, Chen Mo turned his gaze towards his peers. They look down upon us. We must achieve remarkable results to demonstrate our capabilities. We must not bring shame upon ourselves. The path of martial arts is relentless. As the top student of Jiangbei No. 1 High School, it was only natural for Chen Mo to utter some encouraging words. The path of martial arts is relentless. Charge forward. I am so incensed that I could take on 10 opponents single-handedly. Observing the indignant expressions of his peers, Chen Mo smiled gently, knowing that emotions could, to some extent, enhance their performance. After all, this was not merely a mathematical problem, but a test of physical prowess. Leading the way, Chen Mo guided his companions to the testing area. In an instant, countless gazes converged upon them. Test takers who had completed their examinations, surveillance cameras, and live broadcasts spanning the entire Jiangnan province. This was an extraordinary spectacle. Every student yearned to showcase their utmost abilities to gain admission into their desired martial arts academy. Upon reaching their designated testing instruments, the supervising officer smiled gently. Relax. Do not be nervous. As the top student of your school, you may choose to test alongside your peers or opt for an individual test. You have 2 opportunities for testing. Group testing often fosters a collective strength that can yield more impressive results. Conversely, Individual testing prioritizes the individual. If strong, it can ignite the fighting spirit of everyone in the school, but if weak, it may drag the entire school down with it. Generally speaking, most students choose to test together. Among those striving to gain entry into the prestigious Shunwu Martial Arts University for the second round of testing, Long Haoran, Yin Jinghong, and Wang Tianming would all opt for group testing. After all, no one could guarantee that their first attempt would be in perfect form. Moreover, as the first student from their school to test, all eyes would be on them, and the pressure would be immense. If they led their peers astray, the repercussions would be grave. Yet, looking into the supervising officer's eyes, Chun Imo smiled gently. I choose to undergo the individual test. His voice was not loud, but it sent a ripple through the crowd. Even the students who had already completed their exams, the viewers of the live broadcast across the province, and the numerous officials in the monitoring room were momentarily stunned. This was the only student in this round of examinations to choose an individual test. Chen Imo. This guy is truly insane. Shang Wankong was taken aback, wondering if Chen Imo intended to use this method to impose pressure on himself in hopes of surpassing others. With this thought, Shang Wankong chuckled coldly, preparing to witness a performance of folly from the so-called clown named Chen Imo. Is your Chen Imo truly foolish enough to choose an individual test? Lan Xingwa slapped his thigh, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he turned to the bewildered Wei Qingtian. When one thrives, all thrive. When one is formidable, they can inspire countless others. Conversely, when one falters, all falter, leading to the downfall of many. In the eyes of Lan Xingwa, this was a blatant display of Chun Mo's arrogance, a reckless attempt to garner attention for the college entrance examination. Some candidates, fully aware of their lack of prospects in martial arts, seek to create a sensation during the exam, aspiring to become internet celebrities in college. This is something that countless martial artists disdain. I believe in him. Wei Qingtian uttered words he himself could hardly comprehend. Chun Mo's character was remarkably composed, rarely engaging in imprudent acts. His audacity suggested he possessed an undeniable confidence. Furthermore, today he sensed a distinct aura emanating from Chen Imo. Perhaps, just perhaps, he might surprise him. Lan Xingwa ceased his words, instead casting an expectant gaze toward the surveillance footage, eagerly awaiting the moment of this prodigious Chen Mo's performance. However, at the forefront of the monitored classroom, feeling the disdainful murmurs of the surrounding leaders, the commanding officer Su Lingyun suddenly smiled. Old Su, what are your thoughts? It's the first time in years we opted for an individual test, the deputy commander remarked. That youth is extraordinary. Su Lingyun's gaze sharpened, prompting the deputy to adopt a more serious demeanor, focusing intently on the test. Su Lingyun had reached the 6th rank of mastery. His words were seldom erroneous. Yet, how remarkable could a student from a county-level school truly be? Surely, he could not amass the strength to qualify for the second round of tests and compete for a place in the prestigious Sacred Martial Arts School. Around the venue, countless students who had completed their exams directed their attention toward him. Even the 3 great prodigies preparing for the second round glanced in his direction. What a show-off. Wang Tianming scoffed coldly. Intriguing. Yin Jinghong shrugged. He's slightly less handsome than me. Boring. Long Haoran opened his golden eyes only to close them again, as if nothing could stir his soul. The other prodigies displayed various expressions, predominantly disdain toward Chen Imo. If they did not dare to galvanize the entire school with an individual test, how could this young man from a mere county school have the audacity to attempt it? Meanwhile, Chen Imo remained composed and unflustered. The students from Jiangbei No. 1 High School regarded him with a mixture of surprise, fervor, and astonishment. Some wished to retort, but upon sensing the formidable presence Chun Imo had previously exuded, they swallowed their words. Perhaps, just perhaps, Chen Imo could truly achieve something remarkable? A voice resonated, spreading through the crowd, and all eyes turned once more to Chen Imo. What is Brother Chen planning? Is he truly going to go solo? I believe in Brother Chen. He wouldn't deceive us. Yes, I trust Chen Imo. Lin Qiming's gaze was resolute, a strange yet hopeful feeling stirring within him. The people of Jiangbei No. 1 High School all knew Chen Mo's disposition. He would never act without absolute certainty. As students of Jiangbei No. 1 High School, they all placed their unwavering faith in Chen Imo. This individual before them was destined to bring forth miracles. Gazing at the colossal apparatus, Chen Imo offered a gentle smile. Boldness radiated from him. The proctor's eyes flickered. It has been ages since I have encountered a student exuding such confidence. With genuine strength comes natural assurance. As the proctor stepped back, a profound silence enveloped the arena. All eyes were fixed upon Chun Mo, pondering whether this audacious individual could indeed achieve a stunning result. Of course, some chose to close their eyes in meditation, for to them, a student from a county high school, even if he were to achieve remarkable results, could manage only a meager weight of 7,000 jin. To them, that was far too insignificant. During the second round of testing, the previous phase had been their battlefield. Those who failed to pass the first round perfectly were of little concern to them. Amidst the multitude of gazes, Chun Mo slowly raised his arm. In an instant, a surge of black energy, reminiscent of a black hole, spiraled up his arm. All eyes abruptly fixated, sensing an extraordinary essence emanating from this dark force. Then, Chun Mo unleashed his fist. There was no visible muscle strain, no surging blood, no fierce display of power. Rather, it was an unremarkable, ordinary punch. Bang! In that moment, upon the collision with Chun Mo's fist, the punching target exhibited a massive dent, twisting grotesquely as waves of energy rippled outward. Subsequently, amidst a chorus of astonished gazes, the strength testing apparatus suddenly manifested numerous cracks. The fissures multiplied, grew denser, and intertwined. Finally, with a resounding crash, the power testing device shattered into pieces. A deathly silence ensued. An utterly profound silence. Within this arena, capable of accommodating 100,000 spectators, an eerie stillness prevailed. The barrage of comments in the live stream showcased an environment devoid of interaction. A singular thought arose in the hearts of all present. This individual from a county school shattered the strength testing apparatus with a single punch. Advancing to the second round of testing, poised to contend for a place at Tsinghua University? Chapter 6. Reaction as Chun Mo completed his test. The dazed expressions of the onlookers gradually returned to a semblance of clarity. All were utterly astounded as they beheld Chun Mo, the one who emerged from a county school, having shattered the strength testing apparatus with a mere punch. Countless individuals were left in shock, some even suspecting that Chun Mo had resorted to performance-enhancing substances. However, the martial arts college entrance examination entails a comprehensive physical examination, ruling out such possibilities. Thus, only the existence of that astonishing achievement remained. Numerous prodigies from provincial cities gazed at Chun Mo with incredulity, never anticipating that this examination would unveil a dark horse among them. In the eyes of the crowd, only admiration lingered. The crowd in Jiangdong County became exceptionally grim and foreboding. They had not anticipated the terrifying prowess of Chun Mo. At this moment, the expression on the face of the mocking Shang Wankong resembled that of someone who had just lost their parents. His hands began to tremble, and his complexion turned as pale as a ghost. Just moments ago, he had dared to offend such an extraordinary talent, one whose strength reached 10,000 pounds. The potential consequences of his actions were unfathomable to him. Within the vast surveillance room, a sudden exclamation erupted. Principal Wei Qingtian slammed his hand on the table. Leaping to his feet, his face flushed with excitement. He pointed at the screen, his voice breaking as he exclaimed, "Good heavens! This is a student from our school. Jiangbei No. 1 High School." His voice resonated throughout the room like a tidal wave. Yet remarkably, no one intervened to rein him in. To achieve such a remarkable score at a county-level school and advance to the second round to contend with the talents from various provincial capitals was a feat that would leave any principal in a state of astonishment. Had it been them, they would likely have torn their garments in sheer exuberance. Lan Xinghua, realizing the implications, Wei Qingtian turned his attention to the previously arrogant Lan Xinghua, saying, that genius Shang Wankong of yours is truly impressive. Unlike our Chun Mo, who can only break testing equipment. Indeed, Jiangdong No. 1 High School had considered far more than they did. Chun Mo merely needed to exert a slight effort. Lan Xinghua's face turned a deep shade of anger. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. He stared intently at the screen displaying Chun Mo, unable to fathom his extraordinary strength. Madness. It was utter madness. Unable to contain himself amidst the multitude of mocking glances directed his way in the surveillance room, Lan Xinghua abruptly fled. Watching Lan Xinghua's hasty retreat, Wei Qingtian erupted into laughter. After years of frustration, this was his most exhilarating moment. Who could have imagined that Jiangbei No. 1 High School, long regarded as one of the lowest in the province, would produce a prodigy like Chun Mo, breaking testing instruments, advancing to the second round, and securing a spot in the competition for Tsinghua University. This was a scenario he had never dared to envision. "Principal Wei, please remain calm." A secretary rushed in from the front of the surveillance room, addressing Wei Qingtian with courtesy. Gradually, he regained his composure. This was a room filled with leaders from various sectors, and he had indeed lost his poise. "My apologies," he said, attempting to sit down when the secretary interjected again. "The director of the Education Bureau of Jiangnan Province and Commander Su Lingyun are quite interested in you and invite you to take a seat in the front 2 rows." Instantly, the gazes of numerous leaders in the surveillance room shifted to Wei Qingtian, filled with envy and admiration. It was well understood that the front 2 rows were reserved exclusively for provincial-level leaders or the top 10 schools in the provincial capital, making his unexpected opportunity all the more remarkable. However, the esteemed leaders were acutely aware that Wei Qingtian's presence was due to the extraordinary talent of Chen Mo, a prodigy whose prowess evoked envy among the onlookers. "Very well, I shall go at once," Wei Qingtian exclaimed, his eyes brimming with tears of excitement. To sit among such distinguished figures was a testament to his elevated status. He resolved to erect a statue in honor of Chen Mo, a monument for their students to venerate, akin to worshipping a valiant sage. In the venue, the students exhibited a myriad of reactions towards Chen Mo. Most astonishing were the responses from several prodigies of the provincial capital who were taken aback to find a dark horse from a county town competing at their level, participating in the second round of tests. What an extraordinary feat! So what if he shattered the testing apparatus? In the second round, I shall truly display my strength. Wang Tianming scoffed. The first round was of little consequence. Even breaking the apparatus was merely a trivial endeavor. The true evaluation would occur in the second round. Achieving a perfect score or shattering the device was merely a ticket to the subsequent test. This is intriguing. This fellow must be concealing something, Yin Jinghong mused, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. He sensed that Chen Mo's capabilities were likely far more intricate than merely breaking the testing apparatus. Nevertheless, among the top 10 prodigies of the provincial capital, who was merely capable of such a simple feat? The ultimate results would only be revealed in the second round. Presently, Yin Jinghong felt a burgeoning anticipation for an encounter with Chen Mo in the next test. Interesting, yet not excessively so, Long Haren remarked, his golden eyes momentarily revealing a hint of distinct emotion, but that was all. As Chen Mo completed his testing, the students of Jiangbei No. 1 high school were instantly ignited with fervor. The heart of martial arts, much like emotions, wields the power to influence those around. Witnessing Chen Mo shatter the testing apparatus, an inexplicable surge of excitement and pride welled within them. Brother Chen actually accomplished it. "We can too," they exclaimed, eagerly taking turns to test themselves, and indeed, many experienced an increase in their results by 500 to 1,000 pounds. Such remarkable progress was truly astounding. Every individual from Jiangbei No. 1 directed their heartfelt gratitude towards Chen Mo. This was the unique power of role models at Jiangbei No. 1. Lin Qiming clicked his tongue, marveling at how his dear friend had grown so strong. The notion of having a friend akin to the 3 great prodigies had become firmly embedded in Lin Qiming's heart. Meanwhile, Chen Mo smiled gently. "It is the collective effort of everyone over these past years that has led us to excel in this examination." In that moment, the crowd was even more moved. As Chen Mo and his peers from Jiangbei High School descended from the stage, all eyes converged on him. Many individuals have begun to employ various strategies to uncover the true identity and innate abilities of Chen Mo. However, upon discovering that Chen Mo's talent merely encompasses the power of the night, they shook their heads in disbelief, their expressions marred by incredulity. "It is impossible. The ability to shatter the testing apparatus could not possibly stem from a mere level of night abilities. Such powers are merely auxiliary, designed to obstruct an opponent's line of sight. The only conceivable explanation lies in a mutation of his talent." Yet, one cannot help but wonder what pinnacle this extraordinary mutation has propelled Chen Mo towards. Is it level, or perhaps a rare grade among the hundreds of thousands? The crowd, filled with envy, could only speculate that in the forthcoming second round of testing, this dark horse candidate might once again radiate terrifying brilliance. The second round of testing is the true measure of a genius, the ultimate assessment for the top candidates. Its enigmatic nature has made it a perennial hot topic in provincial college entrance examinations, rivaling the complexity of literary essay prompts and mathematical challenges. Everyone eagerly anticipated how far Chen Mo could advance in the second round of testing. Chapter 7. Admissions Office. As Chen Mo descended from the testing arena alongside his peers from Jiangbei No. 1 High School, countless fervent gazes were directed towards them. Coming from a county-level school, Chun Mo's remarkable achievements surpassed the imagination of many. The subsequent candidates from other schools did not possess the same caliber as Chun Mo. After all, talents of such exceptional quality are seldom seen, appearing only once in several decades. As the students from Jiangbei No. 1 High School descended, their first course of action was to confront those from Jiangdong County. The latter could only respond with shame, their faces flushed crimson. The previously arrogant Shangwan Kong was especially humiliated, retreating to the restroom to hide away. Prior to the conclusion of the college entrance examination, all candidates were prohibited from leaving the venue. I cannot believe it. I have improved by a full 1,000 pounds. 1,000 pounds. With this opportunity, I could reach the first-tier universities. My mother asks why I performed so exceptionally well in the second tier, and it's because a great mentor has guided me. Chun Mo. Chun Mo. The students of Jiangbei No. 1 High School looked at Chun Mo, their faces alight with excitement and gratitude. When Chun Mo shattered the testing equipment with a single punch, it seemed as if everyone's blood was stirred, leading to extraordinary results. All right, no need for thanks. The risk is quite significant. If I fail in my bravado, we all fail together, Chun Mo chuckled lightly. The crowd erupted in joyous banter, with even Lin Qiming joining in. My goodness, this is incredible. I truly have a friend of such extraordinary caliber. Brother Chun, do not forget about your little brother Lin Qiming. Chun Mo smiled gently, fully aware that as his close ally, Lin Qiming was indeed unforgettable. After a lively exchange, the students of Jiangbei No. 1 High School gradually settled down, regaining their composure. Within their ranks, Chun Mo is poised to partake in the second round of assessments, a feat so formidable that it remains an elusive goal for countless students. Typically, only those hailing from provincial capitals stand a chance to vie for such an opportunity. Thus, the emergence of a contender from their county leaves them utterly astonished. It is only natural that they strive to cultivate a supportive environment for Chun Mo to recuperate. At this very moment, Chun Mo has seemingly transcended into a realm of system space. In an instant, a terrifying surge of black energy erupted from his being, flooding the entire system space like a relentless tide. Countless strands of ebony hair danced wildly around him, while an awe-inspiring dark armor coalesced around his form. The first round of testing merely serves as a prologue. It was specifically designed for first-rate martial universities, second-rate martial universities, and those aspiring to attain such ranks. The second round, however, is the true threshold to the esteemed sacred martial universities. Shattering a 10,000-pound testing apparatus is but a fraction of my potential. I remain oblivious to the extent of my ultimate strength. Gazing at his ebony arms, akin to a black hole, the explosive energy contained within is unmistakable. Securing the top position in the second round and gaining entry into a sacred martial university remains one of his paramount objectives. Admission to such an institution promises access to more potent elixirs. Presently, my cultivation stands at mid-stage of the first tier, yet the power I harbor can undoubtedly rival that of second-tier warriors. Only by entering a sacred martial university can I expedite my ascension. With a full hour remaining until the second round of testing, he seizes the opportunity to refine his martial arts. With a swift motion, Chun Mo extends his right arm, and in an instant, a viscous black liquid rapidly coalesces into a pitch-black spear. As the first round of testing draws to a close, some rejoice in their exceptional performance, while others lament their shortcomings. Yet, the examination is inherently ruthless, akin to a multitude of soldiers traversing a precarious bridge. It is imperative to understand that martial examinations hinge upon fate and fortune, with no opportunities for retakes. Once the crowd reorients their focus, they form orderly lines, gazing skyward in anticipation. The next phase is upon them, the second round of testing that will determine their prospects at the sacred martial universities. At the Jiangnan Provincial Airport, 3 aircraft adorned with the emblem of the sacred martial university descend from the heavens. Xian Yuan Martial University, Starry Sky Martial University, and Celestial Realm Martial University. These 3 institutions represent the pinnacle of martial achievement in the Great Xia Federation, where nearly all 8th-tier martial masters originate. It is fair to say that these schools embody the aspirations of countless examinees across the Federation. "Oh, old Sheen, old Yi, you've certainly arrived promptly," remarks a middle-aged man clad in a flowing robe as he disembarks from the aircraft of Xian Yuan Martial University. 2 middle-aged men approached from the other 2 aircraft. "Old Lin, you are quite impressive. Your efficiency is remarkable," commented one. "It has been many years since the Jiangnan province has produced any top-tier talents." How is it that all three of us, the directors of admissions, are here together? If anyone were present, they would undoubtedly recognize their identities. Lin Jianfeng, the 8th grade martial arts master and director of admissions at Xinyuan Martial Arts University, Qin Xian, the 8th grade martial arts master and director of admissions at Starry Sky Martial Arts University, and Yi Xingchen, the 8th grade martial arts master and director of admissions at Songtian Martial Arts University. Our admissions policy requires us to rotate through various provinces, Lin Jianfeng chuckled. Compared to the other 36 provinces, the quality of college entrance examination candidates in Jiangnan province was relatively lacking. However, since the admissions process rotates, every province must be visited. And today, it was their turn. Let us proceed to the examination venue. The second round of tests should be underway, he suggested. I have heard that talents like Long Haoren and Yin Jinghong possess considerable potential. In an instant, under the astonished gazes of the crew members, the three transformed into three distinct streams of light and vanished from sight. Meanwhile, at the examination venue, countless fervent gazes converged. In the center of the arena stood Master Su Lingyun once more. The second round of testing was about to commence. Su Lingyun's voice resonated like a thunderous bell, deafening all present. Countless eager eyes were fixed upon him, for it was here that the final list for admission to the Sacred Martial Arts University would be determined. Even the admissions personnel from the three major sacred martial arts universities were in attendance, seeking to identify the most extraordinary talents. Chen Mo emerged from the system space, his gaze fixed on Su Lingyun. Second round of testing, a virtual battle royale drill. A total of 98 candidates will participate in this test. The names of the candidates were called forth, instructing them to engage in the battle royale trial. Let us begin. Candidates, you are about to participate in the competition for Sacred Martial Arts University. With a resounding boom, an array of fireworks erupted, even more spectacular than before. Chapter 8, Battle Royale. The Battle Royale mode would select the corresponding candidates to enter a hyper-realistic virtual battlefield, engaging in duels reminiscent of a survival shooting game. In this contest, higher rankings indicated superior combat skills, leading to a higher comprehensive score, making it more likely to attract the attention of Sacred Martial Arts University. The crowd was taken aback. The Battle Royale test was known to be the most challenging aspect of the second round. It tested the true abilities of martial artists. Historically, many martial artists displayed remarkable strength and speed in preliminary tests, yet faltered during practical assessments. At that moment, in the very center of the examination venue, stood the 98 candidates. Each candidate exudes an extraordinary charisma. Chen Mo, keep going. You can do it. The students from Jiangbei No. 1 High School shouted with palpable excitement, as it was the first time a peer had advanced to the second round of testing. If you truly gain admission to the Sacred Martial University, I shall treat you to barbecue. Lin Qiming exclaimed loudly. Chen Mo turned his head, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, I plan to treat the entire class. The principal will treat the whole school. The faces of everyone from Jiangbei No. 1 High School lit up with joy, their fists raised in exhilaration. This declaration undoubtedly caught the attention of the other candidates, who cast skeptical glances toward Chen Mo. Does he really think he can succeed? They murmured among themselves, their disbelief evident. Wang Tianming and others dared not voice their thoughts aloud, deeming his confidence absurd. He merely broke the testing apparatus. Perhaps it was just a stroke of luck. His talent awakening and breaking through, what sheer fortune. If I were Chen Mo, I would remain silent and, once inside, risk being eliminated instantly. How embarrassing that would be. Dozens of candidates harbored such musings. Meanwhile, the three candidates at the forefront maintained their composure, arms crossed and expressions inscrutable. Subsequently, under the guidance of the examiners, they exited the examination venue and entered a vast room brimming with advanced technology. Don this helmet, and you shall enter the virtual realm. Within this space, the Daiyu system will scan your physical attributes and record them in the terminal. Rest assured, your information is only accessible to the highest council of the Great Xia Federation, an examiner stated respectfully as they presented the virtual helmet to Chen Mo. It was worth noting that progressing to the second round of testing essentially guaranteed admission to a top-tier martial arts university. Regardless of whether they ultimately entered the Sacred Martial University, the candidates' futures were undoubtedly promising. Thus, every proctor displayed impeccable courtesy. Thank you. As Chen Mo felt the cold touch of the virtual helmet, a wave of sentiment washed over him. Such advanced virtual headsets were exceedingly costly, and he never imagined he would one day use one for the second round of testing. With that in mind, he resolved not to squander this opportunity. Taking a deep breath, under the direction of the chief proctor, everyone donned their helmets. In an instant, their figures appeared suspended in the sky, their silhouettes being recorded high above the examination venue. Countless candidates gazed eagerly at the screen, envious of the true prodigies from Jiangnan province, although they were not among them. Witnessing the battle would greatly benefit their martial arts endeavors. Meanwhile, Su Lingyun had returned to the monitoring room, settling into a seat in the front row. As he observed the spirited youths on the screen, a slight smile crept across his lips. He always harbored a premonition that this time, the top scorer from Jiangnan province would not rank among the lower echelons of the 36 provinces. The first round of testing was merely a formality. The true significance lay in the second round. Suddenly, he caught sight of a youth whose eyes resembled black holes, prompting a thought. Principal Wei, what is the current status of Chun Mo from your school? Wei Qingtian, momentarily stirred from his reverie about how to showcase his prowess, became serious upon hearing Su Lingyun's inquiry. According to the assessments conducted prior to the college entrance examination, Chun Mo was recognized as a mid-tier, first-grade martial artist. It remained uncertain whether he had achieved a breakthrough in the past few days. Upon hearing this, Su Lingyun nodded calmly on the surface. Yet a surge of excitement coursed through his heart. Earlier, while en route to the examination venue, he had been particularly attentive to Chun Mo, and thus could perceive that Chun Mo's realm remained at mid-tier first grade. Yet, with such a foundation, he had managed to attain a full first grade or even a nascent second grade result. This indicated that Chun Mo's awakened abilities would undoubtedly be at least at the grade level. The precise measure could only be determined after the entrance examination concluded and further assessments were conducted. It appeared that, alongside Long Haoran, Yin Jinghong, and Wang Tianming, another prodigious talent had emerged from Jiangnan province. The heavens seemed to favor Jiangnan. Historically, only a mere tenth of the participants in the second round of testing had gained admission to the Sacred Martial University. One could only hope for a breakthrough this year. At that moment, Su Lingyun sensed something and immediately rose to his feet, prompting the other senior figures in the monitoring room to do the same. Before them, three imposing figures, exuding unparalleled authority, approached. Greetings, esteemed guests. The three individuals were masters of the 8th grade, serving as directors of the admissions offices from 3 sacred martial universities, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. The testing in Jiangnan province had attracted such esteemed martial masters. As countless gazes converged, the screen revealed a vast island. Upon this island, a chaotic scene unfolded, teeming with ferocious beasts and overgrown ruins. This was a city fallen into a paradise for savage creatures, known as Gao Shanxi, which served as the battleground for the survival test. Here, 98 talented students would engage in fierce combat to secure their place at the Sacred Martial University. The landing locations were entirely random, meaning one could very well find themselves beside renowned figures such as Long Haoran or Yin Jinghong. A flurry of lights sparkled as numerous prodigies descended upon Gao Shanxi. Look, some candidates have already encountered trouble, shouted several spectators watching the screen. On a tall building in Gao Shanxi, Wang Tianming, surrounded by flickering flames, gazed at the candidates appearing before him, a wry smile etched on his face. Wang Tianming, you tread your own path, while I traverse my own narrow bridge. My strength may not suffice to vanquish you, but tearing away a piece of your flesh is certainly within my capabilities. Wang Tianming seemed to have heard an amusing jest, revealing a sinister smile. Do you think you are deserving? Boom. In a desolate park overrun with weeds, a candidate gazed at Yin Jinghong, who held a rusted iron pipe. In this virtual arena, weapons were not permitted, and all armaments were sourced from the surroundings, maintaining a certain balance. Yin Jinghong, shall we consider another contender? Yin Jinghong chuckled softly, narrowing her eyes slightly. Apologies, but I am destined for Shengwu Dao University. A fleeting glimpse, akin to a sword's brilliance through pure snow, cut through the air. Sizzle. In the abandoned amusement park atop the mountains, 2 candidates exchanged glances, their expressions grave as they faced the figure before them, Long Haoran, adorned in a golden robe. Will you take your own lives, or shall I personally extinguish you? Long Haoran opened his eyes, revealing golden irises that instilled terror. The 2 candidates shared a decisive look, swiftly forming a temporary alliance to unleash their wind and thunder abilities against Long Haoran. Mayflies dare to shake the great tree. How absurd. In an instant, Long Howren spread his arms, and a golden dragon shimmered into existence. Such battles unfolded in every corner of Gaoshan City. Chapter 9. Attention. Wang Tianming defeated Li Bing, currently ranked first. Yan Jinghong defeated Shui Shangsong, currently ranked first. Long Howren defeated an opponent, currently ranked first. On the leaderboard, the scores of the crowd shifted rapidly, with the three top prodigies naturally occupying the highest positions. Countless onlookers gazed at the prowess exhibited by these three extraordinary individuals, feeling a tingling sensation at the back of their heads. Must one attain such heights to gain entry into Shengwu Dao University? What marvels await at this university? Teeming with geniuses? Within the expansive monitoring room, the principals of the schools attended by Wang Tianming, Yan Jinghong, and Long Howren rubbed their hands together, observing the three recruitment directors who had traveled from afar. Their respect for these directors stemmed not only from their roles, but also because each was a master of exceptional martial prowess. It was noteworthy that Su Lingyun, the commander of Jiangnan province, was merely at the 7th rank of the martial grandmaster realm, a stark contrast indeed. As Su Lingyun maintained his solemn demeanor, it was evident that he had not anticipated such remarkable figures visiting their province this year. Directors, our three prodigies have performed admirably, haven't they? Su Lingling inquired with a smile. The three directors nodded politely, and then Lin Jianfeng remarked, "Indeed, Long Howren's strength is quite impressive." Qin Xin added, "Yan Jinghong is exceptional. Her swordsmanship talent compensates for her third-tier ability." Yi Xingchen also smiled, saying, "Wang Tianming is commendable, though his ability is only at the 3rd tier and requires further refinement." Perceiving the three individuals engaging in a casual conversation, all the distinguished leaders present could not help but gasp in astonishment. It is important to note that the extraordinary abilities of the elite in Jiangnan province were already unparalleled. Yet, in the presence of these three directors, the evaluation received was merely commendable. What then could be said about the students of Shengwu Dao University, each of whom must be exceptionally remarkable? At that moment, Lin Jianfeng seemed to sense something. He directed the screen towards a young man named Chen Mo. This lad appeared to possess some intriguing qualities. Instantly, all the high-ranking officials and affluent businessmen, including Su Lingyun, widened their eyes in surprise. The director from the capital of the Great Xia dynasty, Lin Jianfeng, had taken the initiative to request a glimpse of Chen Mo, this prodigy hailing from a county-level institution. Regardless of how awakened his abilities might be, even shattering the testing apparatus would not warrant such attention from these three directors, would it? The personnel responsible for operating the screen promptly adjusted it, and Chen Mo's image suddenly appeared on the large display. At this moment, Chen Mo seemed to be confronted by two fellow martial artist candidates, standing before a railing in a vast square filled with ruins. He gazed at a city ravaged by ferocious beasts, and a sense of contemplation washed over him. In this world where monstrous creatures roamed freely, one could only acquire the power to withstand them through relentless self-improvement. The Beihai region harbored the legendary Kunping, a formidable entity capable of suppressing an entire province with its mere presence. In Gaoshan City, the aftermath of its overwhelming power had inadvertently transformed the area into desolation. This was a lesson every high school student needed to learn. Only upon entering this fully immersive simulation did Chen Mo truly grasp the terror of the Kunping. Such a level of might could only be resisted by those who had attained the 11th rank of martial sanctity, could it not? Just then, the virtual screen in the upper right corner displayed a rapidly changing leaderboard. The three prodigies, Wang Tianming, Yan Jinghong, and Long Howren, were swiftly ascending to the top 3 positions on the kill leaderboard. The speed was quite impressive. Chen Mo murmured to himself, "It seems I must hasten my pace as well." Suddenly, as if sensing something, Chen Mo turned to look at two remarkably similar martial artists standing by a distant tree. Twins, perhaps? Intriguing. Chen Mo shrugged, observing the pair who had evidently formed a temporary alliance. Their names appeared in the upper right corner, Zhang Tian and Zhang Di. "Oh." Chen Mo, the prodigy emerging from a county-level high school, Zhang Tian remarked, raising an eyebrow. He even shattered that testing device. Truly an extraordinary individual. Zhang Di muttered with a cold smirk. "However, upon encountering us brothers, I suggest you prepare for your demise here." In an instant, the two stood side by side, and the ground armor enveloped Zhang Di, gathering the formidable power of the earth around him. Their eyes were filled with confidence, as if Chen Mo was still firmly within their grasp. What a surprise! Chen Mo unexpectedly encountered the Zhang brothers upon entering. "This is disastrous." The Zhang brothers are formidable practitioners of extraordinary abilities, both at the pinnacle of first-tier martial artists. They have been preparing for this examination for a considerable time. The two prodigies from the provincial capital's 4th high school, when teaming up, unleash a power beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. The Zhang brothers quickly targeted Chen Imo, perhaps with premeditated intent, knowing he hailed from a county town and lacked substantial combat experience. Regardless, it appears that Chen Imo may face an early demise. If I were in his position, I would retreat immediately rather than continue fighting. It is said that they have gained the upper hand even against second-tier martial artists in their initial stages. Countless voices echoed, commenting through the barrage of messages and spoken words. Is this for real? Good heavens, the Zhang brothers are this powerful. First-tier martial artists at their peak are rumored to have fully activated their testing apparatus. Chen Imo is truly in peril. The students of Jiangbei first high war pale expressions, many silently praying, for a first-tier martial artist at their peak had never emerged from their high school. Chen Imo and Lin Qiming gazed at the screen. You must succeed in entering the Sacred Martial University and treat me to a meal. Meanwhile, beside the students of Jiangbei First High, Jiangdong First High Shangwan Kong dared to lift his head only now. His eyes, bloodshot, reflected disbelief. He still could not fathom how Chen Imo managed to exhibit such terrifying prowess. Observing Chen Imo facing the Zhang brothers, Shangwan Kong could not suppress a sinister smile. Ha ha, Chen Imo, today is your day of reckoning. So it's merely an anomalous talent? Today, I, Shangwan Kong, shall witness your fall from grace. The corners of Shangwan Kang's mouth twitched incessantly, his gaze fixed upon the heavens. Old Lin, the young man you have high hopes for seems to be in peril, Qin Xian remarked with a gentle smile. Through the transmitted information, he understood that this was merely a first-tier mid-stage martial artist from a county town. Even with an exceptional talent, facing two opponents would be exceedingly challenging. The disparity between the students from the county and those from the provincial city is insurmountably vast. A mid-tier first-stage martial artist against two peak first-tier martial artists already signals defeat. However, it will be intriguing to observe how Chen Mo's talent manifests after its mutation and whether he possesses any qualification for entry into the Sacred Martial University. Do not underestimate anyone. Lin Jianfeng smiled softly. I, too, originated from a county town as a martial artist. The crowd looked on in astonishment at Lin Jianfeng. A martial artist of such humble beginnings had achieved the status of an 8th-tier martial lord. This is truly astonishing. At that moment, the battle between Chen Imo and the Zhang brothers seemed to have reached a climactic crescendo. Chapter 10, Victory. In the virtual battlefield simulated by the helmet, the scene unfolded amidst the grandeur of the high mountains. Zhang Tian gazed at Chen Imo with a faint smile, remarking on the audacity of a mere newcomer daring to confront them instead of fleeing. Zhang Di, with a sinister grin, commented on the short-sightedness of those hailing from humble origins. In that moment, both Zhang Tian and Zhang Di exchanged knowing glances, as though they had already envisioned Chen Mo's imminent defeat. Chen Imo merely shrugged, exhaling a sigh, his expression one of utter boredom. Hurry up, will you? I'm pressed for time. This square was merely situated on the outskirts of Gaoshan City, to truly showcase their prowess or eliminate more candidates. One had to venture into the city's heart. He had no desire to squander precious moments here. Pressed for time? Zhang Tian sneered, so arrogant? Brother, let us finish him. With that, Zhang Tian and Zhang Di expanded their arms, channeling a terrifying force of earth energy, with Zhang Tian's arms swelling to the size of barrels. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Zhang Tian lunged forward, delivering a colossal earth-shattering punch towards Chen Imo simultaneously. Zhang Di thrust his hands into the ground, causing sharp earthen spikes to erupt and pierce towards Chen Imo. One attacked from the air while the other assaulted from the ground. Their coordination was alarmingly formidable. Such an onslaught would daunt even a second-tier martial artist, let alone someone like Chen Imo. Such a ferocious attack. Outside the screen, countless spectators furrowed their brows, their eyes reflecting pity for Chen Imo. This assault was enough to startle even second-tier martial artists, not to mention Chen Imo, the underdog. Yet, as he beheld the incoming strike, Chen Imo merely shook his head. Too weak. Truly, it fails to pique my interest. As his words fell, Zhang Tian's pupils constricted in shock, his gaze fixed on Chen Imo, who suddenly conjured a fist behind him, reminiscent of a mighty python. Then, amidst a sea of astonished onlookers, that fist hurtled towards Zhang Tian. With a thunderous impact, Zhang Tian's earth armor shattered into fragments, sending him hurtling backward. Impossible? Brother. Zhang Di gasped, his heart racing, realizing that Chun Mo was far more formidable than he appeared. With a furious shout, he summoned the earth energy within his arms to its utmost limit, and the erupting spikes from the ground surged towards Chun Mo with lethal precision. However, what awaited him was a torrent of darkness, akin to an overwhelming tide of slashing force. The colossal fist behind Chun Mo morphed into a blade-like shape, cleaving through the multitude of spikes. With a swift motion, the spikes shattered as if sliced by a knife, leaving Chun Mo cloaked in a swirling black energy, his disheveled hair dancing in the air, advancing towards Zhang Di. Silence. The entire arena fell into a hushed stillness, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Captivated by Chun Mo's presence, this fellow, astonishingly, defeated the Zhang brothers with a single move? Am I seeing things? Chun Mo is merely a mid-tier first-grade martial artist, while the Zhang brothers are perfected first-grade martial artists. Good heavens! To what extent has this individual's talent mutated? What are these dark fists and dark blades? I retract my earlier thought of fleeing. My mother would surely question why my legs tremble. Following a brief moment of calm, there erupted a thunderous chorus of gasps. Even the students from Jiangbei No. 1 High School were stirred, cheering exuberantly, their faces flushed with excitement. Meanwhile, the students from Jiangdong No. 1 High School hung their heads, with the most prominent fool among them standing dazed for several seconds before fainting on the spot. No one anticipated that Chun Mo could so dominantly overcome the Zhang brothers. Just how powerful is Chun Mo's strength? Many have begun to liken Chun Mo to the three prodigies, Yin Jinghong, Wang Tianming, and Long Haoren. However, the majority still believe that, despite Chun Mo's formidable display of power, he remains far from the level of these three geniuses. It is essential to recognize that only those who have truly encountered the terrifying prowess of the three exceptional individuals can genuinely grasp the dread emanating from figures like Long Haoren. For them, an ordinary student is akin to the Zhang brothers, easily dispatched with a single strike. Concurrently, a wave of anticipation arose among the masses, eager to see how far Chun Mo would progress in the second round of assessments. Perhaps he could indeed become a miraculous candidate for the prestigious Shengwu University from the county's educational institutions. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, numerous leaders were beside themselves, mouths agape in disbelief as they witnessed Chun Mo vanquish the Zhang brothers in such a manner. Even the principal of Chun Mo's school, Wei Qingtian, felt his pupils constrict in shock. This was a severe jolt. When did Chun Mo, the top student of their cohort, become so formidable? What do you think? Lin Jianfeng chuckled. Su Lingyun was taken aback. He had not anticipated Chun Mo's capabilities to reach such heights. Initially, Su Lingyun had only viewed Chun Mo with mild interest. But now, his perspective had undoubtedly elevated. Chun Mo's mutated abilities are certainly not as simple as they appear. Old Lin's insights are evident. After all, the awakened ability is of the exquisite level of Linglong's eye. Isn't it? Qin Xin shrugged. TSK. Judging by the intensity of Chun Mo's abilities, he is quite impressive. Yi Xingchen smiled softly. Lin Jianfeng clearly relished this. This little fellow's talent and abilities is undoubtedly around the exquisite level. Once he fully manifests, we can conduct a proper assessment. This journey for the Gaokao in Jiangnan province is bound to be extraordinarily thrilling. Qin Xian paused slightly, then smiled. Old Lin, how about we place a bet? Lin Jianfeng raised his hand. Speak. Qin Xian proposed a wager on whether Chun Mo could secure a place in the top three. Lin Jianfeng squinted. What is the reward? We can't just do this empty-handed, can we? Qin Xian smiled gently. What do you think of the Tao Enlightenment tea after a century? Lin Jianfeng was taken aback, realizing the immense confidence Qin Xian had in Wang Tianming, Yin Jinghong, and Long Haoren. Fine, I shall bet with you. Qin Xian narrowed his eyes. Yi Xingchen, would you like to join us? Yi Xingchen shook his head. I'll just observe. I do not possess the wealth you all do. However, I believe that although Chun Mo exhibits remarkable talent, securing a spot in the top three may prove challenging. Meanwhile, Su Lingyun, upon hearing the words Tao Enlightenment tea, felt a shiver run down his spine. The commander of Jiangnan province truly paled in comparison to these three prominent figures. Thus, amidst the casual banter and wagers of the three titans, eager gazes once again settled upon the screen. Chapter 11. Gunshots in the desolate square. Zhang Di and Zhang Tian collided awkwardly, their disheveled appearances betraying their shock as they gazed at the calm Chun Mo. They never expected that the hunters had become the prey. You are formidable. As they beheld Chun Mo enveloped in a strange black energy. Both Zhang Di and Zhang Tian swallowed hard. Yes, I am aware. Chun Mo shrugged. Now, will you surrender, or shall I eliminate you? Zhang Tian and Zhang Di exchanged glances, realizing they had regrettably lost in their first battle. Chun Mo, I acknowledge your strength. However, even united, we would only rank around 40th among the 98 candidates. Above that, the competition is fierce, with formidable individuals like Wang Tianming, Yin Jinghong, and Long Haoran. We shall see how far you can go. With that, Zhang Tian and Zhang Di nodded, their thoughts synchronizing as they transformed into streaks of light, vanishing from Gaoshan City. How far indeed? Chun Mo surveyed the ravaged landscape of Gaoshan City, smiling softly. Naturally, I aspire to be the best in Jiangnan. Shaking his head, he propelled himself toward the city center. The Zhang brothers' strength was far too weak, lacking even a hint of interest for him. Come on. I hope to encounter an opponent who can truly challenge me. Simultaneously, on the leaderboard, Chun Mo's rank surged rapidly, astonishingly reaching second place in the blink of an eye after defeating two competitors alongside Long Haoran. Having vanquished Zhang Tian and Zhang Di, he ascended to second place. Countless candidates within Gaoshan City were astonished. Who would have thought? Even Zhang Tian and Zhang Di were defeated by Chun Mo. He is indeed a formidable opponent. It seems one must take him seriously. What a terrifying individual. Gazing at Chun Mo on the massive leaderboard, flames flickering around him, Wang Tianming revealed a sinister grin. Instantly, the flames enveloping his body erupted forth like a volcanic explosion. When did a mere individual from a small locale dare to stand above me? My speed of slaughter remains insufficient. Wang Tianming's eyes blazed with fervor as he gazed at a martial artist several dozen meters away, surging forth like a bolt of lightning. His ambition was to enter the Starry Sky Martial Arts Academy and witness a more radiant brilliance. The college entrance examination for Jiangnan province, nay, the entirety of Jiangnan, seemed all too trivial for a genius of his caliber. Aside from Yin Jinghong and Long Haoran, Wang Tianming believed none could rival him. Meanwhile, Yin Jinghong, having just exited a cold weapons arena, was momentarily taken aback by the sudden surge in scores. It appeared that Chun Mo possessed a modicum of skill. This grand survival test had finally taken on some intrigue. Atop a towering edifice, Long Haoran, shimmering with golden light, stood majestically, surveying the desolate city of Gaoshan. Competing with me? In Jiangnan province, only I, Long Haoran, can maintain supremacy. In the depths of his golden pupils, he seemed to have spotted several candidates wandering through the city. Let you all become the stepping stones for my admission into the Sacred Martial Arts University. Only by entering that esteemed institution and witnessing its splendor firsthand would one realize that this so-called Jiangnan province is merely a remote little town. It is only there, among true martial artists, that genuine glory can be manifested. As the audience observed the flickering and exhilarating scenes on the screen, they finally comprehended that the entire atmosphere of this survival competition was likely being orchestrated by Chun Mo alone. This previously unremarkable individual overshadowed them, inciting a sense of indignation among the onlookers. Yet, such rivalry was welcome. It would allow the three admissions directors to witness the exceptional talents emerging from Jiangnan province. However, as they gazed at the rapidly moving figure on the screen, they could not help but speculate what sort of prowess this Chun Mo could ultimately display. Amidst the ravaged city, fierce battles erupted across numerous arenas. Chun Mo continued his march, his eyes, akin to black holes, scrutinizing his surroundings. Suddenly, he halted at the end of a street. At that moment, before a cold weapons shop, a blood-red spear shot forth with a dazzling glimmer. This spear, like a meteor, hurtled towards Chun Mo, accompanied by a thunderous sound that tore through the air, resonating through the street. The pupils of countless spectators outside the screen constricted in unison. They had not anticipated that someone would lie in wait within the shop, launching such a distant assault. Should this ambush succeed, it would leave little room for survival. However, at that precise moment, Chun Mo slowly turned his head, fixating on the magnified blood-red spear before him. With a gentle sidestep, he extended his palm and forcefully grasped the crimson weapon. A tremendous force surged forth, anchoring Chun Mo's feet into the earth, causing the previously overgrown concrete path to crack once more. Under the multitude of astonished gazes, the crimson glow emanating from Chun Mo's palm dissipated, revealing a pitch-black gun barrel. The pupils of onlookers contracted sharply, Chen had managed to intercept this attack. If it had been any of them, they would undoubtedly have been impaled against the wall by this spear, meeting an untimely demise. The strength, speed, and reflexes of this individual were astonishingly terrifying. Amidst the crowd's trepidation, a figure gradually emerged from the shop, clad in a battle outfit adorned with golden embellishments against a dark backdrop. A youth wielding a 2.5-meter-long spear stepped into view. The brilliant sunlight glistened upon his weapon, reflecting a faint, icy gleam. Chen, no wonder he could withstand my attack. The spear-wielding youth smiled lightly and introduced himself. I am Li Sun-yun, from the second high school of the provincial city. Upon hearing the name Li Sun-yun, the onlookers outside the screen froze in shock. This young man, brandishing a spear, was the foremost genius from the second high school of the provincial city, ranking just below the trio of formidable talents. In other words, he was one of the top 5 terrifying powerhouses among the 10 greatest geniuses of the province. How had Chen encountered Li Sun-yun so swiftly? What dreadful luck! Li Sun-yun's abilities could rival those of the 3 top prodigies. Possessing an exceedingly rare blood talent, combined with spear techniques on the verge of reaching the micro-level, who among them could triumph beneath the 3 prodigies? Terrifying, formidable, fierce. As those familiar with Li Sun-yun's reputation began to recount his background, many faces turned pale, and a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The reason was simple. Li Sun-yun's credentials were simply too formidable. Chapter 12. Half-step into the micro-realm. Li Sun-yun began practicing with the spear at 12. Achieved unparalleled mastery of spear techniques at 13, and by 15, he had become the second best in the provincial youth group. Subsequently, he entered the second high school of the provincial city with the highest scores in the entrance examination. At 18, he awakened his exceptional blood talent, mastering spear techniques at the half-step micro-level, making him invincible within the second high school of the provincial city as a second-tier martial artist. His prowess was indeed notable. Just beneath the 3 great prodigies, he was also regarded as the top genius most likely to enter the sacred martial university, following the 3 great prodigies. It could be said that Li Sun-yun was one of the opponents that the top 98 candidates least wished to encounter. And now, Chen had crossed paths with Li Sun-yun at the end of this street. His journey in the college entrance examination was likely to meet its end here. Within the expansive and vast monitoring room, many leaders expressed their regret for Chen. With his strength and talent, he should have been able to advance further. However, he had encountered Li Sun-yun, and the young man's fortune was indeed unfortunate. Alas, it seems I must rely on the elusive enlightenment T. As Qin Xian, a student of the Starry Sky Martial Arts University, slightly curved the corners of his lips, he remarked, however, my demands are modest, just 1 or 2. Meanwhile, Yi Xingqian from the Tsangxiong Martial Arts University smacked his lips, saying, Old Lin, it seems we are destined to lose this bet. Lin Jianfeng chuckled softly, choosing silence as he turned to face the composed Wei Qingtian, the principal. Su Lingyun, possessing keen insight, promptly summoned Wei Qingtian to Lin Jianfeng's side. Young Wei, you must be the principal of Chen, correct? Lin Jianfeng inquired with a smile. Indeed. May I ask what matters are concerning Director Lin? Wei Qingtian swallowed hard. He found it impossible to remain calm in the presence of such a distinguished figure. Chen should have some proficiency in marksmanship, correct? Lin Jianfeng continued. Instantly, countless gazes were directed at Wei Qingtian, while Qin Xian and Yi Xingqian exchanged astonished glances, a flicker of brilliance passing through their eyes as they regarded Chen. Indeed. However, his marksmanship is only at the introductory level, Wei Qingtian replied. The levels of marksmanship include introductory, advanced, nuanced, true self, perfection, and unity. Wei Qingtian had a vague understanding of Chun Mo's talent in marksmanship. It was not particularly impressive. Why then, did the director suddenly inquire so? Well, that aligns perfectly. Lin Jianfeng remarked with a faint smile. Let us observe the duel. The victor of this confrontation may be quite intriguing. In an instant, numerous individuals sat upright, their gazes intensely fixed upon the screen showcasing Chen. Could it be that this 8th-grade martial artist, arriving from the capital, believes Chen can triumph over Li Xuanyan? Such a notion is utterly fanciful. Within the confines of the virtual realm, amidst the desolate expanse of the dilapidated Gao Mountain City, Li Xuanyan and Chen stood opposed, akin to 2 upright long spears, their intensity piercing the heavens. You cannot withstand my marksmanship. Coupled with my blood abilities, you stand no chance, Li Xuanyan declared. Gripping a towering spear of 2.5 meters, a faint smile gracing his lips. Simultaneously, a torrent of crimson energy surged forth, entwining his spear and imbuing it with a mesmerizing hue. It was, remarkably, an endless stream of blood energy coalescing into a sanguine glow. Even Chinemo, with his typically tranquil gaze, revealed a subtle ripple of intrigue. "So, you wield a spear," Chinemo remarked with a smile. Surprised? Li Xuanyan's words faltered, lodged in his throat as he sensed the shift in the atmosphere. Chinemo, spear in hand, stood poised, dark energy swirling upwards like a black hole. Converging at the spear's tip, an intangible aura of marksmanship emanated, expanding like a tide. "You, too, can wield a spear?" Li Xuanyan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Chinemo could also handle a spear, and the aura generated when he grasped it sent shivers down his spine. How could this be possible? Among his peers from the Jiangnan province, no one had ever wielded a spear with such a palpable sense of pressure. Merely a trickle, yet. Chinemo stood against the wind, his disheveled black hair wildly billowing, as a dark energy coalesced around his trench coat, reappearing amidst the astonished gazes of countless onlookers. Accompanied by the howling winds of Gaoshan City, it flapped ominously. This individual truly wielded a gun. Beyond the screen, many gasped in disbelief, merely from a distance. They felt an overwhelming sense of dread emanating from Chunmo's figure. Initially showcasing an extraordinarily peculiar dark energy, he then gripped a long gun, exuding a terrifying intent to kill. How many secrets lay within this youth? On the grounds of Gaoshan City, a rare solemnity surged within Li Xuanyan's eyes. He could not deny that Chunmo's prowess was likely only beneath that of the three great prodigies. But so what? As a genius from the second high school of the provincial capital, Li Xuanyan's resolve in martial arts was unwavering. "Your strength is merely at the mid-tier of the first rank, while I have already ascended to the initial tier of the second rank. The disparity in realms is akin to the difference between clouds and mud. Not to mention, my marksmanship has reached the threshold of the micro level. Yield to me." In an instant, Li Xuanyan's form surged with crimson bloodlight, and then brilliant red glimmers erupted from his feet, unleashing a tremendous force. Harnessing this sanguine energy, Li Xuanyan brandished his long gun, advancing with fervor. Threads of blood energy surged from his meridians, coalescing entirely upon his gun. The blood gun S-18 deathly shots. In a heartbeat, countless blood-red gun shadows rushed towards Chinemo. "This is Li Xuanyan's signature skill," one exclaimed. "This is Li Xuanyan's renowned technique, executed with the mastery of semi-micro-level marksmanship, infused with his sanguine talent, unleashing 18 shots in the blink of an eye. Each shot delivered from a different angle. Among them, 17 served as feints, with only one being the most terrifying and astonishing true attack. It was precisely this attack that had caused numerous youths to suffer greatly. Could this unexpected dark horse, emerging from the county town, withstand it? As Chunmo beheld the ever-shifting gun shadows expanding within his vision, he held his obsidian long gun, his eyes resembling black holes. "Your marksmanship is woefully inadequate." Chunmo unleashed his shot. It was merely a single strike, enveloped by an energy akin to a black hole. Yet, this shot suddenly pierced through Li Xuanyan's 18 deathly shots, striking with the speed of lightning, directly targeting Li Xuanyan's neck. In an instant, Li Xuanyan's neck was pierced, blood gushing forth like a torrent. "Your micro-level marksmanship," Chunmo chuckled softly. "You possess a keen eye. Your skills may be lacking, but with more practice, perhaps you could catch up to my shadow." "Shadow, huh?" "Chunmo, I eagerly anticipate your final performance in this test." Defeating Long Howren and the three sacred martial arts universities would be a stage truly worthy of your brilliance. Subsequently, Li Xuanyan transformed into a streak of light and vanished from sight. Accompanied by a resounding echo that reverberated throughout the venue, an uncanny silence enveloped all present, whether they were candidates immersed in their virtual headsets or spectators outside the screen. The prestigious Shengwu Dao University, one pondered, gazing at the luminous trail of Li Xuanyan. Chunmo, armed with his long spear, stood resolute, winds swirling around him, his raven hair dancing wildly. This was his aspiration. Chapter 13. Wang Tianming. As Li Xuanyan morphed into light and disappeared from the heights of Gaoshan City, a profound stillness befell the crowd. Following this, an announcement resonated through the heavens. Chunmo has triumphed over Li Xuanyan, currently ranked second. Instantly, like a volcano erupting, a thunderous roar erupted from the audience. "He won. Unbeatable. How astonishing, how extraordinary." With a single thrust, he had slain Li Xuanyan. Did you not hear what Li Xuanyan proclaimed? Chun Mo wields the subtle mastery of marksmanship. Subtle mastery? Such prodigious talent is nothing short of breathtaking. Gazing upon the young man clad in a black trench coat, all bore expressions of shock and disbelief. The once invincible Li Xuanyan, reigning for 3 years at the elite number 2 high school of Badao province, had succumbed. Moreover, before his defeat, he revealed a staggering truth. At merely 18, he had mastered half-step subtle marksmanship, a skill that could dominate the youth of the entire Jiangnan province. Now, with Chun Mo possessing this mastery, one could only speculate the overwhelming prowess he would exhibit against the youth of Jiangnan. Brother Chun, you are phenomenal. Within Jiangbei one high school, countless students erupted in excitement, their faces aglow as they sensed the astonished gazes from neighboring county schools. For the students of Jiangbei No. 1, Chun Mo had ascended to the status of a deity. In the monitoring room dominated by numerous officials, many rose in admiration. They cast awed, respectful glances toward the young man enveloped in formidable black energy. Incredible! Incredible! Wei Qingtian stood up, his face alight with excitement, only to swallow his words upon seeing the imposing figures of the 3 martial masters before him. His gaze remained riveted on the screen, unable to fathom that he had such an outstanding student under his tutelage. Reflecting on Chun Mo's earlier remarks about having grasped a smidgen of understanding, was it truly merely a smidgen, and not an astronomical amount? Naturally, no one paid heed to his lapse in composure, for nearly all the officials were equally astounded by Chun Mo's prowess. They wished fervently to recruit him for their own cities and schools. Su Lingyun felt a surge of excitement. With a talent like Chun Mo, his own achievements this year would surely flourish. Subtle mastery of marksmanship truly heralded a genius youth, nay, a prodigious talent. Lin Jianfeng smacked his lips, gazing at the nearby Qin Xian. Old Qin, it seems you two have misjudged at times. Qin Xian murmured to himself. It's not uncommon to err in judgment. However, the talent of this youth is truly astonishing. He is indeed worthy of admission to our Starry Sky Martial Arts University. As for Li Xuanyan, he is also commendable. Once the Daiyu system calculates the comprehensive scores, he might have a chance to join our Sacred Martial Arts University. Despite this, the focal point of their conversation remained centered on Chun Mo. For the 3 martial masters, only the most exceptional prodigies from their province could capture their attention. Merely possessing a nuanced level of marksmanship already places him above the majority of his peers. Furthermore, he harbors an almost extraordinary dark ability. The amalgamation of these traits could indeed entice them to extend an olive branch. Yi Xingchen chuckled. Old Qin, weren't you just skeptical about him? Qin Xian replied with a smile. He shattered my doubts with his prowess. Why should I further belittle him? Lin Jianfeng added with a grin. Old Qin, your magnanimity is commendable, considering you are offering a century-old enlightenment tea. Qin Xian remarked. Even if he surpasses Li Xuanyan, Wang Tianming, Yin Jinghong, and Long Haoren, they are formidable in their own right. As the 3 directors conversed, the monitoring room buzzed with excitement, with most prominent figures discussing the potential heights Chun Mo might reach. Even within the spatial confines of the high mountains, dozens of examinees raised their heads, gazing at the words scrolling across the celestial banner, many expressing awe and astonishment. It is worth noting that Li Xuanyan ranked among the top 5 talents in the entire provincial city. His half-step nuanced marksmanship instilled fear in countless peers, yet now, a newcomer from a county could vanquish him. No one believed this was merely a matter of strength. In the virtual realm, everyone was the ultimate genius from their respective schools and provinces, having endured countless battles. How could one ascend to such heights solely by fortune? It seems that encountering Chun Mo warrants careful consideration before taking action. Chun Mo's prowess is nearly on par with Wang Tianming and Yin Jinghong. It would be wise not to provoke him. To their surprise, this individual has reached such a level. One wonders what his final ranking will be. As these thoughts echoed, countless examinees engaged in fierce battles. In their hearts, they had already placed Chun Mo beneath the 3 great prodigies, naturally steering clear of provoking him. Meanwhile, a golden dragon of energy meandered through, swiftly sending 2 examinees to their demise. Defeated Li Xuanyan? Long Haoren shrugged, his golden eyes radiating an aura of infinite authority. This fellow is intriguing. I hope when we meet, he is not dispatched in a single move. Converging the resplendent golden light radiating from his body, Long Haoren advanced forward, as if he were an entity apart from the world, with no one daring to confront the terrifying pressure he exuded. Meanwhile, A flash of brilliant sword energy swept through the air, and the heads of two candidates suddenly fell. By the lakeside, where the gentle breeze stirred ripples, Yan Jinghong slowly retracted her long sword. As expected, Sun Yun had been defeated. Indeed, it was as I had anticipated, not an ordinary feat. Yan Jinghong's gaze drifted toward the distant streets of the high mountain city. There, two distinct waves of energy surged, one resembling a black hole of devouring force, and the other, a terrifyingly intense flame. They are alarmingly close. It seems that Chun Mo and Wang Tianming are about to encounter a challenge. Let us go see for ourselves. With a nimble leap, Yan Jinghong darted forth like a graceful swallow. At the forefront of a street, Wang Tianming, with arms like fiery rods, effortlessly pierced through the two candidates before him. Listening to the announcement from the heavens, an exhilarating rush surged within him. Only by defeating his opponents could he find true joy. Now, I wonder who will fall before me next. Just as Wang Tianming was about to step away, a broadcast echoed from the heavens, seemingly resonating throughout the city. Chun Mo has defeated Li Sun Yun, currently ranking. The words reverberated in Wang Tianming's mind, causing a brief pause, and then his fiery gaze pierced through the alley ahead, where a figure seemed to linger. The next prey is you. A mere individual hailing from a small place dares to rise so prominently, even overshadowing me for a time. They truly do not understand the vastness of the heavens and the earth. In an instant, flames enveloped Wang Tianming's form, and he surged forth like a crimson leopard. Chapter 14. Ascending the ranks after vanquishing Li Sun Yun, Chun Mo gazed at the scene on the street. A myriad of insights surged within him. As dark energy churned and boiled inside, his understanding of the essence of the spear seemed to deepen further. Intriguing. With the spear in hand, Chun Mo advanced, heading towards the end of the street, the very heart of the high mountain city. There, he would behold the vistas that lay above the clouds. Among the three great prodigies, they posed little challenge to him. Only upon entering the Shengwu Dao University would his journey truly begin. The university gathered the talents from the 36 provinces of the Great Xia Federation, and historically, the Jiangnan province ranked within the lower 6 in the college entrance examination. Thus, pride had little place here. Only within the hallowed halls of Shengwu Dao University would his brilliance unfold. Chun Mo raised an eyebrow slightly, as he spotted a figure at the far end of the street, suddenly ablaze with flickering flames. The imposing figure bore eyes wreathed in fire, akin to a terrifying volcano emerging from the depths of hell. The fierce wind stirred, causing the flames to crackle and roar. Wang Tianming. Indeed, it is I. In an instant, Wang Tianming clenched his fists, flames swirling around him, and gazed at Chun Mo with a sinister smirk. I regret to announce that your journey ends here. Buzz. A terrifying torrent of fiery energy surged forth, prompting numerous students outside the street to venture closer. As they beheld the confrontation between the two, their pupils dilated in shock. Wang Tianming was actually facing off against Chun Mo, a mid-stage second-tier martial artist, the third-ranked genius among the three great prodigies, a representative of the 6th high school in the provincial capital. Furthermore, he had mastered the formidable flame ability. Chun Mo was undoubtedly in grave peril. If I were Chun Mo, I would probably consider fleeing immediately, perhaps eliminating some weaker opponents to accumulate points. You are you, and he is he. It seems the two are indeed on the verge of battle. Ah, what a monumental clash this is, how intriguing. Many students watched with eager anticipation and palpable tension. One side represented by a seasoned expert, the other by the top dark horse of this year's Jiangnan Province College entrance examination. The overwhelming pressure emanating from both individuals sent shivers down the spines of those present. Perched atop an abandoned skyscraper, Yan Jinghong held his sword with one hand, resembling an ethereal being surveying Gaoshan City from above. His gaze fixated entirely on the duel between Chun Mo and Wang Tianming. It is said that Wang Tianming has mastered that technique. Even I would lack full confidence in my ability to secure victory against him. Outside the venue, countless students erupted in excitement, their eyes glued to the screen. Historically, the clashes among the three great prodigies had always been the most thrilling and captivating. Now, however, with the emergence of a fourth prodigy, the anticipation was overwhelming, especially with the confrontation between Chun Mo and Wang Tianming. Yet, the majority of the crowd leaned towards Wang Tianming. The reason was simple. Wang Tianming's track record was nothing short of terrifying. At the tender age of 9, he displayed extraordinary martial prowess, mastering both boxing and agility to become invincible within his realm. He even secured a spot at the 6th high school through his remarkable performance in the provincial entrance examination. Following that, he continued to astound, claiming the championship in the Jiangnan Province Youth Combat Competition with his first-year high school strength. After awakening his formidable flame ability, he further solidified his reputation by securing the 5th position in the national competition for young fire-type talents, creating a sensation throughout the province. This is what earned him the title of one of the 3 great prodigies. While Chen Mo is undeniably strong and has mastered intricate marksmanship, his achievements pale in comparison to Wang Tianming's illustrious history. Nevertheless, there remained a number of supporters, like the students from Jiangbei No. 1 High School, who hoped for Chen Mo to fight until the end. In the spacious and well-equipped monitoring room, many officials were already poised with eager anticipation. It seems the wager on the Enlightenment Tea will conclude sooner than expected, Lin Jianfeng remarked. Is he truly that confident in Chen Mo? Does he not fear a downfall? With a chuckle, Qin Xian acknowledged that while he may not fully comprehend the abilities of other prodigies, he possessed a modicum of insight into Wang Tianming's prowess. After all, he had served as a judge in the national finals for the youth division specializing in fire abilities. How could he remain oblivious to Wang Tianming's true capabilities? Perhaps in terms of marksmanship, Wang Tianming's agility and martial arts fell short. However, his mastery over the development of the unique flame anomaly had undoubtedly reached a level that few could aspire to attain. Observing the 2 adversaries, who were at odds due to a wager, Yi Xingqian absent-mindedly touched his nose, concluding that it was best to watch the competition and ultimately select the exceptional student based on the circumstances. Yet, in his heart, he cast a vote for Chen Mo. As the flames radiating from Wang Tianming enveloped him, this formidable clash was set to unfold. Whether it be the title of the top scorer in the college entrance examination or an opportunity at the Sacred Martial University, awaited these 2 contenders. Within the virtual realm, 2 distinctly contrasting figures stood along the streets. One was engulfed in rampant flames, while the other emanated a chilling darkness. As he gazed upon the unperturbed Chen Mo, a subtle smirk graced Wang Tianming's lips. Do you know? From the very beginning, I've harbored disdain for you. How could a dark horse from a humble origin overshadow my reputation? I deem you unworthy of such strength. If you concede now, perhaps I shall allow you to exit the ensuing battle with some dignity. Wang Tianming raised a hand, flames surging wildly around him. His fingers poised like the tip of a blade, pointing menacingly at Chen Mo. His tone dripped with arrogance and bravado. Yet, none doubted Wang Tianming's entitlement to such boldness, for he indeed possessed the credentials. However, upon hearing these words, Chen Mo merely smiled softly. The cloak of darkness coalesced once more around him, the black patterns spreading across his skin, rendering him akin to a reaper from the abyss, instilling a sense of dread. Grasping a 3-meter spear, he stood tall and resolute, exuding an aura that seemed capable of absorbing even light itself. Then, a statement that left countless spectators astounded erupted from Chen Mo's lips. 3 moves. And I shall conclude this. Gasps echoed as many exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to comprehend how Chen Mo dared to utter such words in the presence of the formidable Wang Tianming, who possessed a peak-level flame anomaly talent. Inciting Wang Tianming's wrath was hardly a prudent choice. Yin Jinghong narrowed his eyes. Wang Tianming was no ordinary contender, but a renowned figure acknowledged by both the official and grassroots realms as one of the 3 great prodigies. Even within the hallowed halls of the Sacred Martial University, he could showcase his extraordinary abilities. Furthermore, fire-based abilities were, to some extent, influenced by one's emotional intensity. Upon hearing Chen Mo's calm declaration, an overwhelming intent to kill surged within Wang Tianming's gaze. How audacious! In that case, do not blame me for being too ruthless. Peak-level flame anomaly. Activate. Chapter 15. The attention of the multitude boom. It was as if a dormant volcano, silent for millennia, had suddenly erupted. A tremendous surge of fiery energy exploded from Wang Tianming's body. The terrifying pressure was fully unleashed, and the alarming heat seemed to warp the very fabric of space around him. This was a consequence of the extreme temperature, yet it was sufficiently astounding to evoke awe. I am curious, how can you, a mere mid-tier martial artist, exhibit such arrogance? Fear not. I shall make you aware of the true meaning of the term predecessor. Bang! Amidst countless astonished gazes, Wang Tianming abruptly leaped forward, akin to a flaming cheetah, and in the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to mere meters from Chen Mo. Then, a vast torrent of fiery energy erupted from Wang Tianming's right arm. Within this surging energy, there was even a hint of deathly aura. The ultimate flame of despair, a flame that extinguishes life. A resplendent column of fiery energy, resembling a fire python, lunged fiercely towards Chun Mo. It's over. Many averted their eyes, unable to bear the impending gruesome scene. Wang Tianming's flame of annihilation was far too terrifying. They feared the next sight would be Chun Mo reduced to charred remains. Yet, enveloped in dark energy, Chun Mo gazed at the magnified column of flame with a gentle shake of his head. Still too fragile. In an instant, Chun Mo raised his spear, and dark energy surged upward as he thrust forward with great force. Buzz! The 3-meter spear pierced the very heart of the flame column. Just as the onlookers presumed this counterattack would bear no fruit, a burst of dark energy erupted, astonishingly absorbing Wang Tianming's attack entirely. Absorbed, everyone gaped in disbelief. Had Chun Mo's evolved power truly possessed an absorption capability? This ability is extraordinary. Within the monitoring room, the brows of the 3 directors from the St. Martial University admissions office simultaneously raised in intrigue, and behind them, the pupils of numerous leaders, including Su Lingyun, narrowed in realization of Chun Mo's remarkable prowess. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, witnessing his attack rendered utterly futile, Wang Tianming, in his astonishment, ignited an even greater fighting spirit. Ha ha ha! Now, this is truly entertaining. Chun Mo, you have finally earned the right to be my opponent. Boom! Wang Tianming spread his arms wide, and the flames burning around him grew ever more vibrant, enveloping every inch of his skin. The flame of annihilation. His physique swelled, his muscles expanding as he became a figure resembling a fiery gorilla, shimmering with extraordinary hues. This move had initially been intended for the entrance examination at St. Martial University, meant to showcase its utmost value. It seems, however, that I must employ this technique now to eliminate Chun Mo. Those who were aware of Wang Tianming's true strength could not help but swallow hard in unison. No wonder Wang Tianming exhibits such arrogance. It turns out he has mastered this technique. What does it signify? The ultimate flame form is a unique martial art created by Wang Tianming, enabling him to transform his body into an ultimate state, amplifying his power exponentially. Although Chun Mo currently displays formidable combat prowess, he is likely to falter against the doubled strength of Wang Tianming. This battle may very well reach its conclusion here. Many onlookers, filled with a sense of regret, turned their gaze toward Chun Mo. Had he not encountered Wang Tianming, perhaps Chun Mo could have advanced further in the second round of testing, achieving even greater brilliance and glory. However, facing Wang Tianming, his prospects appear to be halted at this juncture. Meanwhile, in the street, Wang Tianming undergoes a sudden evolution, radiating flames as he stands like a towering mountain in the center of the road. Do you dare to oppose me? A smirk graces Wang Tianming's lips. Yet, the response from Chun Mo remains calm and unyielding. Boring. In an instant, Wang Tianming is taken aback, only to be engulfed by an explosion of fury. Die. This time, he holds nothing back. A colossal hand infused with fiery energy surges toward Chun Mo. The speed and ferocity of the attack distort the very air, as if the atmosphere itself recoils in fear of Wang Tianming's assault. Ultimate Flame Hand, Ultimate Flame Demon. In a heartbeat, Wang Tianming unleashes dozens of shadowy punches, each imbued with overwhelming force that leaves the onlookers both startled and terrified. However, when Chun Mo gazes upon the Ultimate Flame Demon, his expression remains unchanged. He brandishes his spear, continuously clashing with Wang Tianming's fiery hand. In the blink of an eye, the two have exchanged blows for dozens of rounds. One side embodies the fierce, consuming flames, while the other represents the mysterious, engulfing darkness, neither yielding to the other, resulting in a tenuous stalemate. With each collision, the earth shatters, weeds vanish, and the glass of nearby shops develops spiderweb-like cracks before shattering entirely. This spectacle leaves the audience in awe. They could scarcely believe Chun Mo's combat strength is so formidable. It is important to note that Chun Mo is merely a mid-tier first-grade warrior, while Wang Tianming is a mid-tier second-grade warrior, a significant disparity in realms. This young man is truly terrifying. Amidst the relentless onslaught, a grave expression settles in Wang Tianming's eyes. Under the barrage of his punches, the average person would have already been reduced to ashes, meeting a swift demise. All the techniques he employs stem from his spear. If he can merely disarm Chun Mo, victory in battle will surely be his. With this thought, Wang Tianming's gaze sharpens as he suddenly perceives a flaw in Chen Mo's spear technique. Here it is. Suddenly, Wang Tianming let out a thunderous roar, and in an instant, a torrent of fiery energy erupted from his right arm, striking with lightning speed at the juncture of Chen Mo's gun barrel and grip. Consequently, the gun's handle shattered abruptly, rendering Chen Mo's weapon useless. Numerous onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment, marveling at Wang Tianming's formidable prowess. They had not anticipated that he would exploit the weaknesses of his opponent's weapon during the fight. It is worth noting that the weaponry simulated within the high mountains was crafted from the most inferior iron, incapable of enduring the assault of a second-tier martial artist for long. Wang Tianming had astutely calculated this flaw and, with a thunderous maneuver, severed Chen Mo's prideful spear. Such mental acuity was truly astonishing. Simultaneously, the crowd expressed their regret for Chen Mo, who had not foreseen that this battle would conclude in such a manner. At that moment, a voice suddenly cried out, "No, it is not over yet. Look!" On the screen, Wang Tianming, who had just shattered Chen Mo's weapon, was about to burst into laughter. However, his mirth was abruptly silenced. Before him, Chen Mo's tranquil eyes suddenly glimmered with two orbs of light akin to black holes. Subsequently, a wave of astonishing dark energy surged forth, swirling around him like serpentine shadows. A voice, reminiscent of a famished spirit from the depths of hell, resonated in the ears of countless spectators. "Initially, I intended to defeat you using 3 shots. It appears now that 1 will suffice." In an instant, the surrounding dark energy, as if animated, coiled around Wang Tianming's skin, binding him firmly. Then, under Wang Tianming's horrified gaze, the dark energy from Chen Mo's right fist began to coalesce. "Darkness annihilates." A faint whisper echoed from Chen Mo's lips, reverberating in the ears of the audience. Gradually, Chen Mo delivered a punch. Boom. In that moment, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Wang Tianming lowered his head in dread, witnessing the most terrifying scene of his life. Chapter 16. Victory and overwhelming darkness erupted from Chen Mo's right arm, the terrifying and sharp dark energy transforming into a beam of light, shooting forth like a rocket towards Wang Tianming. In the midst of Wang Tianming's bewilderment, this beam of energy effortlessly passed through his body. He felt nothing. It wasn't until he looked down that the pupils in his eyes dilated in shock. His body below the chest had completely vanished, leaving only his upper torso intact. The inky energy morphed into a liquid, creeping up from the rupture in his chest, intent on consuming him entirely. Standing before the slender and unremarkable figure, Wang Tianming could no longer contain the shock that surged within him. This individual was, without a doubt, a true powerhouse. Gazing at the perpetually calm Chen Mo, a bitter smile suddenly creased Wang Tianming's lips. Was this truly the requirement to enter the sacred martial academy? In an instant, Wang Tianming transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone was rendered speechless, their eyes fixed on the screen as they struggled to articulate their astonishment. Their throats constricted as if by an unseen force. How could this be? Wang Tianming was in the mid-second tier, yet he was defeated in a single move by Chen Mo. What manner of dark energy was this, capable of devouring Wang Tianming's flames? Goodness! He triumphed over Wang Tianming, one of the 3 prodigies. It was a sheer crushing victory, accomplished with just 1 strike. How fearfully talented could this individual be? When Chen Mo spoke of defeating his opponent in 1 move, he truly meant it. As they beheld the figure shrouded in a cloak of darkness on the screen, a chorus of thunderous applause and discussion erupted from the crowd. They had never anticipated that Chen Mo could so effortlessly prevail over Wang Tianming. It could even be said that he did so without breaking a sweat. To what extent had Chen Mo's true power reached? Could he possibly defeat Long Haren? Suddenly, someone posed the question. In that instant, everyone fell silent, some ardent fans of Long Haren or fellow students ready to refute the claim. Yet the words lodged in their throats. Chen Mo was undeniably formidable, but could he truly stand against Long Haren? The crowd was uncertain. It must be noted that since his emergence in the Jiangnan province, Long Haren had forged an exceptionally terrifying record. Among all the youth in the province, he faced no rivals, his prowess instilling fear in countless peers. It seems the suspense of the second round of testing remains intact. Chen Mo is astonishing, Lin Qiming exclaimed excitedly. Once, he had thought Chen Mo was merely boasting, yet now, he had truly asserted himself in the top 3 of the second round with such dominance. Meanwhile, in the expansive monitoring room, All the leaders stood in shock, their gazes fixed on the black-clad figure on the screen, gasping in disbelief. This individual had actually defeated Wang Tianming. Everyone felt a shiver run down their spines. How had such a talent eluded their discovery until now? They had unwittingly missed a golden opportunity for promotion and advancement. The principal of Jiangbei High School and the director trembled with excitement, envisioning a bright future for their careers. Even Su Lingyun, the commander of Jiangnan province, clenched his fists slightly. This year was bound to exceed expectations. You've lost, old Qin, Lin Jianfeng chuckled. Qin Xian was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, "It is merely a century-old enlightenment tea. If you desire it, feel free to take it. However, I request that this promising newcomer, Chen Mo, be reserved for our Starry Sky Martial Arts University." Lin Jianfeng chuckled. "Are you being greedy? A talent like Chen Mo has certainly piqued our interest at Xianyuan Martial Arts University as well." At that moment, Yi Xingchen laughed lightly. "Why all this contention among you? What shall we do at Sangqiong Martial Arts University?" Unbeknownst to them, the three harbored an intense desire to claim the exceptional talent. Chen Mo's current potential surpassed that of an ordinary genius, and in the minds of the three martial arts directors, he was already placed on par with Long Howren. The enigmatic dark energy ability, combined with unparalleled marksmanship, rendered him a prodigy. "You two are quite the wily ones," Lin Jianfeng teased. "Old Qin, how about we continue our wager? Let us bet on whether Chen Mo can achieve first place in this examination." The atmosphere in the room suddenly stilled. Breaths held in anticipation. Could the director truly believe Chen Mo could surpass Long Howren? Instantly, a wave of excitement surged among the crowd for the Jiangnan province. Long Howren was akin to a miraculous beacon. No, Qin Xian shook his head. However, it would be fascinating to see who emerges as the final victor in this examination, whether it be Long Howren, Chen Mo, or Yin Jinghong. Each of them deserves the opportunity to bask in the resplendent glory of the Sacred Martial Arts University, for only there can their true potential be realized. Yi Xingchen narrowed his eyes with a smile. If we were to recruit Chen Mo, what surprises might he unveil during the enrollment ceremony? Yet, most of this was mere speculation. The Sacred Martial Arts University gathered the best talents from all 54 provinces of the Great Xia Federation. It was no simple feat to unearth such surprises. At that moment, within the confines of the screen, more than a dozen candidates gazed at Chen Mo, who had effortlessly defeated Wang Tianming, feeling a chill ascend from their feet to their heads. This fellow was not someone they could contend with. Damn, what a monstrous talent. They had witnessed him triumph over the Zhang brothers, Li Xuanyan, and even Wang Tianming. Soon, he might even best Long Howren. Not necessarily. Long Howren possesses the Golden Serpent talent. Amid murmurs, the crowd retreated like a receding tide, unwilling to utter a sound. In their hearts, they had already labeled Chen Mo as a dangerous foe not to be trifled with. Standing in the center of the street, Chen Mo, noticing the crowd's withdrawal, had no inclination to pursue them. Chasing after them would simply be too bothersome. Instead, he contemplated a swifter method to eliminate candidates and accumulate kills to ascend the rankings. The strength he had displayed thus far would undoubtedly draw significant attention and regard. Yet, he understood that this was still insufficient. A surge of energy, akin to that of a black hole, radiated once more from Chen Mo, rendering his presence increasingly formidable. His ambition was to enter the Sacred Martial University with an air of contestation. If one were to feign, it must be done thoroughly. If one were to revel, it must be with complete abandon. However, prior to this, one individual needed to be addressed. In an instant, Chen Mo turned his gaze towards the street corner, where the approaching figure of the swordsman clad in white emerged, Yin Jinghong. Outside the screen, the collective attention of the onlookers froze momentarily. Could it be that Chen Mo was destined for a confrontation with Yin Jinghong? Chapter 17. Cooperation. The echoing footsteps of Yin Jinghong resonated through the empty street. Countless gazes were drawn to this swordsman in white, for he was one of the three prodigies of the Jiangnan province, already a figure of immense renown. Now, he stood face to face with a top contender known for vanquishing Wang Tianming, stirring excitement among the crowd. Was another fierce showdown imminent? Moreover, Yin Jinghong's prowess was fearsome. He had cultivated his swordsmanship to the cusp of the micro level, and his awakened ability was that of a tempest, a force of nature. In terms of overall strength, he was nearly unmatched, save for Wang Tianming and Long Howren. After all, none of the three celebrated prodigies could be dismissed as mere pretenders. As the palpable killing intent between the two surged, the blood of the spectators began to boil. Yin Jinghong? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, his right arm lifting as a terrifying energy coalesced, ready to unleash a torrent of darkness upon Yin Jinghong. However, from a distance, Yin Jinghong raised his palm and called out, "Wait, I am not here to fight." Chen Mo's brow furrowed, as did the expressions of those observing the impending clash. Something was amiss. Chen Mo suppressed his urge to eliminate his opponent. "I concede. I know I cannot defeat you. However, we can collaborate to eliminate more candidates." At that moment, Yin Jinghong revealed his intention. Earlier, he had discerned that Chen Mo's gaze was already fixated upon him, and after Chen Mo's recent victory over Wang Tianming, Yin Jinghong understood that he was not a viable opponent for the formidable figure before him. Thus, rather than being relentlessly pursued, it would be more prudent to approach Chen Mo openly and propose an alliance. "Why should I collaborate with you?" Chen Mo inquired. Yin Jinghong chuckled, retrieving dozens of gleaming long spears from a nearby shop, each one radiating a chilling brilliance, evidently scavenged from an armory. "I come bearing sincerity. I come bearing sincerity. Chen Mo, please do not strike at me." With the array of long spears, Yin Jinghong cautiously approached Chen Mo, who merely regarded him with a sidelong glance, refraining from immediate action. Primarily, he was confident that should Yin Jinghong attempt a treacherous assault, he would be able to withstand it. This stems from a profound confidence in one's own abilities. It was only when Yin Jinghong approached him and whispered something that a subtle smile graced Chen Mo's face. "Very well. I was just contemplating the same course of action." Meanwhile, outside the screen, many were taken aback, momentarily stunned. What could these two be plotting together? Could it be that they intend to hunt down Long Haren? I find that unlikely. They might be aiming to target the other candidates, for neither of them currently occupies a position in the top 5 rankings. Previously, the opponents Chen Mo and Yin Jinghong faced were of exceptionally high caliber. Thus their pace in eliminating candidates was not swift. Now, with only 30 individuals remaining in the rankings, Long Haren stands far ahead, leading with 6 points. The duo's intent in joining forces is likely to eliminate the remaining candidates to enhance their own standings. However, some shook their heads in disbelief. The 30 candidates left are all elite among elites, often hidden within various shops and rooms, making them difficult to locate. Indeed, moreover, the energy radiating from the two is extraordinarily formidable, palpable even from a distance. Most people dismiss the notion, believing that the collaboration between Yin Jinghong and Chen Mo would likely amount to nothing. In the expansive monitoring room, as they observed Chen Mo and Yin Jinghong gradually ascend to the highest floor of the building in Gaoshan City, the 3 directors exchanged knowing smiles. Director Lin Jianfeng chuckled softly. "These 2 youngsters possess quite the intrigue." Qin Xian smiled. "At last, we can discern their intentions, can't we?" Yi Xingchen nodded. Their response in the moment was commendable. They recognized their declining positions in the rankings and are preparing to surge forward. Meanwhile, among the 3 martial arts masters, the others remained puzzled, unable to grasp what the 3 were truly contemplating. They seemed to exude an air of significance, perhaps. Within Gaoshan City, Chen Mo and Yin Jinghong had already reached the 16th floor, the pinnacle of the building. Here, they could survey the breathtaking scenery of the city. A closer look revealed the desolate remnants of structures ravaged by ferocious beasts, a truly terrifying sight. The second round of testing had entered a fevered stage. Yet the candidates within Gaoshan City had all concealed themselves. After all, at this juncture, both energy and spirit had begun to wane, making it unwise to act recklessly. As the fierce winds swept across the rooftop, Chen Mo brandished a tungsten steel spear, resting its shaft upon his shoulder, his gaze resembling a black hole as it overlooked the landscape of Gaoshan City. "Rest assured, Chen Mo, my hurricane ability extends beyond mere offensive prowess. It also encompasses means of detection. In this city, I can sense everything," Yin Jinghong remarked with a gentle smile beside him. The gazes of the 2 individuals were poised to execute a lethal strike on the candidates, utilizing Yin Jinghong's astonishing investigative prowess alongside Chen Mo's spear-throwing abilities. "Why don't you go yourself?" Chen Mo inquired. "When I unleash my hurricane abilities, the other candidates will inevitably sense this formidable energy and flee, which would lead to complications." Yin Jinghong replied candidly. "If I were to release my abilities from a distance, such a negligible energy would merely be perceived as an ordinary breeze by most." As the echoes of their conversation spread, all eyes suddenly froze, unable to fathom the implications of their words. "So, Chen Mo and Yin Jinghong intend to hunt the other candidates using spear-throwing techniques? That is madness. Setting aside the feasibility. The remaining candidates have already taken refuge in shops and rooms, and Chen Mo cannot simply demolish walls. To be fair, it is possible. The buildings in Gaoshan are quite dilapidated, and the walls may not be sturdy, someone interjected. But the likelihood is slim. Once they throw a spear, they would likely have to disperse. I concur. Achieving this is nearly impossible. It's overly idealistic, countless voices debated, while astonishment gripped those in the monitoring room. Although they regarded it as a fanciful notion, what if it could be accomplished? If so, perhaps they were indeed well-suited to remain in the same school. Lin Jianfeng chuckled. Qin Xian and Yi Xingchen nodded in agreement. Such coordination would undoubtedly be a formidable weapon against exotic beasts. Nonetheless, the execution would be exceedingly challenging. Setting aside whether Chen Mo's spear could hit its target and the potential weakening of its impact, Yin Jinghong's hurricane abilities were not solely designed to sense opponents. Thus, they did not believe the duo could truly achieve their objective. Amid their contemplations, Chen Mo observed Yin Jinghong, who had closed her eyes. "Are you ready?" he asked. "Ready," she confirmed, rising slightly and pointing toward a distant structure. "The first candidate is behind that 6-story wall." "Understood," Chen Mo nodded. Chapter 18. Efficiency. His original aim was to swiftly eliminate targets using the spear-throwing technique. Since Yin Jinghong was willing to collaborate, Chen Mo opted for a more straightforward approach. As for the subsequent actions, he would dispose of Long Howren and then allow Yin Jinghong to deliver the final blow. Gazing down at the distant building, Chen Mo's chest swelled as he inhaled deeply. With a resounding thud, he stepped back on one foot, his muscles tightening like twisted rope, and an energy surged forth from within him, erupting like a volcano. The colossal black energy enveloped Chen Mo, transforming him into a figure of overwhelming dread. Even Yin Jinghong, a prodigy in her own right, stood beside him, gasping in awe, a sheen of cold sweat forming on her brow. This fellow is undoubtedly capable of gaining admission to Shengwu University. Truly a remarkable individual. As Yin Jinghong pondered for a fleeting moment, a terrifying surge of dark energy converged entirely upon the spear. Zizi. The surface of the tungsten steel spear was enveloped in a layer of pitch-black energy, resembling a black hole that even light could not penetrate. Dark throwing spear. With the utterance of this phrase, Chen Mo's body coiled like an enormous spring, twisting sideways before he forcefully hurled the spear from his grasp. Boom. Amidst the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, the fearsome sound of slicing air erupted with a thunderous roar, echoing through the heavens. Within a 6-story residential building, a candidate wielding a battle axe leaned against the wall, taking a moment to rest. This second round of testing is indeed arduous. The monsters encountered are endless. The candidate sighed in relief, grateful that he had mastered a technique of breath concealment, allowing him to mask his presence. If someone were to pass by, he could strike them down effortlessly. Entering the top 10 on the kill leaderboard guarantees admission to Shengwu University. Beyond that, one must rely on the evaluation from the Dayu artificial system. But that is rather enigmatic and seldom considered by the average individual. However, amidst this examination, the emergence of the extraordinary Chen Mo, who managed to slay Wang Tianming, has indeed caught attention. One wonders if Chen Mo could possibly defeat Yin Jinghong or Long Howren. Shaking his head, he realized that such thoughts were not his concern. Just then, a faint gust of wind suddenly swept past his hair, causing the candidate to pause in disbelief. Hadn't he closed the window? He promptly leaned out to observe the scene outside. In that moment, he witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. A dark beam of light abruptly expanded before his eyes, akin to thunder, instantly filling his entire field of vision. The terrifying dark spear shattered the wall with ease and, with lightning speed, pierced through the chest of the battle axe candidate. In the next instant, the candidate felt a sweetness in his throat as he looked down to see a dark spear completely impaled through his chest. How could this be? Before he could finish his thought, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished from his location. Chen Mo and Yin Jinghong had defeated Zhang Hu. In his final moments, disbelief clouded his eyes. Why had a spear suddenly appeared? Everyone stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that the collaboration between Chen Mo and Yin Jinghong would truly prove effective. Overwhelmed with shock, as they gazed at the remaining concealed candidates on the screen, pity was etched upon their faces. The fate of the other candidates was sealed. Standing atop the highest floor, Chen Mo smiled gently. Splendid. Yin Jinghong echoed his excitement. Splendidly done. The two of us. In an instant, Chun Mo gathered his strength, resting the tungsten steel spear once more upon his shoulder. As the terrifying dark energy began to coalesce anew, Yin Jinghong excitedly pointed to a certain residential building. There, on the third floor, behind the colored glass. In an instant, Chun Mo's dark gun surged forth once more, streaking across the heavens like a meteor, shattering the silence of the entire Gaoshan city. Simultaneously, a gilded dragon surged into the sky, striking down a candidate before it with the force of a mountain, transforming them into mere light. Observing the candidate now reduced to luminescence, Long Howren shook his head, feeling a profound sense of ennui. Indeed, in this contest, no adversary warranted the full extent of his prowess. Even Wang Tianming and Yin Jinghong, not to mention Chen Mo, would only earn his commendation if they could compel him to unleash his fifth tier of abilities. With his golden dragon eyes wide open, Long Howren casually released an overwhelming aura that spread like a tidal wave of authority. The dragon, a mythical creature, manifested terrifying power as a martial artist's innate talent, incomparable to any other supernatural ability. At present, Long Howren regarded the college entrance examination merely as a formality. The Jiangnan province felt far too trivial for him, lacking any worthy opponent to challenge him. Rather, it was more accurate to say he would tread upon them. Only within the hallowed halls of Shengwadeo University could he hope to encounter a broader expanse of experience. He found himself somewhat eager to display his prowess at the university. It was said that upon enrollment, there would be a grand examination. Perhaps it was only that examination that would stir a hint of excitement within Long Howren. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated. Chen Mo and Yin Jinghong have slain Zhang Hu. Hearing this proclamation, Long Howren furrowed his brow, only to reveal a disdainful smile. He had anticipated that the combat prowess of Chen Mo and Yin Jinghong might evoke some measure of satisfaction. However, he was taken aback to discover that these two had conspired to eliminate the other candidates. Were they afraid of stumbling themselves? This was simply too feeble. Long Howren shook his head, perceiving everything as ordinary. It seemed that in this examination, no one could stand as his rival. Oh, a surge of energy. Just then, Long Howren abruptly raised his gaze to the heavens. In an instant, his form froze. He beheld, beneath the cover of light, gray clouds, dark streaks of light slicing through the sky. He could see that these streaks were formed from numerous long spears. Subsequently, these dark spears, like meteors, rained down upon every conceivable place. A cacophony of shock, terror, and anger erupted. How is this possible? The dark spears, Chen Mo. I see Yin Jinghong as well. In tandem, a series of announcements rang out. Chen Mo and Yin Jinghong have defeated Shangwan Shui. Chen Mo and Yin Jinghong have defeated Qi Yusen. Chen Mo and Yin Jinghong vanquished Lin Ziyu. The sound of announcements suddenly erupted, and in an instant, Chen Mo and Yin Jinghong had jointly eliminated 25 candidates. Except for Long Howren, all the other candidates were filled with trepidation, their scalps tingling with fear. The word impossible echoed in their minds, threatening to drive them to the brink of madness. Outside the screen, everyone felt a chilling sensation in their limbs, overwhelmed by the terrifying aura exuded by Chen Mo and Yin Jinghong. Chapter 19, Long Howren. Prior to this, no one could have fathomed that a mere presence atop a high rise could annihilate adversaries with such rapid and formidable prowess. These two monstrosities. No, it is Chen Mo alone who possesses such monstrous capabilities. The role of Yin Jinghong could easily be substituted by any martial artist. But Chen Mo's enigmatic dark abilities are truly unparalleled. If I were one of those candidates hiding inside, my face would surely pale with fear. It is essential to note that those candidates were mostly concealed within obscure structures, nearly undetectable. Yet the next moment, they would be met with the onslaught of spears, akin to shooting stars. This fellow is genuinely a prodigy. As they awakened from their virtual helmets, witnessing Chen Mo casting dark spears from the heights, their faces turned ashen, hearts trembling. In the monitoring room, Lin Jianfeng murmured, "Level of abilities?" Suddenly, all the leaders in the monitoring room grasped the situation. It seemed only a level of ability could enable such dark spears to achieve this magnitude of destruction. Haha. I believe Chen Mo is destined to be linked with our Starry Sky Martial Arts University. Qin Xian chuckled while stroking his chin. I feel our Celestial Martial Arts University would be a better fit for Chen Mo, Lin Xingchen countered, unwilling to be outdone. Witnessing this scene, Su Lingyun and Principal Wei Qingtian stood frozen, elated and astonished that their student had caught the attention of these two eminent figures. However, the battle is far from over. Whether he can truly earn our recognition will be revealed in the next confrontation. Lin Jianfeng slowly raised his hand, pointing at Long Howren, who stood motionless on the screen. On the rooftop, Yin Jinghong gazed in disbelief at the rapidly climbing kill count that placed them in a tie for first. He had presumed that such elimination would not come so swiftly. But Chen Mo, with each shot, left no one unscathed. This revelation left Yin Jinghong profoundly shocked. From hundreds of meters away, Chen Mo could unleash such destructive power with a single spear. What astounding level of energy and strength had he achieved? At that moment, Yin Jinghong's hurricane ability suddenly sensed a terrifying wave of energy. Chen Mo, I think I see Long Howren. Where? Chen Mo paused momentarily, turning his head to reveal a handsome face adorned with a wicked smile. In that direction, Yin Jinghong pointed his finger. From the shadows, a dark spear surged forth, accompanied by 6 serpentine tendrils of darkness, hurtling through the air like a meteor in a whirlwind. The ground trembled with a resounding roar. Gazing at the ominous meteor in the sky, Long Howren lifted his head, feeling the overwhelming force approaching him. Indeed, Chen Mo was an intriguing individual. He extended his hand, and instantly, golden scales resembling those of a dragon manifested beside his eyes. The terrifying golden vertical pupil fully blossomed, enveloping his right arm in a shimmering armor of scales. As he beheld the rapidly enlarging meteor, Long Howren abruptly extended his golden hand. Boom! Amidst the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, the clash of palms and spear erupted in a dazzling brilliance. The dark spear grazed Long Howren's dragon-like arm, striking the ground with a resounding thud, causing numerous fissures to fracture the earth. Without uttering a word, Long Howren indifferently lifted his hand, from which several scales fell, accompanied by 3 or 4 drops of golden blood. Am I truly injured? How intriguing. Long Howren forcefully struck the spear embedded in the ground, sending it crashing into the dilapidated shops, reducing them to ruins. Chen Mo, you are worthy of my effort. Outside the virtual realm, countless pairs of eyes widened in disbelief. Whether it was the candidates just removing their virtual helmets or the spectators standing outside, all were left in stunned silence. None had anticipated that Chen Mo's shot could actually injure Long Howren. In other words, Chen Mo now stood on equal footing with Long Howren. It is important to note that Long Howren was destined to be the top scorer in the college entrance examination, universally recognized as the best in the province. As Long Howren swiftly maneuvered, many gasped, realizing that the most significant battle of the Jiangnan province's college entrance examination, the one that would determine the top scorer, was about to unfold. Would Long Howren emerge victorious? The Zhang brothers gazed at the fiery golden figure. He will win, Li Xuanyan nodded. In terms of ability, I am comparable to Yin Jinghong, but when it comes to sheer terror, only Long Howren reigns supreme. Wang Tianming crossed his arms. While others may not grasp the extent of Long Howren's power, how could Wang Tianming, one of the 3 great prodigies, remain unaware? Having long desired to challenge Long Howren, he had personally witnessed the true might of abilities taught by Long Howren himself by the lakeside in Jiangnan City. Wang Tianming acknowledged Chen Mo's strength, yet before Long Howren, he saw no chance of victory. This individual is truly terrifying. Chen Mo, the energy fluctuations from Long Howren are drawing nearer. Before Yin Jinghong could finish his words, he abruptly noticed Chen Mo had donned a black trench coat, with the fierce wind howling, causing the coat and his hair to flutter, making the young man appear even more elegant. You stay here and watch. I will descend and return shortly. Gathering the inky black energy beneath his feet, Chen Mo descended from the tall building at a perfect 90-degree angle. Meanwhile, at the end of the street, a figure adorned with golden dragon scales gradually approached. Instantly, the entire street was starkly divided into hues of gold and black. Is this your doing? Long Howren gazed at Chen Mo, his expression serene, slowly breaking into a smile. What do you think? Chen Mo replied with a gentle smile. Suddenly, the inky black meteor lance shot forth once more, this time even distorting the air around it. Long Howren, however, spread his arms wide, golden energy surging forth to form a massive shield. With a resounding crash, the lance struck the gilded shield, and the terrifying energies collided, emitting a light more fearsome than before. Gradually, the lance fell apart, shattering into several pieces that tumbled to the ground. It's Long Howren's dragon shield, someone exclaimed from the sidelines. The dragon shield is one of Long Howren's signature techniques, possessing an extraordinarily formidable defensive capability. Such terrifying defense could likely withstand even Yin Jinghong's sword energy, Wang Tianming's ultimate flame, or attacks from a fully realized second-tier martial artist. The fact that Long Haoran resorted to this technique from the outset suggests he perceives Chun Mo as a worthy adversary and is prepared to exert his full strength. A lance descended from the heavens, firmly grasped in Chun Mo's hand. On the tall building, Yin Jinghong watched the two adversaries facing each other, unable to suppress a gulp. Though they were all second-tier martial artists, how could the three great prodigies be so formidable? Your strength is commendable. It warrants my serious attention. Long Haoran declared, his arms outstretched, golden light shimmering as if basking in sunlight, his entire physique relaxing. Those mediocre martial artists may be rather weak in battle. Chun Mo, wielding the lance with one hand, summoned forth dark energy, a terrifying force surging within him. Oh, is that so? Perhaps my capabilities differ slightly from what you envision. Long Haoran smirked, opening his right hand, a golden energy orb coalescing in his palm. Golden Dragon playing with the pearl. Countless onlookers were awestruck by the confrontation between the two. Who would emerge as the top scorer in this year's second round of testing? No. Who would secure the title of the top scholar in the Jiangnan province entrance exams and gain admission to the Sacred Martial University? Chapter 20. No concealment. No one could fathom that a person hailing from a county could arrive at this juncture, even standing against Long Haoran in the end. Countless individuals swallowed hard, feeling a tingling sensation on their scalps, utterly astounded. Now, the fierce competition for the top scorer of the college entrance examination was officially underway. In the streets, Long Haoran, wielding a golden energy orb, suddenly surged forward like a bolt of lightning, charging towards Chun Mo with terrifying speed, as if wings had sprouted from his back, enhancing his flight. In the blink of an eye, the colossal hand enveloping the energy orb was poised to strike down. Gazing at this formidable attack, Chun Mo merely smiled lightly, then unleashed a fierce glimmer as the dark spear clashed against it. A thunderous boom erupted as the sphere and spear collided, igniting a brilliant explosion of light. As the radiance faded, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Long Haoran conjured two more golden energy orbs, launching them at Chun Mo. Boom, boom, boom. Each collision represented an overwhelming release of energy, the terrifying shockwaves rippling outward like a tide, shattering the surrounding dilapidated glass and obliterating the weeds. These two individuals were nothing short of monsters. Countless spectators felt a chill run down their spines. The aura emanating from them was so potent that even a second-tier perfected martial artist or a third-tier novice would find it daunting. Undoubtedly, the battle between Long Haoran and Chun Mo epitomized the pinnacle of youth in Jiangnan province. It was time to conclude this. With a sigh, Long Haoran raised his arms high, and with a sudden clap, he pressed his palms together. In an instant, his figure vanished like a phantom, reappearing several meters away. Noticing Long Haoran's retreat, Chun Mo grinned. It seems you are preparing to unleash your ultimate move? Hearing Chun Mo's words, Long Haoran smiled faintly. Chun Mo, you truly are the most formidable opponent I have encountered in Jiangnan province. I initially intended to use this move during the entrance examination to secure a place in a prestigious academy. I never anticipated it would be needed in this manner. As his words fell, two golden dragon figures, each as thick as a fist, surged forth from Long Haoran's body. They coiled around his arms like creeping vines, ensnaring him tightly. Simultaneously, the two golden dragons turned to glare fiercely at Chun Mo, their terrifying might akin to a towering mountain, exerting immense pressure that could be faintly felt by those watching from beyond the screen. This was the Dragon Shadow. A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. They had heard of Long Haoran's mastery of this unparalleled technique during their school days, known as the Dragon Shadow. According to Long Haoran, none among his peers in Jiangnan province could compel him to reveal this formidable skill. In the present moment, as Chun Mo confronts the dark energy of Long Haoran, the latter has unleashed his most formidable technique. The battle between these two is truly terrifying. Ultimately, it seems that Long Haoran will prevail. Alas, Chun Mo has already achieved remarkable heights, second in the province. If I were to attain such a feat, my smile would be boundless. Regrettably, the position of the top scholar in the province will invariably remain with Long Haoran. This is an undeniable truth. Countless voices of discussion have erupted, and without exception, they all favor Long Haoran. After all, he has held the title of the province's top prodigy for far too long, and no one has been able to surpass him. Even figures like Yin Jinghong and Wang Tianming can only barely keep pace, gazing up at Long Howren's back. Although they are all second-tier martial artists, the disparity between Long Howren and the others is of an entirely different magnitude. Thus, the crowd boldly concludes that Chen Mo's defeat is inevitable. Meanwhile, within the vast monitoring room, as they witness Chen Mo managing to force Wang Tianming to employ his ultimate technique, the Shadow of the Flood Dragon, the audience is both astonished and sympathetic towards Chen Mo. The emergence of the Shadow of the Flood Dragon signifies that Chen Mo has no chance of victory. This technique is a manifestation of the powerful Golden Flood Dragon, and within the same tier, only a mightier force or an exceedingly rare entity could possibly suppress it. Moreover, the gap in their realms cannot be too vast. Chen Mo stands at the mid-tier of the first rank, while Long Howren has already ascended to the same mid-tier. The chasm between them is insurmountable. For Chen Mo to have come this far is already a commendable achievement. What do you think? This battle should soon reach its conclusion, shouldn't it? Qin Xian squints, chuckling softly. Long Howren, the top scholar of the province, and Chen Mo, the second. Such rankings are quite commendable. Yi Xingchen nods in agreement. Once they emerge, they can evaluate Chen Mo's extraordinary abilities, which may very well be at the level of a third-tier martial artist, warranting further cultivation. In the future, he might even attain the rank of a ninth-tier martial master. With the performance displayed today, perhaps the results from the provincial entrance examination will not be among the lowest at the enrollment ceremony of the three prestigious sacred martial universities. Meanwhile, the individuals standing behind the three directors have their attention nearly entirely focused on the ninth-tier martial master. The mention of an eighth-tier martial master sends a ripple of astonishment through the crowd, marveling at Chen Mo's potential. Why are you two in such a hurry? Lin Jianfeng rolls his eyes. This battle is far from over. Qin Xian replies with a smile. Old Lin, aren't you a bit overly confident? Long Howren, wielding the Shadow of the Flood Dragon, can contend with third-tier martial artists. Lin Jianfeng remains silent, his gaze fixed on the screen. Why not turn your head and take a look? Qin Xian and Yi Xingchen, puzzled, comply, but the scene that unfolds next causes their pupils to constrict in shock. At the end of the dilapidated street, there stood Long Howren, his arms entwined with a golden dragon, a formidable presence akin to a mountain. Just as he contemplated delivering the final blow to Chen Mo, his body suddenly stiffened. Chen Mo had cast aside his black spear, and the dark energy it contained surged back into his being. Are you conceding? Before the words could fully escape Long Howren's lips, his eyes widened in shock. A wave of darkness, capable of extinguishing all light, erupted from Chen Mo's form. This astonishing dark energy enveloped his skin at lightning speed. Raising his head, Chen Mo smiled gently, proclaiming, "Darkness engulf." In an instant, the surging black energy coalesced into a series of light armor adorned with unique runes. Behind this armor, enormous hands, fashioned from dark energy, gradually unfurled, revealing two orbs of darkness that resembled black holes within their palms. The overwhelming might emanating from Chen Mo surpassed even that of Long Howren. This aura rendered Yin Jinghong, perched upon a tall building, momentarily paralyzed, her blood freezing in her veins. Long Howren gazed at Chen Mo, whose eyes were now completely shrouded in inky blackness. Your strength is commendable. In that case, I shall reluctantly exert some of my power. Observing Long Howren's shocked expression, a subtle smile curved Chen Mo's lips. Chapter 21. Victory. As Chen Mo radiated terrifying dark energy, Long Howren, with an almost imperceptible gesture, swallowed hard. This individual possessed formidable strength. The energy emanating from Chen Mo instilled a sense of gravity in the eyes of the prodigy, destined to be the top scholar of the province. Simultaneously, countless onlookers felt an overwhelming pressure, their pupils dilating in unison. They were increasingly alarmed. Chen Mo's prowess had reached such heights. Nevertheless, what of it? After a brief moment of tension, a more terrifying battle intent ignited within Long Howren's heart. As the foremost genius of Jiangnan province, he harbored his own pride. No one could vanquish him, not even Chen Mo. Long Howren spread his arms once more, his muscles surging like tidal waves to their zenith, while the two golden dragons roared, their mouths agape towards Chen Mo. Boom! The golden energy converged, akin to a long-dormant volcano erupting. In an instant, Long Howren's figure surged forward, a massive golden dragon shadow coiling around his right arm, and then, following the terrifying punch of Long Howren, it unleashed its fury. The thunderous roar of energy sent tremors through the crowd, dispersing the surrounding air as if it were striving to create a vacuum. As he gazed upon the ever-enlarging golden fist before him, Chen Mo's expression remained utterly unchanged, a serene smile gracing his lips. In the next moment, Long Howren was suddenly enveloped by an encroaching darkness. Within this boundless void, he felt an unsettling emptiness. Abruptly, Long Howren's pupils contracted. Before him loomed a colossal black fist, hurtling toward him like a cannonball. Golden Dragon Claw. Long Howren roared, as his right arm surged with power, transforming as if it had become a dragon. Striking forth with immense force toward Chen Mo, thunderous roars erupted. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, the dark fist behind Chen Mo collided violently with Long Howren's own, unleashing a blinding radiance. These two combatants were indeed formidable. The crowd erupted in excitement, shouting fervently. This battle represented the pinnacle of skill in the Jiangnan province. Chen Mo, I demand your defeat. Long Howren bellowed, raising his fists high, the golden dragon coiling around him echoing a ferocious roar. A terrifying surge of golden energy cascaded forth. Like an unstoppable tidal wave, a force that even a typical third-tier martial artist would find insurmountable. Yet, in the next instant, the spectators of Jiangnan province beheld a scene that would remain etched in their memories forever. They witnessed Chen Mo's two massive hands rise high, as the ominous black energy sphere re-emerged. In that instant, a pair of fists enveloped with the golden dragon collided with Chen Mo's dark giant fist. Boom! The fists clashed. An explosion of tremendous energy erupted, sending shockwaves that caused the very ground to tremble. Yet amidst this chaos, Long Howren's pupils narrowed in disbelief. This cannot be real, he thought, as the black holes on Chen Mo's hands suddenly levitated, unleashing an overwhelming force of absorption that devoured Long Howren's golden dragons entirely. With the loss of his golden dragons, the radiant light surrounding Long Howren swiftly dissipated. Moments later, a colossal fist struck his body, and a portion of him vanished in an instant. I have lost. Long Howren gazed at Chen Mo, a wan smile appearing on his pallid face. Your strength is formidable. Chen Mo replied with a smile. The title of top scholar in the province belongs to you. Long Howren shook his head. Not unexpected, Chen Mo responded calmly. Long Howren stared at Chen Mo for a long while, until finally, his form transformed into a faint glimmer, on the verge of disappearing from this virtual realm. With your achievements, perhaps you can secure a place in the finest academy at the Holy Martial University. Long Howren managed a bleak smile. Striving to excel in the entrance examination, I yearn to see your presence in the school of your choice. He initially believed that within the entire Jiangnan province, no one could rival him. However, with the emergence of Chen Mo, this notion was utterly shattered. Gazing at the vanishing figure of Long Howren, Chen Mo remarked with a smile, perhaps you should transform your silhouette into a mere shadow? That would be more fitting. Long Howren nearly burst into laughter but ultimately shook his head. What a conceited fellow. Chen Mo's triumph over Long Howren positioned him at the pinnacle of the current kill leaderboard. As this proclamation echoed, the first to react were the four individuals still engaged in the examination space. They paused momentarily before simultaneously shaking their heads. I choose to surrender to Chen Mo. Chen Mo defeated Yi, further solidifying his top rank. High above, Yin Jinghong descended like a swallow, her seemingly tranquil demeanor belied by the tumultuous beating of her heart. You are truly impressive, she remarked. No one could have anticipated that Chen Mo would vanquish Long Howren and secure the title of provincial champion, the foremost position in Jiangnan's entrance examination. No one could have foreseen this. Turning to Yin Jinghong, Chen Mo offered a gentle smile. Shall we engage in a final showdown for this examination? Yin Jinghong replied with a peculiar smile. Me? I choose to surrender. In an instant, Chen Mo stood alone in the entirety of Gaoshan City. Chen Mo defeated Yin Jinghong, claiming the top position on the kill leaderboard. Ding! With only Chen Mo remaining in the second round of testing, he was declared the ultimate champion. Congratulations to candidate Chen Mo for achieving the title of provincial champion in Jiangnan. This notification has been issued by the Dayu Intelligence System and shall be conveyed to the chairman of the Great Xia Federal Congress. Thank you to all participants. Listening to the words resonating in his ears, Chen Mo smiled faintly, sensing that he had accomplished something significant. Gazing at the pale gray clouds above, he understood that his future would no longer be confined to Jiangnan province alone. More splendid horizons awaited his arrival. What a thrilling prospect. Chen Mo 1. He triumphed over Long Haren? He claimed the championship of Jiangnan province? The entire venue, nay, it seemed the whole of Jiangnan province, fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Countless candidates stared in astonishment at the screen displaying Chen Mo. Who could have imagined that a person hailing from a county town, possessing merely a mid-tier martial arts rank, could reach such heights? I am actually the brother of the provincial champion? Lin Qiming muttered to himself, his mind momentarily paralyzed. This is the end, the end. The recently awakened Shang Wankong, upon seeing this news, fainted once more. Countless individuals widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom how a mere Chen Mo could consecutively triumph over three formidable contenders to secure the title of the top scorer in the Jiangnan province's college entrance examination. Yet, the reality unfolded before them, compelling their acceptance. Within the monitoring room, numerous senior leaders and emerging young executives exhibited expressions of astonishment. Clearly, at the onset of the examination, none could have anticipated that an inconspicuous Chen Mo would conquer his formidable rivals and ultimately earn the esteemed title of the province's top scholar. No one had envisioned such an outcome. Wei Qingtian, the principal of Jiangbei No. 1 High School, was nearly overcome with excitement, almost fainting. Had it not been for the presence of officials, he might have danced atop the table. Su Lingyun, the commander of Jiangnan province, was equally exhilarated, nearly leaping from his seat. Such an extraordinary talent had not graced the political landscape in years. This was surely a tale of fortunes changing, reminiscent of the saying, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Yi Xingqian, director of the admissions office at Sangqiong Martial Arts University, shook his head in wonder. Indeed, it is a hidden dragon among tigers. The level of Chen Mo's extraordinary abilities is simply astonishing. However, when Yi Xingqian turned around, he discovered that Qin Xian and Lin Jianfeng had simultaneously vanished from sight. Realization dawned upon him, and he grew anxious. Are you two racing to snatch him away? How uncouth of you. In an instant, Yi Xingqian too disappeared, leaving the onlooking leaders exchanging glances, ultimately breaking into wry smiles. What followed was bound to be an unprecedented contest for the top scholar from Jiangnan province. In the annals of Jiangnan's history, it was nearly unheard of for three prestigious martial arts universities to compete over a single candidate. And yet, Chen Mo had achieved such a remarkable feat. Numerous high-ranking officials and affluent businessmen expressed their astonishment, pondering just how enticing the recruitment tactics of the three esteemed martial arts academies would be. Chapter 22. Thunder. As the college entrance examination drew to a close, the revelation of the results left everyone astounded. Prior to this, few could have imagined that Chen Mo, from Jiangbei No. 1 High School, would emerge as the top scholar of the entire province. Subsequently, a multitude of reporters gathered at the entrance, interviewing various candidates and officials. Some astute journalists even sought out photographs of Wei Qingtian, specifically requesting interviews with him. Within mere minutes, the entire province of Jiangnan was abuzz with news surrounding Chen Mo. Had it not been for the fact that he was an orphan, one might have expected a rush to his home. Meanwhile, amidst the external fervor within a special room, the atmosphere was equally charged. Chen Mo, Long Haren, Yin Jinghong, and Wang Tianming sat together, gazing at the three imposing martial arts directors before them. Indeed, the quality of this year's candidates from Jiangnan province is impressively high, Lin Jianfeng remarked with a satisfied smile, his eyes narrowed in contentment. Now, let us stop dilly-dallying and get down to business. Qin Xian suddenly grew anxious, yet when he turned his gaze towards Chen Mo, his demeanor softened. Chen Mo, to what level has your extraordinary ability evolved? Upon hearing this, all eyes in the room shifted abruptly to Chen Mo. Long Haren and the others looked on with keen interest. They could not believe that merely possessing a dark ability at the evolved level could have bested them so thoroughly. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and replied, "Since my evolution, I haven't given it much thought or measurement. It isn't a matter of great concern." Yi Xingqian from Sangqiong Martial University chuckled as he presented a palm-sized device. "This is an instrument to test the strength of your talent. Simply infuse your ability energy into it, and you will know your talent level," he explained. "All right," Chen Mo replied without hesitation, immediately channeling a surge of dark energy into the device. He had no intention of concealing his abilities. Conceal? Nonsense. In the era of high martial arts, hiding one's talents and levels only alienated one from resources, inevitably leading to substantial setbacks. As his energy flowed into the device, a brilliant white light suddenly erupted from it. Then, amidst the gazes of several onlookers, a voice rang out. The Daiyu artificial intelligence system has detected a level talent ability. This information is to be classified. All present must sign a non-disclosure agreement and refrain from disseminating this information, announced the president of the Great Xia Federal Council. Instantly, the room fell into a profound silence as everyone stared incredulously at Chinemo. They had considered the possibility of a level talent. Yet such talents were exceedingly rare. Only about 5 individuals had emerged across the 54 provinces of the Great Xia Federation. No wonder it could swallow my golden flood dragon. Long Howren sighed, shaking his head with a wry smile. He had realized during their earlier battle that Chun Mo's energy intensity was far beyond his own. Now, witnessing Chun Mo's level talent ability, even the prideful Long Howren felt a sense of relief. The other 2 prodigies shared the same sentiment. Excellent. Wonderful. In that moment, Lin Jianfeng from Xianyuan Martial University, Qin Xian from Xingkong Martial University, and Yi Xingchen from Zhangqiong Martial University regarded Chun Mo with expressions akin to those admiring a stunning beauty. Feeling somewhat uneasy under their scrutinizing gazes, Chun Mo inquired, "Is there something you need, directors?" Lin Jianfeng replied with a smile, "Chun Mo, on behalf of Xianyuan Martial University, one of the 3 sacred martial universities of the Great Xia Federation, I extend a formal invitation to you. Should you choose to attend our university, all accommodation and living expenses will be covered, and you will receive scholarships and financial aid each year during your 4 years of study." At this proclamation, everyone present, including Qin Xian and Yi Xingchen, was momentarily taken aback. Lin Jianfeng was making his move. Meanwhile, Long Howren, Yin Jinghong, and Wang Tianming looked on with envious expressions, fully aware that a battle among extraordinary prodigies was about to unfold. "No, old Lin, do you think these trifling offerings are enough to sway our classmate Chun Mo?" Qin Xian chuckled warmly. "If Chun Mo were to join our school, he would receive far more than what's been proposed. Our institution, the Starry Sky Martial Arts University, offers a monthly stipend of 100,000 for your living expenses, enabling you to focus on your cultivation and daily life. Moreover, we are renowned as the most formidable among the 3 sacred martial universities. Choosing us would undoubtedly be in your favor." Before Chun Mo could respond, Yi Xingchen interjected, "We at the Celestial Martial Arts University hold Chun Mo in high regard as well. Should you decide to enroll with us, we can match those conditions. Additionally, our university boasts the highest number of beautiful female students among the 3 sacred martial universities. I can arrange for several charming senior sisters to accompany you in your studies, so you shall never feel lonely." At this proclamation, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Chun Mo leisurely tapped his fingers, pondering. Qin Xian from the Starry Sky Martial Arts University was the first to recover. Wait, beautiful companions for study? Who doesn't he have that? Lin Jianfeng from the Xianyuan Martial Arts University rolled his eyes. The gender ratio in all 3 sacred martial universities is 50-50. Are you trying to boast? It was evident how fiercely the 3 sacred martial universities were vying for Chun Mo's attention. This overwhelming competition left Chun Mo feeling somewhat bashful. Though his initial aspirations aligned with such attention, he had never encountered such grand displays. "Chun Mo, we can each provide you with a set of extraordinary level weaponry," Qin Xian asserted. "Extraordinary level? You underestimate Chun Mo," Yi Xingchen countered. "If you come to our university, you'll receive extreme level weaponry after reaching the 4th tier. Our university also offers a variety of beautiful girls," Yi Xingchen added, provoking Lin Jianfeng's ire. "Yi Xingchen, you are becoming increasingly shameless," he exclaimed, visibly agitated. Initially, this group had viewed Chun Mo with skepticism, yet after witnessing his extraordinary abilities, they seemed to be completely transformed, as if under a spell. If this continued, Lin Jianfeng feared he might not be able to compete. After careful consideration, he quickly made his move. "Chun Mo, should you join Xianyuan Martial Arts University, I assure you will have the opportunity to compete for celestial artifacts every year during your 4 years of study." At once, the breath of Long Howren and the others hitched in surprise. Yi Xingchen and Qin Xian, caught off guard, exchanged bewildered glances at Lin Jianfeng's bold statement. Such a significant offer? Lin Jianfeng smirked at their astonishment. "I, Lin Jianfeng, am a man of my word. Chun Mo, we at Xianyuan Martial Arts University sincerely wish for you to join us." Although Chun Mo was unfamiliar with celestial artifacts, the gravity of the situation, coupled with the expressions of the other 2 directors, led him to understand that this was the pinnacle of conditions offered by Xianyuan Martial Arts University. Therefore, he did not hesitate. Then, it shall be Xianyuan Martial Arts University. Excellent. Excellent. Lin Jianfeng erupted into laughter. In recent years, the most promising talents have been seized by the Starry Sky Martial Arts University and the Celestial Martial Arts University, resulting in the Xianyuan Martial Arts University often languishing at the bottom of the rankings. Such a situation must not occur again. Qin Xian and Yi Xingchen sighed, lamenting their inability to secure Chen Mo. However, instead of expressing their frustration, they graciously presented him with an extraordinarily precious elixir. Dear Chen Mo, although we could not persuade you to choose our university, I extend my greetings on behalf of the Starry Sky Martial Arts University. This dragon blood pill is for you. May you cultivate diligently and strive to break through to the second-tier martial artist level, Qin Xian remarked with a smile. We at the Celestial Martial Arts University also wish to forge a friendship with you, Chen Mo. This is the 9-star blood-nourishing pill, crafted by our institution, and we present it to you as a token of goodwill, Yi Xingchen added with a grin. The words of the two directors were exceedingly pleasant to hear. They truly embodied the grace of those in high positions. Chen Mo, appreciating their gestures, graciously accepted the offerings, saying, "Thank you, esteemed directors. I, the younger generation, shall remember your kindness." Upon hearing his words, Yi Xingchen and Qin Xian nodded in satisfaction, following Chen Mo's decision to join Xianyuan Martial Arts University. The choices of the three prodigies, Long Haoran, Yin Jinghong, and Wang Tianming, were next. Ultimately, Long Haoran opted for Starry Sky Martial Arts University. Yin Jinghong accompanied Chen Mo to Xianyuan Martial Arts University, while Wang Tianming chose Celestial Martial Arts University. Chen Mo exchanged contact information with Long Haoran, Yin Jinghong, and Wang Tianming, making plans to gather at a restaurant outside. Despite the fierce competition in the virtual realm, where they battled with fervor, the reality was that after the college entrance examination, they were all part of the human race, united as one. Simultaneously, Chen Mo and his companions received messages from their respective martial arts universities, instructing them to report in a month. The excitement surged, and they celebrated with various fine wines. The entire Jiangnan province felt too small for them. Only upon reaching the sacred martial arts university could they truly showcase their splendor. As the month-long holiday concluded, Chen Mo felt the immense vigor surging within him. He had reached the mid-level of a second-tier martial artist. With his exceptional comprehension, he placed great importance on his foundational skills, striving for perfection in every advancement. After consuming 2 elixirs gifted by the Sacred Martial Arts University, Chen Mo experienced yet another enhancement. Although he currently stood at the mid-level of a second-tier martial artist, the intensity of energy within him was already comparable to that of a third-tier martial artist. As the month came to an end, he prepared to board a plane with Yin Jinghong to the capital. Chen Mo was filled with boundless anticipation for the capital and the Sacred Martial Arts University, for it was there that he could truly shine. However, he had heard that prior to entering the academy, there was a crucial entrance examination, and the consequences of failing it were said to be quite severe. Chen Mo felt a slight pressure. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed, "Congratulations, host. You have met the sign-in time. Would you like to sign in?" With a thought, Chen Mo responded eagerly, "Sign in immediately. Congratulations, host. You have completed the second month of sign-ins and received the reward, Level 9 Celestial Thunder." Chapter 23, The Pinnacle of Talents. Celestial Thunder? A flicker of astonishment flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. He had not anticipated that the reward for the second sign-in would also be a level talent. In other words, he now possessed the status of a top-tier prodigy with 3 talents. The system has detected compatibility between the level Dark Divine Body and the level 9 Celestial Thunder. System initiating fusion. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the level talent, 9 Heavens Dark Thunder Body. In an instant, a vast surge of power coursed through Chen Mo's body, rendering him even more formidable and awe-inspiring. The entire system space seemed shrouded in countless dark thunders, growing like towering peaks of darkness. What an astonishing ability. Beyond level. Could there truly be more levels? Was he perhaps the only one in the entire world to possess such power? The thought stirred a wave of excitement within Chen Mo. After feeling the immense energy within him, Chen Mo opened his eyes, which resembled black holes, and within them, a terrifying energy of lightning flickered. Threefold talents. A creation of heaven and earth. With 8 hours remaining before he would head to Xianyuan Martial University for the opening ceremony, he resolved to refine his 3 abilities: Dark Annihilation, Dark World Destruction, and Dark Spear. These abilities seemed to require further enhancement. As he gazed at the system space filled with dark thunder, waves of dark divine thunder surged around him, transforming into countless terrifying presences that radiated outward. Instantly, Shun Imo opened his right palm, and the brilliance of dark divine thunder erupted, coalescing into a spear of dark thunder measuring 3 meters in length. Next came the moment to showcase his extraordinary comprehension. Every prestigious martial university holds an entrance ceremony, or more accurately, an entrance examination. This examination not only determines your university life for the next 4 years, but also decides which academy within the martial university you will choose. Each academy possesses its own unique characteristics. However, choosing the wrong academy may lead to a painfully slow cultivation process during those 4 years, causing one to fall behind. Thus, the 200 prodigies entering Xianyuan Martial University were fully prepared, setting off from various locations. In the capital of the Great Xia, within a spacious training room akin to a football field, a petite girl, approximately 1.5 meters tall and clad in combat attire, stood with her eyes closed, sensing the 10 third-grade mechanical puppets before her. Suddenly, Lan Shi opened her eyes. Boom. Suddenly, a series of dark golden flying daggers erupted from the belt, accompanied by a surge of terrifying energy. The 10 mechanical puppets immediately reacted, their eyes ablaze with blue light, attempting to charge towards Lan Shi. However, the sound of slicing echoed through the training room as the mechanical puppets swiftly disintegrated, revealing their intricate inner workings filled with precise wiring. Subsequently, 10 black gold daggers circled around them, shimmering with an intensely chilling radiance. Miss, Xianyuan Martial Arts University has issued a notice requesting your presence today for the enrollment ceremony, announced a white-haired butler. Understood. Prepare the vehicle, Lan Shi replied with a shrug, extending her arms as an invisible force surged forth, drawing all the black gold daggers back to her waist. Xianyuan Martial Arts University. I hope there are those who can withstand my daggers within its walls. In a lofty and picturesque valley, a renowned scenic spot controlled by the wealthiest merchant in the province, all access had been closed off for a month. Yet, beneath a waterfall that cascaded like a 1,000-foot drop, stood a towering figure of 2 meters and 4 centimeters. His body exuded a bronze hue, resembling an ancient Buddha, standing immovable beneath the waterfall. In an instant, Gujin abruptly opened his eyes, revealing orbs of bronze light. A tremendous energy erupted from his being, even halting the falling water from the cliff. He then stepped through the waterfall, releasing a formidable energy that caused the surrounding air to distort slightly. Sir, Xianyuan Martial Arts University has sent a message, another man addressed him respectfully. Very well, Gujin nodded lightly, turning his gaze towards the direction of the university. An enrollment ceremony. I hope it does not resemble this province, filled with mere trifles. Meanwhile, in a mountain forest, a handsome youth clad in a long robe strolled leisurely. Despite the moss-covered stones scattered about and countless vines hanging down like venomous serpents, the youth remained calm and unperturbed, as if the surroundings had no effect on him. Gradually, he made his way to a clearing, where a myriad of creatures burst forth from the dense woods. There were chirping yellow sparrows, plump badgers, spiny hedgehogs, and even majestic tigers that once ruled the forest. Yet, at this moment, they all lay prostrate before the handsome youth, gazing at him as if he were a deity. Truly, you all seem fond of fighting. Have you sustained so many injuries? Observing the wounds of the animals, Sheng Wujia smiled gently and sighed. Then let me assist you. With that, Sheng Wujia raised his hands, and a platinum light began to swirl forth. The radiant platinum light resembled the most resplendent holy glow in the universe, capable of dispelling countless shadows. Subsequently, this luminescence enveloped a multitude of creatures. In an instant, the wounds of these animals began to heal, and moments later, they were restored to a state of health. Gratitude resonated from every being present. I suspect I shall not return here for several months. Saint Wujing gazed at his hands, contemplating that he too must strive earnestly. The enrollment ceremony, perhaps? I hope that my holy light can entirely banish them. At this very moment, within the largest airport in Jiangnan province, a massive passenger aircraft stood prominently on the tarmac. Countless onlookers were awestruck, having heard that this aircraft was designated for transporting students to Shengwu Dao University. The mere mention of Shengwu Dao University was enough to inspire astonishment. Before the aircraft, 4 figures awaited: Su Lingyun, Yin Jinghong, and 2 students, Li Xuanyun and Yi Kong, approved by the Diu Artificial Intelligence System for admission to Tsinghua Dao University. They were currently waiting for someone. Where's Tsinghua? Has he perhaps overindulged in his training? Yi Kong inquired. Impossible. I just called him, Li Xuanyun replied. Let us wait. There's no rush, Yin Jinghong added with a smile. Ah, youth is characterized by impatience. Look, here he comes, Su Lingyun said, gently pointing toward a figure in the distance, dragging a suitcase. However, as all 4 turned their gaze toward Chen Mo, they were simultaneously taken aback. Chapter 24. Making Connections. Chen Mo's attire was exceedingly ordinary, merely a black and white tracksuit. Yet, he emanated an aura of formidable pressure. Upon sensing this, the pupils of Yin Jinghong and the others constricted sharply. If the previous Chen Mo had been as unfathomable as a black hole, now he bore an additional layer of inexplicable ferocity. It was not until Chen Mo smiled and reigned in his aura that he appeared as an unremarkable tourist once more. This fellow has grown stronger, Li Xuanyun remarked with a wry smile. Just a few days have passed, hasn't he? I recall our last gathering was merely days ago. Yin Jinghong mused. Tsinghua is truly impressive, Yi Kong remarked with a grin. As they watched Chen Mo approach, Su Lingyun cheerfully took his suitcase. Did you break through in your training? Su Lingyun inquired. Indeed, I've gained a smidgen of understanding, Chen Mo replied with a gentle smile. A smidgen? Su Lingyun, Yin Jinghong, and Yi Kong exchanged glances. It seemed likely that Chen Mo could defeat them with a single strike now. Given this intensity, it must be more than a trivial enhancement. The group shared a rueful laugh. In their previous locale, they may have been considered prodigies, but before Chen Mo, they felt akin to ordinary individuals. After attending Xianyuan Martial Arts University, this sense of disparity would likely only amplify. Let us board the plane. Upon entering the university, one must strive to excel. Su Lingyun smiled gently, saying, I shall not accompany you. As the commander, I must remain here. Thank you, Commander Su, the 4 responded, cupping their fists in gratitude. Su Lingyun then remarked with a smile, once you arrive at the Tsinghua Dao University, you must truly perform well. Our Jiangnan province has not fared well in recent years. It is up to you to restore our pride. Furthermore, do not blindly compare yourselves to others. Within Tsinghua Dao University, there exists an abundance of truly gifted talents, far too numerous to count. Comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. Su Lingyun gestured grandly. The entrance examination is quite challenging. Yet, the difficulty signifies substantial rewards. Only those who excel in the entrance examination can choose the colleges they aspire to attend. Selecting the wrong college is akin to choosing the wrong university, making it arduous to fully realize your potential. Su Lingyun clenched his fist and exchanged fist bumps with the 4, his eyes betraying a hint of moisture. The Xianyuan Martial Arts University comprises 4 distinct colleges, and the selection process mirrors that of the National College Entrance Examination, determining your college based on your examination results. Only through exceptional performance can one select a college that truly aligns with one's aspirations. Understood, the 4 exclaimed in unison before boarding the plane. Soon, the aircraft took off, soaring into the heavens, towards the boundless sky. Watching the plane gradually fade from view, Su Lingyun felt a pang of nostalgia. He hoped these young individuals would not be disheartened. Within Tsinghua Dao University, genuine prodigies abound. Reflecting on his own past, he recalled believing himself invincible, only to discover, upon entering Xianyuan Martial Arts University, that there are always greater mountains and more capable individuals beyond one's own. The memory of his own daunting entrance examination caused Su Lingyun's cheeks to flush. The entrance examination is indeed formidable. May these youngsters persevere. Oh, and then there are Long Haoran and Wang Tianming. Alas, they have their hands full today. Several hours later, the plane arrived in the capital. Gazing at the bustling metropolis, Chen Mo and his companions were left in awe. Towering skyscrapers adorned the landscape. Various hovering vehicles dazzled the eye, and even in the skies, formidable martial artists piloted sleek shuttles, exuding an air of grace and power. The 4 followed their mobile navigation and soon arrived at Xianyuan Martial Arts University. On July 7th, 1 month after the college entrance examination, the time had come for the 3 esteemed Tsinghua Dao universities to commence their academic sessions. At the right side of the entrance to Xianyuan Martial Arts University, a gate exclusively for new students had been established. There stood many students, clad in diverse attire, chattering excitedly, eagerly awaiting the university's arrangements. Before them stood a group of individuals, each among the top 10 scorers of their respective provinces, and even more remarkably, some were the champions of the National College Entrance Examination. They had gathered here today for the entrance examination. Such formidable prowess. Yin Jinghong cast a casual glance at certain individuals, murmuring softly to herself. Some figures donned ordinary black robes, yet emanated an aura as imposing as a mountain. Others bore long spears on their backs, their statuesque forms reminiscent of ancient generals. Among them was a petite figure, whose mere appearance captivated countless astonished gazes. A young girl with blue hair gracefully descended from a luxury vehicle, and with each step she took, the crowd felt an overwhelming sense of pressure akin to an impending storm. She was none other than the esteemed young lady of the Lan family from the capital. Lan Shi, what a remarkable individual, achieving mid-level third-grade warrior status at such a young age. It is said that she possesses an extraordinary talent for mental power. This gift, combined with her prestigious lineage, conjures an unimaginable force. During the entrance examination, Lan Shi is sure to secure a position among the top 3. Beside Chinemo, many formidable contenders couldn't help but wipe the sweat from their brows. The capital serves as the economic and political heart of the entire Great Xia Federation, and those warriors hailing from here have received an education that far surpasses that of others. Lan Shi stands as one of the pinnacle representatives. It is rumored that she began her martial training at the tender age of 3, mastering the majority of martial arts by the age of 10. And in pursuit of speed, she deliberately stunted her growth. After awakening her level of mental power, she became even more terrifying, virtually undefeated throughout the entire capital. It is said that she ranked second in the college entrance examination. Who would have imagined that such a little girl could easily overshadow me? Li Sunyun remarked with a wry smile. There are always greater talents beyond our own, and mountains beyond mountains. It is essential to maintain a humble heart. Chen Mo responded with a gentle smile. Chen Mo, however, felt little concern. Instead, his gaze shifted, soon falling upon another figure. Approaching from a distance was a man resembling an iron tower, standing at an imposing height of 2 meters and 40 centimeters. His body bound by thousands of pounds of iron chains. With each step he took, the air around him seemed to collapse. This was Gu Jin of the Gu family from the Min Tianqing province, this year's champion of the college entrance examination. It is said that his awakened talent is the level of ancient bronze. To compare him to a humanoid beast is rather terrifying, isn't it? It is quite normal. I have heard that his daily training involves sitting beneath a waterfall. Another master has emerged. I am already looking forward to the entrance examination. The crowd gasped in astonishment. All were prodigies who ranked highly in the examination, yet within this realm of talent, disparities remained. Terms like prodigy, genius, top-tier talent, and monstrosity are not mere fabrications. Brother Chen, what are you observing? Yi Kong inquired, noticing Chun Mo's unwavering gaze. Chen Mo chuckled softly. I have encountered quite an intriguing individual. Just then, a melodious cry resonated through the air, prompting everyone to gaze skyward. A figure descended gracefully upon a white crane, clad in a flowing white robe. This ethereal being floated down from the heavens, eventually standing at the center with an air of nonchalance. Who could that be? What a display! Sheng Wuji, acclaimed as the most formidable newcomer at the Xianyuan Martial Arts University. But wait, they haven't even engaged in combat yet. How could he already be deemed the strongest? He possesses a top-tier talent, merely a step away from the pinnacle level. No wonder. Goodness. His strength must have already reached the mid-tier of the 3rd rank. I sense that the first place in the entrance examination has already been claimed by him. A look of astonishment spread across the crowd. Such a paragon of excellence was verging on the realm of prodigies. Soon after, several other top-tier talents arrived, inciting waves of applause from the onlookers. It seemed that our Jiangnan province was on the verge of being overshadowed. Yin Jinghong offered a faint, bitter smile. There's no escaping it. Our Jiangnan province has always been regarded as the underdog at Tsinghua University. Li Xuanyin offered a word of consolation to Yin Jinghong. Then let us endeavor to change that. Chun Mo smiled gently, his words leaving Yin Jinghong and the others momentarily stunned. The trio exchanged glances, a complex array of emotions flickering in their eyes. Perhaps, in the pursuit of change, Chen Mo truly possessed the capability to make a difference. The crowd was reminded of a month prior, during the college entrance examination, when he had emerged as an ultimate dark horse, triumphing over Longhauren. At that time, Who could have imagined that Chun Mo could best Long Haren and secure the top spot? Yet, at this moment, the figure in the white robe approached Chun Mo, causing everyone to collectively ease their breaths. Sheng Wuji stood before Chun Mo, flashing a bright smile. I am Sheng Wuji. May we be introduced? Chapter 25, Blocked Path. Everyone momentarily froze. Since Sheng Wuji's arrival, his demeanor had been one of indifference, yet now he was the one initiating an introduction. It was noteworthy that neither Lan Qi nor Gu Jin had enjoyed such an honor. Even they regarded Chun Mo with narrowed eyes, seemingly evaluating what charm this youth possessed to capture Sheng Wuji's attention. In their eyes, this entrance ceremony was solely about themselves and Sheng Wuji. The youth before them appeared to hail from the remote Jiangnan province. Hearing Sheng Wuji's words, Chun Mo returned a smile. From Jiangnan province, I am Chun Mo instantly. The crowd started to comprehend. So he hails from Jiangnan province. No wonder I didn't recognize him. Did I hear correctly that this lad is from a county town? A county town? TSK. Is Jiangnan province truly this lackluster now? Could a mere individual from a county town attain the highest honors? Do not underestimate Chun Mo. I have witnessed his combat videos, and they are quite formidable. Humph, how terrifying could someone with such humble beginnings truly be? Lan Qi, Gu Jin, and the other prodigies merely shook their heads at this spectacle, dismissing it as a fleeting whim of Sheng Wuji. After shaking hands with Chun Mo, Sheng Wuji chuckled softly, expressing his anticipation for their duel at the entrance ceremony. Chun Mo reciprocated with a smile, sharing in the excitement. Subsequently, the two parted ways like two passers-by, slightly turning away from each other. Brother Chen, do you know him? Yi Kong inquired, as the esteemed newcomer, hailed as the strongest freshman, had unexpectedly approached Chun Mo, leaving the trio somewhat bewildered. I do not know him personally, but our abilities are acquainted, Chun Mo replied candidly. It was no wonder his dark divine body reacted. It turned out the other party possessed an exceedingly rare light-based holy ability. Was this destined to be a clash? Chun Mo shook his head lightly, suggesting it was merely a challenge from the weak to the strong. The new students did not have to wait long. 18 martial artists emerged from the school gate, their auras remarkably stable, indicating that most were second-year volunteers who had achieved the 4th rank in martial prowess. Instantly, the hearts of nearly all the newcomers tightened. They understood that the entrance ceremony was about to commence. The leading volunteer scanned the crowd and announced, those from the respective provinces, follow your seniors into the school and proceed to the venue. Soon, groups began to follow the volunteers in orderly fashion, seemingly moving from various directions. Then, it was Chun Mo's group's turn. Jiangnan province, Baoyu province, and Fusha province, come with me, a volunteer instructed, casting a glance their way. Upon entering the campus, Chun Mo and his companions were momentarily taken aback by the breathtaking scenery before them. Towering trees obscured the sky, colossal venues reminiscent of airships, a playground spanning no less than 20 football fields, and an array of picturesque lakes that dazzled the eyes. Chun Mo found himself quite captivated by the visual feast. Is it not customary for your Jiangnan province to organize visits to Shengwadao University? A short-haired youth with crossed arms remarked flippantly. His name was Xiao Wuheng, the top scorer from Baoyu province, and his prowess was impressively at the 2nd rank's peak. In an instant, anger flickered in the hearts of Yan Jinghong, Li Xuanyan, and the others, who were about to retort when another youth nearby interjected. Xiao Wuheng, have you forgotten? The provinces at the bottom of the rankings generally do not possess the qualifications to participate in academic exchanges. Gu Fengyue, also a top scorer from Fusha province and equally a master of the 2nd rank's peak, shook his head with a smile. The words of these two leading scholars prompted chuckles from the followers accompanying them. In an instant, Yan Jinghong and the others grew increasingly irate. Just as Yan Jinghong was about to speak, he was halted by Chun Mo. Calm down, Chun Mo remarked with a smile. As Gu Fengyue and Xiao Wuheng assumed Chun Mo would choose to endure, his next words caused them to direct their gazes towards him simultaneously. There is no merit in squabbling with a bunch of trash. Chun Mo smiled faintly, adding, the more one fusses, the more time is squandered. In that moment, Yan Jinghong and the others felt a deep resonance. This was precisely what Chun Mo ought to have said. You, Gu Fengyue and Xiao Wuheng, turned to Chun Mo, their eyes ablaze with fury. Get lost, Chun Mo replied with a smile. In an instant, their faces flushed with indignation. Had it not been for the Martial Arts University's prohibition against private duels, they would have surely taken action against this insolent youth. Just wait. You shall see how I teach you a lesson during the entrance ceremony, They threatened, their tempers barely contained. Shortly, the entrance examination would commence, and they needed to maintain their best state to face this critical juncture, one that would dictate their cultivation lives for the next 4 years. Engaging in a petty squabble with a fellow from the Jiangnan province would only tarnish their spirits, a triviality unworthy of their time. They resolved to demonstrate their true strength to Chun Mo when the time came for the entrance examination. Within a grand edifice of Xianyuan Martial Arts University, Lin Jianfeng surveyed the scenery below, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Ah, this new batch of students is truly remarkable. Just then, a venerable elder in a white robe approached him. Despite his age, the elder appeared vigorous, his hair as dark as that of a middle-aged man. Surrounding him was a subtle aura of yin and yang, emanating a formidable and unfathomable presence, evidently at the threshold of the 9th rank martial king. Old Hua, you seem to be in fine spirits, Lin Jianfeng remarked with a smile. Hua Xiao cast a glance at Lin Jianfeng, retorting, this year's admissions are indeed impressive. The likes of Sheng Wuji, Lan Qi, and Gu Jin are all first-year prodigies. The newcomer was none other than Hua Xiao, the vice president of Xianyuan Martial Arts University. Lin Jianfeng smiled lightly. You seem to have overlooked one. Hua Xiao inquired, who? Chun Mo, Lin Jianfeng replied. Hua Xiao was taken aback, rifling through his memories of Chun Mo. After a moment, he recalled, the top scholar from Jiangnan province? Old Lin, you must be jesting. Just days ago, you requested the highest standards for new students, specifically applying for the competition for divine artifacts. Was it not for Sheng Wuji? Hua Xiao questioned. In that instant, Hua Xiao grasped a startling implication. Is it for Chun Mo? Lin Jianfeng shrugged. Insanity. Hua Xiao exclaimed. However, you typically have a rationale for your actions. Enlighten me. A Class B ability, with consummate marksmanship, will that suffice? Lin Jianfeng chuckled. Hua Xiao was momentarily speechless, then exclaimed, that is more than sufficient. Good heavens. Jiangnan province has indeed given rise to a genius. The extraordinary beings of a certain caliber are typically kept confidential by the artificial intelligence of DU. Generally speaking, aside from those present, hardly anyone is privy to this information. As for whether such matters will be disseminated, one must consider that among them, one is an 8th rank martial venerable and the other a 9th rank martial king. What do they have to fear from dissemination? Most importantly, martial artists of this exceptional talent have long been coveted by the Starry Sky Martial Arts University and the Celestial Martial Arts University. Now that they have acquired such a gifted martial artist, although it required the expenditure of a quota for a celestial artifact, Hua Xiao feels it is not a loss. It is well known that a martial artist of this caliber has the potential to become a formidable martial king. In time, such a talent will greatly enhance the combat strength of the entire human race. Let me see which underperforming sophomore has been drawn from Chun Mo's group. Hua Xiao smiled lightly, then waved his sleeve, and in an instant, a flicker of soft light erupted, followed by the appearance of a massive screen. Reflected upon the screen was the scene of Chun Mo and his companions walking. At the entrance of the small gate before them, it was marked Gate 17. Gate 17? Could it be that fellow Zhao Ming? Lin Jianfeng was taken aback. Indeed, it is he. Hua Xiao crossed his hands and smiled gently. If it is him, then it shall be interesting. At the entrance of Gate 17, the volunteer guide had mysteriously departed. What remained before the crowd was a gate that permitted only one person to enter. At the threshold stood a magnificent structure resembling a glassbird's nest, resplendent and hovering in midair, sparkling with countless reflections under the brilliant sunlight. Clearly, this was the venue for the entrance examination. Could it be? Are we expected to enter through here? It seems so. The entrance is rather narrow. Let us proceed to partake in the new student examination. Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuhing spoke in succession. Just as they were about to enter, a figure cloaked in blood red suddenly obstructed their path. The crimson figure sighed, extending an arm, and abruptly grasped a blood-colored long knife. Defeat me, and you shall earn the right to participate in the entrance examination. Fail to overcome me, and you will be tasked with cleaning the school's restrooms for 3 months before you may enter, Zhao Ming declared, brandishing the Bloodshadow battle blade, his gaze revealing a hint of disdain and contempt directed at the 3 teams from the provinces. Chapter 26, The Path to Defeat. In an instant, a terrifying pressure erupted from Zhao Ming, akin to thunder that had not roared for centuries. Once unleashed, it would manifest in overwhelmingly formidable force. A closer inspection revealed that Zhao Ming's realm had likely ascended to the initial stage of a 3rd-rank martial artist. In that moment, Everyone felt as if they were being swept away by a tsunami of oppressive force crashing before them. Clearly, the intent behind placing a sophomore here was to preliminarily gauge their true strength, testing their eligibility for participation in this entrance examination, even without having undergone a trial. Those lacking in strength who enter the freshman examinations should not expect an easy time in the coming 3 months. The task of cleaning toilets is considered beneath all the exceptional individuals. In an instant, an invisible flame of indignation ignited among the newcomers. Zhao Ming, too, felt a fire burning within his chest. Among second-year students, he boasted above-average grades and should, in theory, not have to serve as a sharpening stone for the freshmen. However, during the final assessment, he had become so engrossed in practicing his sword techniques that he inadvertently fell to the lowest rank. This nearly caused him to spit blood, resulting in his being dispatched to serve as a sharpening stone for the newcomers. Zhao Ming cast a cursory glance at the 3 groups, a faint smile gradually appearing at the corners of his mouth. "It seems your abilities are rather unimpressive," he remarked. Instantly, aside from the composed Chinemo, the others glared furiously at him. It is essential to note that the martial artists who arrive at Tsinghua University are nearly all top-tier talents. To be told that their strength is lacking is quite a shock. Just then, Guo Fengyue, clad in a black robe, stood before them and suddenly grasped a massive axe. "Senior, then you shall experience the might of my axe." Observing the tense standoff between the two, Chinemo waved his hand, signaling Yin Jinghong and the others to step back. "This senior is rather arrogant, isn't he?" Yin Jinghong sighed softly. "Indeed," Li Xuanyan concurred. Chinemo, arms crossed, watched the impending clash with great interest. "It seems this is a setup by the Academy to assess our abilities." Yikong lamented, "This test is utterly nonsensical." Chinemo chuckled lightly. "No matter, it's still worth watching." Gazing at Guo Fengyue, who wielded the gigantic axe, and Zhao Ming, who held a long sword, Chinemo was curious to witness the combat styles of the prodigies from other provinces. As previously mentioned, Jiangnan province is indeed quite small. Only at Tsinghua University can one behold such magnificent spectacles. Subtly, Chinemo found himself looking forward to the upcoming freshman entrance examinations. Amidst his contemplations, Guo Fengyue suddenly bellowed, "My talent is that of the Earth's vast and solid foundation. Senior, you ought to be cautious." In response, Zhao Ming merely smiled. "Do you freshmen really need to be so boisterous when fighting?" At that moment, Guo Fengyue's eyes widened, and a layer of earthen armor abruptly enveloped his body. This armor was far thicker and more formidable than what Chun Mo had previously witnessed with the Zhang brothers, and combined with Guo Fengyue's tower-like physique, it emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure. Earth's solid foundation, shatter the mountains. Boom. In that instant, this tower-like man unleashed a battle prowess that was entirely distinct from his appearance, wielding the massive axe with surprising speed. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Zhao Ming. With a resounding swing, a colossal axe cleaved through the air, causing the atmosphere to ripple as if burdened by an immense force, capable of bisecting the very air itself. The might of this strike was astonishingly comparable to that of Long Haoran's assault. As Zhao Ming beheld the ever-enlarging axe, he crossed his arms and smiled mockingly. "Is this your attempt to partake in the freshman entrance examination? Such audacity is truly preposterous." With a sudden flourish, Zhao Ming drew his blade, and in an instant, 30 illusory blade images manifested in the air. Each blade struck with ferocious and cunning angles toward Guo Fengyue, the speed of which overwhelmed Zhao Ming's own. "Quite swift," Chen Mo remarked, raising an eyebrow. Guo Fengyue, acutely aware of this, was instantly drenched in cold sweat as he hastily retracted his axe, attempting to assume a defensive stance. However, the razor-sharp tip of the blade had already grazed his neck, drawing forth a drop of crimson blood. Guo Fengyue, now in a cold sweat, realized that had this been a real battle, he would have met his demise. "Enough. Begone," Zhao Ming declared, retracting his long blade with disdain. As Guo Fengyue retreated to the crowd, nearly all the candidates from the 3 provinces gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Zhao Ming's swordsmanship was so terrifyingly swift. Each of them was a prodigy from their respective provinces, yet they could not fathom Zhao Ming's blade speed. Clearly, his technique had reached a level of consummate mastery. At that moment, a youth clad in white combat attire emerged from the crowd, wielding twin swords. This was the top scholar of the Baoyu province, Xiao Wuhing. Twin swords? How intriguing. I wonder if he has achieved mastery as well. Zhao Ming regarded Xiao Wuhing's emergence with a lingering air of disdain. In contrast, Xiao Wuhing's gaze was no longer one of contempt, but rather filled with profound seriousness, a gravity he had not experienced even during his examinations. "Senior, please enlighten me." Xiao Wuhing inhaled deeply, and suddenly, layers of frost enveloped his twin swords. The frost spread forth, encasing his body in a crystalline armor of ice, and even transforming his swords into extraordinarily sharp ice blades. The chilling temperature radiated outward, causing the onlookers to collectively gasp in awe. "The ice of despair," Yin Jinghong murmured, reflecting on its potency. The ice of despair, with its approach to absolute zero, could inflict devastating damage upon its foes. This ability was heralded as the most formidable among the lower ranks of ice-type powers. "I wonder if this fellow can overcome the senior." Li Xuanyan clenched his fists, clearly sweating, for the oppressive aura exuded by Zhao Ming was overwhelmingly formidable. At that moment, a single remark from Chun Mo rendered the crowd speechless. "We cannot defeat him." Before the other new students from the Baoyu province could retort, the battlefield witnessed Xiao Wuhing brandishing his dual blades, charging toward Zhao Ming. An aura of icy chill enveloped him, swiftly followed by the emergence of countless tiny ice crystals. Yet, at that instant, everyone's pupils constricted sharply. Such flamboyant displays bore no practical utility. Before they could react, Zhao Ming's figure suddenly multiplied into 7 or 8 clones, each one launching an attack against Xiao Wuhing. Cursed be it, he possesses the rare ability of duplication. Sweat poured down Xiao Wuhing's brow as he prepared to defend with his blades. But a ghostly blood-shadow dagger was already poised at his heart. Just an inch closer, and Zhao Ming could pierce him completely. Defeat was imminent. Xiao Wuhing was destined to fall. The faces of all present turned ashen. The loss of these two meant that their provinces would essentially lack any viable fighting force. In other words, even if they entered the new student examination, they would emerge as the most disgraceful provinces. In an instant, the expressions of Baoyu province and Fusha province turned ghostly pale. How could they possibly participate in the new student examination now? Just then, a faint voice broke the silence. "Senior, I would like to pose a question. If I were to defeat you, would that guarantee our Jiangnan province's passage? Would the other two provinces share in our fortune, or would they be relegated to menial tasks?" Chen Mo raised his hand, offering Zhao Ming a light smile. Zhao Ming was taken aback, sensing a distinctly different aura emanating from this individual. This fellow was no ordinary opponent. Suppressing the disdain in his gaze, Zhao Ming replied earnestly, "The fate of the remaining two provinces within the group will be decided by the victor." Chen Mo's eyes widened in understanding, prompting him to step forward and slightly bow to Zhao Ming. "Junior Chen Mo, I invite you, senior, to face your defeat." Chapter 27, The Thunderous Gun Avenges. "Junior Chen Mo, I invite you, senior, to face your defeat." Chen Mo smiled as he bowed, his tone exuding an air of nonchalance. His voice swept across the venue like a tidal wave. Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuhing exchanged glances, their eyes filled with bewilderment. It was known that even they could not touch Zhao Ming, yet Chen Mo had the audacity to declare such a challenge? Did he truly believe he could conquer Zhao Ming? Such a notion was utterly absurd. High above, atop the towering buildings, Lin Jianfeng and Hua Xiu continued to gaze at the screen. Hua Xiu chuckled softly. Students of such caliber truly possess an air of arrogance. Lin Jianfeng chuckled. Is it necessary to be called a genius if one is not a bit arrogant? Indeed. Hua Xiu crossed his arms. A touch of arrogance is preferable. I am merely pondering whether his pride can translate into tangible results. Lin Jianfeng inquired. Do you believe Chen Mo cannot defeat Zhao Ming? Hua Xiu remained silent, merely nodding in response. Zhao Ming, having enrolled in the Speed Academy, had long surpassed many in terms of speed. Furthermore, his innate talent, the great split body ability, alone could subject countless individuals to hardship. Had he not been consumed by his swordsmanship practice last semester, he might have already ascended to the ranks of the competent. As the vice principal of the school, Hua Xiu possessed a profound understanding of each student. After all, only by comprehending the students of his institution could he grasp their true needs. Lin Jianfeng proposed, shall we place a wager? Hua Xiu shook his head. Who doesn't know you recently triumphed over Qin Xian in a bet involving a century-old enlightenment tea? However, to speak candidly, if Chen Mo wishes to overcome Zhao Ming, he still requires a slight edge. Lin Jianfeng chuckled awkwardly, yet unlike Hua Xiu, he harbored unwavering faith in Chen Mo. With Chen Mo's capabilities, defeat was not a certainty. Moreover, this lad often surprised him. As Chen Mo's voice resonated, his words naturally reached Zhao Ming's ears. Observing the faint smile gracing Chun Mo's lips, Zhao Ming reciprocated with a grin. You are quite confident. Yet, it is still insufficient before me. Zhao Ming unsheathed his blood shadow battle blade, gazing earnestly at Chen Mo. Meanwhile, Guofeng Yue and Xiao Wuhing exchanged incredulous glances, scoffing at the scene. In recent years, Jiangnan province had languished at the bottom among the 54 provinces, producing no prodigies. However, the events that unfolded next caused both of their brows to twitch with intensity. Chen Mo took a step back and, smiling, addressed Yin Jinghong and the others. Step back a bit. Yin Jinghong and the others promptly nodded. While the others were unaware of Chun Mo's formidable prowess, those hailing from Jiangnan province were well aware. Once they had retreated, Chen Mo exhaled a breath of turbid air. In that instant, Chun Mo abruptly extended his right hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Waves of dark energy surged forth from his skin. Countless energy strands coalesced into serpentine dragons, enveloping Chun Mo's entire being, adorning him with a fearsome light armor. The intensity of the unleashed energy caused a palpable tension to grip the hearts of all present. This fellow possesses something extraordinary. At this moment, Xiao Wuhing and Guofeng Yue had entirely shed their condescension, replaced by an overwhelming gravity of dread. Yet, the gathering of this dark energy persisted. Before them, a terrifying dark energy suddenly gave way to a distinctly different force. The pupils of the onlookers constricted in unison, as if an invisible pair of hands was constricting their throats, stifling their breaths. A murmur of the second extraordinary ability escaped the lips of one individual. And in an instant, silence enveloped the arena. Within the celestial chamber above, Huoxiu leapt to his feet, incredulity etched across his face as he pointed towards Chen Mo. This young lad possessed a second extraordinary ability. Was it not established that he wielded only a singular power of the dark divine body? How could a lightning ability have emerged alongside it? No, it was astonishingly clear that he had completely fused the lightning ability with the dark energy. Such imaginative brilliance was truly remarkable. Even Huoxiu, with his vast experience, found himself taken aback by Chun Mo's display. Amidst Huoxiu's astonishment, Lin Jianfeng, the director of the admissions office, wore a similarly bewildered expression. When had Chun Mo acquired two extraordinary abilities? Had he not always been the dark divine body? Suddenly, Lin Jianfeng contemplated a startling possibility. Perhaps Chun Mo had been concealing his true strength during the entrance examination. After a lengthy pause, Lin Jianfeng exhaled deeply, directing his gaze towards the screen, where the youth was enveloped in a tempest of darkness and thunder. This fellow seemed poised to deliver yet another monumental surprise. Initially, Lin Jianfeng believed that during the entrance examination, the likes of Shang Wuji, Lan Shi, and Gu Jin would temper Chun Mo's arrogance, allowing him to reflect and refine himself. Yet, it appeared that the question of who would humble whom was now up for debate. On the screen, the light armor forged from the union of thunder and darkness continued to crackle and surge. The ominous lightning coiled around Chun Mo like a fearsome black dragon. Then, before the astonished eyes of all present, a pair of enormous dark hands erupted from behind Chen Mo, each arm as thick as a giant python. An overwhelming pressure, akin to that of a mountain, radiated outward, causing everyone to widen their eyes in disbelief. Zhao Ming's expression, typically unperturbed, now bore the weight of seriousness. From Chen Mo, he sensed an aura of danger. Was this fellow truly a freshman? Suddenly, within Zhao Ming's body, it appeared as though countless shadows dispersed, and upon complete separation, there were as many as 12. This was the manifestation of Zhao Ming's awakened ability to create clones, each exuding a similar aura of power. If he could evade Chun Mo's initial onslaught, he would surely discover an opportunity to counterattack. Ultimately, Zhao Ming was unwilling to concede defeat. As a second-year senior, losing to a newly enrolled freshman would be utterly humiliating. Yet, the oppressive presence emanating from Chun Mo was the most formidable he had encountered among newcomers. What on earth had this individual consumed to grow so formidable? Could Chen Mo emerge victorious? Yi Kong swallowed hard, apprehensively contemplating the unfolding events. He could perceive the overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from Chun Mo. However, the defeats of Guofeng Yue and Xiao Wuhong revealed to him just how fearsome Zhao Ming truly was. I have faith in Chun Mo, Li Xuanyan remarked. Indeed, Yin Jinghong nodded in agreement. Given Chun Mo's character, he would never undertake something without confidence. As the group engaged in conversation, Chun Mo's dark thunder energy had fully coalesced. Gazing at the 12 identical Zhao Mings before him, a smile gradually curled upon Chen Mo's lips. It seemed that his senior intended to drag him down. But judging by his senior's capabilities, it appeared rather unfeasible. In an instant, a pair of colossal hands sprouted from behind Chen Mo, spreading wide open. Subsequently, 2 5-meter-long spears, constructed of thunder and darkness, were firmly grasped within those immense hands. The massive energy surging from the spears distorted the surrounding air, rendering it chaotic and violent. Observing the 12 Zhao Mings, who were now glistening with beads of cold sweat, Chen Mo lightly raised his hand and revealed a gentle smile. Dark Thunder Spear, Slay. Chapter 28. The Art of the Spear. The terrifying dark long spear, enveloped in black thunder, shot forth from those shadowy giant hands like a meteor, stretching 5 meters in length. Buzz! The dark thunder spear tore through the air, its immense energy distorting vast expanses of atmosphere. Sensing the overwhelming surge of energy, all present felt a prickling sensation on their scalps. Who on earth is this individual? Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuhong simultaneously broke into a cold sweat. They had not anticipated such strength and terror from him. Upon the 2 dark giant spears, both men sensed an impending aura of death. Should they be struck, their demise would be certain. Facing the ever-enlarging dark thunder spear, Zhao Ming's expression also betrayed his anxiety. It's all right, Zhao Ming, you can handle this. What you are using are mere clones. He only possesses 2 spears. How could he possibly harm you? Before Zhao Ming could fully process this, the 2 dark thunder spears unexpectedly targeted him, the true body among the 12 clones. Defense! Defense! Zhao Ming shouted urgently. The 11 clones surged forward, hastily placing themselves before Zhao Ming. However, it was all in vain. The fierce and terrifying dark thunder spears mercilessly obliterated the clones, rendering Zhao Ming's identity as fragile as a mere puppet in comparison to the might of the 2 monstrous spears. In the blink of an eye, the horrifying spears were upon Zhao Ming's face. No, Zhao Ming was drenched in cold sweat. Such an attack would surely lead to his death. Yet just then, the 2 spears transformed into black mist, abruptly vanishing from sight. The residual sensation of the thunder continued to twitch across Zhao Ming's face. He lifted his head, only to behold Chen Mo's face, adorned with a serene smile. Senior, I concede. Chen Mo performed a respectful bow. Silence enveloped the entrance of number 17. Prior to this moment, the people of Baoyu Province and Fusha Province had never imagined that Chen Mo could triumph over Zhao Ming. It is worth noting that this is an opponent whom even Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuhong could not defeat. Shock was evident on every face. Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuhong's expressions had turned ashen. Had they inadvertently offended such a prodigy? If you are this formidable, why didn't you mention it earlier? Hiding your talents, they thought. Yet, to their surprise, Yin Jinghong and the others felt neither exhilaration nor shock at this turn of events. From the very beginning of the battle, they had instinctively accepted that Chen Mo would emerge victorious. However, they did not anticipate that he would secure victory so swiftly. Chen Mo, indeed, had become extraordinarily powerful before their very eyes. Standing at the entrance of number 17, Zhao Ming gazed intently at Chen Mo. Congratulations. You and your Jiangnan province may enter, Zhao Ming said with a bitter smile. Even now, he could not believe he had lost to a freshman and a second-tier middle-stage freshman at that. Thank you, senior. Chen Mo responded with a gentle smile, waving his hand to signal Yin Jinghong and the others to follow. Just then, Xiao Wuhong and Guo Fengyue exchanged glances, their mouths poised to urge Chen Mo to forego the punishment of cleaning toilets for 3 months. Yet, when the words reached their lips, they found themselves unable to utter them. The pride of being prodigies forbade it. Ultimately, they could only share a resigned smile and follow behind Chen Mo into the vast arena beyond the gate. Watching Chen Mo and his companions depart, Zhao Ming shook his head. Chen Mo, among this cohort of freshmen, you are likely to rank among the top 10. No, the top 5. Just as Zhao Ming prepared to leave, he noticed the residual dark thunder energy on his face gradually coalescing, forming the character 1 in his astonished gaze. First place, perhaps? Zhao Ming grinned. This fellow is indeed self-assured. I shall see whether you can truly secure the top spot. Historically, those who achieved the title of top student in the 3 esteemed martial universities were always exceptional prodigies. No, at this juncture, they must be considered monsters of talent. Meanwhile, high above in a cool breeze, Lin Jianfeng and Hu Xiu found themselves bewildered. The energy fluctuations from the dark thunder spear thrown by Chen Mo, Was this truly something a second-tier middle-stage martial artist could emit? In recollecting their own experiences as second-tier martial artists, they could not fathom unleashing such a terrifying attack. Old Lin, I must say, you chose wisely this time, Huaxiao remarked, giving Chun Mo a thumbs up after a lengthy pause. Lin Jianfeng regained his composure, clasping his hands behind his back. Alas, I have stated it before. Chun Mo's prowess is truly unparalleled. In this new student competition, he is bound to rank among the top 10, if not the top 5. To be candid, I never anticipated that Chun Mo would triumph over Zhao Ming in such a decisive manner. I expected a drawn-out battle, ultimately culminating in Chun Mo's victory. The fact that he achieved victory right from the outset was beyond my expectations. Furthermore, I was utterly astonished to discover that Chun Mo has awakened dual talents. This revelation is exceptionally alarming. Regardless of the level of his second talent, when combined with that formidable dark talent, he can only become stronger and more formidable. As Huaxiao gazed at Chun Mo's figure, he chuckled softly. This entrance examination will certainly not be as mundane and uneventful as before. With the likes of Sheng Wuji, Lan Qi, Gu Jin, and now the emergence of Chun Mo, it truly ignites one's passion. Huaxiao smiled gently. Moreover, considering that Chun Mo will participate in the upcoming contest for celestial artifacts in a month, my excitement is heightened. Indeed, this era belongs to this vibrant group of youth. Lin Jianfeng shrugged. Let us first observe this entrance examination. The contest for celestial artifacts is undoubtedly significant. But I also wish to witness Chun Mo's true capabilities in this examination. Otherwise, the abrupt arrival of a newcomer might incite dissatisfaction among the second-year students, wouldn't it? Huaxiao nodded, recalling Chun Mo's seemingly effortless approach, which hardly suggested he was exerting his full strength. The only possibility is that he is held back. It remains to be seen how much he has conserved. Come, the entrance examination awaits my oversight. Huaxiao stepped lightly, exuding an aura of yin and yang. The deans of the 4 major academies should have arrived by now, Lin Jianfeng remarked with a light laugh. Huaxiao confirmed. Indeed, they should be here as well. Let us proceed. In an instant, the two transformed into streaks of light, vanishing from their location. As Chun Mo and his companions entered through the 17th entrance and stepped into the venue, they were taken aback by the vastness and opulence of the pristine surroundings. However, amidst their astonishment, the group of examinees exhibited 2 contrasting states. One group, with heads bowed and spirits crushed, clearly bore the marks of defeat at the hands of the seniors guarding the entrance. The other group, bearing calm expressions or even displaying excitement, had triumphed over those seniors. When Chun Mo made his entrance, numerous gazes were cast upon him, revealing expressions of shock. This was due to the stark contrast between Chun Mo's provincial team and those from the Baoyu and Fusha provinces. This meant that only Chun Mo's team had emerged victorious over the seniors, while the teams from Baoyu and Fusha had all faced defeat. It is noteworthy that both the Baoyu province and the Shusha province have historically occupied a central position among the 54 provinces. This is no trivial matter. In an instant, the majority of the onlookers reigned in their contempt for Chun Mo. Meanwhile, at the forefront of the crowd, Lan Qi tilted her head with keen interest upon witnessing this. A subtle smile gradually emerged on her face. Chun Mo is indeed intriguing. I hope he can withstand my flying daggers. In a faint echo, her black gold daggers suddenly emitted a series of sharp sounds, causing many newcomers to experience a painful ringing in their ears. Standing with a bronze complexion, Gu Jin crossed his arms, his expression neither sorrowful nor joyful. It appears that Sheng Wujia's greeting was not mistaken. This fellow is indeed quite formidable. However, such strength can only exist beneath my own. Shaking his head, Gu Jin chose to close his eyes and rest, regardless of Chun Mo's outstanding performance. In this entrance examination, the only targets worthy of his attention are Sheng Wujia and Lan Qi. Sheng Wujia, meanwhile, maintained a light smile at the corner of his mouth, as if everything were well within his control. Upon closer inspection, one could see a beautiful aureole perched upon his shoulder. Chun Mo, dark talent, do not disappoint me. The thought that his holy light might one day completely dispel Chun Mo's darkness brought a gentle smile to Sheng Wujia's face. His holy light is sufficient to purify all shadows. To speak modestly, in this entrance examination, he is the only one possessing the requisite qualifications to secure the first place. Accompanied by a small clamorous sound, several streaks of light descended upon the grand venue. Everyone's breath abruptly halted. Chapter 29, Guarding the City. As the four streaks of light descended simultaneously, the crowd's breath was momentarily suspended. They could perceive that the might emanating from these four luminescent figures was predominantly that of 8th-grade martial sovereigns. How formidable! The overwhelming sense of pressure surged like a tsunami, leaving the spectators feeling as if they had a lump in their throats. Simultaneously, they realized that these were the deans of the four major academies: Tongtian Academy, Yutian Academy, Lingtian Academy, and Zhongtian Academy. Each of the four academies represented distinct specializations: power, defense, speed, and the versatility of Zhongtian Academy. The newcomers were the deans, namely Gu Linghan, Shen Tuyi, Xiang Tiange, and Xing Tianyi, for top-tier martial sovereigns. Following these four streaks of light, two more beams descended. Upon seeing the white-haired elder among them, the souls of the crowd seemed to momentarily freeze. That was Huo Xiao, the vice president of Xianyuan Martial Arts University. Alongside him stood another martial sovereign, Lin Jianfeng, the director of the admissions office at Xianyuan Martial Arts University. As he surveyed the newly admitted students, Huo Xiao smiled gently. Our cohort is commendable, certainly an improvement over the previous one. As for the freshman oath and the rules, we shall refrain from elaborating. After all, each of you has endured great hardships to arrive here from distant lands, all in pursuit of excelling in the entrance examination and securing a place in one of the four esteemed academies, correct? Upon hearing Huo Xiao's words, the crowd straightened their spines, their gazes ablaze with fervor. It is well understood that each of the four academies possesses its own strengths and weaknesses. Only those who stand out in the entrance examination may choose their desired institution. Conversely, those who rank at the bottom or in the middle are likely to be selected by the deans, rather than having the liberty to choose. Does that not seem unfair? Yet, in this era of high martial arts amidst the beastly stars, fairness is a mere illusion. Everything is dictated by strength. At that moment, Huo Xiao smiled once more and waved his hand. Suddenly, hundreds of virtual helmets descended from the vast dome of the arena. Upon receiving the helmets, the expressions of the students momentarily froze. Could it be another battle royale? They were weary of such trials. Yin Jinghan clicked her tongue, recalling the previous battle royale with only 100 participants. This time, there would be 300. What chaos would ensue? Moreover, those present were the top scholars from every province, the champions, runners-up, and others within the top 10. The pressure of a battle royale in such a setting would be immense. It should not be, Chinemo interjected with a smile. The battle royale format was part of the entrance examination. It is unlikely to reappear. Observing the various expressions on the faces of the crowd, Huo Xiao chuckled softly. Rest assured, this is indeed not a battle royale format. Rather, it is a city defense mode. You will each enter a city besieged by ferocious beasts, and in the first round, you will single-handedly confront the initial challenge. The Daiyu artificial intelligence system will assess your performance and determine your city defense destruction rate. The lower the destruction rate, the better your score. As for the second round of testing, that remains confidential. It has been specially designed for the true elite among you. Listening to Huo Xiao's words, most of the freshmen were momentarily stunned, their minds momentarily at a standstill. To defend a city alone? And after the first round, there would be a second? Surely, Vice President Huo Xiao of Xianyuan Martial Arts University could not be jesting. However, upon realizing that the second round was intended solely for the truly exceptional, the competitive spirits of these gifted youths from across the nation were reignited. It seemed that only in the second round could they select the academy they cherished. With that in mind, they resolved to advance towards the second round. Countless talented youths, their gazes fervent, felt their passionate blood surge, ignited by Huo Xiao's mere words. As everyone donned their virtual helmets and settled into their respective recliners, the figures of the six swiftly vanished, arriving in a sealed monitoring room. Above them flickered an array of screens, numbering no less than 300. For an ordinary individual, this spectacle would be incomprehensible. However, each person present was an esteemed 8th-rank martial sovereign, and their extensive training in observing surveillance screens rendered the task effortless. As they observed the silhouettes of individuals materializing amidst the crumbling city walls, the gaze of the six fell upon them. This time, several intriguing prospects emerged. Gu Linghan of Tongtian Academy smiled gently. Saint Wuji is commendable. It seems he is destined for Yutian Academy. Shen Tuyi of Yutian Academy chuckled in response. Does your academy engage in daily defensive training? Are you truly convinced of this destiny? Perhaps you should consider Lingtian Academy instead. The dean of Lingtian Academy retorted. Oh, and you have already reserved Lan Qi, Yet you still wish to vie for our talent? Shin Tui countered with a smirk. Well, your Yutian Academy has secured Gu Jin. Do you still wish to compete for St. Wuji? Gu Linghan of Tongtian Academy was not to be outdone. Amidst the escalating rivalry among the deans of the three prestigious academies, Xing Tianyi from Zhongtian Academy wore a bitter smile. The number of candidates choosing Zhongtian Academy had dwindled significantly. The reason was clear. While they trained in versatility, very few could master the art of being a polymath. Even the most gifted individuals struggled to achieve such mastery. Over time, their numbers had diminished, leaving them with little competitive edge in the pursuit of students. In fact, during the previous selection, they had only managed to recruit the least talented candidate, resulting in a disheartening absence of any slots in the upcoming celestial artifact competition. Yet, beneath his grimace, Xing Tianyi harbored a flicker of speculation. He was aware that he and Lin Jianfeng had been friends for many years. Just days prior, while indulging in drinks, Lin Jianfeng had hinted that among the candidates, one had received prior approval from the principal to participate in the celestial artifact competition. Could it be that this individual was one of St. Wuji, Lan Qi, or Gu Jin? If so, Xing Tianyi resolved to employ every means at his disposal to recruit this prodigy into his academy. Zhongtian Academy had long awaited the emergence of a true top-tier talent. Observing the charged atmosphere among the gathered individuals, Huoxiu raised a hand. Enough. Let us review the examination results before engaging in further disputes. With this, the deans of the three academies tempered their competitive spirits. Gu Linghan of Tongtian Academy gestured. Dayu, maximize the screens displaying St. Wuji, Lan Qi, and Gu Jin. The footage of these three outstanding prodigies indeed warranted a position at the forefront. No one objected, for they were unparalleled talents in the highly esteemed examination, and all four academies were eager to claim them as their own. The four esteemed academies, akin to the three illustrious sacred martial arts universities, similarly require an influx of fresh talent to manifest their collective prowess. At this juncture, Lin Jianfeng unexpectedly interjected, Dayu, please supplement with a video clip of Chun Mo from Jiangnan Province. Instantly, the previously expansive three-screen view transformed into a quadripartite display. Gu Linghan, the president of Tongtian Academy, furrowed his brow. Jiangnan Province? Isn't that the one ranked lowest? He questioned, bewildered by the inclusion of Chun Mo. Shintiyi from Yutian Academy chuckled. Old Lin. Is he a relative of yours? If so, Yutian Academy would gladly take him in. Xiang Tiange from Lingtian Academy joined in the mirth. Our academy could equally benefit from him. The pace of cultivation here is quite commendable. He could come and give it a try. Xing Tianyi from Chongtian Academy laughed as well. The assembly fell silent, and Xing Tianyi remarked, indeed, Chongtian Academy is rather opportunistic. In that moment, everyone presumed that Chun Mo must be a relative of Lin Jianfeng. Otherwise, how could a student hailing from a province often at the bottom of examination rankings be showcased on such a grand screen? Given that Chun Mo had done Lin Jianfeng a favor, this arrangement seemed mutually beneficial, if not exceedingly profitable. However, the next words from Lin Jianfeng left the four academy heads momentarily astounded. Chun Mo is not my relative. The reason I placed his screen alongside the three top prodigies is that I believe he deserves this perspective. I am confident he will achieve the top score in the entrance examination. In an instant, each president was taken aback. Surely, Lin Jianfeng must be jesting. Jiangnan Province has historically held the lowest rank among the 54 provinces, and yet Lin Jianfeng bizarrely asserted that Chun Mo, from this very province, could secure the top position? Who would dare believe such a claim? Lin Jianfeng displayed a peculiar smile. Only he, the vice president, and the president of the university were privy to Chun Mo's exceptional aptitude. As for the others, they were bound by confidentiality agreements. Old Lin, you are becoming increasingly muddled. How could someone from Jiangnan Province possibly take first place? Gu Linghan of Tongtian Academy shook his head in disbelief. Agreed. Agreed. Both Shintuyi and Xiang Tiange echoed, suspecting that Lin Jianfeng and Chun Mo must have reached some clandestine arrangement. Perhaps old Lin was indeed onto something. Xing Tianyi raised his hand, his tone laced with disbelief. Suddenly, he harbored a chilling suspicion regarding the coveted special quota for the so-called celestial artifact competition. Could it be Chun Mo? Impossible. The other three presidents were not taken aback by Xing Tianyi's speculation, for among the four, he shared the closest rapport with Lin Jianfeng. To speak candidly, the deans of the three academies surmised that Xing Tianyi was merely giving him face. If one doubts this, Let us wait and see for clarity. Lin Jianfeng shrugged his shoulders. As Huixiu observed this scene, he maintained a facade of calm, yet inwardly chastised Lin Jianfeng for being a cunning old fox, still attempting to put on airs. Given this, he found no inclination to shatter that illusion. Thus, the city defense battle officially commenced. Huixiu remarked with a smile, the first to engage are Sheng Wuji, Lan Qi, and Gu Jin, gazing at the three top-tier prodigies who initiated the city defense battle. Lin Jianfeng concealed the brilliance in his eyes. Chen Mo, you must perform admirably. I've boasted about you to create this atmosphere, so do not let me down. Chapter 30, Action. Before the dilapidated city walls, Chen Mo gazed at the expanse before him, his heart filled with countless reflections. In the frontier, did the soldiers guarding the city truly stand here, safeguarding the safety of the people of Xia? Upon the city walls, a myriad of black mist swirled, and dried blood flowed across the desolate earth, while the sky was completely shrouded in ominous black clouds. Beyond the black mist, the echoes of countless beastly roars reverberated, instilling dread in the hearts of all. Ferocious beasts. For 3 centuries, a peculiar breed of monster had emerged, akin to mutated organisms from Blue Star, or perhaps a sinister plot orchestrated by extraterrestrial beings. The truth remained elusive, known only to humanity, which recognized that this horde of ferocious beasts bore an eternal intent to hunt them. It was an era shrouded in darkness for humankind. Only with the emergence of the 11th-tier earthly martial deity, the Yellow Emperor, did the history of human persecution begin to wane. Subsequently, the world was divided into 5 great federations, one of which, situated in the east, was the Xia Federation. As Chen Mo gazed at the darkness enveloping the sky and earth, a flicker of realization stirred within him. It appeared that his own darkness was insufficient. Meanwhile, newcomers from around the globe had commenced their own city defense battles. At the moment they focused their thoughts, 10 armored boars, resembling steel war chariots, surged forth from the terrifying black mist. Each armored boar was encased in formidable iron armor, impervious to blades and bullets. Their strength was nearly comparable to that of a second-tier perfected martial artist with defensive talents. Many unprepared students were caught off guard, being instantly reduced to mere fragments of flesh, bloodied beyond recognition by the onslaught of these armored boars. As the sounds of eliminations echoed overhead, the hearts of the examinees grew increasingly tense. They understood that this examination would be exceedingly arduous, and they were striving towards the objective of the second round. There could be no mistakes in this round of testing. In the monitoring room, Gu Linghan of the Xiantian Academy waved his hand dismissively. I retract my earlier statement regarding the caliber of this year's students. If they cannot even handle this wave of ferocious beasts, they should not claim to be students of Xianyuan Martial Arts University. Ling Tian Academy Xiang Tinga remarked. This is merely the beginning. Moreover, the 3 top prodigies have yet to make their move. At that moment, Xiang Tinga pointed towards the screen, where Lan Qi was visible. Lan Qi is about to commence her challenge. An endless shroud of dark clouds loomed above this world, and before the grand city gates stood a petite blue-haired girl. Unlike the other candidates, Lan Qi displayed no signs of trepidation. Instead, she radiated exhilaration and excitement. As she gazed at the approaching armored boars, her lips curled into a subtle smile. Instantly, countless black gold throwing knives hovered in the air, nearly a dozen, suspended around her. The oppressive aura startled the 10 armored boars, causing them to momentarily freeze, before they let out a deafening roar and charged forward with terrifying speed. Swish, swish, swish. The black gold knives, akin to dark meteors, hurled towards the boars from various ferocious angles. Under the onslaught of these knives, the defenses of the 10 armored boars were shattered in an instant. Subsequently, as the knives whirled through them, the boars exploded, transforming into a mass of gore. Observing the footage on the screen, the head of Ling Tian Academy, Xiang Tinga, remarked, such terrifying mental prowess. Meanwhile, Lan Qi, who had vanquished so many ferocious beasts, remained unfazed, licking her lips in anticipation as she eyed another wave of charging armored boars. Come on, come on. Let me finish them off in one go. I aim to secure the top spot in the second round of tests. On the opposite side, before the massive city gates, stood a figure resembling an iron tower. Gu Jin opened his eyes, surveying the surging tide of armored boars in the distance. A cold smile gracing his lips. He uttered not a word. Suddenly, a force akin to molten lava erupted from within him. Instantly, His skin transformed into layers of ancient bronze. His stature swelled several times, towering to a height of 3 meters. From a distance, his massive frame rivaled that of the armored boars. Roar! In an instant, the armored boars descended upon him, one with a prominent horn aimed directly at Gu Jin. Trash! Gu Jin extended his arm, which morphed into a fist, resembling a cannonball as it struck the boar's forehead. Boom! The armored boar's shell cracked, splintering into countless fissures. Before its body erupted, internal organs scattering in all directions. Beyond the screen, the principal of Yutian Academy, Shin Tiyi, chuckled and remarked, "Oh, this is not merely a demonstration of formidable defense. Its offensive capabilities are equally terrifying. Indeed, it suits our Tontian Academy splendidly." Meanwhile, within the confines of the screen, Gu Jin continued to dispatch the formidable iron-armored pigs with effortless precision, treating them as if they were mere ants. Could we perhaps encounter a more powerful beast? This is truly dull. It seems only during the second round will my blood surge with excitement. On the other side, beneath an equally imposing city wall, Sheng Wujuan stood like a solitary white lotus at the city gate, his face adorned with a half-squinted smile as he pressed the button to commence the city defense. In an instant, 10 iron-armored pigs surged forth from the ominous mist, charging towards Sheng Wujuan. Ah, how I wish to redeem all of you. My holy light generally shies away from taking lives. Alas, this is a contest between humanity and ferocious beasts, Sheng Wujuan mused to himself. Suddenly, as these words left his lips, a spark of excitement flashed across his face. So, my little scoundrels, I shall be compelled to eliminate all of you. Gradually, Sheng Wujuan raised his hand, and a colossal golden magic circle manifested at the center of his palm. Simultaneously, countless runes erupted with a dazzling brilliance from the circle. Boom! A beam of holy light, radiant enough to illuminate the heavens, surged forth like a mighty dragon, bombarding the iron-armored pigs. In an instant, all the pigs were reduced to dust, vanishing from existence. Sheng Wujuan merely smiled softly. "Why must you force my hand?" In the monitoring room, all observers gasped in awe at the scene. Sheng Wujuan's strength is truly formidable, remarked Gu Linghan, the principal of Tontian Academy. At this rate, their city defense destruction rate is likely to remain at 0. After all, they are 3 of the top prodigies. A 0 destruction rate is to be expected. Shin Tiyi added with a chuckle. "These 3 are surely vying for the top spot in the city defense test," declared Xiang Tiange, the principal of Ling Tian Academy. "And the first round of the city defense test is merely an appetizer for them. The second round will not be as simple," Xing Tianyi remarked with a smile. "By the way, old Lin, why not take a look at how your Chun Mo is faring?" Gu Linghan said, crossing his arms, a teasing glint in his eyes. "Sure, let us see," Lin Jianfeng replied, and with a thought, the screen displaying Chun Mo suddenly expanded to its maximum size. As the screen grew, the crowd's attention shifted towards Chun Mo's display. However, the scene unfolding on Chun Mo's screen caused a slight furrow in their brows. Chapter 31, Unqualified. As the crowd's gaze turned, their brows suddenly furrowed. There, on the screen, Chun Mo remained lost in thought, staring at the sky shrouded in darkness, his body unmoving as if ensnared by an unseen force. Yet, this scene appeared quite differently to Gu Linghan, Shin Tiyi, and Xiang Tiange. Was this lad truly intimidated by the ominous beastly mist? Gu Linghan's brow knitted in concern, pondering the fact that this was merely a mid-stage second rank. Wasn't the simulated beastly aura only about half as intense? Could such a presence really instill fear? Shin Tiyi raised an eyebrow. "Alas, Lao Lin, it seems your recommendation may not hold much weight." Xiang Tiange shook his head, remarking, "His realm is too weak, and he claims to be in the first rank? One must recognize that acclimatizing to the battlefield's atmosphere and engaging in combat are the hallmarks of a qualified warrior. If a so-called genius can only exert 1/10 of their potential in battle, then they are no more formidable than an ordinary fighter. No, he is not afraid." Xing Tianyi's pupils constricted slightly as he stated solemnly, "He is comprehending. He is gaining insight. This fellow, upon witnessing the darkness intertwined with the beastly aura, has grasped something entirely new. Insight. Such terrifying talent." In an instant, Gu Linghan and his companions turned their eyes toward Xing Tianyi, their expressions seemingly questioning, "Are you certain? Have you forgotten?" "My talent is inherently sensitive to such insights," Xing Tianyi replied with a shrug, now possessing a 70 to 80% certainty that Chun Mo was indeed the individual recommended by Lin Jianfeng. However, mere words may not suffice. Lin Jianfeng chuckled softly. This fellow is no weakling. Gu Linghan crossed his arms, his brow still slightly furrowed. Insight alone does not prove anything. Only combat ability can truly reflect one's comprehensive combat prowess. Then, as the crowd's attention returned to Chen Mo, it momentarily halted. Suddenly, an ominous darkness enveloped Chen Mo, covering his body with layers of fearsome, sharp black armor. On this armor, flashes of lightning danced. Was he endowed with dual talents? The directors of the 4 academies' pupils contracted sharply. After all, warriors with dual talents are exceedingly rare, with perhaps only one emerging in the entire Great Xia Federation in a year. At this moment, the directors began to grasp the nature of the genius Lin Jianfeng had referred to. However, just then, an astonishing scene unfolded on the screen. As Chen Mo faced the swirling dark mist, he exhaled a deep breath. Suddenly, 2 colossal dark thunderous hands sprouted from behind him, each as thick as a water python. Immense and terrifying, with muscles rippling with explosive power. The 4 colossal hands have finally coalesced. Unexpectedly, amidst this, I have made a breakthrough in my understanding of the Dark Thunder. What an intriguing place this is. As the sounds of successful completions echoed around, Chen Mo shrugged lightly and smiled. It appears I must exert myself, lest I be overtaken by others. Moreover, I must advance to the second round. With a flicker of thought, the city defense challenge commenced immediately. Before him, dark smoke surged rapidly, and suddenly, 10 armored pigs emerged. Their immense presence bore down like a mountain, their massive forms akin to steel war chariots, instilling dread in the hearts of onlookers. These armored pigs were formidable beasts. At the pinnacle of the second rank. Truly, this is the Holy Martial Arts University, where the selection of genuine geniuses begins. Well then, this brings me a hint of joy. A faint smile curved Chen Mo's lips as his 4 arms, resembling giant pythons, suddenly spread wide. In an instant, 4 massive dark thunder spears, each 5 meters long, materialized, swirling with darkness and thunder. As a mid-tier second-rank martial artist, he exuded an imposing aura. Gu Linghan and the others felt a jolt of surprise. He has grown stronger. Lin Jianfeng and Hu Xiu exchanged glances. The might displayed now surpassed that of his battle with Zhao Ming. This lad is truly extraordinary. Standing before the city gate, a glimmer of brilliance flashed across Chen Mo's face. Roar! In mere moments, the 10 armored pigs charged forward, their tremendous force causing the very ground to tremble. Yet, at that moment, the dark thunder spears were unleashed. With a swift motion, the 4 colossal dark hands behind him hurled the 4 dark thunder spears. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 4 dark spears shot forth with explosive speed, their immense power tearing through the air and striking the armored pigs. Like a withering twig, one armored pig was instantaneously reduced to a cloud of blood mist, and then, with the momentum of a raging tide, successive devastating blows were dealt to the remaining armored pigs. Boom. Moments later, all that remained before Chen Mo was 10 swirling clouds of blood mist. The dark thunder spears embedded in the ground had caused hundreds of fissures to erupt, a sight both terrifying and astonishing. Quite impressive indeed. A shared thought arose within the hearts of the 4. From this moment on, they had completely revised their opinion of Chen Mo. This fellow is undoubtedly not the mere ornamental figure Lin Jianfeng had described, but rather a truly formidable prodigy. Observing the expressions of the 4 deans, Lin Jianfeng smiled softly. To be frank, I offered Chen Mo a total of 4 years of eligibility to compete for the celestial artifact to recruit him. Hence, I firmly believe that he will undoubtedly secure first place. In an instant, the 4 deans turned their heads simultaneously, gazing at Lin Jianfeng in disbelief. Old Lin, have you lost your mind? Among second-year students, there are hardly 20 capable of competing for the celestial artifact. Gu Linghan was incredulous. 20 spots, however, were hard-earned through immense toil. How can one more freshman be added? Xing Tianyi exclaimed in astonishment. It must be noted that despite Chen Mo's exceptional talents, this does not justify a breach of protocol. He remarked to Xiang Tiange. Moreover, the prowess Chen Mo currently displays pales in comparison to the formidable abilities of Shang Wujie, Gu Jin, and Lan Qi. If they are not qualified to vie for the divine artifact, how can Chen Mo be? The contest for the divine artifact is but a month away. How much can Chen Mo possibly enhance his strength in this time? Just as Xiang Tiange was about to continue, Xing Tianyi chuckled softly. My old friends, do refrain from further discussion. Old Lin returned to share a drink with me. He assured me that Chun Mo's qualification was sanctioned by the principal. It is worth mentioning that not long ago, Lin Jianfeng had a drink with Xing Tianyi, during which he revealed that a new student was granted the opportunity to contend for the divine artifact. Initially, he assumed it was for a top-tier prodigy like Sheng Wujie, but only now does he realize it is indeed Chun Mo. Amidst the shock, Xing Tianyi's heart tightened suddenly. It is apparent that Chun Mo has seemingly received tacit approval from the principal to participate alongside such elite talents. He must be approaching the level of a monstrous prodigy. Once the examination concludes, regardless of the circumstances, Xing Tianyi is determined to secure Chun Mo's participation. Moreover, beyond this reason, Xing Tianyi felt an inexplicable sensation. His awakened talent, known as the supreme understanding of Qi Tian, allows him to cultivate martial arts at a remarkable pace. Yet, he sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from Chun Mo, a primordial force that is not only comparable to his own but surpasses it. A stunning possibility exploded in Xing Tianyi's mind. Could this individual possess a triple talent? As the name of the principal echoed, the assembly fell into a sudden silence. It is well understood that the principal of Xianyuan Martial Arts University is the strongest in the entire institution, and none dare to oppose him. Having long attained the pinnacle of a ninth-grade martial king, if he makes a decision, no one can contest it. Since it is the principal's decree, we are left with no recourse, sighed Gu Linghan. Nevertheless, given Chun Mo's current display of strength, he indeed lacks the qualifications to compete for the divine artifact, unless he secures first place in this entrance examination. Gu Linghan's tone was resolute, prompting nods of agreement from Xintu Yi and Xiang Tiange. It is crucial to recognize that the contest for the divine artifact is exceedingly brutal. The entire second-year cohort will select the 20 most elite individuals, chosen from a multitude of fierce confrontations. Thus, the sudden inclusion of a freshman will undoubtedly incite the ire of the deans. Unless Chun Mo can achieve first place in the entrance examination, he will have no means to silence their criticisms. As for why Xing Tianyi from the Eternal Academy remains silent, it is because their selection of candidates is exceedingly limited, and they typically only receive the leftovers. Thus, in the fierce competition of the past year, not a single individual from their academy qualified to participate in the contest for the celestial artifacts. Upon hearing these remarks, Lin Jianfeng chuckled softly, remarking, "Then we shall simply observe, shall we not? The first round of testing has yet to conclude, and there is still the second round to consider." The crowd paused in surprise, then redirected their gaze towards Chun Mo's screen. They were eager to ascertain whether Chun Mo truly possessed the prowess to engage in the struggle for celestial artifacts. At this moment, a tumult of dark mist erupted on Chun Mo's screen, and when it dissipated, 30 armored pigs surged forth from the shadows. The immense force seemed to tremble the very gates of the city. 30 armored pigs constituted a considerable wave of beasts. Chapter 32. What is the destruction rate of defending the city? Is this the second wave? It appears there may yet be a third wave. Gazing at the billowing clouds of dust kicked up by the horde of armored pigs, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Chun Mo's eyes. In that case, do not blame me, he thought. It was the perfect opportunity to test his new abilities. The throng of armored pigs continued to swell, as if intent on crushing Chun Mo into the very earth, reducing him to mere pulp. However, at this critical juncture, Chun Mo refrained from employing the 4 massive hands behind him. His heart was devoid of any excitement. After all, this was merely the first round of the entrance examination. The true arena for him would only emerge in the second round. With a quiet determination, Chun Mo raised his hands, positioning his right palm towards the oncoming armored pigs. A tremendous energy of dark thunder crackled and twisted at lightning speed in his palm. Under the influence of this energy, even the surrounding air began to warp, as if forming a vacuum. As the energy coalesced completely, a disc-like amalgamation of dark thunderous energy materialized in the air. Dark thunder, yi sure, with a resounding whoosh. This disc, imbued with terrifying energy, was propelled forth. Its velocity eclipsed the very fabric of reality. In the blink of an eye, this perfect construct of dark thunder traced a menacing arc through the air. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the armored pigs erupted like fireworks, filling the battlefield with a crimson mist shortly thereafter. This display of power was indeed impressive. The pupils of the 4 grand deans contracted simultaneously. Such destructive capability could easily rank among the top 10 among all the new students. Moreover, it had taken just one strike to annihilate a full 30 armored pigs. The simultaneous fusion of two talents, unleashing such formidable energy, was hardly surprising. As reality settled back in, Gu Linghan reassured himself. However, mere words are insufficient. Even the likes of Sheng Wuji, Lan Shi, and Gu Jin pale in comparison. Upon hearing this, Lin Jianfeng smiled gently. Old Gu, why the haste? There is still one final wave to observe. As per my understanding, Chen Mo is about to unleash his true potential. Beneath the terrifying shroud of darkness, a colossal armored boar, clad in shimmering silver armor, thunderously emerged. This immense creature towered to the height of 2 stories, its massive form nearly overwhelming Chen Mo. Yet, this silver-armored beast was merely a low-tier third-grade monster. In that moment, Chen Mo couldn't help but reflect. To think that a beast of such a low grade stood at such a height, what then could be said of 4th grade or 5th grade beasts, with their unimaginable might? It is no wonder that the border battles have escalated, leaving a significant gap in the need for martial artists. As Chen Mo sighed, the silver-armored boar noticed him, raising its 4 legs, akin to giant pythons, and charged at him. Alas, I do not wish to play with you any longer. My apologies. Gazing at the approaching armored boar, Chen Mo suddenly surged forward. This was his proactive strike, and his speed was terrifying, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. He was unwilling to linger, eager to advance to the second round of the examination. There, a grand stage awaited his true performance. What remarkable speed! Exclaimed Xiang Tiange from Ling Tian Academy. It is almost equivalent to that of a mid-tier third-grade warrior. Subtly, Xiang Tiange's perception of Chen Mo shifted once more. Yet, in comparison to the true top-tier prodigies, Chen Mo still had some distance to cover. In an instant, Chen Mo had closed the gap with the silver-armored boar. The beast, sensing Chen Mo's approach, roared in fury, charging at him with its formidable horn. However, Chen Mo merely shook his head at the sight of the looming horn. Pathetic. He made no move. Instead, 4 shadowy hands emerged behind him, akin to great dragons, swiftly evading the boar's attack. In a heartbeat, those massive hands seized the boar's 4 legs. Then came the sound of ripping flesh. The enormous silver-armored boar was abruptly torn into 4 pieces, and a torrential spray of blood transformed the desolate ground into a crimson sea. The first round of the examination was likely drawing to a close. What form would the second round take? Feeling the energy coursing within him, Chen Mo shifted, becoming a streak of light, instantly vanishing from his original position. His talent for close combat was commendable, yet, in comparison to Sheng Wuji, Lan Shi, and Gu Jin, there remained some discrepancies. Indeed, he was merely facing one of the lowest-tier beasts among the armored boars, and the true extent of its combat prowess was still open to question. Awaiting his second round of examination, one cannot help but ponder whether this initial round will prove to be his finest hour, only for the subsequent one to reveal his weaknesses. The 3 esteemed deans, Gu Linghan, Shin Tuyi, and Xiang Tiange, collectively offered such assessments. Clearly, they did not fully endorse Chen Mo's qualification for the coveted celestial artifact, indicating their lingering skepticism towards him. Meanwhile, Xing Tianyi, representing the Eternal Heaven Academy, remained absorbed in contemplation, questioning whether Chen Mo truly possessed a third innate talent. Such musings left him with a delightful itch of curiosity. Listening to the words of the 3 deans, Lin Jianfeng scoffed lightly, arms crossed, as he gazed at Chen Mo on the screen, convinced that the latter would deliver an astonishing surprise. On the day he departed from Jiangnan province, he had inquired about Chen Mo's thoughts on the entrance examination. During a sunset that painted the sky in hues of gold, Chen Mo had merely replied with a calm assurance. First, moreover, Chen Mo had awakened a dark-level talent, complemented by a formidable lightning ability. Lin Jianfeng firmly believed that Chen Mo would indeed secure the top position. Just wait, old Gu, old Tu, old Xiang. Soon, you shall witness what true astonishment entails. Amongst the 4, the elderly Huaxiu smiled gently before donning a virtual helmet. I shall organize the next phase, he declared, and simultaneously announced the results of the first round of testing. At that moment, within a vast virtual expanse, a colossal platform had gathered nearly all the newcomers. Some displayed expressions of joy, others wore rueful smiles, while some appeared utterly pallid. It was evident that each individual's performance during the city defense battle had varied significantly. As the final streak of light descended, countless eyes turned toward Chen Mo. It was noteworthy that he had been the last to engage in the city defense battle. Thus, despite his rapid efficiency in eliminating foes, he was also the last to complete the test. Has this fellow's testing efficiency truly lagged so far behind? Gu Jin mused, arms crossed. In that case, he poses no substantial threat to me. It is prudent to focus on Lan Shi and Sheng Wuji for the top spot in this entrance examination. I shall concentrate on the second round instead. Meanwhile, the girl skillfully manipulating 2 flying daggers, Lan Shi smiled softly. He is rather handsome, but alas, his combat prowess is lacking. I wonder why Sheng Wuji is so fixated on him. TSK, I wonder if he will participate in the second round. Radiating a dazzling golden aura, Sheng Wuji made no remarks regarding the situation. After casting a fleeting glance at Chun Mo, he resumed his meditative posture, seemingly deep in thought. Brother Chun, Yin Jinghong, and others approached, standing alongside Chun Mo. How did it go? Chun Mo inquired. Our city defense destruction rate is at 50, still 10 points away from passing. Yin Jinghong admitted, lowering her gaze. Both Yi Kong and I achieved a destruction rate of 70, yet we still did not pass, Li Xuanyin lamented with a wry smile. For them, the 3-tiered silver-armored pig proved to be an insurmountable challenge. Almost immediately upon their appearance, they fell victim to a single strike, leaving no opportunity for defense whatsoever. In their helplessness, a hint of disappointment washed over the crowd. Given their performance, it seemed unlikely that they would qualify for the so-called second round. At that moment, Yin Jinghong suddenly inquired, Chun Mo, what is your city defense destruction rate? Li Xuanyin and Yi Kong also directed their gazes toward Chun Mo, as they had placed their bets on him throughout the entire Jiangnan province. Upon hearing the term city defense destruction rate, Chun Mo was momentarily taken aback. City defense destruction rate? What is that? Instantly, the 3 looked at him as if they had seen a ghost, utterly baffled. Brother Chun, doesn't your city wall display a destruction rate when it is attacked? Li Xuanyin asked. Oh, my city wall. It hasn't been attacked. Chun Mo replied innocently with a smile. So, I suppose I haven't received that notification. Yin Jinghong, Li Xuanyin, and Yi Kong thought they shouldn't have asked. Chapter 33, 0. Not attacked. In other words, Chun Mo's city defense destruction rate stood at 0. Damn it. The 3 of them felt an overwhelming urge to bite their own teeth in frustration, regretting their foolish inquiry. Had they not just presented their faces for Chun Mo to strike? Amidst their astonishment, a bitter smile inexplicably surfaced in their hearts. They understood that Chun Mo had grown even stronger, reaching a level almost beyond their grasp. While they could still vaguely glimpse the shadow of the former Chun Mo, the current Chun Mo soared through the clouds, leaping to heights they could only admire from below, gazing up at his elusive figure. In that moment, an unspoken anticipation arose among them, wondering just how remarkable Chun Mo's performance would be in the second round. It was essential to note that the second round of the entrance examination was not merely a contest among the Jiangnan province, but a competition among the top talents from all 54 provinces across the nation. Thus, whether Chun Mo could secure the first place remained an open question. At that moment, a streak of light flickered. In the center of the platform appeared an elderly man with a head of white hair. Huoxiu surveyed the crowd and smiled gently. How was this city defense battle? Countless individuals looked at Huoxiu's teasing tone, revealing a bitter smile as the atmosphere grew somber. Many among them had failed to pass the corresponding assessments, suffering painful defeats. Observing this scene, Huoxiu shook his head. They call you geniuses, but compared to the soldiers on the frontier, you are still too weak. The borders of the Great Xia Federation are currently under siege by countless ferocious beasts. If you were to venture to the frontier in your current state, you wouldn't even be able to defeat a basic iron-armored pig. Then what is the point of your cultivation? In an instant, the countenance of many turned a deep crimson, yet none dared to contest the words of Huoxiu. Observing the expressions of the crowd, Huoxiu shook his head and declared, My intention in speaking thus is not to undermine your confidence, but rather to encourage you to remain humble and diligent throughout your 4 years at university. Do not betray the expectations of humanity. Indeed, countless voices responded in unison. Having learned a painful lesson from this entrance examination, they realized that neglecting their training would lead to a shameful reckoning with their own attitudes. It is essential to understand that, when facing the iron-armored boar, a lowly beast of burden, they should not be outperformed by such trivial adversaries. Otherwise, they would be rendered inconsequential. Huoxiu waved his hand and continued, Now, I shall announce your results from the first round of testing, starting with those who passed. Only those with a city defense destruction rate below 20 will qualify for the second round of the city defense test. In that moment, countless gazes ignited with fervor, and many wore wry smiles, For a destruction rate below 20 to pass the assessment seemed exceedingly stringent. However, upon deeper reflection, they were not entirely taken aback. If the college entrance examination aimed to select the elite from various regions, then the entrance exam sought to identify the CRME de la CRME among them. Only by demonstrating the requisite strength in this examination could they earn the favor of the 4 esteemed academies, thereby receiving the most exceptional training. This was the aspiration of countless prodigies participating in this examination. 36th place, City Defense Destruction Rate 81, Eugenhua. The young man named Eugenhua stood tall, eliciting a cascade of envious glances directed his way. Simultaneously, the crowd was astonished to discover that only 36 individuals had a destruction rate above 20, a mere tenth of the total participants. With this realization, they collectively exhaled, feeling a sense of relief. 35th place, 34th place, 33rd place. As the voice of Vice Principal Hua Xiu resonated, one after another, young men stood proudly at the forefront. To emerge from among such a multitude of elites was a matter of great pride. It was not until the top 4 names were announced that Vice Principal Hua Xiu smiled gently and said, "Next, I shall reveal the freshmen with a destruction rate of 0. They are the pinnacle of talent in this examination." The eyes of all present ignited with fervor. 3 of the individuals were already known, yet the sudden emergence of a 4th left the crowd in stunned silence. What? There's a 4th person? Who could it be? In the top provinces, aside from the 3 supreme prodigies, there was hardly anyone with a destruction rate of 0. Who is this astonishing dark horse? This is truly remarkable. Everyone was abuzz with speculation regarding the final spot. Hua Xiu remarked that the first 3 to pass were Sheng Wuji, Lan Qi, and Gu Jin. In an instant, all eyes turned enviously towards these 3 exceptional talents. The 3 top-tier prodigies stepped forward simultaneously, positioning themselves at the forefront of the entire group. However, they too were consumed by curiosity regarding the identity of the 4th contestant, who had achieved a remarkable city defense destruction rate of 0. It was known that prior to arriving at the academy, they had already utilized various means to investigate. Apart from the 3 of them, no one else at Xianyuan Martial Arts University could surpass their strength. Just then, Hua Xiu announced a name that no one recognized. The final contestant, Chen Mo. Instantly, all gazes shifted towards Chen Mo, filled with shock, bewilderment, disbelief, and admiration. An array of complex emotions directed solely at him. How could this be? That guy from Jiangnan Province. Is it possible that someone from Jiangnan Province is this formidable? A destruction rate of 0. Chen Mo, he truly is a top-tier prodigy. Xiao Wuheng and Gu Fengyue, aren't you both part of Chen Mo's team? Is he really this strong? One inquired. The questioned Xiao Wuheng and Gu Fengyue remained silent, their heads bowed in shame, unwilling to respond. This revelation particularly astonished and shocked everyone. Meanwhile, the name called out, Chen Mo, gradually stepped forward, soon taking his place at the front of the line. "You are quite powerful," Sheng Wuji remarked, smiling at Chen Mo. "Thank you for the compliment." Chen Mo replied modestly. "I didn't expect you to be so impressive." Receiving praise from Sheng Wuji, Lan Qi chimed in. "Indeed, you are quite handsome as well." Chen Mo politely responded. "You are also very beautiful." The latter's cheeks slightly flushed, rendering her speechless. "I, Gu Jin, acknowledge your abilities," Gu Jin said, arms crossed. "I hope you won't disappoint us in the second round of tests." It was only at this point that Lan Qi and Gu Jin, along with the others, set aside their previous condescension. After all, anyone capable of achieving a city defense destruction rate of 0, even if not as strong, could not be significantly weaker. Chapter 34, Team Battle. A swirling black smoke enveloped the blood-soaked earth. Before them stood a wall far grander than that of the first round of examinations. An immense and imposing fortress wall rising majestically upon the land. At the foot of this colossal gate stood 36 youths, each displaying a myriad of expressions, yet undeniably radiating an awe-inspiring aura. To their surprise, the second round of examinations turned out to be a team battle. Excitement surged. Those on the screen were all top scholars, or prodigies of the highest caliber. Ah, how I yearned to join and claim a few heads. No. During your first round of examinations, the city defense destruction rate had already reached 60. How can you claim to rise above? One cannot help but wonder just how formidable the achievements of Sheng Wujia, Lan Qi, and Gu Jin might be. Have you overlooked Chen Mo? It is not so much an oversight as it is a recognition that Sheng Wujia and his 2 companions are renowned prodigies, while in contrast, Chun Mo is merely a dark horse that has recently emerged, hence naturally falling somewhat short of their stature. Although the crowd did not participate, lively discussions about the examination ensued. If not in reality, they could at least engage in spirited banter. Among the topics of greatest anticipation was how Sheng Wujie and his peers would perform, the trio being universally acknowledged as the three great prodigies. As for Chun Mo, many harbored expectations for him as well, though in comparison to the three great prodigies, his spotlight dimmed considerably. Nonetheless, the crowd remained somewhat unconvinced. After all, Chun Mo hailed from the Jiangnan province. How could one expect him to possess such formidable combat prowess? The only way to earn their recognition would be for Chun Mo to conquer their skepticism with his astounding abilities. Meanwhile, Yin Jinghong and others remained transfixed before the holographic screen. Brother Yin, how well do you think Chen Gu can perform? Yi Kong inquired. Yin Jinghong paused for a moment, then turned with a gentle smile. Do you know? If you were to pose this question to Chen Mo, how do you think he would respond? Before Yi Kong could finish, Li Xuanyun interjected with a grin. He would say he's got first place in the bag. Yin Jinghong gave a thumbs up. And soon the three burst into hearty laughter. In the expansive monitoring room, Gu Lingyun, the head of Tongtian Academy, reclined in a chaise lounge. Finally, those prodigies who have reached the second round are worthy of our pursuit. The head of Lingtian Academy, Xiang Tiange, smiled as he remarked, I hope this assessment will fully extract their potential. The principal of Yutian Academy, Shin Tuyi, added with a chuckle, I am quite eager to witness the strength of a warrior who has fully unleashed their mental powers, a bronze talent displaying all its might, and a warrior blessed with the holy light talent illuminating the land. Just how formidable can they become? And, of course, there is Chun Mo Shintiyi supplemented. Very well, interjected Xing Tianyi, the head of Tongtian Academy. Rest assured, I am confident that Chun Mo will secure first place in this examination. In an instant, Gu Lingyun, Shin Tuyi, and Xiang Tiange all turned their gazes towards Shin Tuyi, disbelief flickering in their eyes. Old Xing, have you joined old Lin in this whimsical thinking? After all, Sheng Wujie and the others are involved. Gu Linghan rose from his chaise. Shall we make a wager? Let us see who can achieve first place. Xing Tianyi replied with a peculiar smile. As for the stakes, let us settle on a century's worth of heavenly roots. Gu Linghan pondered for a moment. Regarding Xing Tianyi with suspicion, heavenly roots? Are you certain? Xing Tianyi shrugged. When I speak, I stand by my word. Immediately, Gu Linghan nodded, eager to witness the depth of the old executioner's insight. In my perspective, Chen Mo genuinely stands little chance of seizing the championship. Previously, during the Solo City defense battle, Sheng Wujie and his companions barely showcased half of their prowess. Yet, Xing Tianyi offered no reply, his focus unwaveringly fixed on the screen. Lin Jianfeng silently raised a finger, mistakenly believing that Xing Tianyi trusted his judgment. However, Xing Tianyi's conviction that Chen Mo could achieve first place was not merely due to his friendship with Lin Jianfeng. Instead, he had recently ventured into the virtual space and caught a glimpse of Chen Mo. Now, he was utterly convinced that something extraordinary stirred within him. It was evident that Chen Mo possessed a third form of talent. With this realization, Xing Tianyi made a silent resolve, regardless of whether Chen Mo faced competition from others. They at Tongtian Academy must secure him. The reason was simple. This individual was simply too formidable. As the spectators watched, the virtual screen was enveloped in a rolling black mist. Clearly, a fearsome beast was about to emerge. Roar! Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed from afar, causing many youths to tremble with trepidation. Standing before the city gates were the prodigies from across the nation. Such overwhelming pressure. It must be a mid-tier third-grade beast, right? We never expected our test to be so challenging. As the murmurs subsided, dozens of various fearsome beasts surged forth from the black mist. Among them were the previously seen armored boars, shadow cats, poisonous toads, and an array of other beast types. These creatures had been meticulously arranged by He Xiao, aimed at fully unleashing their potential. It seemed rather intriguing. At that moment, a blue-haired girl approached with a playful smile, stepping confidently before the crowd. It was soon time for the three great prodigies to showcase their talents. Chapter 35. The first strike. In an instant, dozens of black gold flying daggers levitated around Lan Qi, radiating a chilling brilliance. At this moment, the unique abilities of the mental energy master erupted in full force. It appears that my turn to make an entrance has arrived. Another figure, a towering bronze-skinned man, approached, his arms outstretched, revealing muscles that coiled like a dragon. Buzz. A terrifying pressure descended like a mountain, and the ancient golden figure loomed like a primordial beast, instilling fear in all. Lastly, there was Sheng Wuji, radiating a halo of holy light. A gentle smile perpetually graced his face, remaining unchanged. He sauntered to the center of the trio, gazing at Lan Qi and Gu Jin. As the guardians of the city with a destruction rate of 0, shall we each take a different direction? He proposed. Lan Qi and Gu Jin shrugged, indicating their agreement. The strong ought to shoulder greater responsibilities. Sheng Wuji turned around, addressing the others. The remaining members will form 3 small groups, following us to launch an attack from 3 distinct directions. Our objective is to reduce the city's destruction rate. Chen Mo, feeling the intensity of Sheng Wuji's gaze, lifted his head. What's the matter? Sheng Wuji replied with a smile. You will guard the rear. Should any ferocious beasts assault the city wall, remember to intervene. Instantly, all eyes turned toward Chen Mo outside the screen. Some expressed their dissatisfaction. How fortunate for Chen Mo to land such an easy job. He doesn't even have to engage in battle. They murmured. I told you, there's some connection between Sheng Wuji and Chen Mo. Yet, it seems too effortless for Chen Mo. At this rate, his destruction rate must be somewhat inflated. As discussions lingered, attention shifted back to Chen Mo's remarkable 0 destruction rate. Countless prodigies had perished in pursuit of such a feat. How could this man from the Jiangnan province achieve it so effortlessly? Meanwhile, the virtual battlefield was engulfed in a brutal conflict. Waves of ferocious beasts surged forth from the black mist, unleashing terrifying might, yet they were swiftly vanquished by the young warriors. Fiery inferno, hurricane slash, despairing fist. With each shout, throngs of ferocious beasts fell. Among them, the most fearsome were the 3 top prodigies. Lan Qi's black gold flying daggers were razor-sharp and formidable. Gu Jin's ancient golden membranes were unmatched in their might. Even Sheng Wuji's holy light attacks seemed capable of entirely dispelling the black mist. In mere moments, the first wave of ferocious beasts was completely annihilated. Impressive. They are indeed powerful. Chen Mo, stationed at the city gate, crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, admiring the chaos of battle. No wonder Sheng Wuji, Lan Qi, and Gu Jin were hailed as the 3 top prodigies. Their overall combat prowess was commendable. Unfortunately, before he could finish his thought, silhouettes of ferocious beasts once again surged forth from the black mist, all emerging from Gu Jin's direction. What? So fast? We can't stop them. They're heading for the city wall. Many young warriors turned pale, their breaths quickening as they beheld the shadowy figures, monkeys clad in black cloaks. In the vast control room, Gu Linghan raised an eyebrow. Old Hua, did you include shadow monkeys in this test? These creatures are quite troublesome even at the borders. The crowd's leader nodded in acknowledgement. Huixiu smiled gently, stating that as martial artists, they should learn to confront various ferocious beasts. The more encounters they have now, the greater their opportunities on the battlefield. If they do not face these challenges now, the cost of failure on the battlefield could be dire. Upon hearing Huixiu's words, everyone expressed their agreement. It is worth noting that in recent years, the ferocity of beasts along the borders of the Great Xia has escalated alarmingly, with numerous border cities becoming high-risk zones and many martial artists sacrificing their lives. Thus, as an institution nurturing talent from the interior, they must achieve corresponding results. Otherwise, the pressure from the Great Xia military would be insurmountable. Suddenly, within the virtual battlefield, everyone's breath caught in their throats. It was a mid-tier 3rd-rank shadow monkey, a beast specifically adept at breaching soldier defenses. Gu Jin gritted his teeth, channeling all his strength in an attempt to pursue it. However, his speed paled in comparison to that of the shadow monkey. Moreover, Sheng Wuji and Lan Qi were too far from Gu Jin's position to provide any assistance. It's over. This thought crossed many minds. It seemed the destruction rate for this city defense would surge to alarming levels. It is important to note that the shadow monkey possesses a peculiar shadow energy capable of corroding city walls. Many cities in the borderlands of the Great Xia struggle to defend against these cunning monkeys. The anticipated destruction rate would likely be determined by the DU artificial intelligence system, and once the city walls came under attack, their overall score would undoubtedly plummet. At that moment, a tremendous surge of energy began to converge at the city gate, drawing everyone's attention. There stood the slender figure of Chen Mo, seemingly enveloped in a liquid defensive form reminiscent of dark thunder, and behind him emerged 4 massive, dragon-like dark arms. The terrifying energy of Dark Thunder filled the entire battlefield with an overwhelming presence. Many of the more fragile-minded prodigies felt their scalps tingle, utterly astonished. How could this fellow's energy be so fearsome? One person exclaimed, noting that Chenmo's rank was only mid-tier second. Yet the energy he displayed was nearly on par with Lan Qi and Gu Jin in their prime. It seemed they had underestimated him. Gu Jin and Lan Qi raised their eyebrows in intrigue. Now, this was getting interesting. Sheng Wuji, with golden orbs suspended in his hands, wore a playful smile. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, those four dragon-like arms suddenly formed a long spear wrapped in dark thunder. Dual abilities. The thought flashed through many minds as they regarded Chun Mo, who now seemed to embody the essence of a prodigy. Chapter 36. True strength. An astonishing 5-meter spear materialized on the serpentine arms. Subsequently, the four arms bent in unison, and with a terrifying explosive force. They simultaneously hurled the four 5-meter-long spears into the fray. Boom. Four ominous thunder giant guns suddenly tore through the air, striking with an unparalleled ferocity, pinning the four shadowy monkeys that charged forth into the ground. The tremendous energy upon contact with the earth shattered the surface, creating countless fissures. In this moment, the gaze of the onlookers was unmistakably ensnared by Chun Mo, truly formidable, a talented individual mused with a wry smile, contemplating the sheer might of Chun Mo, whose city defense destruction rate stood at 0. He pondered whether Chun Mo could indeed rival the likes of Gu Jin, Lan Qi, and Sheng Wuji. It appeared that only someone of Chun Mo's caliber could contend with the trio of Sheng Wuji for the top position in this entrance examination. Beyond the virtual battlefield, countless prodigies gaped in astonishment, wishing they could slap themselves for their previous derision. Had they known that Chun Mo possessed such terrifying combat prowess, they would have refrained from mocking him. Meanwhile, within the expansive monitoring room, the 6 individuals displayed no reaction. After all, they had already witnessed Chun Mo's capabilities during the earlier personal city defense battle. However, they were taken aback by the lethal power exhibited by Chun Mo's thunder giant guns, which proved equally devastating against mid-tier third-grade ferocious beasts. Old Lin's eyes sparkled with insight, a testament to his discerning nature in the admissions office. At this moment, Gu Linghan could not help but re-evaluate his perception of Chun Mo, feeling a peculiar sense of trepidation. He had wagered a century-old spiritual herb with Xing Tian. Should he lose, it would indeed be a source of great embarrassment. Alas, the pursuit of the celestial artifact seems rather hasty, Shin Tuyi interjected. With Chun Mo's strength, he would undoubtedly be capable of participating in the contest for the celestial artifact by his second year. Upon hearing their seemingly regretful remarks, Lin Jianfeng offered a subtle smile. I have said it before. The prowess Chun Mo has displayed is anything but simple. Let us continue to observe. The forthcoming surprises he brings will be even more astounding. In all honesty, while Lin Jianfeng possessed an exceptional ability to discern character, he found Chun Mo to be somewhat enigmatic. He sensed that Chun Mo concealed far more than what had been revealed thus far. If he were to unveil his full strength, it would likely surpass anything witnessed to date. Within the virtual battlefield, after a brief moment of astonishment, the second wave of ferocious beasts surged forth relentlessly. Among this wave were formidable mid-tier third-grade beasts, whose sheer strength caused the ground to tremble with each step. This terrifying combat capability was truly awe-inspiring. Yet, the crowd swiftly responded. Particularly, the 3 leading prodigies exhibited a fierce glint in their eyes, evidently unsettled by the recent display of prowess from Chun Mo. In the blink of an eye, 12 black-gold flying daggers hovered around Lan Qi, while her petite form, under the influence of mental power, levitated gracefully in midair. She resembled a serene Buddha seated upon a lotus, exuding both purity and an imposing aura. At that very instant, Lan Qi opened her eyes. A multitude of daggers surged forth. With a whoosh, the 12 black-gold flying daggers transformed into streaks of light, simultaneously striking at the oncoming tide of ferocious beasts. The terrifying force nearly tore through the air, manifesting an astonishing velocity that, with a resounding crack, obliterated a beast before her. The intensity of this enhancement was enough to send shivers down the spine. Meanwhile, Gu Jin's eyes were ablaze with fury. He recalled that the shadowy monkey had breached their defenses due to his momentary lapse. Had it not been for Chun Mo, he would have been deemed responsible for the increased destruction of the city's defenses. With this thought, flames of anger ignited within Gu Jin. Gazing at the horde of beasts before him, he revealed a sinister smirk. Gu Jin expelled the malevolence. Beneath that menacing smile, his previously 2-meter-tall figure swelled uncontrollably, reaching a height of 4 meters. His formidable stature resembled that of a 2-story building. With a single strike, he could annihilate a beast. The sheer power caused many to feel a tightening in their chests. Was this the might of Gu Jin, the second of the 3 supreme prodigies? In another direction lay Sheng Wuji. As he observed the rushing beasts, he did not react in haste. Instead, he slowly raised his hand, casting a provocative smile at Chun Mo before turning his head away. In an instant, to the astonishment of countless onlookers, a myriad of golden swords, crafted from radiant light, encircled Sheng Wuji. Each sword was incredibly sharp, its brilliance instilling fear in many hearts. Divine light sword kill, Sheng Wuji uttered. In a split second, dozens of long swords shot forth, their speed akin to that of meteors. Upon striking the beasts, they were engulfed by the divine light, their forms vanishing in an instant. Thus, the actions of the 3 prodigies left the audience utterly astounded. This was indeed the prowess of the 3 top prodigies. How could they not take it seriously? Each strike felled nearly dozens of ferocious beasts. Goodness, even if Chun Mo exerted his utmost effort, he might not achieve such results. Outside the screen, the eyes of countless talented individuals sparkled with excitement, their blood surging with fervor. If they were exemplars for others to emulate outside, it was figures like Sheng Wuji, the pinnacle prodigy, who served as their true inspiration here. Why do they take such pleasure in disparaging Chun? Yikong muttered discontentedly, listening to the voices around him. Amongst the crowd, he noticed that the most vociferous detractor was actually Xiao Wuheng, who had been too timid to utter a word when Chun Mo was present. The reason was simple: jealousy, a sentiment common to all. Yin Jinghong spoke with a calm demeanor. Clearly, they do not believe that someone from the Jiangnan province, like Chun Mo, could achieve such remarkable results. Chun Mo will prove them wrong. Li Xuanyan's gaze fell downwards. Did you perceive that? Yin Jinghong turned his head. It's a feeling, Li Xuanyan replied with a smile. I am certain that Chun Mo's abilities are absolutely on par with the 3 great prodigies. The voices of mockery now echo those who ridiculed Chun Mo during the college entrance examination. I have faith in Chun Mo. Just then, a tremendous change swept through the battlefield space. An immensely terrifying aura suddenly surged forth from the dense black mist. Chapter 37. The 4th Stage of Yushur. Suddenly, a cacophony of bird calls resounded from the pitch-black sky. In an instant, everyone's gaze froze in astonishment. In the monitoring room, Gu Linghan and the others immediately stood up, gazing in astonishment at the smiling Ho Xiao. You even arranged for flying-type ferocious beasts. Ho Xiao chuckled lightly. There's no choice. We must secure high-quality students. You all know that the military has been tightening its grip lately. The 3-school competition in 2 months will select candidates for various military departments. Thus, preparation must commence in advance. Listening to Ho Xiao's words, the deans of the 4 academies could only twitch their lips, ultimately saying nothing. Lin Jianfeng remarked, Old Ho. Facing these flying ferocious beasts in battle, most are dealt with using laser weapons and suicide drones. Now, to have them tackle these, aren't they in for a tough time? Ho Xiao shrugged. Tough time? This is merely an opportunity for them to showcase their abilities. Showcase their abilities? After a moment of contemplation, everyone suddenly thought of a name. Chun Mo. In an instant, Gu Linghan, Xiang Tiange, and Shun Tui stared wide-eyed at Ho Xiao, frozen in place. Their minds engulfed in myriad thoughts. What precisely is it about Chun Mo that warrants such attention from someone like Old Ho, a 9th-tier martial king? Even with dual talents, it shouldn't be to this extent. Meanwhile, on the virtual battlefield, an aerial assault had already commenced. In the virtual arena, countless prodigies turned their gazes towards the azure sky. Suddenly, massive, purplish-black eagles emerged, each one capable of obscuring the sun, all possessing the formidable prowess of the 3rd rank. Upon closer inspection, there were a total of 10 soaring high above. In an instant, many students turned pale. Had they lost their minds? How could they test us with flying beasts? We have no laser weapons. This is dreadful. It's over. The purple-black giant eagles will descend upon us. The expressions of the crowd turned grim. If the eagles swooped down from the sky, the destruction of the city would escalate rapidly. In an instant, the 36 talented individuals gathered to discuss countermeasures. Sheng Wuji stated, My holy light sword is sufficient to slay enemies, but they soar high above, causing my sword's attack to diminish over distance. The group's spirits dimmed once more. They then turned their gazes toward Lan Qi, who offered a resigned smile. The purple-black giant eagles are renowned for their speed, and their wings can unleash energy attacks. As you know, psychic warriors struggle to maintain solid defenses during combat, especially in midair, where two fists cannot contend with four. In that fleeting moment, their faces grew completely somber. If neither Lan Qi nor Sheng Wujie could manage, it seemed they would truly have to wait for the eagles to assault the city walls before striking back. Yet, even then, such a reprisal would inflict considerable damage on the walls. As for Gujin, he was merely a meat shield. Against the celestial assaults, he would be of little use. Just then, a voice rang out, "Let me give it a try." Gazing at the circling purple-black giant eagles, Chun Mo smiled gently. "Perhaps I really can." The crowd was momentarily taken aback, their eyes filled with skepticism. Although Chun Mo had demonstrated formidable prowess with his Dark Thunder Spear, it was effective only at close range. Against aerial beasts, its efficacy might wane. At that moment, someone in the crowd stood up. "I believe in Chun Mo." Everyone turned to look at this individual, who hesitated briefly before stating, "I've watched Chun Mo's examination footage. He undoubtedly possesses this strength." Examination footage? Even Chun Mo was somewhat surprised. Jiangnan province was among the least ranked of the 54 provinces, yet someone had taken the time to review his footage. This was indeed astonishing. At that moment, Sheng Wujie said, "Very well, let Chun Mo give it a try." The others exchanged glances and reached a consensus. In the next instant, they all appeared atop the city walls, watching the purple-black giant eagles circling above with wary expressions. Should Chun Mo falter, they would employ thunderous measures to minimize the destruction of the city, thus allowing their scores with the Daiyu artificial intelligence to improve continuously. Just then, the 10 purple-black giant eagles in the sky could no longer suppress their murderous intent. With a deafening roar, they plummeted from the heavens like purple-black meteors. Boom! The immense figure tore through the air, launching a suicidal assault towards the city walls. All eyes were fixed upon Chun Mo, uncertain whether this individual could vanquish them all when the violet-black giant eagle descended upon the fortifications. At that moment, Chun Mo suddenly exhaled a deep breath, then leaped gracefully onto the only fluttering banner atop the city wall. In the next instant, as all gazes turned towards him, the pupils of the onlookers constricted sharply. They beheld Chun Mo's form once more surging with dark, thunderous energy. This time, the energy erupted as if from a dormant volcano, exuding a force capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. Was this truly the energy intensity that a mid-tier second-grade martial artist could unleash? A talented young man's lips went dry. He was aware of his own extraordinary abilities, coupled with his initial third-grade cultivation. Yet, he realized that the intensity of energy he could muster paled in comparison to even a fraction of what Chun Mo was currently exhibiting. Meanwhile, Lan Qi and Gu Jin's pupils also contracted in astonishment. They had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of Chun Mo's energy. However, upon reflection, they surmised that this was likely Chun Mo's utmost effort. With this thought, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he were still concealing his true strength, it would be unfathomably terrifying. St. Wujie's gaze glimmered with a spark of insight, lost in contemplation. Standing atop the banner, Chun Mo gazed at the 10 descending violet-black giant eagles and sighed. Why must they seek their own demise? Very well, he would reluctantly employ only half of his strength. In an instant, 4 pairs of dark thunderous hands materialized, and peculiar runes began to coil upon Chun Mo's cheeks. Following this, the 4 enormous hands extended forth, forming strange shapes as they gestured before him. Under the astonished stares of countless onlookers, Chun Mo suddenly uttered 2 words, "Dark Thunder Fourfold You Sure." Chapter 38, Astonishing New Beginnings. Dark Thunder Fourfold You Sure. As Chun Mo's voice echoed, a dark disk resembling a device capable of slicing through all emerged in the center where the 4 hands converged. This disk spun rapidly, and unless one observed it intently, it might easily be mistaken for an utterly ordinary circle. Terrifying energy swiftly coalesced, and the dark, thunderous energy it exhibited sent shivers down the spines of the gathered crowd. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The remaining 3 gigantic hands trembled suddenly, and 3 more rapidly spinning dark discs materialized. Ultimately, the 4 dark discs fused entirely, transforming into a single disc with a radius of half a meter, spinning at an alarming velocity. The formidable power radiating from it caused the surrounding space to twist and tremble violently. How powerful! The disdain had entirely vanished from the faces of Lan Qi and Gu Jin, replaced by an expression of profound seriousness. Should this attack have fallen upon them without adequate means of defense, they would undoubtedly have perished on the spot. St. Wuji raised an eyebrow, as it appeared that the individual before him, harnessing dark energy, was somewhat different from what he had anticipated. As the astonished gazes of the crowd lingered, Chen Mo's colossal hand fully consolidated the Yushur. With a resounding roar, the giant eagles in the sky drew ever closer, akin to 10 iron war chariots plummeting from the heavens. At that moment, Chen Mo made his move. In an instant, the dark thunder wheel in his grasp was unleashed. With a deafening crack, the immense dark thunder wheel tore through space, transforming the entire area into a shroud of darkness. Faintly, the sound of thunder echoed in fury. The purplish-black giant eagles, gazing upon the dark thunder wheel, felt every feather on their bodies stand on end. They yearned to retreat, yet it was too late. The colossal dark thunder wheel, seemingly endowed with its own sentience, surged toward the nearest purplish-black giant eagle, launching a cataclysmic assault. With a sharp crack, a third-tier purplish-black giant eagle was cleaved in two. Then came the second, the third, and the fourth. In the blink of an eye, 10 previously lively purplish-black giant eagles, intent on assaulting the city walls, were mercilessly severed by Chen Mo. A torrential rain of blood fell from the sky, drenching the entire city wall like a gentle drizzle. Silence. Stillness. Countless onlookers stared at Chen Mo, their throats churning, yearning to articulate something, yet finding themselves utterly speechless. Before this moment, no one could have fathomed that Chen Mo could annihilate this terrifying pack of beasts with a single strike. Nor could they have envisioned that a youth emerging from the impoverished Jiangnan province could stand shoulder to shoulder with the three great prodigies. They had assumed that even if Chen Mo wielded the so-called Dark Thunder Spear, it would require multiple shots, and that during the process, it would inevitably weaken. However, they were utterly astonished to discover that Chen Mo had, in fact, devised a remarkable technique, the fourfold Yushur. This name was indelibly etched in their minds. And as they gazed at the slender figure standing on one leg atop the banner, the prodigies realized it would be difficult to forget him. No wonder the city's defense rate could remain at 0. How could that armored boar pose a threat? Lan Qi shook her head, feeling that her earlier disdain was profoundly foolish. It seemed that in this examination, perhaps only St. Wuji could rival him. Gu Jin revealed a bittersweet smile. The intensity of the fourfold Yushur energy was far beyond what he could contend with. It seemed that only Sheng Wujing could stand on equal footing. At this moment, Gu Jin felt an inexplicable anticipation. Who was stronger, Sheng Wujing or Chen Mo? It was only then that the crowd began to understand why, at the school gate, Sheng Wujing had approached Chen Mo with inquiries. One represented the sacred brilliance of light, while the other embodied the ferocious depths of darkness. Perhaps these two were destined to compete against one another. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, Sheng Wujing observed Chen Mo descending from the sky, a light smile gracing his lips. You are formidable. I eagerly await our confrontation. If previously, Sheng Wujing had engaged Chen Mo playfully due to his possession of dark energy, now he regarded Chen Mo as a genuine rival. Chen Mo's strength was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. This individual was indeed worthy of being his opponent. In an instant, Sheng Wujing extended his hand, seemingly wishing to shake hands with Chen Mo. Chen Mo responded with a gentle smile and reciprocated the gesture. Sheng Wujing, it is a pleasure to meet you, Sheng Wujing remarked. Chen Mo, the latter nodded in acknowledgement. Within Sheng Wujing's gaze, Chen Mo discerned not only a hint of goodwill, but also an astonishing, boiling intent to kill, an unsettling sensation that sent shivers down his spine. The sight of these two suddenly shaking hands left the assembled crowd of prodigies in a state of shock. The images of Chen Mo employing the fourfold Yushur to slay the violet-black giant eagle, followed by his handshake with Sheng Wujing, were broadcasted to the virtual realm, captivating the attention of numerous talents. Many were left astounded. After a brief moment of stunned silence, a wave of discussions erupted like a tide. I should never have doubted Chen Mo. He truly belongs among the four great prodigies. Indeed, I have always maintained that Chen Mo is one of them. Weren't you just disparaging Chen Mo? I proclaim that he is now my idol for the next 4 years at university. My goodness, the fourfold Yushur, what a terrifying attack. In the eyes of countless talented individuals, fervor ignited, and astonishment reigned supreme. When a formidable opponent unexpectedly surpasses you, questions arise. Yet, when that same opponent reveals their terrifying capabilities before you, admiration naturally follows. At this very moment, Chen Mo embodied this essence. Meanwhile, Xiao Wuhong, who had previously belittled Chen Mo, now wore a flushed expression, stammering and at a loss for words. In a trio from the Jiangnan province, the three individuals stared blankly at the spirited Chen Mo on the screen, sharing a knowing smile. See, I told you Chen Mo would surely secure first place. Li Xuanyan spread his hands, exuding an air of confidence. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern the tremor in his hands. Equally, Li Xuanyan himself was nearly struck dumb with astonishment. Chapter 39, The Mutated Beast. Who could have anticipated that Chen Mo could unleash such terrifying power? This was a third-grade flying-type beast, a formidable weapon on the battlefield. In their high school military class, their teacher had warned them that when encountering a flying-type beast, they must seek appropriate cover to avoid confrontation, for below the 6th grade master realm, the threat posed by such beasts to humanity was exceedingly great. The combination of flying capability and long-range attack was inherently an invincible posture. And now, Chen Mo had effortlessly vanquished it with a single, masterful strike. Moreover, the absence of sweat on his face clearly indicated that he had not exerted any effort. Contemplating this, Li Xuanyan inhaled sharply. This guy had truly become extraordinarily powerful. At this moment, Yin Jinghong also came to his senses. How little time had passed, yet Chen Mo had transformed into such a fearsome force. If Wang Tianming and Long Haoren were to witness this scene, they would likely be unable to sleep. Simultaneously, the three suddenly noticed that a multitude of astonished gazes were directed towards them, the trio from Jiangnan province. These stares encompassed shock, surprise, fear, respect, and more. They understood that all of this was predominantly due to Chen Mo. They recalled that at the school gate, as they lamented the lack of attention on Jiangnan province, Chen Mo had confidently asserted that he would make the entire province the center of attention. Little did they expect that he would indeed accomplish this. As those curious gazes converged, a hint of pride mingled with bashfulness surfaced on their faces. Yet, in their hearts, they felt an exhilarating joy. It had been far too long since they had experienced such exhilaration. If word were to return to Jiangnan province, it would undoubtedly cause a monumental stir. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the deans of the 4 academies gazed in rapt attention at the video of Chen Mo. Gu Linghan pointed at Chen Mo. Looking at Lin Jianfeng, are you telling me this is a mid-second grade martial artist? Be honest with me, what grade is Chen Mo's dark ability? In an instant, the deans of the 3 other academies reacted, for they were not foolish. How could a mere mid-second grade martial artist unleash such terrifying power? This must be an extraordinary ability. Indeed, before the students enrolled, they had scrutinized each student's file, and Chen Mo's merely noted an unremarkable level of dark ability. While there had been other abilities in the past, the overall combat power exhibited had been weak. Thus, they had overlooked Chen Mo. Now, however, the talent he displayed was undeniably indicative of a superior dark gift. As the truth became undeniable, Lin Jianfeng chuckled softly, declaring, "Indeed, it is not merely a level, but rather the level dark divine body." The revelation of the level dark divine body left the onlookers exchanging incredulous glances, realizing they had been outsmarted by Lin Jianfeng. Initially, they believed that Lin Jianfeng had taken a special interest in Chen Mo, thus making an exception to apply for a spot in the competition for the celestial artifact. However, the revelation of the level dark divine body came as no surprise. Yet, it was not solely the dark divine body. He also wielded a lightning-based supernatural ability. Shen Tiyi from the Yutian Academy quickly grasped the implications. The awakening of the level dark divine body's lightning ability must be at least of level A, otherwise, the combination would not yield such formidable results. Instantly, the monitoring room was engulfed in shock. The level dark divine body and level lightning ability signified that Chen Mo was unequivocally an unprecedented prodigy. In the minds of the 3 academy heads, Chen Mo's talent had transcended that of a top-tier genius, elevating him to the status of a monstrous talent. Seeing the astonished expressions of the 3, Lin Jianfeng felt a surge of satisfaction. This was a lesson for those who had initially underestimated Chen Mo. However, the next moment, the words of Xing Tianyi, the head of the Zhongtian Academy, plunged the trio into utter confusion. Not only 2 types of talents, but also an understanding talent that is not inferior to my own. In an instant, everyone, including Huoxiao, turned their intense gaze toward Xing Tianyi, their eyes wide as saucers, silently questioning, "Are you certain?" Yet, Xing Tianyi merely smiled gently. I can state with absolute certainty. You see, understanding type talents are nearly impossible to detect. However, they can be sensed by warriors who possess similar talents. You also know the reason I can cultivate the unparalleled martial arts of Zhongtian Academy is due to my level Qi Tian talent. It appears that Chun Mo's understanding talent must be on par with mine. The monitoring room fell into profound silence. A level dark divine body, a level lightning ability, and a level understanding talent. What further surprises could Chun Mo possibly bring? The next moment, Gu Linghan suddenly interjected, "Old Xing, I'll hand over my precious spiritual herb to you. Just let Chun Mo belong to our Tongtian Academy. As for the celestial artifact competition, our academy consents. Chun Mo is indeed worthy of competing for the celestial artifact." In an instant, the heads of the 4 academies began to argue heatedly. Shin Tuyi from Yutian Academy exclaimed, "You're talking nonsense. Chun Mo's talent is perfectly suited for our Yutian Academy. He should come to us." Xiang Tinga from Ling Tian Academy added urgently, "My Ling Tian Academy specializes in speed, making it ideal for Chun Mo." Meanwhile, Xing Tianyi felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, recalling how these individuals had initially looked down upon Chun Mo. Now that they knew of his talent, their expressions had changed faster than a performer in a Beijing opera. Everyone was taken aback. It is worth noting that at this very moment, Chun Mo was merely at the mid-stage of the second rank and had yet to unleash his full combat prowess. If he were to exert himself completely, how formidable would he become? Throwing this dark horse into the fray for the celestial artifact, might he not achieve even more resplendent results? For instance, could Chun Mo, as a freshman, secure the rights to the celestial artifact? Such prospects are truly exhilarating. As Lin Jianfeng gazed upon the deans of the 4 prestigious academies, he let out a sigh. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to when the directors of their 3 major admissions offices vied for Chun Mo's attention. However, this spectacle was likely grander still. At that moment, Huixiu chuckled softly and waved his hand. "All right, no need to rush. Once the city defense battle concludes, we can compete earnestly. They are still in the midst of their examinations." Huixiu smiled, adding, "There are several formidable contenders prepared for them next." Instantly, the crowd's gaze shifted toward Huixiu, who, with an enigmatic smile, uttered 3 words, "Variant level." Within the blood-red battlefield of the virtual helmet, the 36 youths were palpably excited, having just grasped the terrifying potential of Chun Mo. Now, leading the charge were Chun Mo, Gu Jin, Lan Qi, and Shang Wuji, all recognized by their peers as deserving of their foremost position. Yet, at that very moment, 2 overwhelming pressures surged forth from the black mist. In an instant, the expressions of the onlookers changed dramatically. As they turned to behold the fearsome figures emerging from the ominous black fog, some of the prodigies turned pale. Chapter 40. The Bet. From the depths of that endless darkness, 2 colossal, tank-like mutant mammoths began to stride forward. With each step, the earth quaked, fracturing into countless fissures. Their immense presence overshadowed the sky, descending upon the crowd like an impending storm. These were high-tier variant mammoths of the 3rd rank. Why were such mammoths appearing in the city defense battle? It was said that these beasts could only be dealt with using artillery. At the very least, it would require 4th rank warriors to confront them. This was disastrous. The stakes had just escalated for all present. Feeling the sudden surge of pressure emanating from the mammoths, the hearts of the onlookers momentarily faltered. The reason was simple. The might of the variant mammoths was overwhelmingly potent. Behind the 2 monstrous beasts, dozens of 3rd rank ferocious creatures followed suit, unleashing a thunderous roar. The deafening sound reverberated, causing pain to the eardrums of those who heard it. Beyond the screen, most of the prodigies felt a sense of unease. The mutant mammoths possessed not only astonishing combat capabilities, but their roars also held a significant offensive impact. It was over. Those prodigies were doomed. Indeed, I heard from my uncle that the mammoth is among the most formidable beasts of low rank. And this mutated variant poses an even greater challenge. It seems that the trials for the prodigies are tenfold more daunting than for us mere talents. How else could they be deemed prodigies? Yet, I wonder who among us will be able to tackle these 2 mutated mammoths. It should be Chun Mo and Shang Wuji, right? One person remarked. Indeed, such a mutated 3rd-tier mammoth could likely be handled by only these 2, while Gu Jin and Lan Qi fall slightly short. In an instant, a hush fell over the crowd, for they instinctively held a deep-seated trust in Shang Wuji. As for Chun Mo, their expectations were significantly high. It is important to note that this time it transitioned to land combat, and the technique Chen Mo previously employed, you sure, would likely only be effective in the skies. On land, it would be exceedingly difficult to breach the defenses of the mutated mammoth. However, one could not dismiss the possibility that he might possess some hidden trump card. Thus, with a myriad of hopeful gazes, the crowd's attention turned once more to the screen. On the virtual battlefield, the elite prodigies could already sense the tremors of the earth. At the forefront, Chen Mo and Sheng Wuji stood side by side. "I'll handle the one on the right," Sheng Wuji declared. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, a battle intent not solely directed at the mutated mammoth, but also an implicit challenge to Chen Mo. It is well known that the powers of light and darkness are fundamentally opposed, and Sheng Wuji was unwilling to concede inferiority to Chen Mo. Moreover, his inherent pride would never allow him to entertain the notion of being weaker than Chen Mo. Upon hearing these words, Chen Mo nodded, "All right." He then turned to address all the prodigies, including Gu Jin and Lan Qi. "The rest is up to you." Gu Jin and Lan Qi exchanged a glance. Resigned to this arrangement, before the mutated mammoth, they lacked absolute confidence in their victory. To engage in reckless bravado and challenge a beast that did not align with one's strengths could very well lead to an increase in the destruction of the city walls. Such a course of action was utterly inadvisable. Suddenly, Chen Mo broke into a smile. "Could you procure for me a large gun? A longer and thicker one, if possible." A gun? Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Chen Mo was capable of using firearms? Ever since he joined the team battles, he had not once been seen wielding a gun. Even the fearsome giant spear conjured from the dark giant's hand was merely regarded as a method of attack. No one anticipated that Chen Mo would actually utilize a firearm. However, curiosity arose regarding the proficiency of Chen Mo's marksmanship and whether it had reached a remarkable level. Soon, one individual swiftly hurled a colossal spear measuring 3.5 meters towards him, the immense silver weapon hurtling through the air like a shooting star. As he beheld the rapidly approaching spear, Chen Mo smiled gently, gracefully sidestepped, and in an instant, grasped the hefty spear's handle in his hand. In that fleeting moment, the demeanor of Chen Mo underwent a profound transformation. If the previous Chen Mo resembled a black hole, enshrouded in the pressure of thunder, at this moment, he had become an astonishing spear, radiating an aura of sharpness, standing resolutely like a mountain. "This fellow truly knows how to wield a gun," one individual gasped in disbelief. His pupils contracting, Sheng Wujing cast a glance at Chen Mo, a flicker of astonishment crossing his mind. He had initially believed Chen Mo to possess merely formidable supernatural talents. Yet he was astonished to discover that his martial arts aptitude was equally exceptional. It is known that typically, once individuals cultivate supernatural abilities, it becomes exceedingly challenging to pursue martial arts, and vice versa. To his surprise, this fellow managed to cultivate both simultaneously. However, even if Chen Mo was so remarkable, did Sheng Wujing lack such prowess? He too was proficient in subtle martial arts. Regaining his composure, Sheng Wujing focused on the distant mutated mammoth. "Let's see who can kill faster." Upon hearing Sheng Wujing's words, everyone paused, their gazes shifting towards the indifferent Chen Mo, who merely smiled gently. "Bring it on. It has been a while since I practiced my marksmanship. I shall use this fierce beast to hone my skills." At that moment, a resounding roar echoed. Roar! Before the black mist, the two mutated mammoths, accompanied by a multitude of ferocious beasts, suddenly charged forth, their immense presence causing the earth to tremble as if a dragon were awakening. Boom! In an instant, countless prodigies transformed into fleeting shadows, swiftly engaging in battle, clashing with the ferocious beasts. At the heart of the conflict, at each end stood a slender figure before the mutated mammoths. Observing the formidable creatures before him, Sheng Wujing's expression turned grave, and he abruptly raised his hands. Holy light armor. Instantly, numerous beams of holy light, akin to ethereal dragons, coiled around his form, swiftly coalescing into layers of heavy holy light armor surrounding him. This holy light armor immediately drew the attention of countless onlookers. "Incredible!" an astonished prodigy exclaimed. Subsequently, Sheng Wujing's hands were raised high, and in an instant, two swords enveloped in holy light materialized in his robe-clad grasp. In that moment, the aura surrounding Sheng Wujing underwent a dramatic transformation. He stood upon the battlefield like a celestial sword, commanding awe from the multitude. Many were taken aback. Sheng Wujing's swordsmanship had indeed reached a subtle level. My heavens, he had hidden it so well. I can't believe it. I watched his college entrance examination footage, and he never showcased this. It seems he was compelled by the mutated mammoths. No, it wasn't the mutated mammoths that compelled him. It was Chun Mo who pressured him. Amidst the chorus of astonishment, Shang Wujing glanced at Chun Mo, who was met with surprise reflected in his eyes. This was precisely the effect he desired. Come on, Chun Mo, what follows will undoubtedly astonish you even further. Chapter 41. The true self-level gazing at the mutated mammoth before him. Shang Wuji's lips curled into a subtle arc. Holy light, sword destruction. He murmured softly, and in an instant, his twin swords shot forth like lightning, striking one of the mutated mammoths with astounding force. Boom. In the astonished eyes of the crowd, the massive creature was sent flying, letting out a mournful howl as a crimson gash appeared upon its thick hide. Incredible. Such formidable strength. This was the pinnacle of meticulous swordsmanship. So, this was the hidden prowess of Shang Wuji. Alas, if this mutated mammoth were to be slain, Chen Mo's wager would surely falter. It is well known that the defensive capabilities of the mutated mammoth are extraordinarily robust. Yet, Shang Wuji managed, with sheer swordsmanship, to propel the beast backward, leaving a mark upon its skin. What a terrifying display of power. Even some fourth-tier martial artists find the mutated mammoth exceedingly challenging to confront. Yet, under Shang Wuji's deft maneuvering, it appeared almost effortless. At times, one must concede the vast chasm that exists between individuals. Meanwhile, on the battlefield with Chun Mo and the mutated mammoth, all eyes, including those of Shang Wuji, turned towards Chun Mo, brimming with anticipation to witness the performance of this emerging top-tier prodigy. However, upon glancing in Chun Mo's direction, the spectators suddenly froze in place. In an instant, many of the talented individuals felt a wave of goosebumps wash over them. There, in the direction of Chun Mo, a long spear ascended, entwined with boundless darkness and the brilliance of thunder. A terrifying pressure coalesced within that colossal spear. Clad in black armor, Chun Mo stood resolutely before the mutated mammoth, his dark hair billowing like a general poised on an ancient battlefield. An astonishing intent emanated from him, akin to a volcano that had lain dormant for centuries, erupting forth and leaving countless spectators in awe. Was that the nascent form of spear intent radiating from him? What is the nascent form of spear intent? It is a manifestation that only those who have reached the true self level of spear technique can comprehend. Whenever someone achieves the true self stage in spear mastery, they can grasp that supreme essence of spear intent. Once understood, the effectiveness of the spear wielded multiplies exponentially. It is something that many martial geniuses aspire to attain throughout their lives, often eluding them. And now, they were witnessing it in Chun Mo. Could this individual truly be a prodigy? One of them gasped. The crowd was struck with astonishment. The emanating nascent spear intent surged forth like a tidal wave, and both Lan Shi and Gu Jin felt its presence, their eyes widening in disbelief as they turned their gaze towards Chun Mo. What a monster! Lan Shi remarked with a wry smile. How can I even compare? Gu Jin was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Shang Wuji tightened his grip on the dual swords in his hands. A profound sense of loss fleetingly washed over him. The true self-level marksmanship surpassed his intricate swordsmanship by an entire tier. The true self-level was precisely what Shang Wuji had been fervently pursuing. How terrifying must this fellow's talent truly be? In the virtual space, the prodigies from 54 provinces gazed in astonishment at the aura emanating from Chun Mo. Their minds rendered blank. The entire venue fell into silence once more due to Chun Mo's presence. After a prolonged moment, the sound of gulping echoed repeatedly. This guy, displaying true self-level marksmanship, possessed such remarkable martial arts talent. The sheer terror of this dual talent, combined with true self-level marksmanship, truly marked him as a paragon among the elite. This was the level of a monstrous genius. How could such a formidable contender emerge in our cohort? Most astonishingly, this prodigy hailed from the Jiangnan province, which had previously ranked nearly at the bottom. As everyone exhibited shock, some individuals, such as Xiao Wuhong and Guo Fengyue, felt their faces flush red with embarrassment. Upon recalling their earlier harsh words toward Chun Mo, they couldn't help but feel the urge to slap themselves a few times. How could they have been so petty back then? At that moment, all gazes abruptly shifted toward the trio from Jiangnan province. Yin Jinghong, Li Xuanyan, and Yikong found themselves engulfed in immense shock. What? Chun Mo's marksmanship has surpassed the true self-level? Li Xuanyan was left dumbfounded. It was known that during their earlier duel in the Battle Royale mode, Chun Mo's intricate marksmanship had already instilled a sense of despair within him. Yet now, Chun Mo had displayed true self-level marksmanship. How little time had passed. Just a month, perhaps? The speed at which this individual had grown stronger was truly terrifying. Damn, he is indeed a monster. Yin Jinghong cursed inwardly. Just a month ago, he wasn't this formidable. Brother Chun is truly impressive. Yi Kang's eyes sparkled with admiration. Amidst the crowd's astonishment, even the leaders in the monitoring room exchanged glances of disbelief. If there had been any lingering doubts regarding the earlier assertions made by the Academy's Xingtian, they were entirely dispelled following Chun Mo's demonstration of true self-level marksmanship. That notion was instantly rendered null and void. He undoubtedly possesses innate talent. Gu Linghan asserted with conviction. Triple talents. Triple talents. Such a phenomenon has scarcely occurred in human history. Shin Tui was filled with excitement. The true self-level marksmanship, having grasped the embryonic form of gun intent, was sufficient to justify the label of a prodigy. Xiang Tiange's gaze sharpened. Moreover, Chun Mo's realm is merely at the mid-second grade. The mid-second grade, comprehending the true essence of marksmanship. In an instant, the four esteemed deans, along with Lin Jianfeng and He Xiao, felt a shiver run down their spines. It is worth noting that mastery of true essence-level martial arts is something they could barely approach even as fifth-tier warriors. To even consider it at the second-tier level? At that stage, they could hardly fathom the intricacies of such martial arts. Chun Mo, you must join our academy. Instantly, the eyes of the four deans sparkled with eagerness, nearly longing to enroll Chun Mo on the spot. Such prowess, even among second-year students, he stands at the pinnacle of mediocrity. Should he participate in the contest for celestial artifacts, there would be no doubt of his success. Perhaps that arena would be where Chun Mo truly shines. Meanwhile, Lin Jianfeng felt a surge of joy. If the three prodigies of talent realized they had missed out on such an extraordinary individual, they would surely be enraged to the point of bloodshed. At that moment, He Xiao, the vice principal, remarked with a smile, Lin Jianfeng's investment this time truly demonstrates an eye for talent. However, dear colleagues, it would be prudent to observe the nascent might of Chun Mo's gun intent before making any decisions. In an instant, everyone turned their gaze back to the screen. Suddenly, Chun Mo's eyes, akin to black holes, flung wide open. Chapter 42. I am not your equal. Accompanied by the opening of those abyss-like eyes, Chun Mo's aura reached its zenith. A resounding hum filled the air as countless dark thunderbolts coalesced into a swirling dragon of energy around him. His entire being appeared to be enveloped in a luminous shroud of dark lightning, with peculiar runes materializing on either side of his face. It was at this moment that the mutated mammoth, sensing an overwhelming threat, let out an enraged roar and charged towards Chun Mo with the force of an iron tank. The ground trembled. Cracks erupted under the mammoth's weight, instilling awe and dread among the spectators. Yet, as the monstrous figure loomed larger in his vision, Chun Mo merely smiled lightly, and, however, the sound it produced was quite thunderous. In that fleeting moment, Chun Mo's dark thunder spear surged forth like a dragon, plunging toward the mammoth's head. With the power of dark lightning entwined with the intent of true essence-level marksmanship, the spear's momentum was terrifying, akin to a tempest. In the blink of an eye, it tore through the air. The fearsome spearhead came to rest against the mammoth's skull. Then, with unstoppable might, the dark thunder spear penetrated the mammoth's head. With a ripping sound, the creature was cleaved in two, blood gushing forth and saturating the ground in warmth. The formidable beast that had instilled trepidation in countless hearts was vanquished in an instant by Chun Mo's single strike. This fellow is truly extraordinary. A prodigy whose legs tremble slightly. Who could have anticipated that Chun Mo could unleash such terrifying power? No one could have foreseen it. The formidable dark thunder energy and the innate gunfighting talent at the true self level, if either were to manifest in an ordinary prodigy, would undoubtedly astonish an entire province. Yet, at this moment, both attributes converge in the form of one individual, leaving the onlookers feeling as if a thorn were lodged in their throats. There are no words left to adequately describe Chun Mo's terror. At this moment, Gu Jin and Lan Qi momentarily ceased their assault on the ferocious beasts. Gu Jin forced a bitter smile, acknowledging, I am no match for him. This marked the first occasion he openly admitted defeat in the presence of others. It is important to note that he hails from the Gu family, and is regarded as the pinnacle prodigy at the #1 high school in the provincial capital, an object of envy for many. Yet before Chun Mo, his title as a prodigy felt utterly hollow. Chun Mo could probably compete with the top genius of the capital. Lan Qi remarked in disbelief. It is worth noting that Lan Qi is the second-ranked prodigy in the capital, with the foremost genius being lauded as the most formidable talent in recent years. However, when comparing that prodigy to Chen Mo, Lan Qi felt that the former paled in comparison. For the Lan family of the capital, this was an exceedingly terrifying compliment. Meanwhile, Sheng Wuji's hands trembled slightly as he gazed at the mutated mammoth, which had been annihilated in a single strike by Chen Mo, his mind reeling. How is this possible? Is Chen Mo truly stronger than I? And significantly so at that. It is essential to remember that Sheng Wuji chose to attend Xianyuan Martial Arts University with the goal of securing first place in the entrance examination, vying for recognition from the 4 major academies and earning the admiration of countless individuals. Yet now, the dark-powered Chen Mo had completely outpaced him. Shock, dismay, incredulity. A torrent of emotions surged through Sheng Wuji's heart, and deep down, he felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. Since birth, he had never considered the possibility of losing to anyone. Yet, in the presence of Chen Mo, he was struck by an unfamiliar sense of failure. Just moments ago, he had felt pride for leaving a mark on the mutated mammoth with his sword, and now, this individual could obliterate it with a single shot. The disparity between the two was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Sheng Wuji's previous arrogance was utterly shattered in this moment. However, before he could ponder further, the mutated mammoth before him suddenly stood up. Its round, bulging eyes, now filled with blood, appeared to reflect the fury of its companion's demise, and in an instant, it charged toward Sheng Wuji. The colossal figure resembled an iron tank, delivering a devastating blow to Sheng Wuji. It was over. A pallor washed over Sheng Wuji's face, and his heart trembled. His attention had been entirely captivated by Chen Mo, and in this critical moment, the ferocious beast, the mutated mammoth, launched an assault upon him, leaving Sheng Wuji momentarily paralyzed. By the time he realized and attempted to raise his longsword, it was already too late. The mutated mammoth charged forth, its head, as hard as steel, surged towards Sheng Wuji like a tidal wave. At that instant, a faint whisper resonated throughout the heavens and earth. Thunderous spear. Chen Mo exhaled a breath of murky air, his form coiling like a spring as he bent with remarkable flexibility. In the next moment, the 5-meter-long spear was propelled from his grasp. Boom! The immense spear rent the air as it hurtled towards the attacking mutated mammoth. With a deafening sound, under the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, Chen Mo's spear pierced through the skull of the mutated mammoth, resulting in a sudden explosion of its head. The second mutated mammoth, dead. The entire battlefield fell into a profound silence. Whether it was the mutated beasts simulated by the virtual realm or the prodigies defending the city, they all felt a momentary paralysis. What kind of monstrous power was this being? 2 shots, 2 mutated mammoths slain. Is he truly from our generation? Is he genuinely a second-tier warrior? Could he really be from the Jiangnan province, and not the illegitimate child of some military magnate? A resounding murmur erupted from all the prodigies. It seemed the ferocious beasts also sensed Chen Mo's terrifying presence, collectively gasping in shock and retreating from the suffocating darkness. The simulation by the Daiyu artificial intelligence was the most advanced technology on the entire Blue Star. It provided an almost perfect representation of the beast's intelligence. Yet now, these creatures were retreating in fear of Chen Mo. This was something none of the prodigies had ever anticipated. However, they understood that the cause of such a phenomenon was none other than Chen Mo standing upon this battlefield. Are you all right? Chen Mo stepped forward, positioning himself before Sheng Wuji. Gazing upon Chen Mo's handsome visage, Sheng Wuji momentarily froze, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. It dawned on him. It turns out I truly cannot compare to you. Shock illuminated the faces of all the prodigies. They found it hard to fathom that Sheng Wuji, once deemed the strongest among the new students of Xianyuan Martial Arts University, who had demonstrated formidable prowess during the entrance examinations, was now voluntarily admitting inferiority to his opponent. Had it been in the past, this group of prodigies would undoubtedly have shaken their heads in disapproval. However, the individual to whom Saint Wuji was speaking was none other than Chen Mo. In that fleeting moment, everyone felt an undeniable correctness. At this juncture, the combat prowess displayed by Chen Mo was indeed worthy of such a title. Upon hearing Saint Wuji's words, Chen Mo merely smiled lightly. You are not too shabby either. Just a fraction behind me. A fraction behind? Was it truly just a fraction? A rare bittersweet smile appeared on Saint Wuji's face. At this moment, Chen Mo had unequivocally ascended to the pinnacle of the new students. As the images of Chun Mo slaying two mutated ferocious beasts circulated, alongside St. Wujing's final expression of wry amusement, countless geniuses on the virtual screen suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Who could have imagined that Chun Mo could reach such a terrifying level? Who could have foreseen that Chun Mo could surpass even the might of St. Wujing? Who could have anticipated that Chun Mo would claim the title of the top new student at Xianyuan Martial Arts University today? Had someone told them earlier that this year's top newcomer at Xianyuan Martial Arts University was Chun Mo, they would have laughed derisively. Now, however, the laughter had all but vanished. Before them stood a formidable genius, subduing this assembly of top talents from across the nation. Forgive my earlier ignorance. To be stronger than St. Wujing, how unfathomable. I must inquire, who possesses Chun Mo's contact information? I wish to befriend him. I might even want to have children with him. But you, my friend, are male. In my case, it would be different. Countless voices of discussion erupted, yet all were imbued with shock and awe towards Chun Mo. Meanwhile, in a corner of the viewing area, the three individuals from Jiangbei No. 1 High School were also staring, dumbfounded, at the image of Chun Mo on the screen. Did Chun really secure first place? Yikong nearly exclaimed. It is worth noting that although Chun Mo had not engaged in a genuine battle with St. Wujing, his triumph over the mutated mammoth at this moment serves as a testament to their true capabilities. St. Wujing left a scar with a single strike, while Chun Mo was able to slay the mutated mammoth with one shot. The comparison starkly highlighted Chun Mo's terrifying prowess. Li Xuanyan shook his head. I never anticipated that this fellow could achieve such brilliant results in the entrance examination. Yin Jinghong clicked his tongue. I never imagined that even Wang Tianming and Long Haoren would be utterly taken aback. It is essential to recognize that their province ranks among the bottom in the nation, typically occupying the lower echelons during entrance examinations. Yin Jinghong and the others were acutely aware of their own standings. Yet among them, there shines a remarkable star, whose extraordinary performance has propelled their achievements to the pinnacle of the entire Xianyuan Martial Arts University. What an astonishing feat this is. If this news were to reach the Jiangnan Province's Education Bureau, various schools, and even the esteemed Commander Su Lingyun, one can only imagine the profound astonishment it would evoke. As the entrance examination comes to a close, this news is bound to spread like wildfire, while countless students are left in awe. Even the four esteemed deans and Director Lin Jianfeng of the admissions office find themselves utterly astonished. Gazing at Chun Mo, who stands before a multitude of respectful gazes on the screen, the four deans momentarily succumb to a rare tranquility. After a long silence, Gu Linggen's eyes fixate on Chun Mo. Chun Mo possesses the potential of a 9th-rank martial king. Shin Tuyi steps forward, his eyes ablaze. No, I believe he can aspire to become a half-step 10th-rank martial saint. Xiang Tiange nods in agreement. With triple talents, a dark divine body, coupled with the thunderous talent, and a comprehension gift, our Xianyuan Martial Arts University has not witnessed such a genius in decades. Xing Tianyi adds, I am utterly astounded. This young lad is unexpectedly formidable. At this level, he could easily rank among the top 80 in the second-year cohort. Imagine if the second-year students were to learn that Chun Mo, a mere freshman, could contend with them for celestial artifacts. One can only wonder what their expressions would be. Everyone is left in sheer amazement at Chun Mo. Initially, they regarded him as merely a fortunate lad from the bottom tier of the province who happened to secure the top spot. Upon hearing Lin Jianfeng mention a spot for Chun Mo to compete for celestial artifacts, they were all red with indignation. Yet now, they appear like wolves, their eyes gleaming, practically wishing to devour Chun Mo whole. Gu Linghan declares, this young man is destined to be linked with our Tongtian Academy. Shin Tuyi retorts angrily, does your Tongtian Academy have no shame? Just moments ago, you were the loudest in praising Chun Mo. Our Yutian Academy welcomes him as well. Xiang Tiange waves his hand dismissively. Enough. You two were the ones who looked down upon Chun Mo the most. Let our Lingtian Academy take the lead. Xing Tianyi raises his gaze. Our Chongtian Academy also wishes to claim Chun Mo. Just as the crowd is about to erupt into a quarrel over Chun Mo, Lin Jianfeng gently clears his throat. All right, let us cease this discord. There remains one final battle. It is not too late for you to observe attentively. Lin Jianfeng chuckles lightly, while the four deans simultaneously turn their heads. The emergence of the mutated mammoth? Isn't that the most challenging exam question in history? Could there possibly be something even more formidable? Lin Jianfeng shrugs, extending his finger towards Huixiao. The latter smiles softly before responding. It has been a while since we've encountered such a genius. Should we not raise the difficulty level? Xing Tianyi inquires. How difficult do you intend to make it? Perhaps add a third-rank perfected mutated beast for them to practice against? Gu Linghan adds. This is for Chun Mo to hone his skills. At present, no one can fathom the limits of Chun Mo. However, the words that followed left the four academies in a state of astonishment. Huoxiu declared, I intend to assign Chun Mo a trial involving a beast lord. The beast lord is not particularly formidable. A third-tier perfection is sufficient. The four deans were simultaneously taken aback. A third-tier perfection beast lord as a test for students of merely second-tier mid-level? Are you certain this is not a jest? Amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Huoxiu stroked his beard and chuckled. Activate the final trial assessment of the DU artificial intelligence system. Deploy the third-tier perfection Sword Tiger Lord. Release all oppressive force. As the screen flickered to life, the eyes of everyone in the monitoring room once again turned towards Chun Mo. This was indeed a third-tier beast lord. One could only wonder if Chun Mo could succeed. In the virtual battlefield displayed on the screen, all the prodigies erupted into cheers. It is important to note that achieving a commendable performance in the entrance examination would yield greater rewards post-examination. This reward was undoubtedly enviable. With a zero destruction rate in city defense, some well-informed students remarked that this had already shattered the ultimate record established by Xianyuan Martial University for this project. Hence, the rewards they would receive would undoubtedly be the highest across all grades. With this thought, the prodigies could not help but feel exhilarated. Yet it was clear to everyone that the reason behind their potential rewards was Chun Mo, the prodigious individual in their midst. At this moment, the eyes of all were glimmering with a hint of golden light. Prior to this, no one could have fathomed that Chun Mo was so formidable. In this world, strength commands respect. As long as one possesses sufficient power, they are worthy of admiration. Now, all the prodigies had converged their focus entirely on Chun Mo. This examination should have concluded by now. Sheng Wuji smiled. Let us battle once we are outside. Chun Mo replied with a grin. Indeed. Real combat will be much more exhilarating. Gu Jin raised his hand. I wish to spar with you. That black armor of yours appears to possess terrifying defensive capabilities. Lan Shi exclaimed, though my dark gold flying daggers may not breach your defenses, they will undoubtedly make it challenging for you to defend. Hearing the words of these three top prodigies, the surrounding aspirants were utterly astonished. Who could have predicted that prior to this moment, the three foremost prodigies would adopt such a challenger-esque stance towards Chun Mo? No one. Upon hearing Gu Jin and Lan Shi, Chun Mo nodded. All right. Let us test it out when we are outside. Seeing Chun Mo so accommodating, the other prodigies were eager to join in. Just then, the expressions of all the prodigies suddenly changed, and they turned their gazes towards the roiling black mist. From within that black fog, an extremely terrifying aura surged forth. Boom. A terrifying pressure erupted, causing the eardrums of all the prodigies to throb painfully beneath its weight. What could it be? I had heard from my senior that the mutated beasts were already the most terrifying challenge imaginable. But wait, how could there be more? Look at that pressure. What on earth is that? Amidst the gasps of countless onlookers, a colossal tiger-like beast, measuring a staggering 6 meters in height, suddenly emerged from the swirling black mist. This beast was a striking silver color, its azure eyes exuding a predatory aura. What sent shivers down the spines of all present were the 3 10-meter-long tail blades that hung down like razor-sharp edges from its back. This was a lord-level sword tiger. A prodigy, pale-faced, suddenly fell silent. It was still of the third-tier high rank. The term lord-level struck the hearts of the crowd like a heavy hammer. It is crucial to understand that beasts are generally categorized into 3 levels: ordinary, mutated, and lord-level. The lord-level beasts are the strongest among all beasts of the same attribute and realm. Typically, a lord-level beast possesses the prowess to slay its counterparts of the same kind, let alone the inherently weaker martial artists. In the battlefield, the appearance of a third-tier lord-level beast usually necessitates the intervention of several fourth-tier initial-stage martial artists to deal with it. Yet now, their final assessment in the city defense examination was, astonishingly, a lord-level sword tiger. 1 tail blade signals an ordinary level, 2 indicate a mutated level, while 3 denote a lord level. With all 3 tail blades unleashed, it was nearly invincible. It was over. Countless prodigies felt a tremor in their hearts. Even the top-tier prodigies like Sheng Wuji, Lan Shi, and Gu Jin wore expressions of unprecedented seriousness. Outside the screen, Innumerable onlookers stared at the sword tiger, their bodies quaking in fear. Even through the screen, they could sense its terrifying presence. If they were to encounter such a beast in reality, a single glance would likely lead to instant annihilation. Chun Mo and his companions were doomed. A third-tier high-rank, lord-level beast. Unless one was a fourth-tier martial artist, no one could possibly contend with it. My heavens, this entrance examination is far too challenging. We are undoubtedly the most unfortunate cohort. Discussions erupted among the crowd, their teeth feeling inexplicably sour. Among the three from Jiangnan province, they exchanged glances, their faces paling. Their highest strength was merely at the second-tier mid-stage, and the oppressive aura of the lord-level sword tiger was overwhelming. Yin Jinghong reacted first. I suspect this is specifically set up for Chen Mo. Li Xuanyan nodded in agreement. That is possible. Yi Kong remarked, what will happen to Brother Chen? Could he be doomed? However, Yin Jinghong and Li Xuanyan simultaneously shook their heads, their gazes unexpectedly locking onto Chun Mo's eyes on the screen. I could sense it. Chun Mo was exuding an unmistakable confidence. Yin Jinghong remarked. Li Xuanyan gave a thumbs up. Although the lord-level sword tiger was indeed formidable, he couldn't shake the feeling that it would not be able to best Chen Mo. The sword tiger, a perfected third-tier beast. Old Hua, it's fortunate you were able to summon it. Gu Linghan smirked. On the battlefield, it seemed they would need to request external assistance, Xingtian added. In response to their banter, Hua Xiu merely smiled lightly. You all know that the battlefield is ever-changing, and any ferocious beast could emerge at any moment. Thus, one must never let their guard down. Otherwise, one might very well meet their demise on the spot. My actions are for their benefit. Just look at them, each boasting a destruction rate of 0 while celebrating. And now, most importantly, I wish to witness the limits of this young fellow, Chun Mo. Hua Xiu's murmurs garnered the approval of those present. They were aware that their positions as dean and directors were not due to mere ornamentation, but were earned through bloodshed on the battlefield. When humanity faces peril, warriors must lend their aid. It is the duty of every martial artist who graduates from the academy to venture to the borders and slay ferocious beasts. However, everyone turned their attention back to the screen, curious to see whether Chun Mo, who had mastered 3 terrifying talents, could indeed conquer this lord-level beast. If he were unable to prevail, they would at least witness the extent of his powers. But if he triumphed, they could scarcely fathom the consequences. Just as they pondered, the virtual battlefield revealed that the 3-tailed sword tiger had seemingly detected the gathering prodigies. Then, with a mighty roar, a terrifying tiger's howl reverberated, shaking the heavens and the earth, causing countless prodigies to feel their blood run cold. The beast lord was displaying its murderous intent toward them. Chapter 46, Attack. As that colossal roar resonated, everyone immediately unleashed their abilities, concentrating them upon their eardrums. Boom. The terrifying sound wave attack generated ripples of air, even causing the earth to crack slightly. Everyone's expressions changed abruptly as they turned their gaze toward the city wall, relieved to see the destruction rate still at 0. This 3-tailed sword tiger was truly terrifying. It was astounding that even sound waves could serve as a form of attack. It was indeed worthy of its reputation as a weapon of slaughter on the battlefield. Let us join forces. Sheng Wuji spoke gravely. This beast can no longer be dealt with alone. Gu Jin, Lan Qi, and other prodigies nodded in agreement. Knowing that this lord-level ferocious beast was genuinely powerful, they then turned their gaze toward Chen Mo. After Chen Mo demonstrated extraordinary strength, the entire team's focus had unconsciously shifted towards him. However, in the next moment, his words rendered them all momentarily speechless. I believe this ferocious beast has been prepared for me. I shall face it alone. With a gentle smile, Chen Mo, wielding the Dark Thunder Giant Spear and clad in Dark Thunder Light armor, stepped to the forefront of the group. Everyone froze in shock, their faces reflecting disbelief at Chun Mo's audacity to confront a lord-level beast single-handedly. Just how confident was he in his own abilities? Could it be that he truly possessed the means to contend with this ferocious creature? They were unsure and hesitant to believe it. Yet, an undercurrent of anticipation surged within them, a hope that Chun Mo could indeed vanquish the beast lord on his own. At that moment, Sheng Wuji spoke up. Chen Mo, are you certain? He inquired. Yes. Chun Mo nodded lightly, his dark hair dancing wildly in the tempestuous wind, his robes fluttering like a flag. I also wish to unleash my true strength. The crowd felt a chill run down their spines. Could it be that Chun Mo had not yet revealed his full potential? How is that possible? Just how much more did he conceal? Whether it was Sheng Wuji, Gu Jin, Lan Qi, or any of the 33 brilliant talents. All were struck with profound astonishment upon hearing his declaration. Eventually, Sheng Wuji commanded, "Step back. Allow Chen Mo to handle this alone." Gu Jin solemnly advised, "Chen Mo, should you find yourself overwhelmed, remember to call for us." Lan Qi earnestly added, "I shall lend you my strength as well." As their words faded and they gradually retreated, Chen Mo turned slightly, casting them a reassuring smile. "Please, trust me. I intend to pin the carcass of that beast to the ground." As the ominous black mist billowed, the vast expanse of earth now stood witness to only Chen Mo and the three-tailed sword tiger. The terrifying pressure crashed down like a tidal wave. A cataclysmic clash between heaven and earth. All eyes were fixed upon Chen Mo, revealing a complex tapestry of anticipation, shock, and trepidation. Previously, they had anticipated a grand, earth-shattering battle involving the entire team. Yet now, it was Chen Mo who would undertake this fight alone. His confidence was palpable. Confidence can be both a virtue and a vice. Were I in his position, I would never be so audacious, insisting that all the talented individuals join forces. Should he fail, he would be deemed the bane of the 35 prodigies. At that moment, Yin Jinghong stepped forward, proclaiming, "Thus, you are not Chen Mo. You lack his confidence." Li Xuanyin chuckled, "I have said it before. Chen Mo is the strongest, without exception." Yi Kong raised his hands high, exclaiming, "My brother Chun is invincible." All eyes momentarily widened, captivated by the myriad of complex emotions woven into the words of the trio. Some harbored hopes that Chen Mo would triumph over the fearsome beast lord, successfully completing this entrance examination. Others, however, secretly wished for Chen Mo to be struck down, their dark hearts yearning for satisfaction. Yet ultimately, all gazes converged upon Chen Mo. In the virtual battleground, the three-tailed sword tiger regarded him with an expression that bore an unsettling semblance of human disdain upon its fearsome and formidable visage. The beast, simulated by the DeYu artificial intelligence system, was nearly a perfect replica of its real counterpart. As a creature of lordly caliber, it possessed an intellect akin to that of a 10-year-old human child, sensing the aura of a mid-second-tier martial artist emanating from Chen Mo. Even the three-tailed sword tiger could not suppress a sneer. How audacious of this mere human to present itself with such bravado! Was it not simply offering itself as a feast? With this thought, the tiger's fur bristled, and a fierce murderous intent ignited within its snow-white, slit-like eyes. Roar! Accompanied by a thunderous bellow, the three-tailed sword tiger lunged forward, its immense power causing the ground to fracture beneath it. Like a steel war chariot, it charged towards Chen Mo with astonishing speed. "Such swiftness!" exclaimed a talented observer, recognizing that the creature had mastered the pinnacle of storm talents, placing it among the elite. Yet, in that moment, he felt as if he were no match for even half of the tiger's prowess. Chen Mo was in peril. In the blink of an eye, the three-tailed sword tiger was upon Chen Mo, its massive jaws agape, unleashing a deafening roar. Simultaneously, the three sword-like tails behind it unleashed a torrent of energy akin to a tsunami, hurtling towards Chen Mo with ferocity. Indeed, the tail sword attack was the tiger's most terrifying weapon. With a swift motion, the three-tailed swords tore through the air, hurtling towards Chen Mo with alarming speed. In an instant, they were but a yard away from him. As he watched the blades grow larger in his vision, an exhilarated smile blossomed on Chen Mo's face. A fierce battle spirit surging within him, one that had long lain dormant. It was clear that such an opponent warranted his full engagement. In that fleeting moment, a surge of energy, potent enough to pale the complexion of all present, erupted forth. Thunderous roars resounded as colossal dark lightning energy, entwined with thunder and shadows, coalesced around Chen Mo, forming a formidable circle with a radius of half a meter. This vast circle, as imposing as a mountain, suddenly unleashed a terrifying beam of dark lightning into the sky. Boom! The fearsome light pierced through the clouds, causing the entire ground to tremble ever so slightly. As the pupils of the three-tailed sword tiger suddenly constricted, an overwhelming sense of peril surged within its heart. How could this human unleash such a formidable wave of energy? Chapter 47, Release. What manner of power is this? A wave of astonishment rippled through the three-tailed sword tiger's mind, observing the colossal energy column before it. The tiger swiftly retreated, strategically distancing itself by several dozen meters in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the dark, thunderous energy column continued to churn across the vast battlefield. Even the distant black mist seemed to resonate with Chun Mo's manifestation of power. Boom. In that moment, the terrifying energy column expanded once more, as if it sought to dominate everything in its vicinity. Countless prodigies felt a chilling dread, their blood seemingly congealing in their veins. No. Is it true? Is Chun Mo truly at the mid-second tier? The intensity of this unleashed energy must surely be equivalent to the early fourth tier. A mid-second tier unleashing early fourth tier energy? Is this not the mark of a prodigy? Under the might of Chun Mo's energy column, the faces of all the talented individuals revealed a bitter smile. What was there to compete against in the presence of such genius? There was no need for comparison at all, simply based on this level of energy intensity. It seemed Chun Mo could annihilate them all without even resorting to his true self-level marksmanship. Yet, for the three esteemed prodigies, the scene was quite different. Gazing at the dark energy column, Gu Jin smiled lightly, saying, "Perhaps, at times, there are some prodigies we simply cannot rival." Lan Shi sighed. If Chun Mo were to arrive in the capital, he would likely become the champion there as well. Sheng Wuji was momentarily taken aback. You mean to say that the capital's champion does not measure up to Chun Mo? In terms of energy intensity, it is likely they truly cannot compare. Lan Shi replied earnestly. In that instant, the three top prodigies collectively inhaled sharply, aware that the top spot in this year's entrance examination undoubtedly belonged to Chun Mo. This individual is genuinely formidable. Could the Lord level, high third tier three-tailed sword tiger possibly be Chun Mo's equal? Meanwhile, countless onlookers remained utterly astonished, rendered speechless by the dark thunder energy column. No one could fathom that Chun Mo could unleash such energy. The energy Chun Mo released was nearly on par with that of my martial arts instructor. He could practically serve as a principal in a county high school. And this was merely his entry into the academy. My apologies, Brother Chun Mo. I should not have claimed you were weak. Goodness. Accompanied by the cacophony of astonished exclamations. The entire viewing area suddenly turned to Chun Mo, casting upon him fervent gazes. Every individual possesses a certain admiration for strength, and at this moment, all eyes were fixated on Chun Mo, their gazes ablaze with fervor. The reason was unmistakable. The shock that Chun Mo instilled in them was utterly terrifying. I had always asserted that Chun Mo was formidable. In this instant, Yin Jinghong and his companions stood proudly, their spines erect, surveying their surroundings with an authoritative glare. None dared to voice dissent, for it was evident that if they had an elder brother as formidable as Chun Mo, they would likely exude even greater arrogance and disdain for the world. Meanwhile, within the surveillance room, 6 individuals stood frozen, disbelief etched on their faces as they beheld the dark beam of light emanating from Chun Mo, who could unleash such overwhelming pressure at the second-tier martial artist level. Even Gu Linghan, who had long ascended to the 8th-tier martial lord, found himself utterly discomposed by the spectacle. Impossible. What? Shen Tuyi exclaimed in astonishment. This individual possesses the most terrifying talent I have ever witnessed. Xiang Tiange mirrored the shock. This combat prowess could rival that of a top-tier sophomore. It was a realization that shook them to their core. They could scarcely fathom that Chun Mo was capable of unleashing such power at this very moment. Observing the astonished expressions around him, even Lin Jianfeng, whose heart was tumultuous with emotions, could not help but place his hands on his hips and chuckle. What else with that expression? Just a moment ago, when I mentioned giving Chun Mo the opportunity to compete for the celestial weapon, you all appeared so outraged and resistant. And now, at this juncture, the faces of the 4 deans were surprisingly flushed. Internally, they were raging. How could they voice their opinions knowing Chun Mo possessed such strength? It was no wonder that even the principal had no objections upon learning that Chun Mo qualified for early competition for the celestial weapon. If the sophomore crowd were to discover that such a terrifying junior was vying against them, they would surely feel a measure of pressure. However, given Chun Mo's current strength, securing a position within the top 10 of the celestial weapon competition would still be an arduous task. Yet, that top 10 signifies the pinnacle of talent among the sophomores. If Chun Mo were to hone his skills for another year, just how formidable would his exhibited prowess become? The crowd dared not speculate. All right, calm yourselves. Do not be so astonished. Quickly, look at the screen. In an instant, all eyes converged on the display. And the next moment revealed a sight that caused many pupils to constrict in shock. Before the vast city wall, amidst the terrifying dark thunder light beam, a slender figure gradually emerged. In the next heartbeat, Terrifying dark thunder dragon energies surged forth from around this delicate figure. Boom! The energy dragons surged skyward, tearing apart the surrounding air with ferocity. As the crowd suddenly turned their gaze towards the slender figure, they found themselves momentarily frozen in place. Under the astonished stares of the onlookers, Chunmo's dark thunderous armor had completely vanished, transforming into streams of dark thunder liquid. This liquid flowed across Chunmo's skin, moving as if it were an agile entity, pulsating in rhythm with his breath. Amidst the endless gusts of wind, Chunmo's black hair danced wildly, while the terrifying dark liquid clung to his arms. On one side of Chunmo's face, an unusual rune materialized, and a faint, elusive smile graced his lips. Terrifying, startling, shocking. The spectators could hardly believe their eyes, feeling a chilling wave surge from their feet to their heads. They had never imagined that Chunmo could unleash such formidable energy. As he gazed at the dark thunder liquid swirling in his palm, a light chuckle escaped him. Is this the initial form of the Nine Heavens dark thunder divine body? Unfortunately, it could only condense into an energy mass the size of his arm. Feeling the tumultuous power within him, Chunmo squinted his eyes, reveling in the moment, thinking to himself, above the heavens and below the earth, I alone am supreme. Chapter 48. To death. Oh, right, there is still a wretched beast to deal with. Chunmo lifted his head, revealing eyes akin to black holes, then directed a gaze laden with mockery towards the distant, tense-faced, three-tailed sword cat. Pathetic. I warned you that I would pin you to the ground with my gun. With the spread of his whispered words, an invisible circle of darkness expanded outward. Countless individuals were struck with awe. Chunmo's murmured voice echoed throughout the venue. Under the bewildered gazes of the multitude, the eyes of the lord-level beast widened to their fullest extent. In that moment, he realized that this human was mocking him. Roar. Instantly, the three-tailed sword tiger let out a furious roar, attempting to intimidate this human with the oppressive aura of a lord-level beast. However, his intimidation bore no effect. What greeted him instead was a scornful gaze, as if he were merely looking at a pile of refuse. Kill him. A molten fury erupted within the three-tailed sword tiger. In an instant, the pristine white fur on his body transformed into a deep crimson, and his massive 6-meter frame swelled to a terrifying 7 meters, nearly reaching the height of a 3-story building. Boom. Under countless fearful gazes, the three-tailed sword tiger launched itself forward, its enormous body remarkably agile, arriving at Chunmo's front in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the three-tailed sword tiger unleashed a terrifying power that could pierce through any object obstructing its path. However, as the formidable creature charged towards him, Chunmo calmly uttered the words, Dark Thunder Cut. These seemingly simple 4 characters were imbued with profound significance. Instantly, the dark thunder liquid between Chunmo's arms began to twist at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the liquid elongated like tentacles, rapidly coalescing in the air to form 2 massive blades. When these colossal blades descended, they cleaved through the air with unparalleled force, effortlessly severing the 3 swords of the three-tailed sword tiger. With a thunderous roar, the creature unleashed a chilling wail as crimson blood erupted forth, its silver eyes wide with disbelief, now marred by threads of blood. In a single strike, the tail swords were annihilated. The onlookers, all distinguished talents, felt a chill run down their spines. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Gazing at the astonished three-tailed sword tiger, Chunmo offered a faint smile. I, Chunmo, invite you to your demise. In an instant, the dark thunder liquid transformed once more, swiftly surging to Chunmo's back, where it manifested into 2 formidable arms reminiscent of an otherworldly giant serpent. These dark arms bore 2 7-meter-long spears that radiated an aura capable of extinguishing all existence. Under the horrified gaze of the three-tailed sword tiger, these dark thunder spears lunged forth from either side with relentless ferocity. With a piercing sound, the spears pierced through the tiger's protective hide, overwhelming it with sheer force and impaling it with devastating impact. Yet, this was not the end. The spears, akin to skewers, completely penetrated the three-tailed sword tiger's body, driving deep into the earth. A tremendous energy erupted, creating a massive crater in the ground, unleashing a cloud of dust that enveloped Chunmo's figure as well. What had transpired? The sound of swallowed breaths echoed in the throats of every onlooker, their eyes fixed on the swirling dust. After a prolonged moment, the dust gradually dispersed, revealing a slender figure approaching the city wall. Behind this figure lay the enormous tiger, now in a prone position, pressed against the ground. Upon closer inspection, two dark spears were embedded in the tiger's head, firmly pinning it down. Thus, the formidable beast, a high-tier three-tailed sword tiger, met its demise. Silence engulfed the scene, an eerie stillness that was almost palpable. Everyone stared in disbelief at this spectacle, their ears ringing as if a nuclear bomb had detonated nearby, drowning out all sounds. All that remained was the faint sound of Chun Mo's footsteps echoing in the quiet. As Chun Mo approached the assembled elite, their previously dazed eyes began to sparkle with newfound vitality. "You are truly formidable," Sheng Wuji remarked, a genuine smile of admiration gracing his handsome features, his earlier arrogance now completely dissipated. No one had anticipated that Chun Mo could annihilate the Beast Lord with such overwhelming ease. With a courteous smile, Chun Mo replied, "Your divine light talent is quite impressive as well." At this thought, a deeper rueful smile spread across Sheng Wuji's face. Recalling how he had hoped to use his divine light to secure the top score in the entrance examination amidst the mountains, it now seemed that his aspirations were perhaps a tad ambitious. Gu Jin chuckled. "Shall we exchange contact information once we exit?" Chun Mo nodded enthusiastically. All the talented individuals, including Lan Qi, turned their gazes toward him, eager to add him to their contacts. As they stood in astonishment, they exchanged glances, realizing that Chun Mo was the strongest among them. Only someone of such caliber could truly lead a life of grand significance among the genius of the human race. Word had it that a grand competition for celestial artifacts would take place in a month during the sophomore year. Who knew whether Chun Mo would still be able to acquire that supreme celestial artifact by then? The prospect filled their expressions with anticipation. Little did they know that Chun Mo had already secured his qualification for this celestial artifact competition prior to enrollment. If they were aware of this, their astonishment would be beyond measure. Meanwhile, outside the screen, countless onlookers were utterly flabbergasted. Chun Mo had triumphed. He had defeated the Beast Lord so effortlessly. He had claimed the top position in the entrance examination. Gazing at the slender figure on the screen, everyone recognized a singular truth. The future Chun Mo would undoubtedly shine as the brightest beacon among all first-year students. Such terrifying strength would likely compel even the second-year students to yield in deference. Too powerful. Chun Mo is simply too powerful. Li Xuanyu felt as though he were in a dream. Yin Jinghong stood frozen, her eyes vacant and bewildered. Brother Chun is simply invincible. Yi Kong exclaimed, his spirits lifted. Once, they had mused that the Jiangnan province garnered little attention from others, but now it seemed their province would soon be the focus of everyone's attention. All thanks to Chun Mo. At this moment, the gazes of Yin Jinghong and her companions ignited with fervor. Chun Mo, the strongest among them. Simultaneously, in another part of the monitoring room, a seismic shift in atmosphere enveloped the space. Chapter 49, The Contest. Within the vast monitoring room, silence descended once more. However, after a brief moment of silence, a sound erupted akin to a volcanic explosion. I, Gu Linghan, the esteemed dean of Tongtian Academy, declare that Chun Mo must join our institution. Gu Linghan raised both hands in a gesture of emphasis. Last year's top student hailed from your academy. This time, the first place will be claimed by our Yutian Academy. Shintu Yi was determined not to yield in the slightest. Our Lingtian Academy is undoubtedly the most suitable place for Chun Mo. Xiang Tinga gritted his teeth. I assure you, this time, I will not relent. I am determined to secure Chun Mo for myself. Xing Tian echoed similarly. In an instant, the four exchanged glances, transforming into streaks of light and vanishing from their positions. Following Chun Mo's defeat of the three-tailed sword tiger, news of his triumph spread like a tidal wave. Even after exiting the virtual realm, countless candidates were left in awe, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. After all, it is exceedingly rare for a student from the least prestigious province to achieve the top score in the entrance examination. Their astonishment only deepened upon learning that Chun Mo hailed from a county-level school. Their eyes widened in disbelief. A county-level school, the least prestigious province, the top newcomer. The convergence of these three labels upon a single individual stirred a considerable uproar. Many were left in shock. Meanwhile, the protagonist of this incident found himself in a grand office, gazing at the four deans surrounding him. Chun Mo swallowed hard, not from fear, but from the intensity of their piercing gazes, which felt as though they were ready to devour him. At that moment, Gu Linghan smiled gently, casting a warm gaze toward Chun Mo. Dear student Chun Mo, We at Tongtian Academy hold great faith in your potential. Should you choose to join us, I assure you, every member of the Academy will extend a warm welcome. Gu Linghan narrowed his eyes slightly. I guarantee that the treatment you receive here will surpass that of the other 3 academies. Furthermore, we will provide you with the finest resources for the competition for celestial artifacts. Before Chen Mo could respond, Shin Tiyi from Yutian Academy interjected. Student Chen Mo, do not heed Gu Linghan's empty words. Tongtian Academy is a place that devours its own. At Yutian Academy, you will acquire the most formidable defenses. We can also guarantee resources for the competition for celestial artifacts. Shin Tiyi rubbed his hands in excitement, but before he could continue, Xiang Tiange, the dean of Lingtian Academy, spoke up. Why not consider joining us at Lingtian Academy? You see, we specialize in agility training. And what about practicing agility? There are many women. If you come to our academy, I can introduce you to not just 1, but 10 senior sisters. They will accompany you and guide you in your pursuit of celestial artifacts. Chen Mo retorted, are you trying to set me up? The other 3 deans stood by, and Lin Jianfeng and Huo Xiu couldn't help but twitch their lips in surprise, never expecting that Xiang Tiange would resort to such a tactic. This prompted Lin Jianfeng to reflect on the intense competition among their 3 universities for Chen Mo just a month ago, now vividly echoed in this moment. At that instant, Xing Tianyi from Zhongtian Academy cleared his throat and smiled, saying, Student Chen Mo, I am aware of your remarkable comprehension. Indeed, it must be a talent of at least the level of Qi Tian. Chen Mo nodded, unfazed. He had not deliberately concealed any of his talents, but had instead displayed them all. To feign weakness while being strong is to receive no resources or support. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, the others involuntarily narrowed their eyes. It was indeed as Xing Tianyi had said. He possessed a talent of Qi Tian level. This fellow was born with 3 innate gifts. Shin Tui continued, at Zhongtian Academy, we cultivate the Zhongtian method, which can only be practiced by those who have reached the 4th rank of martial artist. Moreover, the threshold for cultivation is exceedingly high and immensely challenging. However, it is precisely this high barrier that brings forth tremendous rewards. Our training encompasses strength, defense, and speed, while our academy uniquely integrates all 3 disciplines. At this point, Chen Mo's eyebrows shot up, and a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. It is worth noting that with his extraordinary comprehension, mastering any martial arts would become remarkably easier. If he were to cultivate the Zhongtian method, he might unlock potential far beyond the ordinary. Before Chen Mo could ponder further, Shin Tui made a statement that left everyone wide-eyed. Among the 4 great academies, there exists the Tongtian Steel, Yutian Steel, Lingtian Steel, and Zhongtian Steel. Xing Tianyi explained clearly, every 10 years, only 1 individual from each academy can comprehend these steel. Student Chen Mo, if you are willing to join us, I would like to grant you this opportunity. Buzz, Gu Linghan, Shin Tui, and Xiang Tiange simultaneously widened their eyes. Regardless of Chen Mo's extraordinary talent, they found it hard to fathom that Xing Tianyi would directly offer this opportunity to him. It is crucial to note that the qualifications for comprehending these steel are rigorously selective, considering not only talent, but also temperament and various other aspects. Furthermore, the slots for comprehension have to be fiercely contested among countless prodigies. They had yet to decide who to send for the next year. Yet, the dean of Zhongtian Academy, Xing Tianyi, was directly proposing to grant this slot to Chen Mo. What if an even more gifted genius emerged in the future? How could they dare to gamble on such a decision? In that instant, everyone felt a shiver run down their spines. Simultaneously, Lin Jianfeng and Huo Xiu exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. To my astonishment, Chen Mo has unexpectedly gained the opportunity to comprehend the Eternal Sky Monument. It is equally surprising that Xing Tianyi would extend such a grand gesture. Upon hearing the sincerity offered by Xing Tianyi, Chen Mo, although unaware of the true significance of the so-called Eternal Sky Monument, could discern from the reactions of those around him that it must be exceedingly precious. Furthermore, given the historically sparse population of the Eternal Sky Academy, perhaps his journey there would afford him access to superior resources. At that moment, meeting the gazes of the crowd, Chen Mo smiled gently and said, Director Xing, I shall go to your esteemed institution. Instantly, all eyes turned to Xing Tianyi, who merely returned a slight smile. Congratulations. Chen Mo, you have successfully chosen us. No, we should consider it a mutual selection. Let us strive for the celestial artifacts. Chen Mo replied with a soft smile. Celestial artifacts, you say? I shall endeavor to secure them. He understood that the achievements garnered during the entrance examination were hardly a source of pride. Perhaps the true stage belonging to him lay in the competition for celestial artifacts. The mere mention of celestial artifacts seemed capable of stirring the soul. With the formal conclusion of the new student examination, the news of Chen Mo triumphing over prodigies such as Sheng Wuji, Lan Qi, and Gu Jin spread like a tidal wave throughout the academy. Countless individuals expressed their astonishment and admiration for Chen Mo's extraordinary prowess. After all, for a candidate of such humble origins to claim the title of top newcomer was indeed remarkable. There were even rumors suggesting that Chen Mo possessed the rare dual abilities. Concurrently, these whispers rapidly disseminated to other locales. The other two sacred martial universities, the Jiangnan province, and even Chen Mo's previous home in Jiangbei County, were all made aware of this development. In an instant, incredulous expressions adorned the faces of all who heard the news. Chapter 50. The will of the gun. For a time, whether on campus forums or short video platforms, Chen Mo became the unequivocal champion of trending topics. As this news echoed throughout the Xianyuan Martial Academy, it spread like lightning in all directions. Following this rapid dissemination of information within the Xingkong Martial Academy, Long Howren opened his eyes, revealing golden irises. In this year's new student examination, I ranked 29th. That seems rather commendable. I wonder how high Chen Mo placed. Having witnessed Chen Mo seize the championship in the entrance examination, he felt a twinge of discomfort, despite his silence. Perhaps his own admission score was even higher than Chen Mo's. Just then, Long Howren received a text message on his phone. Upon reading it, a wry smile crossed his face. This guy is truly formidable. The entrance examination for new students has concluded, and it appears that Chen Mo has emerged victorious, securing the top position at the Sacred Martial Arts University. In light of this, perhaps my defeat to him is not as disgraceful as I once believed. Following Long Howren, Wang Tianming and the Zhang brothers also received news of Chen Mo's remarkable achievement. Ultimately, the consensus among the crowd was, this individual is truly extraordinary. Meanwhile, at a second-tier university, Lin Qiming had just finished their entrance assessment. His results were average, neither particularly strong nor weak. At this moment, he lay on his bed, lost in thought while gazing at the ceiling. I wonder how Chen Mo performed. Is he among the top contenders? The pressure at the Sacred Martial Arts University is immense. His roommates were engaged in animated discussions about the results of the new student competition. Wow, come look. The top first-year student from the three major Sacred Martial Arts Universities has been announced. The top student from the Celestial Martial Arts University is actually a young girl, truly impressive. The first from the Starry Sky Martial Arts University is also remarkable, radiating with lightning, quite fearsome. And look here, the top student from Xianyuan Martial Arts University is rather dashing. His eyes are like black holes, so striking. Let me check his name. Ah, it's Chen Mo. In an instant, Lin Qiming sprang from his bed and rushed to his roommate's side. What did you say? What is the name of the first-place student? He inquired anxiously. His roommate shot him a skeptical glance. It's Chen Mo. Why? Do you know him? Lin Qiming chuckled with delight. Of course I know him. He is my brother. We were in the same class in high school. Instantly, a look of disbelief spread across the faces of his roommates. How could someone of such extraordinary talent possibly be acquainted with Lin Qiming, a mere student of a second-tier university? When Lin Qiming produced a photograph of himself with Chen Mo, the entire dormitory fell into an unprecedented silence, followed by a chorus of gulping sounds. In the Jiangnan province, in the commander's office, Su Lingtian rubbed his temples, still feeling a lingering headache. Although this year's college entrance examination yielded a prodigy like Chen Mo, he still had a considerable distance to cover in order to meet the expectations set by his superiors. To be frank, Su Lingtian was hoping for the higher-ups to send him a Master Dan to aid in his breakthrough. It seems he must wait for the next year's examination, hoping for another exceptional talent like Chen Mo to emerge. Just then, Su Lingtian received a text message. A message from Chen Mo? Let me take a look. As he read the message, the seasoned 6th grade master felt his blood run cold. He gaped at his phone screen in disbelief. The first place in the entrance examination? Am I dreaming? Wait, this is no dream. Chen Mo has truly secured the top spot. In an instant, the corners of Su Lingtian's mouth spread wider and wider, quickening in pace. Report it. This year, no, for the past few years, we can rely solely on Chen Mo. Meanwhile, at Jiangbei No. 1 High School, a newfound brilliance radiated throughout the institution. Following Chun Mo's triumph as the top scorer in the college entrance examination, Jiangbei No. 1 was bestowed with accolades from the county, city, and province. At this moment, Principal Wei Qingtian was directing the sculptors under his command. Before him, a grand statue of a strikingly handsome youth was gradually taking shape, the figure he was carving being none other than Chen Mo. This lad shall receive the adoration of the students of Jiangbei No. 1 day and night. Wei Qingtian beamed with delight. Just then, his phone abruptly chimed with a message. Upon reading it, with a sharp crack, his phone slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Wei Qingtian's lips trembled. Chen Mo secured first place in the new student competition. Consequently, today, the trending topics were dominated by Chen Mo's name. As for the young man himself, he resided in the luxurious villa equipped with the most advanced technology at the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy. As a special admission student and the top newcomer, he was allocated the finest resources. With such exceptional resources, he could not afford to be complacent. It was essential to remember that in a month's time, he would be competing in the Celestial Artifact competition. During the city defense battle in the virtual realm, he had gained much, yet there were still areas that required refinement. With that in mind, he resolved to exert himself diligently. In the impending competition for celestial artifacts, he must not end up at the bottom. A month swiftly passed. Chen Mo's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. With the superior resources provided by the academy, his realm surged like a rocket, propelling him from the mid-second tier to the mid-third tier within a mere month. Moreover, he was not merely at any ordinary mid-third tier. He exhaled a deep breath, releasing a torrent of blood energy that enveloped the entire room in a mist of vitality. Chen Mo contemplated, over this month, I have refined the Nine Heavens Dark Thunder body somewhat. If faced with the three-tailed sword tiger, I could dispatch it with sheer physical prowess. Ah, the system lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host, on signing in for the third month and receiving the God-slaying spear. What? A golden opportunity. In that instant, Chen Mo's heart surged with unparalleled joy. As the month progressed, the university's authorities gradually announced Chen Mo's participation in the Celestial Artifact competition. Countless freshmen were left in awe and astonishment. According to the relevant information, participation in the Celestial Artifact contest was almost exclusively reserved for second-year students, and one could only have one chance. After all, the number of celestial artifacts diminishes with each use, governed by an exceedingly stringent quota. The fact that Chen Mo, as a freshman, managed to seize such an opportunity left everyone astounded. Even the likes of Sheng Wuji were taken aback. However, some second-year students felt an intense resentment towards Chen Mo's exceptional privilege. Why him? Why can Chen Mo participate while we cannot? What merit does a mere freshman possess? No matter how remarkable his talents may be, at a barbecue stall, 3 second-year students voiced their discontent loudly. Why, I ask why? There are only 20 spots for second-year students in the entire school, and because of him, it has increased to 21. I have toiled for an entire year without any reward. The trio glared at their phones, seething at the information they found on the school forum. Those familiar with them would know that their rankings in the second-year cohort were precisely 21, 22, and 23, meaning their prowess was alarmingly close to contention for the celestial artifact. Yet, due to fate or circumstance, they had missed the opportunity entirely. Witnessing a freshman secure a chance at the celestial artifact only ignited their fury further. Old Wang, I have a plan, one of the second-year students said darkly. The other nodded in agreement. After whispering several ideas, the eyes of the remaining 2 students suddenly sparkled with excitement. Excellent. Let us proceed with it. What could a mere freshman possibly achieve? Participating in the celestial artifact contest? We must ensure he is utterly humiliated. Their laughter echoed as they devised a scheme against Chen Mo simultaneously. More second-year students became aware of this unfolding situation. Within the confines of Ling Tian Academy, a slender figure stood in the bamboo grove nestled behind the villa district. In her right hand, she grasped a delicate longsword that shimmered with a glass-like radiance, seemingly glowing in her grasp. Her eyes, akin to bright mirrors, reflected a fleeting surprise. Lin Qingzhu smiled gently, and in an instant, myriad sword shadows flickered around her, each descent unleashing a tempest that shredded the falling bamboo leaves into fragments. A freshman participating in the Celestial Artifact contest? Has the school truly set this precedent for him? Originally, the second-year cohort could accommodate no more than 20 spots, and this must have merely been a formality for him. Chen. He certainly possesses a pleasing appearance. Uncertain of his strength, Lin Xingzhu's long sword suddenly descended, producing a resonant hum as the bamboo branches ahead shattered explosively. A terrifying sword aura permeated the air, leaving a massive pit of approximately 10 feet in diameter upon the ground. He was a mid-level 4th-tier cultivator, Lin Xingzhu. On the opposite side, atop the towering cliffs, stood a figure as solid as granite. Surrounding him were various weapons, long knives, short swords, massive spears, and great halberds, among others. A closer inspection would reveal his body, riddled with numerous wounds, each adorned with crusted blood, clearly indicative of countless trials and tribulations endured. The sight was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Zhou Wenyu exhaled a breath of murky air. Within his dark eyes lay an imperceptible sense of foreboding. It seems the Academy places great importance on this year's freshman. They are allowing him to participate in the competition for celestial artifacts during his first year. It was known that due to the limited number of celestial artifacts, each individual typically had the opportunity to compete only once. This event was generally reserved for second-year students. However, Zhou Wenyu had never heard of anyone being permitted to compete during their first year. Indeed, to aspire to claim a spot from me is rather far-fetched. Within the dim and narrow passage of Tantian Academy stood a youth with muscles like twisted vines, rooted in place. With closed eyes and fists that seemed to harbor boundless strength, he stepped forward only to be met by 3 approaching robots, each exuding an aura surpassing that of mid-level 4th-tier cultivators. Yet, his gaze remained unchanged. He regarded the trio of robots with a courteous smile. Suddenly, a shocking surge of lightning energy erupted from Sheng Tianlei's body. In an instant, 3 ferocious lightning dragons materialized before the robots, obliterating them in a flash. His strength had indeed grown. With his arms crossed and a slight smirk playing on his lips, Sheng Tianlei conjured a sphere of electric energy within his palm. Little did anyone know, after a full year of honing his abilities, his talent for thunder had ascended to an extraordinary level. Gazing down the shadowy corridor, a flicker of alarming lightning danced in his eyes. This upcoming competition for celestial artifacts would undoubtedly be mine. As for the name Chen, he had heard whispers of it, a mere prodigy from the first year, estimating the participation in the second-year contest for celestial artifacts merely as a formality. Whispers suggest that Chen possesses the thunderous talent, a notion that ignites a surge of excitement in Sheng Tianlei's heart. Perhaps, his own thunderous abilities could once again be augmented. While tumultuous changes unfold in the outside world, Chen remains blissfully unaware, immersed in the depths of the system space. Within this ethereal realm, he stands with a single hand gripping a firearm, gazing into the void before him, gradually unveiling his eyes that resemble black holes. A profound aura, enchanting enough to stir one's spirit, suddenly emanates from his being. In the next moment, he fires a shot. Instantly, the space appears to ripple as if on the verge of collapse. An explosive wave of terrifying air surges forth, unleashing formidable power. A vast essence of gunmanship erupts with a thunderous roar. The long spear, akin to a dragon, sweeps through the air, its shadow tearing asunder the heavens and the earth. Witnessing the turbulence wrought by his god-slaying intent, a flicker of ecstasy dances in Chenmo's heart. Remarkably, while wielding this divine gun intent, he has not even tapped into the might of the 9 heavens' dark thunder divine body. Such power may well rival the initial stages of the 4th tier, perhaps even nearing its mid-tier strength. Savoring the surging essence of gunmanship within him, a smile finally graces Chun Mo's lips. The contest for celestial artifacts consists of 2 rounds. The first round typically unfolds in the Machine Valley battle, while the second takes place in an arena. Only those who secure a position within the top 5 among 20 participants earn the privilege to claim a celestial artifact. It is crucial to note that Chen Mo's rivals are elite second-year students. After a year of rigorous training, combined with their attainment of the 4th tier, they are likely capable of practicing the transcendent martial arts of Tantian, Yutian, and Lingtian. However, as Chun Mo gazes at the grandeur of Xianyuan Martial Arts University from his villa, he muses, "I am not lacking either. It is time for me to seek a weapon suited to my prowess." With a recent breakthrough in his mastery of marksmanship, failing to procure an appropriate weapon would be a disservice to his skills. Perhaps that celestial artifact is indeed the optimal choice for him. Host, Chen Mo. Talent, Level 99 Heaven's Dark Thunder Divine Body. Incomparable Perception, Realm, 3rd Tier Warrior, Mid-Stage. Martial Arts, Basic Marksmanship, Intent, Level Divine Gun Intent, Chapter 52. Challenge stepping out of the luxurious villa bestowed upon him by the university. Chun Mo prepares to participate in the contest for celestial artifacts. The event is scheduled for midday, and he plans to catch a campus bus to the location, which is said to be situated on the rear mountains of Xianyuan Martial Arts University. Curiously, he wonders what purpose it serves. At that moment, Chun Mo looks up to see a streak of light descending, revealing the figure of Xing Tianyi, grinning as he materializes before him. How do you feel? As the gaze of Xing Tianyi fell upon Chun Mo, his pupils instinctively contracted. How have you elevated your realm so swiftly? Amidst his astonishment, as Xing Tianyi's perception expanded, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Has your marksmanship truly transcended? He exclaimed in disbelief. It was only a month since Chun Mo last achieved a breakthrough in his true self-level marksmanship, and now, had he truly ascended once more, reaching the pinnacle level of marksmanship? Observing the shock on Xing Tianyi's face, Chun Mo merely smiled gently. I was fortunate enough to make a slight breakthrough. A slight breakthrough? Xing Tianyi's expression was one of skepticism, and in an instant, he reached out a hand towards Chun Mo. You rascal, come. As Chun Mo saw the approaching hand, he raised an eyebrow and suddenly pointed with a finger. Mysterious and domineering, the essence of his marksmanship surged forth like a dragon. With a resounding clash, as their hands met, Chun Mo staggered back 2 steps. Yet, when he lifted his gaze, he was met with the astonished face of Xing Tianyi. By heavens, you truly have broken through. At just 18, with mid-tier 3rd rank marksmanship perfected, your talent is utterly terrifying. Even Xing Tianyi could not help but feel a sense of shock at Chun Mo's advancement. To comprehend the significance of perfected marksmanship is no small feat. It is a skill likely mastered only by the upper echelon of 3rd-year students. Yet here was Chun Mo, merely a freshman, nearly grasping perfected marksmanship, and it felt as if this achievement came naturally, as if it were meant to be. Xing Tianyi's heart surged with joy. If this news reached the ears of those at Ling Tian Academy, Tong Tian Academy, or Yu Tian Academy, those old fellows would surely come to snatch him away. With a smile, Xing Tianyi patted Chun Mo's shoulder. Chun Mo, I foresee great prospects for you in this upcoming artifact competition. Our Tong Tian Academy needs talents like you. Rest assured, once you attain the 4th rank as a warrior, I will immediately allow you to comprehend the Eternal Sky Tablet. The Eternal Sky Tablet holds the ultimate secrets of the Eternal Sky technique, with opportunities to comprehend it arising only once every decade, making it exceedingly precious. Chun Mo nodded. This was indeed an enticing prospect, yet it was not what he needed to focus on now. He still had the artifact competition ahead of him. Stepping forward, he inquired, Director Xing, I presume you are here to take me to the artifact competition? What of the other seniors? Hearing Chun Mo's inquiry, Xing Tianyi paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. Well, in previous years, our Eternal Sky technique was rather challenging to master, and thus, this year, no one else qualifies to partake in the artifact competition. Only you have earned that right. Chun Mo was taken aback. Only me? Xing Tianyi awkwardly yet earnestly replied, Indeed, it is solely you. Chun Mo pondered for a moment and remarked, No wonder, upon entering this prestigious villa district, I have not encountered a single student from our Academy of Eternal Heaven. Eventually, Chun Mo let out a sigh. Old Xing, it seems there is no other recourse but for me to uphold the honor of our academy. Rest assured, I shall undoubtedly procure the celestial artifact this time. Xing Tianyi nodded in agreement. Yes, remain humble. We must not be prideful. Wait. You claim you will obtain the celestial artifact. Are you jesting? It is worth noting that Xing Tianyi, Lin Jianfeng, and others have encouraged Chun Mo to participate in the 4-year celestial artifact competition primarily for the purpose of gaining experience and ensuring he has a chance at securing the artifact. Yet now, Chun Mo boldly asserts he will acquire it. Is he out of his mind, or has he truly lost his senses? However, upon meeting the gaze of Chun Mo's eyes, which resembled dark abysses, the words Xing Tianyi intended to express became lodged in his throat. A daring thought suddenly emerged. What if Chun Mo truly manages to obtain the celestial artifact this time? Filled with incredulous anticipation, Xing Tianyi and Chun Mo transformed into a streak of light, swiftly arriving at the rear mountains of Xianyuan Martial Arts University. The competition for the celestial artifact was a closely guarded secret, thus no spectators were permitted. Meanwhile, Yin Jinghong, Sheng Wuji, and others sent their blessings to Chun Mo through their contacts. to which he responded one by one during the flight. Upon reaching the rear mountains, they found that 20 students had already gathered. As they spotted Chun Mo's arrival, piercing gazes abruptly converged upon him. It is crucial to note that it had never occurred in history for a freshman to participate in the sophomore competition for the celestial artifact. They were all curious about what qualifications Chun Mo possessed to earn such an opportunity. Even if Chun Mo had a high-level dark talent and above-average lightning abilities, what did it matter? Their strengths had already ascended to the 4th rank of martial artists. In light of the disparity in realms, no matter how vast the chasm of abilities, it would be swiftly bridged. Upon observing Chun Mo's abyss-like eyes, their gazes narrowed slightly. They could sense that Chun Mo's aura was extraordinary. Yet, it was merely an exceptional presence. A mid-level 3rd-rank martial artist, huh? TSK. That places him a whole realm below us. It seems he has been invited merely for the experience. I heard from a relative of my vice dean that this fellow secured a 4-year qualification. For years? TSK. Is the academy planning to cultivate him as a seed-level contender? But what does it matter? In the face of our current prowess, he is utterly insignificant. Be cautious. What if he is merely playing the part of a pig to eat the tiger? Hush. Immediately, the elite talents present began to engage in animated discussion. In response, Chun Mo remained expressionless, his gaze subtly shifting towards the 3 martial artists from the 3 esteemed academies. After all, it seemed that only these 3 could pique his interest. Lin Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback, a charming smile gracing her lips. Can he actually perceive me? This fellow possesses quite commendable sensory acuity. She practiced the Ling Tian technique, renowned for its terrifying speed and remarkable ability to conceal one's aura. Meanwhile, Zhou Wenyu furrowed his brow, surprised that Chun Mo's attention was drawn first to their trio of top-tier prodigies. Is he attempting to challenge us right from the outset? Such a notion is rather far-fetched. Nevertheless, I shall not hesitate to teach him a lesson. I wonder what thoughts he harbors. With that, Zhou Wenyu glanced at a young man clad in a blue robe beside him. Chapter 53. Provocation. This idea is indeed rather fanciful. Yet, I shall not refrain from taking action to educate him. I am curious about his intentions. Zhou Wenyu's gaze shifted to the young man in the blue robe, who slightly raised his brow at the sight of Chun Mo's glance. A playful smile curled at the corners of Shang Tianlei's lips as he observed the electric energy coursing through him, seemingly on the verge of bursting forth. Does he possess a lightning affinity akin to mine? Shang Tianlei's right hand trembled slightly, a manifestation of his excitement. Rest assured, I shall thoroughly absorb Chun Mo's lightning talent, making him aware of what true thunder truly is. Just as Shang Tianlei's thoughts concluded, 3 streaks of light arrived at the scene in rapid succession. The crowd immediately assumed an expression of respect, clasping their hands in salutation. We greet Dean Gu Linghan, Dean Xiang Tiange, and Dean Shintiyi. The 3 deans nodded, remaining silent, before directing their attention towards Chun Mo. Gu Linghan smiled gently, inquiring, "How has your first year been? During this competition for the celestial artifact, let us strive earnestly without undue pressure." Gu Linghan's words resonated like those of a caring elder, prompting Chun Mo to respond promptly. "Thank you for your concern, Dean Gu. I am well aware." Subsequently, both Shintiyi and Xiang Tiange offered similar words of encouragement. It was precisely these reassurances that left the crowd utterly astonished. It is worth noting that the deans of the 4 major academies are typically known for their aloofness and stern demeanor. Yet now, they appeared before Chun Mo as though they were amiable relatives. My goodness, the hearts of the onlookers stirred with countless speculations. Could this fellow be the principal's illegitimate child? Perhaps sensing the peculiar gazes from those around him, Xing Tian coughed lightly twice. Since everyone is present, let us proceed to the first round of evaluations. As for the rules, they will be explained in due course. At this moment, the crowd's expressions grew solemn. They understood that what lay ahead was a contest for the supreme celestial artifacts. Each artifact was an extraordinarily precious item with the potential for growth. Should they miss this opportunity, who could say how many chances would be required in the future to make amends? In this contest for celestial artifacts, no one wished to emerge defeated. Just as the crowd was about to enter the back mountain, a voice suddenly rang out. We refuse to accept this. Why should Chun Mo be allowed to participate in the contest for the celestial artifacts? At that moment, 3 voices echoed from behind the crowd, causing their expressions to falter as they turned to look. There, at the entrance, stood 3 imposing young scholars, their expressions fierce. They were adorned in the garb of the Yutian Academy, the Tongtian Academy, and the Lingtian Academy, clearly representing three distinct institutions. The students selected for the contest recognized them immediately. Good heavens! It's actually Li Yun, Zhang Hu, and Wang Li. They seem to have placed 21st, 22nd, and 23rd in the final exams, right behind me, lamenting their missed opportunity to compete for the celestial artifacts. Their strength was at the pinnacle of the third rank. It appeared they were quite displeased with Chun Mo's participation. The contest for celestial artifacts was an unparalleled opportunity to enhance one's prowess. And seeing a freshman like Chun Mo being afforded this chance while they were not, naturally irked them. Most students could not help but wear expressions of mockery. It was evident that these three sought to embarrass Chun Mo with their remarks. What would be the consequence of this? First, if Chun Mo engaged them and was defeated, he would lose face. Second, if he chose to remain silent, he would also lose face. This was clearly a blatant scheme aimed at humiliating Chun Mo. Meanwhile, Xing Tianyi's countenance darkened. Beside him, the three deans, Gu Linghan and others, exchanged glances, eager to apprehend these three troublemakers. Their presence here, questioning Chun Mo so brazenly, was a direct affront to them. Chun Mo's participation in the contest had garnered their recognition. Moreover, Xing Tianyi's discontent stemmed from the fact that Chun Mo was a student of their academy. Did other institutions really have the audacity to speak ill? Their academy had not had a participant in the contest for several years, and just when they finally did, they were subjected to such slander. Any dean would find this intolerable. However, just as Xing Tianyi was about to speak, Chun Mo stepped forward to stand in front of them. "Allow me," he said with a gentle smile. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chun Mo fixed his eyes on the trio of Li Yun. "Are you all questioning my capabilities?" A radiant smile adorned Chun Mo's lips. The three were momentarily taken aback, and then Li Yun, their leader, stepped forward and declared, "Indeed, we are not convinced by you. We have toiled tirelessly for this opportunity to contend for the celestial artifact, sacrificing countless efforts. Why should a newcomer like you be granted this privilege?" Simultaneously, Zhang Hu and Wang Li stood tall, their eyes brimming with disdain. They were aware that Chun Mo would not dare to retaliate against them, for the opportunity to vie for the celestial artifact had slipped away. They merely sought to vex Chun Mo, reminding him that the presence of seasoned students still held sway within this institution. However, the next words that escaped Chun Mo's lips caused many a pair of eyes to narrow in surprise. "As for you trifles, I shan't waste another breath. If you wish to fight, then come at me together. I am pressed for time. Do you comprehend? The reason I have obtained this qualification is that I am superior to you. Understand?" Chun Mo gazed at the trio, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. In this ruthless world where the strong prey upon the weak, only by demonstrating corresponding strength can one avoid inciting envy. If there were those who doubted him, he would compel them to submit. Only the powerful could dictate the rules and wield them. This fellow possesses audacity. Lin Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback, but shook her head. "However, it's merely audacity. If I were in his position, I would likely remain silent." Zhou Wenyu also shook his head. It was crucial to note that while Li Yun and his companions were not particularly formidable, they all possessed the strength of third-tier perfectionists, and when united, they could even challenge a fourth-tier novice warrior, not to mention Chun Mo, who was merely a mid-tier third warrior. In his eyes, Chun Mo was simply a young man, allowing his youthful vigor to dictate his words. Beside him, Xing Tianyi displayed no emotions whatsoever. The heads of the four academies were about to speak, but upon catching the gaze of Xing Tianyi, they ceased their movements. Gu Linghan, Shin Tui, and Xiang Tiange's expressions suddenly froze. Could it be that Xing Tianyi intended for Chun Mo to confront Li Yun, Wang Li, and Zhang Hu alone? Chapter 54, The Destruction of Dark Thunder. The audacity of this fellow, Xing Tianyi, is truly remarkable. The heads of the three academies thought simultaneously. It was imperative to understand that even if Chun Mo were to engage, he would be facing students who had been entrenched in the university for an entire year. In terms of overall combat prowess and fighting techniques, they would undoubtedly surpass a newcomer by more than a factor of 2. If it were one opponent, perhaps it would be manageable, but 3 working in unison? Historically, there had never been a case of a newcomer like Chun Mo, who after merely a month of enrollment, had to contend with 3 seasoned students ranked among the top. Concern for Chun Mo began to swell amidst them. The deans of the 3 academies appeared to harbor a sense of anticipation. What if Chun Mo truly triumphed over Li Yun and his companions? Surely, it could not be that Chun Mo could elevate himself to such heights in just a month. Regardless, Once the competition for the celestial artifact concluded, the three deans would undoubtedly impose a fitting punishment on Li Yun and his associates. After all, Chun Mo had evidently emerged as a seed-level contender for their Xianyuan Martial Arts University. Such a talent could not be so easily disregarded. However, when Li Yun, Wang Li, and Zhang Hu heard Chun Mo's mocking words, their faces flushed with indignation. They had expected him to retreat in the face of adversity. Yet they were taken aback by his audacity to speak to them in such a manner. Indeed, he had even dared to extend a challenge to them in a derisive tone. This was nothing short of an affront. Yet, amidst their humiliation, a flicker of excitement danced in their eyes. Who would have thought they would have the opportunity to teach this little brat a lesson? Stealing a glance at the impassive expressions of the three deans, the trio rubbed their hands together in anticipation. They had not been mistaken. The deans were likely feeling quite discontented. After all, allowing a newcomer to participate in the competition for a celestial artifact was no small matter. The thought of potentially receiving accolades from their deans for besting Chun Mo filled them with renewed enthusiasm. Perhaps this time, they could earn even greater resources. At that moment, Li Yun stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Chun Mo, don't say we didn't warn you. Zhang Hu crossed his arms, declaring, since you wish to challenge us, we shall not hold back. Wang Li shook his head, adding, if I were you, I would have chosen to remain silent in light of your earlier remarks. In response to their taunts, Chun Mo merely smiled lightly. Enough of the noise. It's quite bothersome. At his words, the trio's expressions turned cold as they exchanged derisive glances with Chun Mo. Let us go, Li Yun shouted. In an instant, a forceful surge of energy erupted from the three of them, akin to a volcano awakening after centuries of slumber. The air trembled with the power emanating from their bodies, and they lifted their heads, their gazes sharp as daggers, fixed upon Chun Mo. With a thunderous roar, the three transformed into fleeting shadows, racing towards Chun Mo like lightning. Tearing cloud palm, Li Yun was the first to strike, his palms glowing with a milky white light, slicing through the air as he aimed a powerful blow at Chun Mo. Meanwhile, Zhang Hu and Wang Li, acting in perfect synchrony, flanked him from either side, charging at Chun Mo with fierce intent. Zhang Hu's fists emitted a roar akin to a tiger's cry, echoing through the mountains, while Wang Li wielded a massive axe, its might capable of cleaving the very air itself. Chun Mo was in peril, under the relentless assault from three formidable opponents. Many second-year prodigies shook their heads in disbelief. The attacks from Li Yun, Zhang Hu, and Wang Li, though formidable for their fourth-tier status, appeared rather feeble to Chun Mo, a practitioner of the mid-third tier. Yet, at that moment, as Chun Mo gazed upon the three advancing figures, a subtle smile graced his lips. Fight me? Do you truly believe you are worthy? Boom. To the astonishment of countless onlookers, Chun Mo's nine heavens dark thunder divine body erupted with tremendous force. The earth trembled as a deluge of dark thunder energy surged forth like a tsunami, sending tremors through the ground and causing the surrounding leaves to rustle violently. Such a powerful energy fluctuation. Many second-year students hastily conjured energy shields to protect themselves from potential harm. Upon sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from Chun Mo, Li Yun's expression shifted dramatically. How is this possible? A mere freshman exuding such might. Something is amiss. In an instant, Li Yun attempted to retreat. But it was too late. Who said you could leave? From the explosive dark thunder energy, a colossal hand, resembling a giant serpent, suddenly coalesced and swung downwards with ferocious intent. Li Yun's pupils constricted as an overwhelming sense of impending doom surged within him. This is bad. Tear apart the heavens and the earth. In a split second, Li Yun spread his arms wide, his palms morphing into a rending shape, striving to tear asunder Chun Mo's dark thunderous fist. Yet, upon contact, only faint sparks flew from his hands. It was over. With a resounding bang, Li Yun was sent hurtling backwards like a kite severed from its string, crashing several meters away. How is this possible? A single punch sent Li Yun flying. The eyes of many second-year students widened in disbelief. Oh, this is rather intriguing, Lin Qingzhu remarked, observing the dark thunderous fist with a glimmer of astonishment. Such hidden strength. Zhou Wenyu crossed his arms, slightly taken aback. As the echoes of the clash subsided, Li Yun crashed heavily to the ground, leaving a significant mark in his wake. Li Yun. At that moment, both Zhang Hu and Wang Li felt a jolt of alarm. They were acutely aware of Chun Mo's prowess before engaging him. They had believed him to possess no more than mid-third tier capabilities in the freshman competition. How could he be this strong? What they failed to realize was the true reason behind Chun Mo's first-place victory during the freshman exams. He had single-handedly slain a beast of lordly caliber. However, at this juncture, they had no time to ponder further. They had already initiated their attack against Chun Mo. Should they emerge victorious, it would affirm their modest abilities. Yet, if they were to fail, they risked becoming the laughingstock of the entire second-year cohort. Upon this thought, Zhang Hu and Wang Li simultaneously let out a thunderous roar. The despairing tiger shook the heavens. An overwhelming force reverberated through the skies. The skills of the two resounded powerfully, and from their hands emanated a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. With a crash, a tiger-shaped fist and a heavenly axe suddenly descended upon Chun Mo. Yet, the slender figure of Chun Mo merely smiled disdainfully. If death is what you seek, do not blame me for my actions. Dark thunder annihilation. In an instant, a surge of dark thunder energy, even more ferocious than before, erupted completely. Chapter 55, Power, Dark Thunder Annihilation. Amidst the grandeur of the dark thunder energy, the three words echoed. Buzz. The terrifying energy erupted fully, and on either side of Chun Mo's body, two colossal arms, each 5 meters long, materialized. Boom. Each dark thunder arm towered like a giant tree, instilling fear in all who beheld it. In the midst of everyone's astonishment, Chun Mo's gaze suddenly sharpened. Following that, the two dragon-like dark thunder arms behind him crashed down. Boom. The massive dark thunder arms collided with the axe and tiger-shaped fist. The shockwaves released caused the earth to tremble slightly. Then, before the astonished eyes of Zhang Hu and Wang Li, the energy shield coalescing around their bodies suddenly appeared to crack. No, not just one crack, but countless. With a resounding snap, the energy shield surrounding Zhang Hu and Wang Li shattered into pieces. In the midst of numerous incredulous gazes, the two figures were sent flying backward, simultaneously spewing forth a mouthful of blood that splattered across the ground. Silence. The entire scene fell into utter stillness. It is important to note that these second-year prodigies had previously looked upon Chun Mo, a mere first-year student, with derision. Even when Chun Mo challenged Li Yun and the others to battle, the second-year students regarded him with an irrational disdain. Yet now, Chun Mo had astonishingly dispatched Li Yun and his companions in just 2 moves. This fellow is no ordinary individual. In that moment, nearly all second-year prodigies reigned in their condescending gazes. The second-year students participating in the contest for the celestial artifacts were ranked among the top 20. For the 15 to 20 among them, facing the combined assault of Li Yun and his companions would require considerable strength to withstand. However, judging by Chun Mo's nonchalant demeanor at this moment, one could surmise that executing such an attack was no simple feat. As for the second-year prodigies ranked 4th to 14th, they each etched Chun Mo's state into their memories. Their prowess had already reached the mid-level of the 4th tier, making annihilating Li Yun and his companions a trivial matter. For Chun Mo, they must be quite attentive. After all, no one wishes to be outperformed by a mere freshman. It is no wonder that the school would break this rule for him. Lin Xingzhu's face flickered with intrigue. So, he indeed possesses considerable prowess. His strength is commendable. Even Zhou Wenyu could not help but nod in admiration of Chun Mo. Should he train for another year, it's likely that none present would stand as his equal. However, for the 3 of them, all of whom are high-ranking 4th-tier warriors, Chun Mo's strength is not overly formidable. On the contrary, they could easily dispatch him with a single move. Meanwhile, Sheng Tianlei suppressed the tremors of his right hand, gazing at Chun Mo's figure. A glimmer of excitement passing through his eyes. The lightning is remarkably potent, though tinged with a hint of other energies. It might serve as a foundation for the evolution of my own lightning. A greedy glint flashed in Sheng Tianlei's eyes, as if he had encountered a prized quarry. As Chun Mo turned around, Xing Tianyi could scarcely contain his smile. Indeed, well done. Had it not been for the presence of others, Xing Tianyi would have burst into laughter. Chun Mo merely smiled lightly, as if the previous battle were but a trivial matter. Xing Tianyi laughed heartily. Well done. Then, turning to Gu Linghan, Tian Gu, and Shin Tiyi, he chuckled softly. Cough. What do you think? Our academy's students? Not too shabby, right? The corners of Gu Linghan and the others' mouths twitched, but they said nothing more. Their gazes toward Chun Mo were tinged with complexity. Under the comprehensive consumption of premium resources, Chun Mo's rise to a mid-tier, 3rd-level warrior did not overly astonish them. However, what truly took them aback was the occasional surge of intent he exhibited. Could it be that Chun Imo has genuinely grasped that level of intent? It seems unlikely. One must understand that such intent is primarily wielded by fifth-tier warriors for offense. Generally, very few can comprehend it at the third-tier stage. It must be an illusion. Yes, an illusion. Upon this realization, the heads of the three academies coldly regarded Li Yun and his companions, who were helping each other rise from the ground. Upon meeting the gaze of the three academy heads, the trio immediately lowered their heads. They could scarcely believe they had been defeated by a mere freshman. This is truly a monumental embarrassment. Gu Linghan remarked, the competition for the celestial artifact is one of the most significant events at Xianyuan Martial Arts University. The final test results will determine the outcomes of the tri-school competition in a month. Your disruptions, though perhaps justified, still violate the school's regulations. It is essential to note that Chun Mo's participation in the contest for the celestial artifact was personally sanctioned by the principal. The rationale is quite straightforward. He managed to slay a third-tier Lord-level beast while still at the second-tier warrior stage. I ask you, during your freshman period, could you achieve such a feat? In an instant, the majority of the audience shifted their gazes toward Chun Imo, their expressions tinged with an intensified gravity. If they were to face a third-tier beast lord now, they might prevail. However, to confront such a formidable foe while still at the second tier? That would be sheer folly. They would likely be mercilessly slaughtered. Could it be that this newcomer from a county-level school is truly capable of such prowess? In that moment, doubts began to surface regarding the rumors they had heard about Chun Imo. Meanwhile, Li Yun, Zhang Hu, and Wang Li lowered their heads even further, nearly burying them in the ground. The prodigious Chun Imo, a second-tier warrior facing a third-tier beast lord. The principal's explicit consent. Any one of these facts was enough to spell their doom. How could they dare challenge Chun Imo? The most humiliating part was that the three of them, despite joining forces, had been schooled by a mere freshman. It was utterly disgraceful. Gu Linghan was unrelenting in his reprimand. For today's actions, you are to report to the academic office to receive your punishment. At least a month in the confinement room. And each of you must write a 100,000-word reflection apologizing to Chun Imo. With that, he dismissed them, stating, to the confinement room. At the mention of those words, the three men shuddered. That place was truly no refuge for any human. And a 100,000-word reflection? That was enough to compose a short novel. With heavy sighs, they resigned themselves to their fate and departed. As Chun Imo watched their retreating figures, he couldn't help but smirk. Old Gu is indeed ruthless, imposing a staggering 100,000 words upon them. Yet, it is precisely what they deserve. Now that the matter has concluded, shall we proceed to participate in the celestial artifact competition? Gu Linghan waved his hand, and in an instant, the expressions of everyone present, including Chun Imo, turned serious. Chun Imo had not forgotten the objective of his outing, to acquire a celestial artifact and enhance his combat prowess. After all, it was a celestial artifact. Just the name alone evokes a sense of dread. Chapter 56. The Machine Canyon. As the group ventured further toward the back mountain, the surroundings grew increasingly cool and shaded. Towering ancient trees, reaching dozens of meters high, formed a canopy that obscured the sunlight, following the invasion of fierce beasts into Blue Star. Even the original flora and fauna had undergone rapid transformations. Soon, their footsteps came to a halt before a deep, shadowy gorge. Within that abyss, a palpable pressure emanated, sending a chill across the faces of the onlookers. This place is anything but ordinary. Many second-year students wore somber expressions. At that moment, Gu Linghan stepped forward. Before them lay a challenge set by our principal, known as the Machine Canyon. The sight of the deep canyon drew dozens of gazes, as if one could sense the ominous presence of mechanical puppets lurking within. The puppets inside ranged from the initial stage of the 4th rank to the advanced stage of the 4th rank. Your objective is to traverse the Machine Canyon in the shortest time possible. The top 12 will qualify for the next round. Do you understand? The faces of the students suddenly turned grave, facing 4th rank puppets. This test was undoubtedly formidable. Yet, some remained unfazed, such as Lin Qingzhu, Zhou Wenyu, and Sheng Tianlei, whose expressions betrayed no concern, as if nothing warranted their attention. Chun Imo gazed into the canyon, a flicker of excitement passing through his eyes. Ever since his breakthrough, his strength had gone untested for too long. Perhaps this would be the perfect opportunity. Following the announcement, the students would enter according to their assigned numbers. The deans of our 4 academies awaited them at the finish line. In an instant, the 4 deans transformed into beams of light and vanished. After a brief silence among the students, Sheng Tianlei, the top student of the second-year cohort, lifted his gaze and approached the entrance of the machine canyon. As the first to take the test due to his top performance in the previous semester's examination, he stepped forward decisively. With a sudden movement, he entered the canyon, vanishing amidst the astonished gazes of his peers. Meanwhile, Gu Linghan, Xing Tianyi, and the others had already taken their positions at the finish line. Impressive. As expected of a student from my academy, Gu Linghan remarked with a slight smile, watching Sheng Tianlei venture into the machine canyon. Although he had not secured Chinemo, there was no doubt that Sheng Tianlei was among the most exceptional talents of their academy, having achieved first place in the transition from freshman to sophomore. One could only wonder how long it would take him. It must be said, Sheng Tianlei undoubtedly had a chance at this year's competition for the celestial artifact. Xiang Tiange crossed his arms, but Lin Qingzhu from our side is no slouch either. Let us not forget. Shin Tiyi waved his hand dismissively. Your Lin Qingzhu ranked third. Our Zhou Wenyu is second. He almost surpassed Sheng Tianlei during the final exams. As they watched Sheng Tianlei approach the mechanical puppets on the screen, a heated discussion erupted among them. What if Chen Mo claims first place? Xing Tianyi suddenly interjected. Chen Mo first. Gu Linghan, Xiang Tiange, and Shin Tuye's expressions twitched in disbelief. It is important to note that when discussing who among Lin Qingzhu, Sheng Tianlei, and Zhou Wenyu might secure the first and second positions, their competition is fierce and relentless. However, the sudden emergence of Chen Mo, while they may acknowledge Chen Mo's extraordinary talent, unparalleled in its nature, the notion that he could outpace Sheng Tianlei, Lin Qingzhu, and Zhou Wenyu to claim the top spot seems rather far-fetched. In truth, there is no need for further discussion. Their performances will reveal all. At that moment, a brilliant flash illuminated the sky, and everyone turned their gaze to discover Vice Principal Huoxiu. Old Hua, it's about time you took charge, Gu Linghan remarked with a smile. Huoxiu shrugged. What can I say? Lin Jianfeng is unavailable, and the principal is in seclusion. Only during the tri-school competition would he emerge. Thus, this responsibility naturally falls upon me. The contest for the celestial artifact is of paramount importance. Just then, a voice rang out abruptly. Second-year student Sheng Tianlei has traversed the mechanical canyon in 6 minutes. Instantly, the crowd exchanged astonished glances. 6 minutes to conquer the mechanical canyon. Gu Linghan burst into laughter. 6 minutes for a second-year student. Truly, he is worthy of having cultivated my celestial technique. Goodness. This achievement could place him among the top 10 in the history of our school. Meanwhile, the others were equally taken aback upon hearing Sheng Tianlei's results. It is worth noting that the mechanical canyon is teeming with fourth-tier robots. For Sheng Tianlei to accomplish this feat in merely 6 minutes is nothing short of astonishing. 6 minutes. Did he dismantle the robots inside? Truly, he deserves the title of the best in our cohort. The talented individuals around him murmured. Although they are all prodigies, there exists a palpable disparity among them. For instance, those ranked lower cannot be compared to Sheng Tianlei without recognizing the vast chasm between their abilities. Chen Mo, too, was intrigued by Sheng Tianlei's performance. 6 minutes, you say? I wonder how long it would take me to complete the challenge? Clenching his fists, excitement flickered in his eyes. At that moment, a voice broke through once more. I believe it is my turn now. At that instant, Zhou Wenyu, a towering figure akin to an iron tower, slowly approached the mechanical puppet. Celestial technique, he suddenly exclaimed, and a golden radiance enveloped his form. A minor mastery of the celestial technique. No wonder Wenyu exudes such confidence. The attacks of a fourth-tier, mid-level martial artist will likely be rendered utterly ineffective. The surrounding crowd erupted into discussions. Is this what the celestial technique entails? Chen Mo observed intently. The celestial technique, the heavenly technique, the ethereal technique, and the ultimate technique are all pinnacle martial arts. They are the ultimate exercises designed to harness human potential beyond innate abilities. Initially, Chen Mo felt that he had not yet reached that level of strength. However, it now seems that the situation is far more intricate than anticipated. One must hasten the cultivation to become a fourth-grade warrior, drawing closer to the path of the eternal sky technique. At this moment, Zhou Wenyu stepped into the machine canyon. 6.5 minutes later, the sophomore student Zhou Wenyu completed the challenge in 6.5 minutes. Though not as impressive as Sheng Tianlei, it is still an exceptionally commendable achievement. Shortly thereafter, a graceful figure wielding a sword entered with measured steps. Lin Qingzhu, with her long sword, lightly pointed it, akin to a celestial crane, and gracefully leapt into the machine canyon. It seems Lin Qingzhu's mastery of the Ling Tian technique is formidable, perhaps even consummate. My heavens! How does one even begin to compare oneself to this assembly of top-tier prodigies? The crowd gasped in astonishment as Chun Mo observed the disappearing figures of Sheng Tianlai, Zhou Wenyu, and Lin Qingzhu in succession. A profound thought struck him. The cultivation of martial arts, it appears, must not be neglected. Once he attains the 4th-grade warrior status, he shall seek the Eternal Sky Tablet from Old Xing to practice the Eternal Sky technique. The entire realm of warriors is categorized into 3 forms of offensive capabilities: innate talent, martial arts, and intent. Possessing an extraordinary comprehension, Chun Mo naturally opts to advance in all 3 areas concurrently. However, this endeavor will have to wait until after the contest for the celestial artifact. Chapter 57. Beyond reach, Chun Mo could discern the subtlety of Lin Qingzhu's previous movement technique, which demonstrated remarkable speed. Is this the essence of the 3 dominant martial arts powers: strength, defense, and speed? When combined with his innate abilities, it becomes an exceedingly formidable weapon. Yet, the path he is cultivating, reputed to be the Eternal Sky technique capable of integrating all 3 attributes, raises a tantalizing question: how powerful will he become upon reaching the 4th-grade warrior level? Moreover, should he succeed in acquiring the celestial artifact, to what extent will his strength surge? Chun Mo's anticipation was immense. At that moment, a series of announcements echoed continuously. Sophomore student Lin Qingzhu. Time taken, 6 minutes and 40 seconds. Sophomore student Yun Tian. Time taken, 8 minutes and 20 seconds. Sophomore student Su Qing. Time taken, 10 minutes and 2 seconds. As the voices rang out, the candidates surrounding Chun Mo began to vanish one by one. Eventually, only Chun Mo remained when another announcement followed. Sophomore student Zhang Li. Time taken, 20 minutes. Thus, at the entrance of the entire machine battlefield, only Chun Mo was left. On the other side of the machine Great Wall, Gu Linghan and others stood atop the clouds. It is worth noting that the viewing experience through the screen pales in comparison to witnessing it with one's own eyes. As 8th-grade martial masters, their strength has reached an unimaginable level. Indeed, Lin Qingzhu from our academy is remarkable, Xiang Tiange remarked with a gentle smile. But Lin Qingzhu pales in comparison to our Zhou Wenyu. Shen Tuyi crossed his arms. In actual combat, we shall crush your hulking figures, Xiang Tiange retorted mockingly. With a single strike, Zhou Wenyu shattered Lin Qingzhu. Yet, Shen Tuyi remained undeterred, ready to counter. Observing the two poised for a quarrel, Huoxiu sighed, resigned to the reality that the deans of the 4 academies often behave thus in private. At that moment, Gu Linghan interjected, "Well, they cannot compare to Sheng Tianlai." Instantly, Xiang Tiange and Shen Tuyi sought to form a united front in rebuttal, but Huoxiu spoke up once more. Nevertheless, the current cohort had performed commendably, with a maximum time of 20 minutes, a remarkable achievement indeed. Upon hearing this, the corners of the deans of the 3 academies' mouths curled upward. Following last year's dismal defeat in the tri-school competition, they had intensified the training of their students, almost treating them as if they were in boot camp. Such rigorous training had begun to yield promising results. Perhaps if they continued this regimen, when the current sophomores advanced to their 3rd year, Xianyuan Martial University would no longer find itself at the bottom of the rankings. By the way, Lao Xing, how long do you think your Chun Mo will take? At this juncture, Gu Linghan turned his gaze toward the impassive Xing Tianyi. The others also shifted their attention, curiosity flickering in their eyes. It was said that Chun Mo had been sequestered in solitude for the past month, wholly devoted to studying martial arts within his dormitory. Thus, they were unaware of the extent of his progress. The university had designated teachers responsible for guiding students' daily training. Naturally, exceptionally gifted students could apply to forego classes. Chun Mo happened to be one of those exceptional talents. He has improved a bit, perhaps by a billionth, Xing Tianyi casually remarked. A billionth. The expressions of the crowd turned skeptical, yet upon catching sight of Chun Mo, who was about to undertake the challenge, their curiosity piqued. They wondered just how far this young man could go within the confines of the machine canyon. It was noteworthy that the expectations of Huoxiu and the others were not particularly high. As long as Chun Mo could navigate through the machine valley within half an hour, it would be deemed an outstanding accomplishment, especially considering he was merely a freshman. The underlying reason for involving Chun Mo in the competition for celestial artifacts was to provide him with an opportunity for training. thus preparing him for the forthcoming contest in his sophomore year. Observing the expressions of the onlookers, Xing Tianyi felt no need to elaborate further. "Just watch," he said, shaking his head before intently focusing on the machine canyon below. At the exit of the machine canyon, 20 exceptional students stood poised, regardless of the final outcomes. After a brief moment of adjustment, the group's mindset had stabilized. It is essential for a prodigy to maintain a positive attitude. Yet, they had not anticipated what would unfold next. The results to enter the top 12 have unexpectedly reached 12 minutes, a reality that astonished everyone. At this moment, their gazes were collectively directed towards the machine canyon. One could not help but wonder about the extent of Chun Mo's capabilities. Alas, I must inform you that the opportunity presented to Chun Mo is merely a chance. Whether he wins or loses is of little consequence. How enviable it is to possess such innate talent. However, we could place a wager. A wager on what? Quite simply, on whether he can traverse the machine canyon within an hour. An hour? I find that highly improbable. After all, he is merely at the mid-stage of the third tier. Is he not? Despite his achievements in vanquishing the Beast Lords, those feats were accomplished in a virtual arena. The mechanical puppets here, however, are authentic. As the crowd engaged in animated discussions, the three foremost prodigies at the forefront began to deliberate as well. Zhou Wenyu chuckled. Are they all placing bets? Should we join in? Lin Qingzhu gazed at the machine canyon and proposed. Let us wager on whether Chen Mo can make it. Zhou Wenyu responded. Indeed. I wager on 1 hour. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qingzhu replied, I bet on 30 minutes. Instantly, Zhou Wenyu's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lin Qingzhu. Wait, you have such confidence in him? Remember, he is merely at the mid-stage of the third tier. As one ascends in cultivation, the disparities between each tier become exceedingly vast. There are times when a high level of cultivation is incomparable to any martial arts or talent. Within the machine canyon, there are no less than 54th tier puppets. Although most are at the initial stage of the 4th tier, there are still those at the high stage. Even if he attempts to evade, Chen Mo's progress will be exceedingly slow, facing assaults from all directions. Yet, Lin Qingzhu's unwavering confidence in him was something Zhou Wenyu and the others had never anticipated. Sheng Tianlei, what is your perspective? Zhou Wenyu turned to him. Sheng Tianlei smiled gently, his grin nearly stretching to his ears. What do I think? I eagerly await Chen Mo advancing to the second round. Observing Sheng Tianlei's expression, Zhou Wenyu and Lin Qingzhu exchanged glances of exasperation. This fellow must have noticed Chen Mo's affinity for lightning. Strangely enough, every time Sheng Tianlei learns of an opponent possessing a lightning talent, he exhibits an unusual expression. Nevertheless, it must be noted that for Chen Mo to enter the second round, he requires a time of at least under 15 minutes to secure a position among the top 12. Only those in the top 12 can advance to the second round. Surely, Chen Mo cannot achieve this, can he? Chapter 58. The shot as the outside world buzzed with speculation, Chen Mo stood at the entrance of the machine canyon. His eyes, akin to black holes, narrowed slightly. With absolute perception, he could sense the terrifying aspects within the machine canyon. It is time to enter. Suddenly, Chen Mo stepped forward. A sudden whirlwind of change enveloped the surroundings, revealing a wide avenue, 3 meters across, lined with dozens of robots. Each of these mechanical sentinels was forged from a special metal, emanating an oppressive aura corresponding to the 4th tier. Terrifying. Fierce. It was a sensation that rendered one breathless. As the blue light erupted from the eyes of each robot, a vast wave of pressure expanded throughout the air. Yet, within Chen Mo's gaze, there was not a hint of fear. Instead, a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. After a month of diligent training, he was finally ready to showcase his abilities. Just as Chen Mo murmured to himself, 3 4th-tier initial stage robotic puppets in the distance had already detected his presence. With a hum, the 3 4th-tier initial stage robots charged towards him like iron war chariots. Meanwhile, dark thunderous liquid surged rapidly around Chen Mo. This was just perfect. Above, the 4 esteemed deans hovered in anticipation. This little fellow certainly did not hesitate. Gu Linghan crossed his arms, aware that Chen Mo had yet to experience real combat. Virtual battles, while strikingly realistic with a simulation accuracy of 100%, were still mere illusions. In contrast, battles in the real world were entirely different. Some prodigies who could sweep through virtual battlefields might find their true capabilities diminished to less than 1/10 in reality. Thus, Their academy had established practical assessments to gauge their true strength. Old Xing, how many fourth-tier robots do you think Chen Mo can defeat? Shin Tui inquired. Glancing at Xing Tianyi, Xing Tianyi shrugged. I maintain he will progress to the second round. Shin Tui replied. Well, this topic isn't unfolding well. Xiang Tinga gestured downward. All right. Chen Mo is about to engage in battle. Let's refrain from further chatter. As they looked down, their pupils constricted slightly. The three robots, each at the fourth-tier initial stage, raised their fists and suddenly surged toward Chen Mo from afar. Their speed was astonishing. It is important to note that robotic puppets possess virtually no flaws. Their strength, defense, and speed are all meticulously programmed. For an ordinary martial artist of the same realm, facing them would be exceedingly challenging, let alone a mere third-tier practitioner like Chen Mo. However, a glimmer of battle intent ignited in Chen Mo's eyes. If they were so eager to court death, then let them come. As he watched the fourth-tier robotic puppets loom closer, a teasing smile curved upon his lips. In an instant, he thrust a finger forward. Dark Thunder Spear launch. Boom. At that moment, streams of dark thunderous liquid surged onto Chen Mo's shoulders, and then, a cloud of mist, resembling black smoke, swiftly coalesced behind him. Subsequently, behind Chen Mo, colossal arms of dark thunder materialized, akin to the might of dragons. In the bewildered gaze of the three mechanical puppets, these formidable dark hands swiftly coalesced into 4 6-meter-long giant spears, unleashing a terrifying pressure that filled the air. Amidst this, an ethereal aura began to swirl around them. In the next instant, they were hurled forth. Boom. In an instant, the 4 dark thunder spears violently tore through the air before them, surging towards the 3 mechanical puppets with an overwhelming ferocity. Beep, beep, beep. Sensing the impending cataclysmic assault, the internal systems of the 3 mechanical puppets erupted into a cacophony of alarms. They raised their hands to conjure shields, desperately attempting to withstand Chen Mo's onslaught. However, the moment the dark thunder spears made contact with the mechanical puppets, fissures suddenly appeared on their shields, rapidly expanding until the shields erupted into fragments. The immense dark thunder spears, with a force akin to a tempest, obliterated the 3 initial-grade mechanical beings entirely. What an extraordinary surge of innate power. High above in the heavens, Gu Lingan's pupils constricted. The onlookers could only nod in agreement. It was not solely the magnitude of Chen Mo's released energy that astonished them. Within that energy, they discerned an enigmatic essence, reminiscent of a profound realm. Could it be that Chen Mo had grasped this elusive concept? After all, how else could such terrifying might be concentrated within those dark thunder spears? Yet, the power of such a realm could only be achieved through the consummate mastery of 1S technique. Was it conceivable that an 18-year-old could attain such perfection in spear mastery? As this thought crossed their minds, the heads of the 3 academies shook in disbelief, proclaiming it impossible. After a brief contemplation, their attention shifted back to the mechanical valley. It was not surprising that Chen Mo could vanquish initial-grade mechanical puppets. After all, having triumphed over the combined efforts of Zhang Hu and his companions, he had already begun to demonstrate his prowess. What awaited him next, however, would be the true test of his abilities. Within the mechanical valley, Chen Mo shrugged lightly. Stepping out from the remnants of the 3 mechanical puppets, his expression remained unchanged. Despite being at the mid-level of the 3rd grade, his innate abilities, physical vigor, and comprehension far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Thus, Chen Mo harbored absolute confidence in himself. It seemed that his overwhelming aura had attracted attention. In the distance, 5 mechanical puppets stirred to life, their eyes igniting with a ghostly blue light. A terrifying pressure swept towards him like a tempest. These were 5 mid-level mechanical puppets of the 4th grade. At this moment, the aura emanating from each of these puppets was undeniably more potent and fearsome than that of the initial-grade counterparts. At this moment, a true test of the machine canyon began. The mid-tier 4th-grade automatons would not be as easily dealt with as their initial-tier counterparts. Above in the sky, the 3 esteemed deans were engulfed in anticipation. They wondered how many minutes it would take Chen Mo to vanquish the 5 mid-tier 4th-grade automatons. As this thought lingered, Chen Mo cast a glance at the 5 automatons, a slight smile gracing his lips. He extended his hand, summoning 4 colossal hands of dark thunder from behind him, which surged towards him. Countless energies of dark thunder flickered like ethereal dragons, culminating in the formation of a 5-meter-long dark thunder spear. Black mist swirled as thunder rumbled. Grasping the spear, Chen Mo appeared as a celestial being wielding divine authority. Sensing the automaton's looming threat, which grew larger in his vision, Chen Mo whispered softly, "Dark Thunder Spear." "You sure?" Chapter 59. The Strong taking a gentle breath. A sense of immense potential surged within Chen Mo's chest. Terrifying dark thunder energy coalesced at the spear's ominous tip. In an instant, it seemed as if countless dark thunder dragons were flickering at the spear's point. The overwhelming pressure caused the surrounding air to compress, creating waves that swept outward. The air trembled. The ground quaked. Unbeknownst to the 5 mid-tier 4th-grade automatons, a grave crisis was unfolding. They continued to advance, wielding their massive fists, crafted from a special metal, to strike at Chen Mo. The approaching fists ruptured the air, launching attacks from 5 distinct directions. How would Chen Mo respond to this assault? Gu Lingen's eyes sparkled with amusement. Yet, what transpired next left everyone, including Hui Xiu, momentarily stunned. At the tip of Chen Mo's spear, not only was a terrifying energy gathering, but an elusive will of the spear also enveloped it. This was not merely the embryonic form of spear intent. Rather, it was a pinnacle state, teetering between the embryonic and perfected forms, known as semi-spear intent. In the next moment, Chen Mo swept his spear forward. Boom! The energy at the tip of the dark thunder spear erupted with this motion. A torrent of energy surged forth like a flood, forming a crescent wave. This crescent wave, imbued with a fierce intent, instantly tore through the air in swathes. Unlike the dark thunder spear's regular throw, the dark thunder spear, "You sure?" was characterized by its absolute swiftness, so fast it seemed to transcend time itself. The entire machine canyon fell into an eerie silence. Boom! The crescent-shaped dark thunder wave easily obliterated the bodies of the 5 automatons. Buzz! After shattering the automatons, the crescent wave showed no signs of ceasing, descending upon the earth with formidable ferocity. In an instant, a massive crater was formed, strewn with the shattered remnants of mechanical puppets. Amidst the battlefield stood only the solitary and slender figure of Chen Mo, who remarked with a tone of ennui. As his voice resonated, the events unfolding within the mechanical canyon naturally reached the eyes of the 4 esteemed deans and the vice president. Half-gun intent. Chen Mo had actually comprehended half-gun intent. Gu Lingen's eyes widened with disbelief as he rubbed them, striving to confirm that he was not mistaken. Mastering half-gun intent at the tender age of 18 could very well lead to the true gun intent before he turns 20. This was indeed a remarkable prodigy. Indeed, this young man's talent was nothing short of terrifying. Shen Tuyi also spoke, his gaze filled with profound envy. It was worth noting that had it not been for the conditions set by Xing Tianyi for viewing the eternal steel, he would have certainly sought to recruit Chen Mo into his fold. No wonder old Xing was so invested in him, sighed Xiang Tiange. Chen Mo's innate gifts were truly unparalleled in this generation, or rather, in the last 2 generations. If Chen Mo were to devote himself to honing his skills for a year, the upcoming competition for the celestial artifact would likely pose no challenge whatsoever. After 2 more years of dedicated practice, he might even secure victory in the tri-school competition. During his first year, Chen Mo already possessed such combat prowess. By his 3rd year, he would likely have grasped the true gun intent. This was indeed an astonishing revelation. However, the 3 deans were also acutely aware of another fact. Chen Mo's understanding of half-gun intent almost guaranteed him a place among the top 12. One must understand that half-gun intent signifies an almost transcendent mastery over one's own physical capabilities and gun techniques. While it may be somewhat challenging when facing a real opponent, against these soulless automatons, which operated purely on computational logic, he would likely sweep through them with ease. Within the mechanical canyon, there were merely a little over a dozen mid-tier puppets and only 2 high-tier ones. Even if Chen Mo chose not to engage, merely evading them would be exceedingly effortless. Gu Lingen's expression was a mix of complexity. At this pace, Chen Mo would likely reach the finish line in just a few minutes. It was intriguing to ponder how the sophomores, those once regarded as prodigies, would react upon realizing they had been surpassed by their junior. Meanwhile, Xing Tianyi observed the expressions of the 3 deans, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Was mere half-gun intent sufficient to astound you so? If you were to discover that Chen Mo had comprehended the entirety of gun intent, you might very well be left speechless. Yet, Xing Tianyi was in no hurry to disclose this. He preferred to hold back the grand revelation. As the 2nd round of the celestial artifact competition approached, the moment of the arena battle was at hand. It was then that Chun Mo would truly showcase his prowess. The mere thought of the expressions on the faces of the three esteemed deans filled Xing Tianyi with exhilaration. Stepping over the shattered remnants of puppets, Chun Mo continued his stride into the mechanical gorge, weapon slung confidently over his shoulder, unperturbed by any challenge. At the far end of the mechanical gorge, the gathered prodigies were engaged in idle chatter. 6 minutes had elapsed, and it was evident that the record set by Sheng Tianlei would remain unbroken. What are you thinking? 6 minutes? Even a deity couldn't manage that. They laughed. To be honest, I truly envy Chun Mo for this opportunity. It's remarkable that, as a freshman, he gets to compete for celestial artifacts. Well, he was specially recruited, after all. Aren't we all special recruits in our own right? One had to admit that there was a discernible gap between the exceptional talents. As time passed, 10 minutes had already gone by. A collective sigh swept through the crowd, prompting many to engage in casual conversation. Lin Qingzhu and Zhou Wenyu began to meditate, preparing for the impending arena battle. In their eyes, Chun Mo, merely a mid-level third-grade warrior, had already accomplished something extraordinary by navigating the mechanical gorge, let alone achieving a top 12 ranking. He's probably in last place, someone speculated. However, amidst the crowd, only Sheng Tianlei's gaze remained fixed on the mechanical gorge. His heartbeat quickened, and he licked his lips in anticipation. It's getting closer. What an intriguing thunder type. I've never seen anything like it. My own lightning is excited by this. Just then, a slender figure emerged from the mechanical puppets. The crowd looked up in astonishment to find Chun Mo, his expression serene. Oh, PS out. How long did it take? 11 minutes and 7 seconds? 10 minutes. For a freshman, that's quite impressive. What did you just say? Chun Mo completed the assessment in 11 minutes. In an instant, shock washed over everyone as they turned their astonished gazes toward Chun Mo, their brows furrowed in disbelief. Chapter 60. The Arena 10 minutes? What does that signify? They were aware that the competitors for the celestial artifacts included the top 20 second-year prodigies. Outside the top 10, their average completion time hovered around 14 minutes. Yet, Chun Mo's time was a mere 11 minutes. Could this possibly be a freshman? What did this signify? Chun Mo, wielding the identity of a freshman, had triumphed over hundreds of second-year students. Even among this group of exceptional sophomores, he has ascended to the 11th position. Truly a prodigy. Many individuals ranked 12th and beyond displayed a noticeable change in expression. Their previous contempt for Chun Mo dissipated in that moment. This fellow is indeed formidable. No wonder he could vanquish a beast lord despite the odds. The gaze of the top 10 prodigies turned grave as they regarded Chun Mo. In their eyes, he had clearly reached a level of competitiveness with them. Although Chun Mo was merely at the mid-tier of the third rank, they understood that they could not afford to be the slightest bit lax in the ensuing competition. Meanwhile, Lin Qingzhu, observing Chun Mo's slender figure, was filled with astonishment. She had never anticipated that a freshman could achieve such a feat. It is worth noting that each of them had undergone a year of rigorous examinations, both practical and theoretical, far surpassing that of a mere newcomer. In fact, nearly all the prodigies ranking within the top 20 had cultivated advanced techniques, such as the sky-reaching technique, the celestial technique, and the heavenly technique. Yet, under such circumstances, Chun Mo managed to overcome them and secure a position within the top 12. 10 minutes. He has indeed secured the 11th rank. Lin Qingzhu could almost see the previous 12th place contestant's face turn ashen before morphing into a bitter smile. A look of resignation. This young man seems intriguing. Gazing at the handsome visage of Chun Mo, curiosity flickered across Lin Qingzhu's face. Perhaps, during the second round, she would gain greater insight into the strength that propelled Chun Mo to the 11th position. On another front, Zhou Wenyu wore a look of disbelief. His face burned with embarrassment. Previously, he had fervently dismissed Chun Mo's capabilities. Yet, at this moment, Chun Mo had astonished him immensely. This fellow's strength, who would have thought it could be so formidable? It became clear that the leaders were not merely offering Chun Mo an opportunity for growth, but rather testing whether he could genuinely contend for the celestial artifact. After a brief moment of distraction, Zhou Wenyu quickly regained his composure. If he is strong, so be it. After all, in this examination, his position within the top 3 was in no danger. Only Lin Qingzhu and Sheng Tianlei posed any real pressure on him. However, Zhou Wenyu had not anticipated that Sheng Tianlei would actually predict Chun Mo's entry into the top 12. Meanwhile, the young man in the purple robe, observing Chun Mo's form, smiled softly. fusion, and evolution. Only through the thunder can I become even more powerful. As Chun Mo's thunderous presence lingered, Shang Tianlei's voice gradually faded, ultimately vanishing into silence. As he gazed upon the astonished, incredulous, and bewildered expressions of the crowd, Chen Mo merely shrugged his shoulders. In truth, he could have emerged from the machine canyon with greater swiftness, and the results he could have showcased would undoubtedly have left countless individuals utterly astounded. During the battle, he sensed that his marksmanship was on the verge of a breakthrough. Thus, he decided to warm up a bit. After all, a prelude was necessary before the grand confrontation to ignite his fervor. His prowess with the firearm had yet to be revealed. If unleashed, it would surely be a dazzling spectacle. This time, he was determined to secure the celestial artifact, for only by obtaining it could his strength ascend to new heights. It would also provide ample opportunity for the god-slaying marksmanship to manifest in its true glory. He could hardly contain his anticipation for the scene when the god-slaying marksmanship and the nine heavens' dark thunder divine body would erupt in tandem. At that moment, 5 streaks of light descended from the heavens, drawing the attention of the crowd, revealing the 4 esteemed deans and the vice principal. The crowd hastily clasped their hands in greeting, but Huoxiu waved his hand, indicating they should remain at ease. Ultimately, the eyes of the 5 newcomers suddenly swept over Chun Mo. It was known that Chun Mo had secured a place among the top 12, thus qualifying for the second round of the Celestial Artifact Contest. They, Gulinghan, Shintuyi, Xiang Tiange, Huoxiu, were not particularly surprised. Rather, what caught them off guard was Chun Mo's calm demeanor in confronting the formidable 4th-tier mechanical puppet, as if he were merely toying with a child, never revealing his true strength. Could it be that Chun Mo was concealing his abilities? When their gazes shifted toward Xing Tianyi, he stood with arms crossed, whistling nonchalantly, as if nothing concerned him. The others found themselves at a loss. Well then, when the second round of the arena battle commenced, Chun Mo's hidden strength would undoubtedly be forced to the surface. They were quite curious about one thing. After a month of cultivation, just how formidable was Chun Mo's true power? This was indeed something worth anticipating. Afterward, Vice Principal Huoxiu stepped to the forefront and smiled at the crowd, stating, "Now that the Machine Canyon test has concluded, it is time for the second round of testing, the arena battle." Upon hearing the phrase arena battle, the top 12 second-year prodigies felt a surge of tension. It must be noted that only those who secured a position among the top 5 in the second round would have the opportunity to engage with the celestial artifact. Failing to place in the top 5 would render all discussions moot. This was arguably the most significant event among the 3 sacred martial universities. Only by mastering the celestial artifact could they take further strides along the boundless path of martial arts. Huoxiu chuckled lightly, then casually gestured with his hand. In an instant, the earth trembled, and a colossal silver arena materialized before the crowd. Huoxiu smiled gently, remarking that the second round of the coveted artifact competition has historically been exceedingly straightforward. Through a system of random drawing, the top 12 individuals select their respective opponents. Victory leads to advancement. Failure results in elimination. Such is the simplicity of the matter. Should one draw a formidable adversary, it is crucial to understand that luck plays a pivotal role in battles against ferocious beasts. Indeed, fortune is an integral aspect of one's strength. Huoxiu's demeanor remained calm and composed as he articulated this reality. In this world, absolute fairness is a myth. The Daiyu artificial intelligence system will conduct the random selection of slots, Huoxiu stated softly. Suddenly, a virtual screen flickered to life before the audience, and the names began to flash rapidly. Tension gripped the hearts of the spectators. Ultimately, the slots were established. The first match of the arena, Sheng Tianlei versus De Gusheng. Upon seeing these names, Chun Mo squinted slightly. Sheng Tianlei's prowess was nearly unparalleled among the entire second-year cohort. He was curious to discern just how formidable Sheng Tianlei truly was. Could he surpass him? A slight smile graced Chun Mo's lips. Chapter 61. Thunder. As Huoxiu's words resonated, the 4 prestigious academies and the vice principal levitated in midair, and a vast audience area suddenly emerged. On the arena, 2 figures surged forward with great speed. Meanwhile, Chun Mo stood at the foot of the arena, arms crossed, taking the opportunity to observe before it was his turn. On the arena, De Gusheng wore a bittersweet smile. He had not anticipated encountering Sheng Tianlei in the very first match. Sheng Tianlei, on the other hand, maintained an air of tranquility, his expression as calm as still water. How will you choose to lose? Xing Tianlei chuckled lightly. Such arrogance. This thought crossed the minds of the onlookers. Yet, they were well aware that Sheng Tianlei indeed possessed the capability to back it up. Duga Sheng's eyes hardened with resolve as he raised his hands, and in an instant, a long spear materialized before him. I shall triumph over you, Duga Sheng declared. His gaze piercing. The elite contenders who made it into the top 12 were all at least mid-tier in the 4th rank, while Sheng Tianlei was merely at the high tier of the 4th rank. However, Dugu Sheng understood that even the slightest difference in rank could translate to a chasm between them. In a fleeting moment, Dugu Sheng's muscles underwent a rapid transformation. Each muscle fiber twisted together like a braid, and in that instant, brandishing the long spear, he unleashed his full potential. He too was a formidable warrior of the Tongtian Academy, having mastered the Tongtian technique. The fierce spear was enveloped in a radiant flame, complementing the exquisite spear technique as it lunged forward with lethal intent. As Sheng Tianlei gazed at the ever-enlarging spear within his sight, a scornful smile graced his lips. In an instant, he abruptly raised his arm and gently pointed forward. Despair's thunder, binding heaven. With a whoosh, a streak of lightning surged forth, akin to a shooting star, directed towards the solitary figure of Duga Sheng. Boom! The spear in Duga Sheng's grasp trembled violently, and in a moment, that lightning struck with overwhelming force against Duga Sheng's chest. The next moment, Duga Sheng was sent flying, crashing down from the arena. Huixiu then proclaimed, "The victor of this duel is Sheng Tianlei." Such formidable strength. With just a single gesture, he rendered Duga Sheng defeated. I can sense that Sheng Tianlei's thunderous power has intensified compared to before. What transpired during these days? Not only did the other prodigies display astonished expressions, but even Lin Qingzhu and Zhou Wenyu wore grave faces. They all sensed an unusual aura emanating from Sheng Tianlei's lightning. Among the crowd, Chen Mo's gaze also fell upon Sheng Tianlei. This lightning pressure seems to possess an extraordinary intensity, doesn't it? In that moment, an exhilaration flickered in Chen Mo's eyes. It seemed that within this confrontation, he had finally encountered a genuinely thrilling opponent. Meanwhile, in the observation seats above the heavens, the various academy heads nodded in agreement. TSK, the intensity of this energy is truly commendable for someone from the Tongtian Academy. Gu Lingan's face glowed with pride. To unleash such power without utilizing the Tongtian technique is indeed worthy of being the top prodigy of the second year. Even Xin Tuyi from the Yutian Academy could not help but be impressed. His talent may have undergone an evolution. The sharp-eyed Xiang Tiange remarked, "Is it at the level?" Upon hearing Xiang Tiange's words, Gu Linghan smiled gently. "Indeed, it is at that level." Instantly, both Xiang Tiange and Xin Tuyi gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated the emergence of such a monstrous figure as Sheng Tianlei. They initially thought that Zhou Wenyu and Lin Qingzhu might have a chance to compete with Sheng Tianlei, but he had actually transcended to a higher level of talent. Thus, the probability of victory appeared exceedingly bleak. Witnessing this, both let out a sigh. Perhaps a dark horse will emerge shortly? Xing Tianyi crossed his arms, leaving the crowd speechless. Gu Linghan chuckled. "Old Xing, don't just focus on your little Chun. I recognize that he is strong, but not particularly formidable this year. He will only be able to truly showcase his talent by tomorrow. Merely making it to the top 12 this year is already a miracle. Surely, you don't expect him to claim first place, do you?" Xiang Tiange and Xin Tuyi nodded in agreement. It appears that the opponent's Chun Mo faces are predominantly mid-level 4th-tier cultivators, practicing peak martial arts. Unless Chen Mo comprehends the essence of the spear, he stands little chance. However, the essence of the martial arts is exceedingly elusive. Throughout the entirety of the first 3 years at Xianyuan Martial Arts University, it has remained almost unattainable. In contrast, at Sangxiong Martial Arts University and Xingkong Martial Arts University, it appears that each has produced a singular adept. Yet, those individuals only grasped it at the age of 20, nurtured meticulously by their respective prestigious institutions, with the intent of showcasing their prowess in the upcoming tri-school competition in 2 months' time. It is noteworthy that even they could only master it at 20. What hope could there be for Chun Mo, this mere 18-year-old youth? Shaking his head, they resumed their observation of the tournament. Next up was Zhou Wenyu, facing a student from Tongtian Academy who was at the intermediate 4th rank. "Zhou, please enlighten me," his opponent declared. "Very well." Zhou Wenyu nodded, yet his gaze betrayed little concern. In an instant, his adversary's eyes sharpened, and his muscles tensed, launching forth like a coiled spring. unbeknownst to the spectators. A massive gauntlet had suddenly manifested on his right hand, adorned with ice spikes formed from crystallized frost. Cold, piercing. Yet, such an onslaught failed to pique Zhou Wenyu's interest. Ultimate defense of the heavenly gold. In that moment, a brilliant golden light enveloped Zhou Wenyu's form, and he promptly extended his palm towards his opponent. Boom! As their fists collided, a tremendous shockwave erupted, causing the arena itself to tremble and crack. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Zhou Wenyu propelled his opponent off the stage with that singular strike. Rising to his feet, the challenger wore a wry smile, clasping his hands in respect as he retreated to the sidelines. Such formidable defensive prowess. The crowd of prodigies gasped in astonishment. As fourth-rank martial artists, they could discern that Zhou Wenyu had not merely overpowered his opponent with strength. Rather, it was the sheer force of his extraordinary defense that had sent the other flying. Our Zhou Wenyu is quite impressive, Shintayi remarked with a hint of pride. Others nodded in agreement, acknowledging that to have cultivated the art of heavenly defense to such a degree by the second year was indeed commendable. Moreover, possessing the rare talent of the heavenly gold, which allowed him to transform his skin into a metallic armor, combined with the heavenly defense techniques, he would undoubtedly excel as a formidable tank on the battlefield in the future. Subsequently, the draw for the next match commenced. In the third match, Lin Qingzhu will face off against Xie Tao, announced Huixiu. Instantly, a wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. Lin Qingzhu has entered the paragon of swordsmanship in the second year. It is said she has already completed her credits in sword arts. Indeed, a powerful contender and the belle of the academy. The prodigies exchanged remarks, acknowledging that while many talented women existed, few, like Lin Qingzhu, possessed such multifaceted abilities. Even Chun Mo could not help but nod in slight admiration. He could perceive the faint, elusive aura of sword intent emanating from Lin Qingzhu. Clearly, she was a master who had cultivated her swordsmanship to the realm of true self. Perhaps she would prove to be a formidable opponent, Chen murmured to himself. In an instant, Lin Qingzhu gracefully ascended the arena, casting a gentle smile at her adversary. "Please enlighten me," she requested. "Please enlighten me." Her opponent, Xie Tao, replied hastily. Though Xie Tao was exceedingly courteous, once the bell for battle tolled, he charged forward without hesitation. With a roar, Xie Tao's form was suddenly enveloped by the fierce manifestation of a white tiger, resembling a steel war chariot as it barreled toward Lin Qingzhu. It must be noted that Xie Tao practiced the celestial law, a technique of terrifying power. Should he collide with his opponent, even a typical mid-tier fourth-grade warrior would find it exceedingly troublesome. Yet, Lin Qingzhu merely smiled lightly. In that fleeting moment, a slender, supple sword appeared in her hand. Skyward ethereal sword shadow, infinite. Instantly, the soft sword in Lin Qingzhu's grasp erupted into countless sword shadows, densely slicing towards Xie Tao. Such swiftness! An onlooker exclaimed in astonishment. Opposite, Xie Tao felt a chill run down his spine, just as he prepared to defend himself. The crisp sound of the sword's ringing echoed sharply. In the next heartbeat, Lin Qingzhu's soft sword was poised against Xie Tao's neck. "I concede," Xie Tao declared, his face drained of color. Upon hearing the announcement, he dejectedly exited the arena. The remaining prodigies could not help but display expressions of shock. The trio of Sheng Tianlei, Zhou Wenyu, and Lin Qingzhu are simply too formidable. This is no game. They have dispatched their opponents in a single move. They reflected on the recent final examinations, where they had managed to exchange blows with the trio. Now, however, being defeated in one strike was utterly unbelievable. It was likely that these three still concealed their true strengths. With this thought, the remaining 5 second-year students wore serious expressions. The hope for the top 3 was gone. Now, they could only strive for the top 5. Attaining a position within the top 5 would still grant them a chance to acquire a celestial artifact. At this moment, they exchanged glances, and soon thereafter, the sounds of battle announcements resonated through the air. Subsequently, 2 more matches concluded. Thus, only one second-year prodigy remained untested. Alongside a newcomer from the first year, all eyes were now fixed upon the two. Standing high above, Huixiu smiled softly before declaring. In the final match of the first round, Chun faces Ouyang Jing. In an instant, the two figures leaped onto the silvery arena. Suddenly, a lively discussion erupted from the audience. "Ah, it's Chun Mo's turn. Who would have thought he would face Ouyang Jing? He is ranked 4th in the Machine Canyon, second only to those 3 formidable beings." It was initially believed that Chun Mo might advance further, but now it seems grim. No worries, he is merely here to hone his skills, not genuinely seeking the divine artifact. Ouyang Jing 1T hold back, with his mastery of the Ling Tian method. He is likely to leave Chen Mo battered and bruised. A flurry of discussions ensued. Even Lin Qingzhu and Zhou Wenyu turned their gazes toward the arena. Who do you think will win? Zhou Wenyu inquired with a smile. Who else could it be? Lin Qingzhu shrugged. In my estimation, Chen Mo has about a 20% chance of victory. Zhou Wenyu was taken aback, staring at Lin Qingzhu. Really? Do you believe Ouyang Jing has an 80% chance? One must realize that his strength could easily overpower third-grade martial artists. Lin Qingzhu remained silent, her beautiful eyes shimmering with rippling colors. It was not for any other reason, but because she sensed a faint, elusive aura of intent emanating from Chen Mo. Could it be that Chen Mo has grasped the essence of the spear? At just a year younger than her? Is that even feasible? Meanwhile, in the observation area high above, Gu Linghan looked at Chen Mo's opponent and smiled gently. Old Xiang, remember to let Ouyang Jing go easy. His mastery of the Ling Tian method has already reached a profound level. The proficiency in martial arts is classified as entry-level, proficient, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. Thus, attaining a level of proficiency is quite rare among the entire sophomore cohort. Xiang Tiange had yet to speak. But Xing Tianyi interjected. Let us hope Chen Mo doesn't get eliminated by Ouyang Jing in an instant. Xing Tianyi snorted coldly. Eliminated? How could that happen? Gu Linghan chuckled. Even if Chen Mo has reached a semi-spear intent, what difference does it make? In the face of an absolute disparity in realms and martial arts, Chen Mo's odds are virtually zero. Old Xing, I understand your bias, but you mustn't be so protective. Xing Tianyi huffed, his expression impassive, choosing not to speak further but directing his gaze toward Chen Mo in the arena. Yet deep inside, he thought, Chen Mo, please showcase your abilities to them quickly. On the arena, Ouyang Jing donned a snow-white robe, his long hair cascading down, fingers as fair as porcelain, yet his eyes held a trace of disdain. When I strike, I generally do not show mercy. If you prefer not to be bettered in for 2 months, I suggest you withdraw. As Ouyang Jing spoke, he wore a subtle smile. Yet within that smile lay an infinite chill. In an instant, an invisible tempest suddenly surged forth, winds converging from all directions, creating a tumultuous storm. These gusts rushed down upon Chen Mo like a mountain, ready to suppress him. Clearly, Ouyang Jing was exerting pressure on Chen Mo with his extraordinary abilities. The gravity he wielded was indeed terrifying. It not only posed a threat to his adversaries, but also provided him with significant advantages. Coupled with the application of the Ling Tian technique, it was nothing short of formidable. This was undoubtedly the most viable challenge to those 3 monstrous figures. In truth, there was no need to watch any further. Chen Mo had already lost. If I were in Chen Mo's shoes, conceding now might spare him a few blows. The crowd murmured in unison. Seemingly having caught wind of the surrounding chatter, Ouyang Jing smiled lightly. Did you hear that? They are calling you. Before he could finish, Chen Mo interjected with a smile. Senior, this is a competition arena, not a place for idle talk. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense. Silence enveloping the scene. Ouyang Jing's expression turned increasingly grim as he regarded Chen Mo, a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes. It was indeed a case of inviting trouble upon oneself. Chapter 63. The weak truly. It was an instance of inviting trouble. Gazing at the composed Chen Mo, a glimmer of menace crossed Ouyang Jing's face. In an instant, a whirlwind erupted around Ouyang Jing. With a hum, an invisible force of gravity was abruptly unleashed. Even those merely observing from outside the ring could sense the pressure emanating from all directions. This was the effect of gravity. Under such oppressive weight, their ability to condense energy, circulate blood, or move would all be hindered. Thus, when combined with Ouyang Jing's mastery of the Ling Tian technique, the outcome became exceedingly horrifying and formidable. One young talent speculated, I reckon Chen Mo cannot hold out much longer. However, when their gazes fell upon the arena, all were left momentarily stunned. No way, Chen Mo. How can he still show no reaction? There stood Chen Mo on the platform, his expression still placid, even stifling a yawn, as if utterly bored. Is this your gravity? Quite impressive, Chen Mo remarked with a slight smile, despite the immense pressure surrounding him. Yet, this remark was undoubtedly an affront to Ouyang Jing. It was well known that after unleashing such a gravitational field, warriors of similar age and realm would wear expressions of grave concern. Under such gravitational conditions, no one could maintain their composure. A gleam of coldness flickered in Ouyang Jing's eyes. This brat was undoubtedly putting on an act. The thought brought a smirk to Ouyang Jing's lips. His gaze toward Chun Imo now filled with disdain. It seemed that this freshman was merely feigning ease. Kid, Ouyang Jing crossed his arms. I initially intended to let you retreat in the face of difficulty. However, it appears you possess a rather stubborn spirit. In that case, do not blame me for being merciless. Boom. In an instant, a torrent of gravitational force erupted forth, reminiscent of a volcanic explosion. The air from all directions was abruptly compressed and torn apart, unleashing countless swirling currents that surged forth. The assembled elites could not help but change their expressions, realizing that Ouyang Jing was likely not jesting. Would he truly unleash his full power against a mere newcomer? Why, you may ask. The answer was clear. Ouyang Jing had been provoked. As these thoughts echoed, radiant shields of light materialized, protecting the onlookers from the impending clash. Lin Qingzhu, it appears you have miscalculated this time. Zhou Wenyu crossed his arms, a faint smile gracing his lips. Sensing the gravitational field emanating from Ouyang Jing, Zhou Wenyu merely smiled lightly. Under such an onslaught, few third-tier warriors could withstand the force. Even if Chun Imo possessed hidden trump cards, it would be nearly impossible for him to rival Ouyang Jing. Yet, Lin Qingzhu remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the arena alongside Sheng Tianlei. Observing their expressions, Zhou Wenyu furrowed his brow, pondering whether these two believed Chun Imo could actually triumph. Meanwhile, in the observation area high above, Xing Tianyi felt a wave of tension rise within him. It was important to note that while Chun Mo's spear intent was formidable, it fell short against Ouyang Jing's assault. Would Chun Imo truly be able to overcome him? This question loomed large. If it were merely some ordinary second-year prodigies, Xing Tianyi would have no qualms. Old Xiang, be mindful of Ouyang Jing's unrestrained approach and ensure protection is in place, Xing Tianyi advised. Given that Ouyang Jing was from Ling Tian Academy, it was only fitting for Xiang Tiange to intervene. Xiang Tiange nodded in understanding. Gu Linghan observed the slight tension on old Xing's face and offered a gentle smile. It seemed that even he was not entirely confident. After all, for Chun Imo to reach such heights at the tender age of 18, mastering the essence of half-step spear intent was nothing short of remarkable. Such an achievement was typically reserved for the most gifted students cultivated by the two prestigious martial arts universities in preparation for the grand competition. Next, they would behold the true depth of Chun Mo's hidden mastery. As numerous gazes turned towards the arena, Ouyang Jing revealed a subtle smile. His robes billowed dramatically as he extended his hands, summoning a chaotic sphere of turbulent energy. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that this was not merely a tempest. It was a sphere infused with disordered gravitational forces. With this move, I shall vanquish you in an instant, Ouyang Jing declared, feeling the weight of the gravitational sphere in his palms with a serene smile. Chun Imo replied with a slight smile of his own. Perhaps. I might surprise you as well. Ouyang Jing had grown weary of engaging in further conversation with Chun Imo. A proud and arrogant genius often indulges in whimsical fantasies. Now, let your senior Ouyang awaken you. Gravity compresses the world. In an instant, a terrifying energy erupted from Ouyang Jing's feet, creating a massive pit in the ground. And then he shot forth like a bolt from the blue. But that was not all. Within him, every drop of blood, every muscle fiber, and every meridian underwent a profound transformation. They moved, they coalesced, they transformed. Martial arts is an exquisite exploration of the mysteries of the human body, enabling practitioners to maximize their control over it. The four martial arts doctrines of Xianyuan Martial Arts University unleashed this potential to its utmost limits. Under the dual influence of the sky-piercing law and the gravitational field, Ouyang Jing's speed reached a phenomenal peak. The winds surged around him, and he vanished in a blink. Moments later, to the astonishment of many, Ouyang Jing suddenly stood before Chun Imo. With a fierce shout, Ouyang Jing unleashed the energy concentrated in his palm, releasing a massive wave that surged forth like a spiraling orb, aimed directly at Chun Mo's chest. Chun Imo was finished. This fleeting thought crossed everyone's minds. Yet, what transpired next left all eyes wide in disbelief. On the arena, as Ouyang Jing's figure loomed larger, Chun Imo merely smiled gently. Too weak. No, it was too slow. Raising his hand, a dark thunder spear materialized in his right hand. The spear was calm, devoid of any energy surging forth. In Chun Mo's view, Ouyang Jing did not need to condense a powerful dark thunder spear. Do you know why you will lose to me? Sensing the strange aura emanating from Chun Mo, Ouyang Jing's expression shifted, realizing an astonishing sense of crisis. He had to eliminate Chun Mo immediately. With a swift motion, Ouyang Jing struck out with his right palm, certain that Chun Mo would be sent flying. However, with a gentle smile, Chun Mo uttered his next words, "Because you are weaker than I am." In an instant, the spear surged forth like a dragon, piercing through the heavens and the earth. The intent of the spear manifested. Chapter 64. I concede. This spear, like a dragon, unleashed an invisible spear intent. Without the slightest hesitation, Chun Mo unleashed a burst of spear intent. Playing the fool to devour the tiger? That was not his style. If he was to strike, it must be a decisive blow. Boom. Under this overwhelming spear intent, all faces froze in shock. Spear intent. Spear intent. Spear intent. Chun Mo had unexpectedly comprehended the essence of marksmanship. Everyone felt a tingling sensation on their scalps, their faces painted with disbelief and astonishment. It is essential to understand that grasping the essence of marksmanship requires a mastery level of skill, an art that transcends even the true self level of marksmanship. Yet here was Chun Mo, merely 18 years old and a freshman, achieving such a level of proficiency. It was as if everyone stood suspended in a dream. Beside them, Zhou Wenyu's eyes were filled with incredulity. Could it be that Chun Mo had indeed grasped the essence of marksmanship? A wave of shock swept through Zhou Wenyu. As a top-tier sophomore prodigy, he was acutely aware of the immense difficulty in attaining such a comprehension. And now, Chun Mo had managed to do so. This realization was beyond the imagination of countless individuals. It was no wonder that Chun Mo, as a third-tier warrior, could break through the machine gorge and reach the second round of the contest for the celestial artifact. This was the reason. Even now, Zhou Wenyu had to concede that Chun Mo truly had the qualifications to engage him in combat. Standing beside Zhou Wenyu, Lin Qingzhu's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. My perception has not failed me. Chun Mo has indeed mastered the power of intent. Even someone as gifted as Lin Qingzhu, long hailed as a prodigy in swordsmanship, found herself momentarily entranced upon witnessing Chun Mo's marksmanship essence. Since childhood, she had been celebrated as a swordsmanship genius, with countless sword masters extolling her talents. Lin Qingzhu's lifelong goal had been to comprehend the essence of the sword before turning 20, thereby becoming the foremost figure in the entire Great Xia Federation. Yet at this moment, she realized that Chun Mo's essence had reached a complete level of understanding, while she herself had not even attained half of the sword intent. Suddenly, a thought drifted through her mind. Perhaps it is indeed possible. Meanwhile, beside Lin Qingzhu, as he gazed at Chun Mo on the arena, emanating an aura of profound intent, Sheng Tianlei's lips curled into a sly smile. He relished this. He delighted in the presence of such a gifted individual with an affinity for thunder. Come on, Chun Mo. The stronger you appear, the more I desire to trample you beneath my feet. With arms crossed, Sheng Tianlei's eyes crackled with the energy of lightning, surging and flashing. The one blessed with the thunderous talent shall reign supreme. Even if Chun Mo possessed the essence of marksmanship, what of it in Sheng Tianlei's eyes? He would personally shatter Chun Mo's pride. Suddenly, the three esteemed deans rose from their seats in unison. Their expressions filled with disbelief as they gazed at the scene unfolding in the arena. In their minds, it was as though helicopters were buzzing incessantly. Is it true? Chun Mo has attained mastery-level marksmanship? Is it true? Chun Mo has comprehended the essence of marksmanship? Is it true? Chun Mo? The gazes of the three deans suddenly turned towards Xing Tianyi, their faces etched with disbelief. Upon noticing their attention, Xing Tianyi merely smiled gently and transmitted his thoughts. Alas, I have already stated that Chun Mo's prowess is far more formidable than it appears. Why do you doubt me? As he sensed the terrifying surge of Chun Mo's intent, the anxiousness in Xing Tianyi's heart gradually subsided. Even he had not anticipated the sheer ferocity of the gun intent that Chun Mo was unleashing at this moment. With that realization, Xing Tianyi crossed his arms and nonchalantly sat down, as if he held all the cards in this game. Witnessing his demeanor, the expressions of the three deans twitched in disbelief. Chun Mo has comprehended intent. This fellow has been keeping secrets, clearly waiting for the perfect moment to strike. While they felt an urge to throttle Xing Tianyi, waves of astonishment surged within them. 18 years old, a prodigy who has grasped the power of intent. Moreover, this genius has mastered three distinct talents. For the sake of the inter-school competition, The other two esteemed martial universities had painstakingly nurtured their own exceptional individuals. Yet now, Chun Mo's command of intent was on par with theirs. Who would dare believe such a reality? If Chun Mo were to participate in the inter-school competition, his mere display of gun intent would surely astound the students from the other two universities. Suddenly, they recalled the principal's words from a month ago. This year's inter-school competition would allow first and second-year students to participate. Placing Chun Mo among the first-year students of the other two schools would likely lead to a massacre. For reasons unknown, Gu Linghan, Xiang Tiange, and Shin Tu-Yi were suddenly overwhelmed by a sour feeling in their hearts. Had they truly missed out on Chun Mo, potentially for thousands of billions? All of this transpired in an instant. On the silvery arena, Ouyang Jing's eyes widened, his trembling pupils filled with incredulity. How is this possible? How could you comprehend gun intent? With a furious shout, Ouyang Jing's gravity sphere rapidly expanded, reaching nearly a meter in diameter in the blink of an eye. He realized he could no longer afford to hesitate. Further delay would only lead to his own defeat, a notion he could not accept. Gravity's ultimate compression world. Boom. A colossal wave of gravitational force erupted once more, creating a terrifying gravitational field that caused the surrounding air to collapse, with countless waves of energy soaring skyward. Clearly, Ouyang Jing had pushed his gravitational energy to its utmost limit. However, in the presence of Chun Mo, all efforts were rendered futile. A faint sigh flickered in Chun Mo's eyes. Then, as Ouyang Jing's gravity racket approached him, Chun Mo fired. It was an ordinary shot, unremarkable in its simplicity, and even exceedingly mundane. Yet, onlookers felt an electrifying aura emanating from that seemingly ordinary spear. The dark thunder spear tore through the air with devastating force, its overwhelming intent coalescing at the tip. A sharp gunshot echoed. In Ouyang Jing's astonished gaze, Chun Mo's spear effortlessly shattered his gravity ball. Subsequently, a cold star shot forth, cleaving the very fabric of the air. In a mere instant, the spear pierced the atmosphere towards Ouyang Jing. As he beheld the rapidly enlarging spear, Ouyang Jing's face turned ashen. No, please no. Accompanied by his horrified plea, Chun Mo's spear halted just an inch before Ouyang Jing. Beads of sweat, akin to oil, dripped from his forehead as he stared at Chun Mo's dark thunder spear. His chest heaved, drenched in cold sweat that soaked his robe. Observing Ouyang Jing in such a state of fright, Chun Mo grasped his hand, causing the dark thunder spear to dissolve into particles of starlight, vanishing into the air. It appeared that this fellow could not compel Chun Mo to reveal even a fraction of his true strength. After all, he had yet to unveil the essence of the god-slaying attribute. What faced Ouyang Jing was merely a manifestation devoid of any attributes. One could only wonder what terrifying power Chun Mo might unleash once the god-slaying essence was revealed. Even he himself was unaware. This was perhaps a matter worth anticipating. After a moment, Chun Mo realized he remained on the arena. He then offered a gentle smile to the thoroughly frightened and weakened Ouyang Jing. Senior, I concede. Chapter 65, Attribute Senior, I concede. Chun Mo's whisper, though soft, resonated throughout the arena. Silence. The surroundings of the arena fell into complete stillness. Prior to this, no one had imagined that Chun Mo could actually defeat Ouyang Jing. Moreover, he did so with such effortless dominance. It must be noted that Ouyang Jing was not weak. Otherwise, he would not have secured the fourth position in the entire second-year cohort. Yet, the strength displayed by Chun Mo was even more terrifying. In this battle, the crowd had not even discerned the nature of his extraordinary abilities before he resolved Ouyang Jing's fate with a single spear. No celestial techniques, no innate powers. What remained was solely the essence of pure spear intent. This is indeed terrifying. Historically, no prodigy has ever emerged as a first-year student to challenge the top 10 elites of the second year. Such occurrences have been non-existent in the past. Yet now, Chun Mo has truly accomplished this feat. His talent is simply astonishing. The collective sentiment among the onlookers has coalesced into a singular thought. It seems that only Lin Qingzhu, Zhou Wenyu, and Sheng Tianlei can possibly contend with Chun Mo. However, a flicker of hope subtly dances in their hearts. What if Chun Mo were to triumph over all three of them? What an extraordinary spectacle that would be. Meanwhile, the three great elites each were their own expressions. Perhaps, they truly must rely on him. Lin Qingzhu gazes at Chun Mo's countenance, a vague yet profound emotion swirling within her, an intricate blend of frustration and curiosity. Even she had not anticipated that someone younger than herself could surpass her in the realm of artistic comprehension. From a purely defensive standpoint, I could withstand any assault. Observing the composed Chen Mo, Zhou Wenyu's brow furrows with a fleeting gravity. Yet, this gravity is not overwhelming. After all, the disparity between Chen Mo and him, both in realm and martial cultivation, is exceedingly vast. Hence, Zhou Wenyu boldly concludes that Chen Mo remains unworthy of being considered his opponent. The focus of this contest should still rest on Shang Tianlei. He seeks vengeance. As for Shang Tianlei, he stands with arms crossed, his eyes glimmering with a stormy intensity, lost in contemplation. Surely, the results can be announced now, Principal Hua? Chen Mo smiles gently at the astonished crowd beneath the firmament. Above, Huoxiu's visage breaks into a smile. The victor of this battle is Chen Mo. Upon hearing these words, Chen Mo smiles softly, preparing to turn and leave the stage when a voice suddenly resonates. How can you be so powerful? Ouyang Jing stares at Chen Mo, his trembling pupils revealing an expression of disbelief. He still cannot comprehend how a mere first-year student, a mid-tier third-grade warrior, can be so formidable. He has trained tirelessly for so long. He has even mastered the basics of the Ling Tian technique. Why? Why is he not a match for Chen Mo? Hearing this, Chen Mo smiles gently and turns back. Sometimes, true genius cannot be measured by age or grade. With that, he leaps down, the breeze rustling his robes and hair in a wild dance. True genius? After murmuring these words to himself, Ouyang Jing finally wears a bitter smile. I am not as capable as he. The crowd of elites erupts in astonishment. However, not a single soul dared to counter Chen Mo. Indeed, the term true genius was aptly suited to describe him. The crowd seemed to acknowledge that Chen Mo would undoubtedly be among the recipients of the celestial artifacts this time. In their eyes, there was only admiration, devoid of any jealousy. After all, Chen Mo had truly impressed them. It appeared that only Lin Qingzhu, Zhou Wenyu, and Shang Tianlei stood a chance of challenging Chen Mo. What an audacious lad, Zhou Wenyu mused, his brow furrowed. Should their paths cross, he would not hesitate to teach Chen Mo a lesson. Chen Mo. Lin Qingzhu murmured softly, pondering the concept of intent. Meanwhile, Shang Tianlei's lips moved silently, lost in his own thoughts. On the other side, in the audience seated beneath the heavens, Gu Linghan, Xiang Tiange, and Xin Tuyi were undeniably caught in the aftershocks of astonishment. Gu Linghan was the first to regain his composure. Damn it, Xing Tianyi. Did you know all along that Chen Mo had comprehended the essence of the spear? Xing Tianyi remained unperturbed. How could I have known? This is merely my trust in my own student. Xin Tuyi shot him a skeptical glance. It seems you are intent on embarrassing us. Xiang Tiange raised his hand in agreement. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Witnessing the three deans unite against him was a rare sight that prompted Xing Tianyi to burst into laughter, his hearty chuckle resonating in the ears of each dean. At that moment, a tinge of regret swept over Gu Linghan, Xiang Tiange, and Xin Tuyi. Had they realized Chen Mo's extraordinary talent, his ability to grasp the essence of the spear at the tender age of 18, they would have gone to great lengths to recruit him. Alas, it seemed that such considerations were now too late. Huoxiu smiled gently. You three need not dwell excessively on regret. After all, this world is rife with matters deserving of lament, and this one is but a drop in the ocean. Suddenly, Gu Linghan chuckled. It appears that the ambitions of Starry Sky Martial University and Celestial Sky Martial University to suppress us will soon shatter into oblivion. The remaining deans, along with Huoxiu, nodded in agreement. This year, the military of the Great Xia Federation had specifically mandated that both first and second-year students participate in the tri-school competition, likely at the behest of the neighboring universities to showcase their students. It is worth noting that in recent years, Xianyuan Martial University had not fared well, having ranked at the bottom for 4 consecutive years, rendering them unable to attract quality recruits from provinces with better resources. Now, with Starry Sky Martial University and Celestial Sky Martial University taking such measures, it seemed they aimed to utterly tarnish Xuanyuan's reputation. Such intentions were indeed formidable. Initially, they might have felt some trepidation. However, this year, a remarkable figure emerged, Chen Mo. Just the thought of Chen Mo demonstrating his spear intent at the tri-school competition, leaving onlookers in awe, brought forth expressions of eager anticipation on the faces of the deans. Externally, they presented a united front. By the way, Lao Xing, have you guided Chen Mo in comprehending the attribute of gun intent? Asked Xin Tuyi. No, Xing Tian replied honestly. I only learned this morning about Chun Mo's grasp of gun intent. How could I possibly lead him in understanding attribute gun intent? However, given Chun Mo's talent, he should grasp the attribute gun intent swiftly. Chapter 66. Lin Xingzhu. The essence of attribute gun intent heralds a transformation in one's perception. Previously, Chun Mo exhibited a mundane state of understanding, devoid of any attribute. Should he attain an attribute-laden perception, myriad transformations would manifest. For instance, the intent of slaughter, when invoked, bestows upon the warrior an aura of terrifying lethality. Similarly, the state of selflessness, when employed, allows one to immerse fully in the perception, unleashing combat prowess that far exceeds the norm. Yet, all these states require an elevation and connection built upon a foundation of non-attribute perception. Upon hearing Xingtian's response, Xiang Tiange nodded. Then, Lao Xing, the comprehension of his attribute perception now falls upon you. Xingtian chuckled. Of course, after all, he is a student of my academy. At the mention of my academy, the others couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. At that moment, Shun Tuyi suddenly remarked, "Do you all think that Chun Mo has indeed comprehended the attribute gun intent?" Instantly, the crowd widened their eyes and turned their gaze towards Shun Tuyi. Feeling the intensity of their stares, Shun Tuyi's cheeks flushed as he chuckled lightly. "I merely jest. Surely Chun Mo cannot be so extraordinarily talented, can he? It is well known that comprehending any attribute perception is exceedingly arduous. It typically necessitates guidance from an elder well-versed in the attribute, a process that has persisted for centuries. Only those prodigies with truly exceptional talents can achieve such comprehension independently. While they believed in Chun Mo's potential, they doubted he could be so monstrous in talent." In that fleeting moment, a profound silence enveloped the group. "Since you are all curious," Hoshio said with a gentle smile, "let us promptly commence the next round of the arena battles, shall we? With 6 individuals remaining at this pace, Chun Mo will soon face off against those 3 top-ranked challengers. Perhaps, under pressure, we might elicit something hidden within him." The 4 deans exchanged glances, each nodding in agreement. The ensuing battles would determine the top 3 from 6, granting them the privilege to select celestial artifacts. The 3 who fell short would compete in the losers' finals, with the victor also earning the opportunity to choose a celestial artifact. This format could be deemed the epitome of fairness. As Chun Mo observed, the virtual screen above the heavens continuously drew lots. In the first round, Shang Tianlei faced off against a rather unfortunate sophomore, not one of the other 2 prodigies. "Will you descend on your own, or shall I assist you?" The second-year student paused in contemplation before raising his hands. In an instant, terrifying flames erupted from his palms, swiftly transforming into 2 colossal fire dragons. With a thunderous roar, the dragons surged towards Shang Tianlei. However, Shang Tianlei's expression remained utterly unchanged. Just then, his voice resonated throughout the arena. "Chun Mo, I hope that when we face each other, you will bring forth your thunder to engage in battle with me." Everyone's minds momentarily went blank. Even the opponent standing across from Shang Tianlei found himself bewildered. Was he still fighting Shang Tianlei? Yet, Shang Tianlei had the audacity to say he wanted to battle Chun Mo. Was this not an affront? In an instant, Shang Tianlei's opponents summoned the full might of the fire dragons, their overwhelming presence intensifying as they barreled towards Shang Tianlei in a cataclysmic display. Yet, a disdainful smile crept across Shang Tianlei's lips. With a casual gesture, a spectral blue thunderblade materialized in his hand. With a swift motion, he struck. The world fell silent. The thunder-devouring sky unleashed a brilliant wave of thunder that surged forward, its searing energy rupturing the air and obliterating the fire dragons into a cascade of fiery particles that vanished without a trace. Then, that spectral blue wave descended upon the ground before his opponent with devastating force. A resounding crash echoed as a figure was sent flying, leaving behind a massive crater. One strike, an instant kill. The onlookers were rendered speechless, unable to fathom the terrifying pressure that Shang Tianlei had unleashed. The impact was nearly cataclysmic. Wait, did he just mention Chun Mo? In that fleeting moment, all eyes turned to the freshman, Chun Mo. Remarkably, Chun Mo's expression remained serene, as if nothing could disturb his inner peace. Perhaps it was only after hearing Shang Tianlei's words that he gradually lifted his gaze, subsequently offering a gentle smile. "Since Senior Shang wishes to duel with thunder, naturally, I shall also wield my lightning against you." At this, Shang Tianlei smiled slightly. "Very well." Suddenly, He transformed into a flash of lightning and vanished from sight, leaving the spectators bewildered. Xing Tianlei had just issued a challenge to Chen Mo, and Chen Mo had accepted so readily. They had heard rumors of Chen Mo possessing two unique abilities, but it was said that the dark power was the true force to reckon with. Focusing on lightning seemed like a path to ruin. It was akin to severing one's own arm. Tian Wenyu shook his head, astonished. The freshman was indeed living a charmed life, daring to accept Sheng Tianlei's challenge so boldly. It is known that after challenging Sheng Tianlei, an adept with the Thunder talent, the opposing Thunder talent wielder often finds themselves bettered in for 2 to 3 months. Following the family's investigation, Zhou Wenyu learned that Sheng Tianlei's extraordinary ability is an exceedingly rare form of devouring thunder. This particular talent possesses the capability to absorb the thunder talents of martial artists of equal or lesser rank, thereby enhancing his own abilities. Hence, Sheng Tianlei is so fervently engaged in battles against those with thunder talent. Now, Chen Mo dares to enter into a wager with Sheng Tianlei. At that moment, a flicker of pity inevitably filled Zhou Wenyu's gaze. It seemed likely that Chen Mo's thunder talent would be consumed by Sheng Tianlei. After all, it is improbable that Chen Mo's abilities surpass that level. Amidst the crowd, Chen Mo remained as calm as a tranquil sea. Since Sheng Tianlei wished to proceed in such a manner, he would acquiesce. The nine heavens' dark thunder divine body would not be diminished in strength due to the diversion of focus towards darkness and thunder. Furthermore, Chen Mo was acutely aware of one thing. Regardless of the methods employed by Sheng Tianlei, he would remain invincible. In the observation stands above, Xing Tianyi snorted coldly. Gu Linghan, if your brat harms my Chen Mo, I shall use every ounce of my old strength to eliminate you. Let him absorb the abilities of others. But he must not consume Chen Mo's. It is crucial to remember that the grand competition among the 3 schools is approaching. Chen Mo is set to represent our first-year cohort. Gu Linghan quickly chuckled bitterly. As a talent seldom encountered over the years, I cannot allow him to be harmed. In terms of teaching prowess, Gu Linghan undoubtedly surpasses Xing Tianyi by leaps and bounds. Yet, when it comes to practical combat skills, among the 4 of them, Xing Tianyi stands as the mightiest. After all, he has truly mastered the Eternal Sky technique. All right, if things go awry, I will intervene, Huixiu remarked with a smile. Being a prodigy of the school, he would not permit any harm to befall Chen Mo. Following this, the next round of tests commenced, with Zhou Wenyu facing another outstanding sophomore, who, unsurprisingly, emerged victorious. The anticipation among the crowd surged once more for the final battle. Indeed, it was first-year Chen Mo against second-year Lin Qingzhu. In an instant, all eyes were drawn towards the arena, where 2 figures leapt onto the stage amidst the gentle breeze. One figure wielded a flexible sword, exuding an elegant grace that left many in admiration. The other was slender and seemingly frail, yet an overwhelming aura radiated from them. The former was Lin Qingzhu, while the latter was the formidable dark horse, Chen Mo, vying for the celestial weapon. The confrontation between Chen Mo and Lin Qingzhu has arrived. Who would have anticipated this? One wields the half-step sword intent, while the other commands the spear intent. Both are prodigies in martial arts, leaving us to ponder who shall emerge victorious. The odds seem to favor Lin Qingzhu, whose mastery of the Ling Tian technique, shadowless talent, and half-step sword intent, combined with her 4th-tier proficiency, present a formidable combination. Alas, can Chen Mo truly surpass her with merely his spear intent? I dare say not. For we must remember that during his previous duel with Ouyang Jing, Chen Mo refrained from utilizing his extraordinary abilities. Instantly, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Both are immensely popular contenders in this quest for the celestial artifact, naturally evoking surprise among the multitude. It appears that Chen Mo may not have the chance to face Lin Qingzhu after all. Zhou Wenyu crossed his arms, stating, facing Lin Qingzhu, Chen Mo is surely doomed. It is essential to note that Lin Qingzhu's swordsmanship has proven to be a formidable challenge, even for him. Most crucially, her martial arts and innate talents are intricately tied to speed. With the ultimate convergence of these 2 velocities, it is nearly impossible for any martial arts of the same realm to withstand her sword techniques, let alone Chen Mo, a mere freshman. Meanwhile, high above in the heavens, Xiang Tiange stroked his beard, contemplating, it seems this time it shall be our little Lin battling Chen Mo. A gentle smile graced his lips, as he possesses utmost confidence in Lin Qingzhu. After all, she was personally recruited by him to the Xianyuan Martial Arts University. with the intention of honing her swordsmanship and Ling Tian technique to their zenith. In this world, innate abilities hold immense significance, yet martial arts talent is equally paramount. Shin Tuyi chuckled. Old Xing, Old Xiang, who do you believe will prevail? The question was posed to Xiang Tiange and Xing Tianyi. Upon gazing at Lin Qingzhu on the stage, Xing Tianyi hesitated to make any judgment. It is widely acknowledged that Lin Qingzhu is one of the most outstanding prodigies in her second year, possessing unparalleled speed within her realm. While Qinmo's practical combat skills are indeed formidable, he may find himself somewhat at a disadvantage against Lin Qingzhu. Xiang Tiange, too, refrained from making any declarations. The earlier confidence he had in Gu Linghan was met with a disheartening fall from grace. Let these two young ones battle it out first. Experience is the true teacher. Xiang Tiange remarked with a sly squint. Indeed, I concur with old Xiang. Xing Tianyi nodded in agreement. As both parties took their positions, the audience turned their gaze toward the stage, a palpable sense of anticipation swelling within them. What surprises might Chen Mo unveil in this bout? On the stage, Lin Qingzhu gazed at Chen Mo and gently inquired, "How shall we engage in this duel?" Chen Mo replied, "I shall follow the senior's lead." With a swift motion, a soft sword materialized in midair, and the overwhelming half-step sword intent radiated outward, akin to a multitude of slicing winds, rending the surrounding air asunder. Countless tempests surged forth, leaving many to feel the sting upon their cheeks. I yearn to experience the essence of your martial prowess, intermingled with a rare and extraordinary talent. Lin Qingzhu stood resolutely with her sword, an ethereal energy of light swirling around her, exuding an unparalleled might. Very well, Chen Mo nodded in response, displaying an indifference. After all, he anticipated that Lin Qingzhu would draw forth his true potential. Otherwise, invincibility would indeed breed a sense of solitude. In the next instant, a patchy half-sword intent erupted explosively from Lin Qingzhu's soft sword. Her eyes closed momentarily, then reopened, revealing a clarity in her gaze that harbored a sword intent capable of annihilating all existence. Countless swords, shadowless and soaring. In an instant, Lin Qingzhu's figure lunged forward, her speed akin to a lightning serpent darting through the air, arriving before Chen Mo in the blink of an eye. Such swiftness. The expressions of all present shifted dramatically. If, a month prior during the final exams, Lin Qingzhu's speed could be rated as 1, it now surely reached a level of 2. Then, with a sudden thrust, Lin Qingzhu's soft sword lunged forth. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though myriad sword shadows emerged simultaneously, piercing toward Chen Mo's vital point. Each strike bore an intensity that was exceptionally fierce. Yet among the multitude of sword shadows, only 10 were truly terrifying. That was Lin Qingzhu's ultimate move. However, as the eyes of the onlookers widened in astonishment, Chen Mo's countenance remained unchanged. Even as others speculated that he might be rendered speechless by fear, a vast surge of dark, thunderous energy erupted. Boom! In an instant, 4 streams of dark thunder liquid swirled around Chen Mo's form. These dark thunder liquids swiftly coalesced behind him, forming 4 arms resembling colossal dragons. A terrifying pressure swept forth like a tempest. Then, amidst the myriad astonished gazes, the 4 arms behind Chen Mo grasped a fearsome 5-meter-long spear. Bang! The dark thunder arms transformed rapidly, intertwining to create a deluge of spear rain that collided with Lin Qingzhu's sword technique. The clash of spear and sword. A radiant explosion illuminated the surroundings. The immense energy rippled through the air, sending shivers down the spines of countless observers. Bang! 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 As the celestial downpour of light dissipated, 2 figures stood once more, poised and unwavering. "You are indeed formidable," Lin Qingzhu remarked, a grave expression etched upon her face. She found herself unable to subdue Chen Mo with a single strike. In fact, even under the assault of her attack, Chen Mo had yet to employ his martial intent. Yet he managed to withstand it. It was time to exert her utmost effort. In the next moment, an inexhaustible surge of energy erupted behind Lin Qingzhu, where verdant energy coiled around him, swiftly coalescing into a pair of enormous wings. In an instant, these emerald wings stood in stark contrast to 2 colossal hands of dark thunder, creating an extraordinary aesthetic of symmetry. Finally, it was beginning to grow interesting. Chen Mo smiled faintly. "This move of mine is far beyond mere interest." Lin Qingzhu raised her eyes, and at that moment, they radiated a brilliant green light. Gazing at Chen Mo's figure, She exhaled a breath of murky air. I possess a sword that can sever all things, the sword of celestial obliteration. Chapter 68. Sword Intent. I possess a sword that can sever all things, the sword of celestial obliteration. Suddenly, the wings behind Lin Qingzhu vibrated violently, and the immense wings struck the ground with tremendous force. With a resonating thrum, amidst dozens of astonished gazes, Lin Qingzhu appeared to float above the heavens. Looking down at Chun Mo, who stood firmly on the ground, Lin Qingzhu abruptly lifted her soft sword and then let it fall silently. With a single stroke, all things became mere shadows. A vast expanse of emerald energy mist plummeted downward. However, upon closer inspection, within this verdant mist, countless green sword energies clashed and coalesced into 100 distinct arcs. These 100 arcs of green sword energy were not mere illusions of techniques, but authentic sword strikes. Due to Lin Qingzhu's extraordinary speed, she unleashed 100 beams of sword light in the blink of an eye. Amongst these beams, myriad fragmented intents of the sword converged. Indeed, within Chun Mo's perception, it was the fragmented half-intent of the sword. No wonder her progress was so rapid, it all made sense now. Sensing the sword intent descending from the heavens, Chun Mo let out a soft sigh. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Lin Qingzhu's ear. To her astonishment, Chun Mo's voice resonated within her mind. The sole reason your sword intent has not progressed is that it lacks purity. In an instant, Lin Qingzhu turned her gaze toward Chun Mo, and the next moment, her pupils constricted sharply. She beheld the dark hands of thunder on Chun Mo swiftly collapsing, transforming into dozens of dark thunder dragons that swirled within his palm. Subsequently, a 6-meter-long spear of dark thunder materialized. Countless bolts of dark lightning danced around the spear, exuding an aura of terror. At that moment, a resplendent dark intent surged from the tip of Chun Mo's spear. In an instant, the space within a 1-meter radius around Chun Mo crystallized into a vacuum. Within this vacuum, only Chun Mo's towering spear intent filled the void. Is this the essence of spear intent? My goodness, how terrifying. A profound chill swept over the foreheads of numerous prodigies, causing beads of cold sweat to cascade down. Even Ouyang Jing gasped in astonishment. At this moment, the gun intent unleashed by Chun Mo was of an entirely different caliber compared to that which he had exhibited during their previous encounter. The disparity between past and present was as stark as night and day. Such an extraordinary gun intent at such a young age. Truly monstrous. In the heavens above, the 4 esteemed deans simultaneously gasped in disbelief. Under the multitude of astonished gazes, the long spear grasped by Chun Mo erupted once more, radiating a brilliant darkness that seemed to absorb every bit of light from the world around it. The dark thunderous gun intent surged forth. Chun Mo extended his arm with the spring-like elasticity of a coiled spring, every fiber of muscle and bone working in unison. In that instant, the overwhelming gun intent coalesced upon the dark thunder spear. With a sudden, fierce thrust of his right arm, the bulging muscles propelled the dark thunder spear forward, unleashing a cataclysmic gun intent. Boom! This gun intent pierced skyward, as if traversing an uninhabited realm, utterly extinguishing Lin Qingzhu's sword intent. Even the myriad sword energy shattered, transforming into countless sparkling droplets that fell like rain. Buzz! The relentless gun intent continued its advance, bearing down upon Lin Qingzhu's visage with an even more terrifying pressure. Yet, Lin Qingzhu appeared entranced, her mind seemingly paralyzed, offering no resistance whatsoever. This is bad. Xiang Tiange's pupils constricted, ready to spring into action. At that moment, the 3 deans unexpectedly intervened. Just as Xiang Tiange was about to inquire, he was momentarily taken aback by Lin Qingzhu's demeanor. Swish! The resplendent gun intent narrowly missed Lin Qingzhu, grazing her face and leaving a trace of blood in its wake. Yet, she remained motionless, still suspended in the air with the flutter of her wings. Below, the crowd was engulfed in shock, astonishment, bewilderment, incredulity. The instant Chun Mo's gun intent obliterated Lin Qingzhu's sword intent signified his ultimate victory in this confrontation. While some had anticipated this outcome, none had foreseen how effortlessly it would transpire. It was noteworthy that throughout the encounter, Chun Mo had not moved from his original position. This first-year student was truly a prodigy. Even Lin Qingzhu could not surpass him. It seemed that only Zhou Wenyu and Sheng Tianlei could contend with him. However, Zhou Wenyu appeared equally precarious. Could it be that only Sheng Tianlei could possibly suppress him? Regardless, Chun Mo's strength was undeniable. Heaven help us. A first-year freshman has acquired a celestial artifact. How enviable. Yet, apart from envy, there was nothing to be done. This is the essence of true genius. A wave of astonishment erupted among the crowd, and a rare gravity appeared on Zhou Wenyu's face. He understood that perhaps this time, the opponents he would face with all his might were not limited to just Xing Tianlei, but also included Chen Imo. Yet, he found himself puzzled as to why Lin Qingzhu remained on the stage, lingering instead of descending. At that moment, a voice suddenly resounded. It seemed that Lin Qingzhu had comprehended the essence of swordsmanship. The announcement spread rapidly. Countless gazes turned once more to the heavens above the arena, where a profound aura of power surged forth from Lin Qingzhu. This force was unlike the fragmented energies she had previously exhibited. It was a profoundly pure sword intent. The emergence of this sword intent elevated Lin Qingzhu's momentum to an entirely new pinnacle. All were left dumbfounded. No one could have anticipated that Lin Qingzhu would grasp the sword intent amidst her combat with Chen Imo. A breakthrough in the heat of battle. Could it be that this contest was far from over? However, just then, amidst the astonished gazes of thousands, the verdant wings behind Lin Qingzhu suddenly vanished. She descended gracefully from the sky, akin to a fluttering butterfly, and stood before Chen Imo, gazing at the slender figure of the youth before her. Lin Qingzhu realized that it was this very boy who had enabled her to comprehend the sword intent. Without Chen Mo's essence of power, she could not fathom how long it would take her to truly grasp the sword intent. She was uncertain, looking at the handsome youth. Lin Qingzhu solemnly clasped her hands in gratitude, saying, "Chen Imo, thank you." Chen Imo shrugged, responding, "Your talent is simply remarkable." Upon hearing these words, Lin Qingzhu revealed a wry smile. Remarkable talent? In the eyes of others, her talent might seem formidable. However, she knew that before Chen Imo, her abilities were trivial. Only a genius like Chen Imo could evoke within her an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Chen Imo was too powerful. Lin Qingzhu conceded. Lin Qingzhu smiled gently. Silence. A profound stillness enveloped the crowd. Their quietude was not merely due to Lin Qingzhu's voluntary concession, nor was it solely about Chen Mo's victory over her. Rather, it was the fact that Chen Imo had enabled Lin Qingzhu to successfully grasp the sword intent. In that fleeting moment, everyone felt an indescribable shock. Chapter 69. Zhou Wenyu. No one had anticipated that Chen Imo could not only showcase spear intent, but also assist Lin Qingzhu in comprehending sword intent. It is vital to note that the essence of power is one of the three supreme forms of attack across the entire Blue Star. Essence. Extraordinary abilities. Supreme martial arts. The so-called three formidable attacks emanate from these three sources, each of which is of paramount significance to martial arts. Now, astonishingly, Chen Imo is capable of guiding others to comprehend the essence of power. In that moment, the gazes directed towards Chen Imo ignited with fervor, a palpable desire to absorb him entirely. Ahem. Sensing the scrutiny of those around him, Chen Imo lightly cleared his throat, saying, "Senior, no need for thanks. I shall take my leave now." With a graceful leap, he departed from the arena. However, Lin Qingzhu's gaze lingered on his retreating figure. Her heart seemingly stirred with ripples of emotion. Perhaps after this, she could add the junior's contact information. As Chen Imo descended, he still felt a multitude of eyes fixated upon him. Soon after, someone called out, "Chen Imo, why don't we exchange contact information? Let us keep in touch." Indeed. Let us stay in touch. What junior? This is Brother Chen. This is Chen Imo. Exactly. Brother Chen, can I have your contact info? Faced with the eager looks of those around him, Chen Imo could hardly be oblivious to their intentions. Surely, they were imploring him for assistance in grasping the essence of power. Thus, he hurriedly replied, "Let us wait until the end, then I shall add everyone." Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, the restless hearts of the crowd momentarily found some tranquility. Yet, despite his reassurances, a tempest of emotions continued to surge within them. After all, prior to this, no one could have fathomed that a mere freshman could achieve such a level. It was only a month since Chen Imo had enrolled. If this trend continued, how formidable would he be by the time he reaches his second year? The mere thought was beyond their imagination. At this moment, high above in the sky, Xiang Tiange regained his composure, his expression a medley of complexities. The unfortunate news was that his pride, Lin Qingzhu, had been defeated by Chen Imo. The fortunate news was that under Chen Imo's guidance, Lin Qingzhu had cultivated her sword intent. The juxtaposition of these two pieces of information sent his mind into a whirl. What a monster this fellow is. He never anticipated that a freshman could reach such heights. Yet, he was not alone in his disbelief. Even Gu Linghan, Shen Tuyi, and even Huixiu and Xing Tianyi were equally astonished. In fact, at the moment Lin Qingzhu comprehended her sword intent, it was Xing Tianyi who felt even more exhilarated than Xiang Tiange. Xing Tianyi gazed at that slender figure, murmuring to himself, "Heavens, what kind of monster have I encountered?" Not only did he realize his own spear intent, but he also assisted others in attaining theirs. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. He had truly stumbled upon a treasure. Chen Mo's talent was truly unparalleled. A prodigy of the Xianyuan Martial Arts University in decades. Upon realizing the situation, the other three deans could hardly suppress their frustration, wishing they could slap themselves for having underestimated Chen Mo's remarkable talent. Had they known his potential was so extraordinary, they would have poured every ounce of effort into securing him for their own institution. Such a prodigious gift could undoubtedly leave a significant mark at the Xianyuan Martial Arts University, and indeed, throughout the entire Great Xia Federation. There was no doubt about it. Yet, they had foolishly allowed Chen Mo to slip through their fingers and into the hands of Xing Tianyi. Regret gnawed at them. They yearned to reclaim Chen Mo on the spot. Meanwhile, Xing Tianyi reveled in their expressions, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. His discerning eye had indeed unearthed a gem of unparalleled brilliance. Observing the four men's reactions, Huixiu offered a gentle smile. "All right, let's all calm down. There's no need to dwell on it too much. After all, Chen Mo is a genius of our Xianyuan Martial Arts University." Hearing this, a sense of tranquility washed over the four, reminding them that they were still part of the same institution and would eventually support one another in the battlefield against fierce beasts. At that moment, Huixiu chuckled softly. "However, if we were to unleash Chen Mo in the arena of the tri-school competition, I dare say the students nurtured by the other two schools would be left utterly humiliated." Instantly, the eyes of those present sparkled with delight, smiles naturally forming upon their faces. For the past few years, their university had ranked at the bottom, enduring countless jibes from the neighboring schools' instructors and deans. Now, however, they had birthed a talent like Chen Mo. If he were to compete in the tri-school competition, it would undoubtedly send waves of astonishment throughout the arena. Should Lin Jianfeng be present, he would likely burst into laughter. Eager to witness the mortified expressions of the admissions directors, Qin Xian and Yi Xingchen, from the neighboring schools. Remember to keep Chen Mo's mastery of the spear intent a secret before the tri-school competition, Huixiu added. The deans of the four academies exchanged peculiar glances, their anticipation palpable as they envisioned the moment when Chen Mo would dominate the competition, relishing the reactions of the other students, instructors, deans, and even the presidents of the rival schools. All right, enough of that. Huixiu waved his hand. Next up is the final round of the arena battles. In an instant, everyone turned their gaze to the slender figure beside the arena, a sense of eager expectation building within them. The earlier display by Chen Mo had been nothing short of terrifyingly impressive. They wondered if this wave of astonishment would swell even further. What other surprises could Chen Mo possibly have in store? With the conclusion of the second round of arena battles, the top three participants who would receive the celestial artifacts were already determined: Sheng Tianlei, Zhou Wenyu, and Chen Mo. While the first two names elicited no astonishment from the crowd, who deemed their success a mere formality, it was Chen Mo's presence that ignited a spark of intrigue and excitement. As the final spot became visible, despite everyone having mentally prepared themselves, their hearts still skipped a beat. Chen Mo, a mere freshman, had delivered an astonishing shock to the second-year students. Was he truly just an ordinary mid-tier warrior? Surely not. Amidst the uproar, the third round of the arena battles officially commenced. The first match featured the losers bracket, with Lin Qingzhu competing against two other second-year students. Unsurprisingly, Lin Qingzhu triumphed effortlessly, securing the last available spot. This outcome was anticipated, especially considering Lin Qingzhu's mastery of sword intent at this moment. Next came the winners bracket, which consisted of three competitors who would draw lots, with one person getting a bye and automatically advancing to the finals. However, at this stage of the arena battles, the spots for the coveted celestial artifacts were already apparent. What remained was merely a determination of who among them was superior. The crowd was eager to witness who was stronger, Chen Mo, Zhou Wenyu, or the formidable Sheng Tianlei. To everyone's astonishment, the draw revealed that Sheng Tianlei received the bye. Indeed, the penultimate match was Chen Mo versus Zhou Wenyu. The crowd erupted in excitement. Chapter 70. Collision: the clash between Chen Mo and Zhou Wenyu. In days gone by, no one would have believed these two could face off against each other. Yet, this surreal scene had genuinely unfolded before the eyes of the spectators. No one could fathom that a mere freshman could have advanced this far in the contest for celestial artifacts. The betting had begun. Who do you think will emerge victorious? Surely, it must be Zhou Wenyu. You trust him so implicitly, given that he is your direct classmate? Remember, while Chen Mo is undeniably powerful, Zhou Wenyu is no slouch either. He may lack the power of intent, but his innate talents, mastery, and even his proficiency in the heavenly manipulation technique have reached heights that Chen Mo cannot yet attain. Regardless, this duel promises to be nothing short of spectacular. Gazing at the two figures standing on the silver arena, the crowd buzzed with excitement. After all, this was one of the most anticipated matchups, naturally drawing the attention of countless onlookers. On the silver platform, Zhou Wenyu regarded Chen Mo with an unprecedented seriousness etched across his face. Before Chen Mo's encounter with Lin Qingzhu, he had never imagined that Chen Mo's strength could reach such terrifying levels. Undoubtedly, the current Chen Mo warranted Zhou Wenyu's utmost effort. Finally, Zhou Wenyu spoke. Congratulations, Chen Mo. I am pleased that you have made it this far. However, I regret to inform you that your journey ends here. As Zhou Wenyu's voice faded, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. It appeared that Zhou Wenyu was ready to get serious. One must remember that in the earlier battles, Zhou Wenyu had presented himself with an air of nonchalance. But now, facing Chen Mo, had he truly reached this level? Upon hearing Zhou Wenyu's words, Chen Mo's expression remained unchanged. Senior Zhou, victory in battle is not akin to winning a conversation, Chen Mo remarked with a gentle smile. At this, Zhou Wenyu paused for a moment. Then a light chuckle escaped his lips. Indeed, in battle, victory cannot be achieved merely through words. Suddenly, a fierce expression contorted Zhou Wenyu's face. In the next instant, golden lines, pulsating with energy, intertwined around his form. His muscles surged dramatically, the powerful mass stretching his robes, revealing a physique that radiated dominance and arrogance. A terrifying force emanated from him, as if it could devastate the very heavens. The expressions of the onlookers shifted. They understood that Zhou Wenyu was about to unleash his mastery of the golden manipulation ability to its fullest extent. Zhou Wenyu's level of golden manipulation was unlike any other ability. It possessed the potential for evolution, thanks to Zhou Wenyu's illustrious lineage. He had nearly perfected his innate talent for this ability. Sister Qingzhu, who do you think will prevail? A talented individual turned to Lin Qingzhu beside him. Me? Lin Qingzhu shrugged slightly, glancing at the arena with a faint smile. Perhaps it will be Chen Mo. At that moment, Zhou Wenyu's golden form had fully coalesced, and a terrifying pressure erupted forth, akin to a volcanic eruption. Next, I will shatter your intent. Zhou Wenyu's muscles surged once more, unleashing an array of bizarre power postures all at once. Heavenly, golden, vicious hand. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Zhou Wenyu's figure suddenly surged forward, resembling a predatory leopard. If Lin Qingzhu's movements were characterized by grace, then Zhou Wenyu's were marked by sheer brutality and speed, demanding a level of lethality with each strike. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Wenyu was before Chen Mo, his hands thrusting open like a massive maw filled with fangs, tearing toward Chen Mo. It's over. The other spectators gasped as their pupils constricted. They knew that Zhou Wenyu's vicious hand was extraordinarily fearsome, capable of executing dozens of variations in a fleeting moment. Had there been even a slight distance between them, perhaps there could have been a chance to resist. However, Chen Mo was now within Zhou Wenyu's reach. This meant that Chen Mo was likely to be at a disadvantage. Yet, in the next moment, an unexpected scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Chen Mo suddenly raised his gaze, fixed on the rapidly approaching hands, and a subtle smile graced his lips. In an instant, four streams of dark thunder surged from his body once more, racing towards his rear with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, four colossal hands of dark thunder materialized. Simultaneously, these hands transformed into a tearing force, charging towards Zhou Wenyu. Amidst the astonished gazes of dozens, the hands collided. A vast power suddenly rippled through the air. The two monumental energies clashed, erupting with such intensity that countless robes fluttered and black hair danced. Subsequently, two figures swiftly separated, taking their positions once again on opposite sides of the arena. This exchange had yielded no clear victor. What, precisely, were these dark giant hands? It was rather terrifying. they could match Zhou Wenyu's formidable strength. Remarkable, remarkable, remarkable. Initially, everyone's attention had been fixated on Chun Mo's gun intent, with few noticing the extraordinary talent he had displayed. Yet, at this juncture, Chun Mo had not employed any gun intent, relying solely on the collision of energy. He had managed to hold his own against Zhou Wenyu. This was beyond anyone's expectations. His thunderous abilities were worthy of my consumption. Gazing at Chun Mo, who bore 2 pairs of dark thunder hands, Sheng Tianlei revealed a slight smile. His devouring thunder could consume any lightning of equal or lower rank. In his view, Chun Mo's lightning was at most of the same rank, thus making him a suitable target for consumption. Meanwhile, high above in the audience, everyone was taken aback. They had not anticipated that Chun Mo possessed not only monstrous martial arts talent, but also such terrifying energy intensity. Could this truly be of the same rank? Gu Linghan pondered with skepticism. After all, could the energy unleashed by a mid-tier 3rd-grade warrior equate to that of a high-tier 4th-grade warrior? This was something even an ordinary rank could not achieve, right? Indeed, Xing Tianyi nodded, asserting, he is undoubtedly of the dark divine body rank, seemingly combined with other extraordinary abilities. Could it be that Chun Mo's other form of lightning ability is also of the same rank? In an instant, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Had they known earlier that Chun Mo possessed another ability of the same rank, they would have been utterly incredulous. After all, 2 abilities of the same rank were nearly non-existent in their academy. Perhaps only a few could be seen in the military. Yet now, the combat prowess Chun Mo had demonstrated likely reached such heights. Reflecting on this, Gu Linghan, Xiang Tiange, and Xintiyi felt a twinge of envy. Why was Chun Mo not seized back then? Why does it feel so disadvantageous? As the situation grew increasingly unfavorable, they had no choice but to turn their gaze toward the arena, for they needed to ascertain the extent of Chun Mo's capabilities. On the platform, Zhou Wenyu gazed solemnly at Chun Mo's formidable shadowy hand. He had previously failed to recognize the terrifying intensity of Chun Mo's energy. No wonder the principal granted you special permission to participate in the contest for the celestial artifact. It turns out you are that powerful. Zhou Wenyu inhaled sharply, feeling the blood within him coalesce, a sign of his continuous endeavor to surpass his limits. The heavenly control technique bestows an enhancement of physical strength, which in turn naturally amplifies one's offensive power. Next, I wonder if you can withstand this move. In an instant, Zhou Wenyu's physique surged dramatically, rising to an impressive height of 3 meters. His colossal form towered like a giant, casting an oppressive shadow as the sunlight slanted down upon him. Heavenly fury, Zhou Wenyu bellowed, his body expanding further to a staggering 4 meters. The immense pressure erupted, sending countless stones flying from the arena. This is the mastery of the heavenly control technique. No, it is more than that. This is nearly the level of minor completion. Did Zhou Wenyu specifically conceal this move to counter Xing Tianlei? Who could have anticipated it would be forced out by Chun Mo? How formidable! Many prodigies gasped in astonishment, their expressions reflecting disbelief. It is important to note that the Tongtian technique, Yutian technique, and Lingtian technique are among the most elite martial arts in the world, coveted by countless individuals who aspire to master them. Yet, the threshold is so high that many cannot even step beyond it in their lifetime. Thus, Zhou Wenyu's ability to reach such a level has left many in awe. Indeed, young Zhou possesses remarkable talent. Even Huoxiu nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Xintiyi wore a smile that was more of a grimace. He was pleased that his student's heavenly control technique had finally reached such heights. However, a subconscious feeling began to spread within him. Why did he sense that Zhou Wenyu might not be a match for Chun Mo? And upon the arena, indeed, as he beheld the enormous figure, Chun Mo nodded with a smile. Seemingly having heard Chun Mo's approval, Zhou Wenyu's face twisted into a sinister grin. Is not bad all you have to say? Junior Chun Mo, perhaps you have underestimated me. Boom. A terrifying surge of force erupted from Zhou Wenyu's legs, creating a massive pit in the arena's surface. Following this reaction force, Zhou Wenyu's form soared into the air. The muscles coiling and intertwining on his back gleamed under the sun, reflecting a muscular contour that unfurled like a celestial crane. Terrifying. Powerful. It evoked an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Amidst dozens of astonished gazes, Zhou Wenyu abruptly raised his fists and surged forward with a thunderous force, arriving before Chun Mo in an instant. Yutian fist, despairing golden sky. With a resonating hum, Zhou Wenyu's right fist swelled to an impressive diameter of nearly 1 meter. tearing through the air with a cataclysmic force as it struck towards Chen Mo. Observing the colossal fist expanding before his eyes, a subtle smile graced Chen Mo's lips. Finally, an attack worthy of my earnest attention had arrived. At that moment, Chen Mo stepped forward lightly. Suddenly, a wave of murky energy erupted from his mouth, and the dark thunder energy within him surged uncontrollably. Boom! A terrifying pillar of dark thunder shot upwards, with a radius of 1 meter around Chen Mo. Soaring into the heavens, a vast expanse of darkness enveloped the earth, suppressing the clouds of the sky and reality into an abyssal gloom. What is this? A genius gasped in astonishment. Then, the dark thunder pillar rapidly collapsed, transforming into an astonishing liquid of dark thunder that surged towards Chen Mo's right shoulder. In the blink of an eye, a dark thunder arm, resembling a colossal dragon, emerged from Chen Mo's right shoulder. A single arm, with a radius of 1.5 meters. The overwhelming pressure of dark thunder spread like a tempest, sending chills down the spines of countless onlookers. Gasp! Everyone inhaled sharply. Simultaneously, Zhou Wenyu, facing Chen Mo's dark giant arm, felt the weight of seriousness multiply several times. So powerful, so formidable. I must eliminate Chen Mo immediately. An intense sense of dread surged within him. He realized he had to defeat Chen Mo within this strike, or else he genuinely feared he would lose. Boom! Zhou Wenyu's resplendent golden fist roared like a dragon, and then descended violently upon Chen Mo. Yet, Chen Mo's slender figure showed no sign of retreat. Instead, his dark thunder arm charged fiercely towards Zhou Wenyu. Amidst a chorus of astonished gazes, Zhou Wenyu's fist collided with Chen Mo's fist in a definitive clash. The ground shook with a resounding boom as the two colossal fists met, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy. The blinding light of this energy wave engulfed the earth, momentarily dazzling everyone's sight. As the brilliance faded, a figure was seen hurtling backward. The crowd quickly turned their gaze, and upon recognizing the identity of that figure, they were left utterly stunned, frozen in place. Remarkably, it was not Chen Mo, the freshman, who was cast aside as a loser, but rather Zhou Wenyu, the esteemed sophomore. Hailed as a prodigy and the second strongest among his peers, Zhou Wenyu was defeated, and in such an unequivocal manner, he succumbed to a mere freshman. The crowd's minds buzzed in disbelief. It is worth noting that prior to this, Chen Mo had never truly bested Lin Qingzhu, for no one knew the extent of Lin Qingzhu's strength after comprehending the essence of the sword. Since mastering this sword intent, Lin Qingzhu had not engaged in battle with Chen Mo. Yet now, Zhou Wenyu's defeat was a palpable reality. Chen Mo, astonishingly, had advanced to the second round of the Celestial Artifact Contest, overcoming Zhou Wenyu, who had perfected his martial arts to an apex. Chapter 72. Sheng Tianlei. All eyes were filled with incredulity. While they had faith in Chen Mo, none anticipated he would vanquish Zhou Wenyu with such ease. Zhou Wenyu was a formidable practitioner of the Heavenly Command technique, while Chen Mo had yet to even undertake such elite martial arts training. How could this individual possess such strength? Gazing at the slender figure standing on the arena, a collective gasp escaped the crowd. Amidst the myriad of complex expressions, two additional sentiments emerged: respect and awe. They regarded him with the gaze befitting a true powerhouse. In their hearts, Chen Mo had undeniably ascended to the status of a formidable figure. But Chen Mo is merely a freshman. The energy fluctuations were extraordinary, Lin Qingzhu murmured to herself. Not only was his comprehension terrifyingly profound, but his innate abilities were equally astounding. This fellow is truly a monster. How intriguing, how utterly fascinating. Sheng Tianlei crossed his arms, his face slightly contorted with excitement. He could hardly contain his eagerness to absorb Chen Mo's innate abilities to enhance his own. Judging by Chen Mo's current display of combat prowess, his talent concerning thunder was indeed exceptional. Haha. Sheng Tianlei could already envision himself consuming Chen Mo's innate abilities to nourish his own. Meanwhile, high above in the heavens, the four deans fell into a contemplative silence. This lad is truly a prodigy. Gu Linghan smacked his lips, his gaze ablaze with fervor. He was now, undeniably, eager to recruit Chen Mo into his fold. How infuriating. He had not practiced any technique, yet managed to triumph over Zhou, who possessed the Heavenly Command technique. If he were to successfully cultivate the supreme heavenly law, how terrifying would that be? Shen Tui mused to himself. The Heavenly Command technique symbolizes absolute physical strength, unbreakable and impervious. However, before Chen Mo, He was utterly annihilated as if by a mere gust of wind. This fellow truly astonishes. If he were to successfully cultivate the Eternal Heaven technique, his strength would be at least several times greater than it is now. Xiang Tiange remarked, even now, he finds it difficult to fathom the true extent of Chun Mo's capabilities. The Eternal Heaven technique is far more challenging than the Celestial technique, the Heavenly technique, or the Sovereign technique. Yet, if mastered, it would yield an exponential enhancement in power, undoubtedly surpassing the current Chun Mo by more than mere increments. Just imagine if Chun Mo, having perfected the Eternal Heaven technique and mastered the attributes of his gun intent, had participated in the recent tri-school competition. He would have been an unstoppable force, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. Such terrifying prowess. I have always said he is a remarkable talent. You all did not believe me. Observing the complex expressions on the faces of the three deans, Shen Tui felt an immense sense of satisfaction. It had been years since the Eternal Heaven Academy had experienced such exhilaration. In the past, due to the arduous nature of the Eternal Heaven technique, most new students chose to transfer to different fields. However, after waiting for so many years, they finally encountered a powerhouse like Chun Mo. Just thinking about it fills the heart with boundless joy. It is important to note that Chun Mo has yet to cultivate the Eternal Heaven technique. Should he succeed, what heights could his strength reach? Undoubtedly, the other two sacred martial academies would be left in awe. Fortunately, he bestowed the qualification of the Eternal Heaven steel upon Chun Mo, thereby attracting such an extraordinarily gifted prodigy. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. The crowd turned to see it was Hua Xiaodao. All right, it is not the time for such discussions. After all, it is time for the next final showdown. The ultimate confrontation. The duel between Sheng Tianlei and Chun Mo. With this thought, the crowd again gazed towards the arena, where, unbeknownst to them, two figures had already taken their stance. The fabric of their robes and their flowing black hair billowed dramatically in the wind. Who among them shall emerge victorious? In an instant, the hearts of the four deans filled with anticipation. Had anyone suggested earlier that Chun Mo could contend with Sheng Tianlei, they would have vehemently disbelieved it. Yet now, Chun Mo had truly achieved it. Sheng Tianlei, Gu Linghan smiled softly. He will win. Despite Chun Mo's formidable talent and strength, there remains a certain distance between him and Sheng Tianlei. Shen Tui and Xiang Tiange nodded in agreement. It must be acknowledged that Sheng Tianlei's power is not merely strong. Even his unique talent can counter Chun Mo. Sheng Tianlei possesses the exceedingly rare ability to devour thunder. The ability to completely absorb the powers of other thunder beings and enhance one's own lightning abilities has reached an extraordinary level. With the devouring lightning of Sheng Tianlei, it can be said that his electrical prowess is sufficient to counter any opponent of equal rank, or even those of a lower tier. Observations have revealed that Chun Mo possesses a unique talent, capable of unleashing both darkness and thunder simultaneously, resulting in an overwhelming aura of power. Although Sheng Tianlei is prepared to absorb Chun Mo's abilities, such an action would inevitably signal Chun Mo's defeat. It appears that this time, Chun Mo may truly succumb to failure. As he gazed upon Chun Mo on the arena, Sheng Tian could not help but break into a cold sweat for him. While a flicker of anticipation crossed his mind, could Chun Mo possibly triumph over Sheng Tianlei? Under the scrutiny of numerous gazes, two figures stood facing each other on the stage. One figure, clad in a resplendent purple robe, was imposing and exuded an air of arrogance, as if looking down upon any prodigy. The other figure, though slightly more slender, radiated an uncommon confidence that set him apart from ordinary individuals. Sheng Tianlei regarded Chun Mo with an excited gleam in his eyes, eagerly anticipating the moment he could absorb Chun Mo's lightning abilities. Are you sure you do not wish to rest a while longer? He taunted. I could easily engage you in a few exchanges, but you will only manage a few before succumbing. The crowd gasped in astonishment. They had not expected Sheng Tianlei to issue such a bold challenge to Chun Mo, whose strength was not to be underestimated. In response, Chun Mo merely smiled lightly. Senior Sheng Tianlei, please do not be like Senior Ouyang Jing, who only spouts grandiose words. Ouyang Jing interjected, am I to be mocked even in death? Sheng Tianlei's expression faltered momentarily before transforming into a sinister grin. In that case, do not blame me for being ungracious. Suddenly, two bolts of terrifying lightning flickered in Sheng Tianlei's eyes. In an instant, his form became enveloped in a tempest of thunder. To the astonishment of the crowd, shimmering lightning armor began to materialize on his skin. The blazing armor of lightning transformed Sheng Tianlei into a colossal thunder deity, with weapons coalescing in each of his mighty hands. One was a blade forged entirely from lightning, while the other was a vortex of electrical energy, imbued with a consuming force. Rest assured, before I truly commence, I will afford you a fair opportunity to challenge me, he proclaimed. In an instant, a tremendous thunderstorm, accompanied by tumultuous winds and waves, erupted violently around Chun-Mo, raising countless white crests. How formidable! Is this the full extent of Shang Tianlei's power? The strongest of the sophomore class. By heavens, how much stronger has he become? Everyone's expressions changed dramatically, as they summoned boundless energy from within their bodies to shield themselves. Yet, even the mere aftershocks of this energy caused Chun-Mo's black hair and robe to flutter wildly. Such strength! Zhou Wenyu and Lin Qingzhu furrowed their brows, realizing that during the previous final exam, Shang Tianlei had been a formidable opponent to surpass. However, now it appeared that Shang Tianlei had become a towering peak, nearly insurmountable. Moreover, compared to Shang Tianlei, Chun-Mo possessed the unique ability to absorb lightning. Could he truly contend with him? At that moment, a flicker of light suddenly shone, and numerous serpentine bolts of lightning coiled around Shang Tianlei once more. Dominant, terrifying, even suffocating. And gazing at Shang Tianlei, now clad in his electric armor, Chun-Mo smiled gently. In an instant, the power of dark thunder surged forth, and in the blink of an eye, an enigmatic rune climbed upon the surface of his skin. These runes, entwined with divine essence, appeared less overwhelming than Shang Tianlei's prowess from afar. Yet they exuded a uniquely suffocating aura. Observing Chun-Mo, Shang Tianlei smiled lightly. Back during the final exam, I dealt with others in 3 moves. Thus, I shall also employ 3 moves against you. Behold my strike, a slash that summons heavenly thunder. In an instant, Shang Tianlei raised his right hand high, and then, the thunderous blade shot into the heavens, causing dark clouds to gather ominously at the horizon, followed by a resounding clap of thunder. Boom! A bolt of heavenly lightning descended fiercely, striking Shang Tianlei's long blade, which erupted into an even more dazzling brilliance. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, Shang Tianlei smiled gently. One slash, the thunder falls. Buzz! Shang Tianlei's palm came crashing down. In that moment, a beam of blade light burst forth, devoid of any profound intention, yet containing an immeasurable energy. This was an attack akin to celestial thunder. A master can alter the very fabric of the world. And as a 4th-tier advanced practitioner, Shang Tianlei could actually transform heavenly thunder into a blade. This extraordinary ability placed him above countless others. Chun-Mo was doomed. Many felt their spirits tremble, and under such an assault, their legs quivered faintly. Moreover, it must be noted that this was merely Shang Tianlei's first strike. As the thunderous blade energy surged toward him, Chun-Mo's expression finally shifted ever so slightly. This is, following Zhou Wenyu, the second opponent who brings pressure upon him. However, it seems that the pressure is not overwhelming. Gazing at the formidable blade of thunder, Chun-Mo let out a sigh. In an instant, the world around him darkened. It was as if countless dark thunders converged in Chun-Mo's right hand, and then, suddenly, a 6-meter-long spear of dark thunder materialized. With a gentle lift of his head, Chun-Mo thrust the spear forward. The dark thunder spear. A hum resonated as myriad strands of darkness coalesced at the spear's tip, even intertwining with the lightning in the heavens, plummeting together. In the blink of an eye, a brilliantly dark column of thunder erupted from the spear's tip. Boom! The dark thunder column, with a radius of a full meter, surged forth from Chun-Mo's spear like a long-dormant volcano erupting. The ground trembled beneath the force of countless astonished gazes as the dark thunder column collided violently with the blade of thunder. In that fleeting moment, terrifying energy surged forth, cracking the ground with hundreds of fissures, sweeping outward in a tumultuous wave. As the crowd stood in shock, a sudden influx of yin-yang energy descended from the heavens, forming a colossal protective shield. They looked up to the sky, only to see Principal Huoxiu raising his arm to unleash an energy shield. Simultaneously, they could discern a look of astonishment on Huoxiu's face. Instantly, they turned their attention back to the center of the arena. The next moment, they were all frozen in place. In the center of the arena lay a massive pit. On either side of the pit, the 2 figures remained utterly still, standing firm as if the surging waves of energy had not been wrought by them at all. This is the first move. You are indeed impressive. A flicker of excitement and greed crossed Shang Tianlei's eyes. He finally realized that Chun Mo's Dark Thunder talent was likely of an equivalent caliber. The devouring level of thunder talent he possessed could certainly advance even further. Indeed, prior to this, he had relished the thought of trampling Chun Mo underfoot, making him acutely aware that even the backbone of a genius could be shattered. You are also commendable. Chun Mo nodded slightly at Sheng Tianlai. Your strength is considerable. Moreover, he could sense a devouring power lurking within Sheng Tianlai's thunder. Although Sheng Tianlai had yet to fully awaken, it seemed that this devouring power had no effect on Chun Mo's gifted abilities. Upon reflection, it made sense. His innate ability was the Nine Heavens Dark Thunder Divine Body, which seemingly overshadowed Sheng Tianlai's talent in terms of level. Suddenly, Chun Mo pondered what thoughts might arise if Sheng Tianlai discovered that the devouring effect had no impact on him. With a shrug, Chun Mo declared, "You still have 2 chances. I grant you 2 moves." Upon hearing Chun Mo's words, everyone was momentarily taken aback, including the figure standing opposite him, Sheng Tianlai. A playful smile graced Sheng Tianlai's lips. "You offer me an opportunity, Junior? You have truly misjudged the hierarchy between us." Chapter 74, Thunder Dragon. Are you perhaps confused about the order of our strengths? Indeed, I am superior to you. Sheng Tianlai rested one hand on his face, his fingers parting to reveal a glimmering eye that crackled with lightning. Are you courting death? Chun Mo merely smiled lightly. That is precisely what I desire. In an instant, a torrent of electricity surged behind Sheng Tianlai, and his form transformed into a fleeting shadow of lightning. Within a heartbeat, he dashed toward Chun Mo, devouring thunder. Celestial Thunder Dragon. Amidst the astonished gazes of many, Sheng Tianlai's right arm shot forth explosively, a dragon's roar resonating as a colossal dragon surged toward Chun Mo. With a slight lift of his gaze, Chun Mo brandished his spear, drawing a circle in the air. Dark Thunder Spear Intent, 6-fold projection of the world. In that fleeting moment, the massive circle before him erupted into a rapidly spinning dark thunder disk. Upon closer inspection, one would see 6 smaller disks rotating within the dark thunder disk. Boom! As Chun Mo's spear descended, the enormous disk surged forth like a rocket, transforming into a dart aimed at the Thunder Dragon. When the dragon disk collided, a brilliant explosion of light erupted. Boom! Yet, in the next moment, both figures ascended abruptly. Sheng Tianlai's entire form expanded, his lightning aura swelling to an imposing 5 meters, more terrifying than the 3-tailed sword tiger that Chun Mo had previously faced. Simultaneously, from Chun Mo's slender frame, torrents of dark thunder energy surged forth, coalescing behind him into 2 enormous dark thunderous hands. In an instant, the dark thunder hands unfurled, colliding and merging into a pair of dark thunder wings. The dark thunder wings flapped through the air, lifting Chun Mo into suspension as he grasped the spear's handle, commanding the essence of countless beings like a fallen seraph. Then, Sheng Tianlai shouted, "Chun Mo, I will show you what true lightning is." Raising his right hand high, he brought down a 5 to 6 meter long blade with a thunderous crash. As the heavens darkened, 3 10-meter-wide blades of energy descended. The pressure generated tearing apart the surrounding air. As Chun Mo beheld the oncoming storm of thunderous blade light, a flicker of battle intent ignited within his eyes. At last, an attack worthy of my attention has arrived. With the 3 bolts of thunderous blade light drawing near, Chun Mo raised the dark thunder spear. I possess a spear. Harnessing dark thunder. Annihilate the divine form. Sweep away. In his hand, the spear suddenly erupted with countless dragon-shaped streams of energy, sweeping outward like a fine mist. Then, a crescent moon-like dark thunder wave surged forth, colliding thunderously with the blade light of Sheng Tianlai. An explosion of dazzling brilliance ensued. However, as the light dissipated, both combatants remained unscathed, continuing to unleash such terrifying assaults. Everyone was left in sheer astonishment, their gazes fixed on the arena within the protective barrier, rendered motionless and incredulous. Never before had they imagined that Chun Mo and Sheng Tianlai could be so formidable. One, at the 4th-tier martial artist level, could evoke celestial phenomena of the 6th tier, while the other, at the 3rd tier, could rival such extraordinary manifestations. Were these 2 truly of the same realm as us? No, a 3rd-tier martial artist this powerful? Impossible. This was not merely a 3rd-tier martial artist. This was a freshman from the 1st year. My heavens! What kind of monster is Chun Mo? All the prodigies were utterly dumbfounded, their former glory vanishing entirely in this moment, never to resurface. Clearly, They were so overwhelmed by the might of Chun Mo and Sheng Tianlei that they were at a loss for words. The corner of Zhou Wenyu's mouth twitched. He realized that during his earlier confrontation with Chun Mo, the latter had not utilized his full strength. If he engaged in battle under such conditions, what hope would he have against his own heavenly control technique or his golden heavenly talent? He wouldn't know how many times he would meet his demise. A collective gasp of awe escaped everyone's lips. How astonishing! As they gazed at Chun Mo on the stage, wielding his spear with extraordinary intent, Lin Xingzhu found herself momentarily entranced. Never before had she witnessed such a prodigious talent like Chun Mo. When everyone redirected their gaze, they were shocked to find that the rebellious Sheng Tianlei seemed to be subtly losing ground. Among the audience in the heavens, jaws dropped in disbelief. Chun Mo had far exceeded their expectations, and now he was even matching Sheng Tianlei. No, in fact, it appeared that Sheng Tianlei was being suppressed by Chun Mo. To consider that Chun Mo was only at the mid-third tier. Meanwhile, Sheng Tianlei had already reached the high fourth tier, nearing the pinnacle of that realm. The disparity between the two was as vast as the sky and the earth. Old Xing, to be honest, I regret it, Gu Linghan remarked, smacking his lips. I regret it as well, Shen Tuyi sighed. I regret it even more. Xiang Tiange found himself wishing to slap his own face. Observing the expressions of the three, Xing Tianyi revealed an unusual sense of pleasure. TSK, they say I, the head of the 4 academies, possess unparalleled insight. Insight, do you understand? Upon hearing Xing Tianyi's words, the 3 academy heads felt their insides twist with regret. Observing the dialogue among the 4 individuals, Hozho couldn't help but smile gently. Stroking his beard, the longer one lives, the more one enjoys watching the banter of others. However, at that moment, a formidable force of devouring energy suddenly surged from the arena below. The expressions of the crowd changed dramatically. This is bad. Sheng Tianlei is about to unleash the power of Thunder's devouring force. Xing Tian immediately focused his attention on the arena, and then an immense energy surged through him. Should Sheng Tianlei make any move, he would swiftly descend. With his speed, he could shatter space and arrive directly. Currently, Chun Mo was indeed his treasured possession, and he was unwilling to see any harm come to him. Yet, a pair of large hands suddenly blocked his path, and the crowd looked up to behold an elderly man in a long robe with white hair. Everyone immediately ceased their actions, gazing respectfully at the elder. The principal. Indeed. The newcomer was Lin Wudi, the principal of Xianyuan Martial Arts University, a consummate 9th-grade martial king, one of the strongest individuals in the entire Great Xia Federation. Lin Wudi smiled gently. Perhaps, you need not intervene. Sheng Tianlei cannot devour Chun Mo's thunderous power. All the deans, including Ho-Ho, turned their gazes toward the arena. However, in the next instant, their pupils suddenly constricted. Chapter 75. Above level 9 on the arena, the weapons between the 2 figures clashed once more. Yet this time, the victory belonged to Chun Mo. The dark thunder giant spear, like a relentless force, utterly obliterated the mass of Thunderblade Chi. Subsequently, this spear suddenly swept across Sheng Tianlei's face. Even before Sheng Tianlei could react, a trickle of blood escaped from his visage. A drop of blood fell upon his thunder armor, diffusing into wisps of crimson mist. The crowd displayed expressions of astonishment. Chun Mo had completely subdued Sheng Tianlei. I was injured. Feeling the pain on his face, Sheng Tianlei's lips curled into a sinister grin. The laughter spread like a tide. His massive form trembled in resonance with this laughter. To think that someone of my own age could actually inflict harm upon me. I never anticipated this. Sheng Tianlei raised his gaze, a fierce glint flickering in his eyes. However, Chun Mo, suspended before Sheng Tianlei, remained unfazed, instead offering a gentle smile. If it were not for the other aspect of your lightning, you would have already lost this match. Holding the spear with one hand, his words dripped with nonchalance. This statement undoubtedly provoked Sheng Tianlei's ire. Sheng Tianlei shrugged, revealing a menacing grin. Since you wish to witness my devouring power, behold. The long blade in Sheng Tianlei's right hand vanished abruptly, and the colossal 6-meter Raikei giant spread its hands wide. In an instant, 2 swirling vortices composed of thunder materialized. As these thunderous whirlpools emerged, they unleashed a terrifying force of suction, voraciously consuming the surrounding air. Here it comes. Sheng Tianlei's devouring power. Previously, he had been relentlessly battling other thunder affinity practitioners to enhance his own thunder abilities. This is outrageous. The mastery of thunder martial arts feels akin to cheating. Chen Mo feared he was truly doomed this time. If I were in Chen Mo's position, I would concede defeat without hesitation. Indeed, otherwise, he would be utterly obliterated by Shang Tianlei's insatiable pull. The crowd murmured among themselves. Earlier, Chen Mo had managed to hold a slight advantage, which they deemed impressive. However, now that Shang Tianlei had unleashed his devouring power, it seemed that Chen Mo was on the brink of disaster. On the arena, Shang Tianlei gazed at Chen Mo with a sinister grin. Presently, if you rely solely on your gun intent without your extraordinary talent, you cannot defeat me. Even with your talent, you still stand no chance against me. What will you do now? Upon hearing Shang Tianlei's words, a slight smirk appeared on Chen Mo's lips. Fourfold you sure? Without uttering a single word, for you sure discs manifested around him, spinning rapidly. In an instant, these 4 discs shot forth like meteors, carving a dark arc across the heavens. Shang Tianlei, observing the oncoming dark thunder discs, felt no trace of fear. Devouring thunder. Consume it. His devouring thunder could absorb thunder of equal or lower rank. Chen Mo, being of the same caliber, was ideal for his voracious appetite. However, just as he eagerly anticipated absorbing Chen Mo's dark thunder discs, his expression suddenly froze. The dark thunder disc, astonishingly, was unaffected by his power. With a speed that shattered all defenses, it surged toward his arm. With a resounding bang, his right arm's Raike shattered completely, dispersing into a tempest of lightning. He stood there, dumbfounded, staring blankly at Chen Mo, exclaiming, "How is this possible? How could my devouring power have no effect on you?" Everyone was taken aback. In that moment, they grasped the gravity of the situation, gazing at Chen Mo in disbelief. How could Shang Tianlei's invincible devouring power against thunder practitioners be utterly ineffective against Chen Mo? Meanwhile, Shang Tianlei shouted in disbelief, "I refuse to accept this. I refuse to believe it." In an instant, the remaining devouring sphere shot forth like a cannonball. Boom! The enormous devouring thunderball left a fleeting shadow in the air, hurtling towards Chen Mo with unstoppable force. Yet, Chen Mo remained utterly unmoved, as the dark thunder disk reformed before him, acting as a colossal barrier that completely isolated the devouring power of Shang Tianlei. Ultimately, the devouring force dissipated entirely, leaving only the astonished expression on Shang Tianlei's face. He stood there, frozen in disbelief. It was time to conclude. Observing Shang Tianlei's bewildered visage, Chen Mo sighed softly. At this level, was he truly invincible? It was indeed rather tedious. Chen Mo shook his head, silently lifting the spear in his hand before casting it forth. There were no fluctuations of energy, no manifestation of intent, not even any display of forceful technique, just a simple thrust. However, the moment it struck Shang Tianlei, his entire thunder armor shattered completely. This was because Shang Tianlei's Dao heart had utterly collapsed. He fell to the ground with a thud, face upturned to the sky, landing in a massive pit below the arena. His gaze remained fixed on the ominous clouds above, his eyes still trembling with confusion. He could not comprehend, nor understand, why his prideful devouring power failed to consume Chen Mo's dark thunder. In fact, he sensed a feeling of dread emanating from that dark thunder, a sensation of inferiority, a fear beneath superiority. It was not until Chen Mo approached him, feeling the dark thunder power gradually dissipate from his presence, that a flicker of clarity appeared in Shang Tianlei's pupils. "Why your extraordinary ability, is it not level?" Shang Tianlei's voice was barely a whisper, audible only to him and Chen Mo. In response, Chen Mo gently shook his head. "I don't believe I've ever mentioned the level of my gifted ability, have I?" Shang Tianlei was momentarily stunned, then rose to his feet, a bitter smile emerging on his face. Not a level? That could only imply one possibility. Chen Mo's extraordinary ability was beyond level. In an instant, Shang Tianlei's face was adorned with a wry grin. He had been far too fantastical in his assumptions. Chapter 76. Selection. Gazing at the two figures on the arena, everyone stood frozen in place. They stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, struggling to swallow their astonishment. Even now, they had yet to fully comprehend that the victor of this celestial artifact contest was none other than Chen Mo. Indeed, the freshman from the first year. Everyone was left agape. Our university is on the brink of transformation. And not just that. Chen Mo, a once-in-a-century ultimate genius. By heavens, I am utterly convinced. Chen Mo is indeed worthy of celestial artifacts. Voices rose and fell around him, and even Lin Qingzhu and Zhou Wenyu displayed expressions of astonishment. A glance exchanged between them revealed mutual admiration in their eyes. Without a doubt, Chen Mo was the true dragon of their Xianyuan Martial Arts University. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed, followed by the descent of 6 radiant figures. Upon seeing the elder at the forefront, the crowd's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity, and they respectfully clasped their hands in greeting. Greetings, Principal Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi, the principal of Xianyuan Martial Arts University, had attained the strength of a half-step martial saint, a pinnacle martial king, causing countless fierce beasts to tremble in fear. All is well, Lin Wudi nodded, his gaze intently fixed on Chen Mo and Shang Tianlei. Under the scrutiny of Lin Wudi, even Chen Mo felt a flicker of nervousness. It is worth noting that Lin Wudi was one of the highest combat powers in the Great Xia Federation. Chen Mo, you are quite impressive, Lin Wudi remarked with a gentle smile. The audience fell into stunned silence. They all knew that while Principal Lin Wudi was indeed kind-hearted, receiving his praise was a rare honor. Even those seniors in their 4th year and beyond found it difficult to achieve such acknowledgement. The school has nurtured talent well, Chen Mo replied with a smile. Lin Wudi waved his hand dismissively. Enough with the banter. Chen Mo, Shang Tianlei, Lin Qingzhu, Zhou Wenyu, you 4 shall accompany me. As for the rest, please remain here on standby. Everyone responded in unison, yes, as they watched Chen Mo and the others depart. A wave of envy washed over the eyes of numerous talented individuals. Yet, there was no trace of jealousy. It was evident that Chen Mo's exhibited prowess had earned their genuine respect. As Chen Mo and the others walked on, Xing Tianyi and the others seemed still captivated by the shock. They yearned to voice their thoughts, especially considering that Chen Mo's extraordinary abilities had not been absorbed by Xing Tianlei. However, these words lodged in their throats, unsaid, due to the presence of the principal. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance of a cave. Within the shadowy depths of the cave emanated a series of exceedingly sharp energies, as if it harbored unfathomable terrors. Though Chen Mo, Shang Tianlei, and the others were formidable, they felt a slight stagnation in their blood. Before we enter the celestial artifact cave, I wish to pose 2 questions. Lin Wudi turned to Chen Mo, narrowing his eyes with a gentle smile. Your gifted abilities should only encompass 2, correct? One of which should be above the level. Indeed, it is above the level, and there exists a corresponding extraordinary ability, Chen Mo affirmed. However, the extraordinary abilities beyond this level cannot be awakened independently. They require a gradual evolution through the use of celestial herbs. The 4 deans, for instance, have all undergone evolution through such herbs. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo smiled lightly and replied, it should be at the level. He had never contemplated the idea of concealment. To play the fool and hide one's true strength? That was not his intention. In an instant, everyone was left dumbfounded, gazing at Chen Mo in disbelief. A level. Moreover, a congenital level. It felt as though a nuclear bomb had detonated within their minds. All but the principal were left in a state of utter shock. It is known that evolving a gifted ability to such a level is exceedingly challenging. 1 in 10 would succeed, and a congenital level is even rarer, verging on extinction across the globe. Now, Chen Mo's innate talent was not merely at the level of giftedness, but transcended it. What kind of monster is this? Instinctively, everyone found themselves cursing internally. Xing Tianlei, Lin Qingzhu, and Zhou Wenyu exchanged glances, each revealing a bitter smile. Their backgrounds were not insignificant, and they were well aware of such secrets. However, hearing that Chen Mo possessed a talent above level left them profoundly shaken. The reason was simple. It was extraordinarily uncommon. Lin Wudi, upon hearing the news, merely raised an eyebrow, displaying a hint of surprise and admiration. He then smiled and inquired, what about your marksmanship? At this, the expressions of the crowd turned to confusion once more. Hadn't Chen Mo already showcased his marksmanship in the earlier competition? Could it be that he had been concealing it? Beyond marksmanship lies the attribute marksmanship. Surely, Chen Mo could not have comprehended the attribute marksmanship as well. It is worth noting that the gifted individuals cultivated in the neighboring 2 universities only grasped the concept of attribute marksmanship to a limited extent. However, what Chen Mo said next allowed them to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, Chen Mo merely smiled softly. I've touched upon the threshold, just a little threshold. As the crowd relaxed, they also felt a prickling sensation at the nape of their necks. This guy? Even touching upon a mere threshold is an astonishing achievement. Xing Tianyi immediately reproached Chen Mo, yet his words were laced with excitement and fervor. Gu Linghan, Shen Tuyi, and Xiang Tiange were equally exhilarated, though they were incensed by Xing Tiany's reproach. This fellow was a classic case of gaining an advantage while acting coy. Even if Chun Mo had merely brushed against the threshold of attribute marksmanship, reaching the stage of just entering or halfway into it, that alone would surpass the 30 billion inhabitants of the Great Xia Federation. Chun Mo truly was an unparalleled prodigy. The bitter smiles on the faces of Shang Tianlei, Lin Qingzhu, and Zhou Wenyu deepened. Chun Mo, having comprehended attribute marksmanship, had already bested them without employing it. If he were to wield attribute marksmanship, what would become of them? Even if he revealed just a hint of his prowess, they would surely find themselves utterly outmatched. They could scarcely fathom the situation. The principal, Lin Wudi, merely smiled lightly, a glint of mischief flickering in his murky eyes. Still at the threshold, are we? A commendable threshold it is, with ample room for progress. Chen Mo chuckled and nodded. Your guidance is invaluable, principal. Lin Wudi shook his head and gestured toward the cave of celestial artifacts. Since the inquiries have concluded, it is time for you four to enter the cave. I shall enlighten you on the essential aspects of the celestial artifact cave. I hope you can immerse yourselves fully and select an artifact that belongs to you. In an instant, Chen Mo, Shang Tianlei, Lin Qingzhu, and Zhou Wenyu all adopted a serious demeanor. They understood that mastering a celestial artifact would be their greatest asset, propelling their abilities to unparalleled heights. Perhaps it would allow them to stand out in the upcoming tri-school competition. Yet, they were left wondering what kind of celestial artifact awaited them. As they ventured deeper, Principal Lin Wudi's words resonated in their ears. Celestial artifacts are not merely weapons. They embody a primal force. They can transform into weapons that reflect your innermost desires. Each weapon begins at a basic level but will grow stronger as your innate abilities and energy increase. With Lin Wudi's words, excitement surged within them. A weapon that evolves with their energy. Considering their own power, far surpassing that of their peers, they could only imagine the terrifying celestial artifacts they could summon. At that moment, Gu Linghan remarked with a smile, celestial artifacts are categorized by rank. Shen Tuyi nodded. They are divided into elementary, intermediate, and advanced celestial artifacts. Xiang Tiange added, when the time comes to sense the celestial artifacts, do not be overly anxious. It is all a matter of fate. Xing Tianyi interjected, however, when the opportunity arises, it is imperative to strive for your desires. The group nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Chen Mo inquired, Principal Xing, what rank is your celestial artifact? Xing Tianyi smiled gently. The four of us, along with the other three principals, possess intermediate celestial artifacts. Do not be misled by their intermediate rank. Typically, only one individual per year acquires a celestial artifact. Advanced celestial artifacts are even rarer. Upon hearing Xing Tianyi's words, the group grew solemn. The four esteemed principals were all prodigies in their own right, and even they wielded only intermediate celestial artifacts. What level of artifact should they aspire to? Before long, they arrived at a cold pond spanning nearly 10 acres. Lin Wudi stood with his hands clasped behind his back and smiled. This cold pond is known as the Celestial Artifact Pond. By stepping into the pond and comprehending the true essence of the artifacts within, you will be able to obtain a corresponding celestial artifact. We await you outside, the four deans said in unison. Keep going. The crowd nodded in agreement and then stepped into the frigid pool. Instantly, an invisible force transformed into rippling waves, spreading outwards with great intensity. Within the icy waters and beyond, it felt as though two distinctly different realms had emerged. Outside the pool, Huoxiu smiled slyly. I wonder what kind of celestial artifact they will awaken this time. Gu Linghan replied with a grin. Perhaps a high-level celestial artifact. Of course, I am referring to Chen Mo. The other three deans were momentarily taken aback. Previously, Gu Linghan had been the most critical of Chen Mo. Yet now he was suggesting that Chen Mo might obtain a high-level celestial artifact. It is worth noting that high-level celestial artifacts are a rarity, appearing only once in several decades. Xing Tianyi chuckled softly. Old Gu, if Chen Mo truly awakens a high-level celestial artifact, I promise to treat you to a drink. Laughter erupted among the group. At that moment, a voice interrupted, leaving them momentarily stunned. What if that young man, Chen, were to obtain the ultimate celestial artifact? Principal Lin Wudi said with a gentle smile. The ultimate celestial artifact. In an instant, the crowd felt a chill run down their spines. For the ultimate celestial artifact lies above high-level artifacts, and is the most formidable of all. No one in the past few centuries has ever acquired one. And now, Lin Wuti was suggesting that Chen Mo might obtain the ultimate celestial artifact. If he were to present it during the inter-school competition, the other schools would surely be rendered speechless. Observing the expressions of the crowd, Lin Wuti casually waved his sleeve. Suddenly, a mirror appeared before them, revealing the scene within the icy pool. In a daze, they found themselves at the center of the frigid waters. A sharp, powerful aura surged from all directions. Within this fierce atmosphere, they could not help but sense the overwhelming strength surrounding them. Next, we simply need to focus on unleashing our innate abilities to attract the attention of the celestial artifact, correct? Zhou Wenyu inquired. Yes, as the principal mentioned. That is indeed the case, Lin Qingzhu nodded. So who shall go first? Sheng Tianlei proposed. The three of them instinctively turned their gaze to Chen Mo, the strongest among them, naturally seeking his input first. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo replied, You go ahead, I will observe for now. The three top talents were taken aback, feeling a surge of gratitude, believing that Chen Mo was intentionally allowing them the opportunity. Thus, they began to discuss the order among themselves. Meanwhile, Chen Mo raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling an inexplicable pull from beneath the icy waters, as if something was beckoning him. However, it was elusive, requiring him to harness his senses to pinpoint it. This would take some time, as he did not mind letting Lin Qingzhu and the others try first. Lin Qingzhu would be the first to sense the celestial artifact. A graceful silhouette gently approached the center of the cold pond, cautiously closing her eyes. Soon, her form began to emanate ethereal talents. Before long, these ethereal gifts seemed to establish a connection with the pond. The water trembled slightly before suddenly erupting in 3 beams of white essence. Each beam radiated an overwhelming pressure. Observing this scene, Lin Qingzhu sighed. Is it limited to a low-tier celestial artifact? White signifies a low-tier celestial artifact, blue represents a mid-tier celestial artifact, and purple denotes a high-tier celestial artifact. This was the knowledge imparted by Lin Wuti before their entrance. Nevertheless, having acquired a source celestial artifact, she did not feel overly disheartened. Sensing the formidable energy contained within the white essence, she reached out to touch it, and in an instant, the white essence exploded. Subsequently, a sharp longsword was abruptly grasped in Lin Qingzhu's hand. What immense power! Feeling the energy radiating from the sword, her eyes sparkled with delight. With this longsword, Lin Qingzhu's strength could increase by at least 2 to 3 times. Not to mention, it was a weapon capable of growth. I shall name you the Qingzhu sword. With that thought, she focused her mind, and the Qingzhu sword transformed into a stream of light, flowing into her consciousness. The celestial artifact, being a source, could accommodate the wielder's mind. Zhou Wenyu and Sheng Tianlei watched in awe upon Lin Qingzhu obtaining the celestial artifact. The pressure it exuded made their energies quiver slightly in trepidation. Clearly, a celestial artifact was an immensely powerful enhancement. Next, it was Zhou Wenyu's turn, and he too sensed a low-tier celestial artifact, which transformed into armor that enveloped his body. This resonated perfectly with his practiced heavenly control technique and innate abilities. Soon after, it was Sheng Tianlei's turn. To everyone's surprise, he awakened a blue mid-tier celestial artifact, which thrilled him immensely. As the mid-tier artifact settled upon him, it morphed into a pair of gauntlets, exuding an imposing aura. Lastly, it was Chen Mo's turn. All eyes turned to him as he lifted his gaze. The celestial artifact at the bottom of the cold pond was finally connected. What tier would it be? Chapter 78, Celestial Artifacts. No one knew the level of the celestial artifact linked beneath the pond. Chen Mo exhaled a deep breath and leisurely strode forward. Soon, he arrived at the center of the cold pond. In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon him, revealing expressions of anticipation. What level would he attain? Zhou Wenyu inquired. Uncertain, Lin Qingzhu and Sheng Tianlei shook their heads. We do not know, and dare not speculate. Outside the pond, the gazes of the 6 were riveted on Chen Mo. What kind of celestial artifact do you think Chen Mo will awaken? Gulinghan looked around. The principal spoke of the ultimate celestial artifact, and Shin Tuyi laughed heartily. The crowd erupted in laughter. When it comes to the so-called ultimate celestial artifact, no one dares to believe in its existence. It is well known that for centuries, no one has successfully connected with it. Countless extraordinarily gifted individuals have emerged over the centuries. Even the 3 martial saints who founded the Xianyuan Martial Arts University, or the later eminent Principal Lin Wuti, stand as titans at the pinnacle of the human realm. Yet, what they awakened was merely advanced celestial artifacts. For Chun Mo to rise to their level and awaken the ultimate celestial artifact seems an insurmountable challenge. All right, Lin Wuti said, waving his hand with a smile. There's no need to dwell too much on this matter. Blind speculation is of no consequence. Ultimately, it depends on Chun Mo's actual circumstances. The other deans nodded in agreement. In the center of the cold pool, a solitary figure stood tall. Chun Mo closed his eyes and then opened them once more. In an instant, the nine heavens' dark thunder body was unleashed, and a terrifying dark tide coiled around his fingertips. Subsequently, under the gaze of many, the tranquil cold pool began to boil. Glub, glub, glub. The surface of the cold pool suddenly erupted in a torrent of splashes, and then dozens of streaks of light simultaneously surged forth from the depths. An overwhelming energy poured out uncontrollably. In that moment, the crowd was momentarily stunned. How is this possible? Zhou Wenyu exclaimed. Among those streaks of light were various hues of white, blue, and purple. Astonishingly, these were celestial artifacts that had voluntarily chosen Chun Mo. By the heavens, there are even purple ones. No, 3 purple ones. The onlookers were left speechless. It is important to note that purple signifies advanced celestial artifacts, and now, 3 advanced celestial artifacts had willingly gravitated towards Chun Mo. The greater the number of celestial artifact sources, the more the artifacts favored the talent of the chooser. Now, the number of celestial artifact sources that Chun Mo had acquired had utterly surpassed their wildest imaginations. Dozens of celestial artifact sources. Among them, 3 were advanced celestial artifacts. Who could have foreseen this? Even the 4 deans had never witnessed such a scene, their eyes widening in astonishment. They had guided and taught students to enter the celestial artifact cold pool for many years, and the most they had ever encountered were students who matched their own caliber and obtained intermediate celestial artifacts. They had never encountered advanced celestial artifacts in their entire experience. At that moment, Xing Tianyi burst into hearty laughter and said, "Old Gu, I must treat you to drinks when we go out." Gu Linghan murmured to himself, "Why don't you just let Chun Mo come to me?" Xing Tianyi immediately jumped up, exclaiming, "How could that be? This is a student with 3 innate talents and advanced celestial artifacts. This is a once-in-a-century marvel. How could one possibly let it slip away?" At this moment, both Shin Tuyi and Xiang Tiango were filled with profound regret, lamenting why they hadn't held on a little longer. Just then, a voice echoed once more. "There is no need for you to be anxious," Lin Wuti murmured to himself, yet a flicker of astonishment glimmered in his half-closed eyes. It seemed to be something extraordinary. The crowd was momentarily stunned as an audacious thought, one that seemed utterly implausible, surged into their minds. Instantly, they hurriedly turned their gaze forward. Could it be? They beheld the tumultuous cold pool once again erupting. This explosion was far more powerful than the previous boiling, its force magnified several dozens of times. It nearly obliterated the lake's surface as a towering column of water surged upward, reaching the top of the cavern. Buzz! As the crowd regained clarity, they stood frozen in disbelief, gazing at the unfolding scene before them. They watched as the water column gradually dissipated, transforming into a cascade of radiant light. Yet, within this radiant spectacle, the hues were not white, blue, or purple, but a resplendent golden brilliance. Buzz! The entire dim cavern was instantly illuminated by this golden hue. The terrifying light flooding within. The earth trembled. The cold pool bubbled. The 3 individuals within the cold pool simultaneously felt every cell in their bodies quaking. It was a sensation akin to reverence. The true essence of the celestial artifact had merged with their beings. They possessed a fragment of its true source within them. Thus, encountering this elevated, even ultimate, essence of the celestial artifact was only to be expected. However, a golden celestial artifact. None of the 3 had ever heard of such a thing. Outside the cold pool, within the cavern, there was silence. An eerie quiet enveloped the 4 deans, who suddenly found themselves engulfed in a strange state of disbelief. Ultimate celestial artifact. Ultimate celestial artifact. Ultimate celestial artifact. Good heavens! Could it be that I am not mistaken? An ultimate celestial artifact. My word! Expressions of incredulity adorned every face. An ultimate celestial artifact. It had been nearly 1,000 years since anyone had felt such a presence. And now, Chun Mo had actually perceived it. Everyone was left in a daze. This young man is truly formidable. Xing Tian's face flushed crimson. He had never anticipated that, even in his twilight years. he would discover a student endowed with such extraordinary talent. It was indeed a stroke of serendipity. The other 3 deans were at a loss for words. Is this what a top-tier prodigy looks like? Huasu murmured to himself, astonishment evident in his murky gaze. Meanwhile, Principal Lin Wudi's pupils slightly dilated as he beheld the golden radiance hovering before Chinemo. A gentle smile graced his lips. At last, a member of the human race had accomplished this feat. It was no small achievement. Truly, an arduous journey indeed. Within the frigid depths of the cold pool, Chinemo gazed at the golden radiance before him, feeling little shock. Earlier, through his innate connection, he had already sensed this golden light. Judging by its aura, it was likely a supreme artifact, the foremost among all weapons. He extended his hand to touch the true source of the celestial artifact. In an instant, the golden essence of the artifact transformed into a long spear. A stream of information surged into Chunmo's mind. This spear was named the Yin-Yang Chaos Spear. Chapter 79. The Eternal Heavenly Law. Half a month later, in front of the Villa District, Chinemo was diligently practicing his spear techniques. In his grasp was a resplendent golden spear, adorned with intricate patterns that were both magnificent and peculiar, evoking a sense of awe. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the profound aura that spiraled around it. Indeed, Chinemo exhaled a breath of turbid air. At that moment, he had ascended to the initial stage of the 4th rank martial artist. The weapon he wielded was none other than the Yin-Yang Chaos Spear. With this celestial artifact in his possession, his strength had likely increased tenfold. As he contemplated this, excitement flickered in his gaze. Tenfold indeed. Perhaps even more. The Yin-Yang Chaos Spear, combined with his 4th rank initial stage, had exponentially heightened his overall combat prowess to a terrifying degree. Chinemo could confidently declare himself unmatched within the 4th rank. Furthermore, his Divine Slayer Spear intent had reached a perfected state through days of refinement. Feeling the immense power coursing through him, a smile danced upon Chunmo's lips. His comprehension, his innate abilities had evidently reached their zenith. It was time to delve into martial arts. Thus, at the upcoming inter-school competition, he might very well challenge those 3rd-year students directly. Chinemo chuckled softly. The 3rd-year students from the 3 prestigious martial arts academies were undoubtedly among the finest prodigies of the Great Xia Federation, the pinnacle of combat prowess. The 4th-year students had mostly embarked on military internships, hunting fierce beasts. He did not wish to merely compare himself with 1st and 2nd-year students during the inter-school competition. Competing against the strongest was what truly fueled his martial spirit. Time passed swiftly. Chinemo arrived at the office of the Eternal Heavenly Academy. Xing Tianyi looked up, smiling. Is there something you need? Since Chinemo had acquired the ultimate celestial artifact, Xing Tianyi's attitude had improved remarkably day by day. The resources and conditions provided were far superior to those given to his own son. Chinemo smiled gently. Old Xing, I intend to comprehend the Eternal Heavenly Law. Eternal Heavenly Law? Xing Tianyi was taken aback, and then, incredulously exclaimed, You've broken through to the initial stage of the 4th rank? In an instant, Xing Tianyi grasped Chunmo's hand, only to release it shortly thereafter. You have truly reached the initial stage of the 4th rank. My heavens! How on earth have you cultivated so rapidly? Xing Tianyi could distinctly recall that when Chunmo entered the academy, he was merely at the mid-stage of the 1st rank. Yet now, after merely 2 months, his cultivation had soared like a rocket to the initial stage of the 4th rank. The talent you possess is truly astonishing. Xing Tianyi sighed. Though shocked, he had grown somewhat numb to such revelations over the past 2 months. The astonishment Chunmo brought him was like a relentless tide, leaving him in a state of tingling awe. You intend to cultivate the Eternal Monument, do you? Follow me, he said. I shall inform the entire academy to witness the acquisition of the Eternal Monument. Chunmo nodded in agreement. He had taken the time to understand the benefits of the Eternal Monument, which would undoubtedly enrich those around him. He was not one to harbor narrow-mindedness. Aiding humanity in enhancing their combat prowess was indeed a commendable endeavor. By the way, as a freshman, your sudden attainment of the Eternal Monument's 1st rank will surely incite dissatisfaction among your peers. Chunmo lifted his gaze, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Subdue them. Xing Tianyi nodded in approval. In the world of martial arts, strength reigns supreme. Before long, they arrived at the center of the Eternal Sky Academy, where a towering stone monument pierced the heavens. This colossal stone slab stood at the heart of the academy, surrounded by a throng of students. Upon Chinmo's arrival, Expressions of astonishment rippled through the crowd. That is the freshman accepting the legacy of the eternal monument. A freshman? How could he possibly receive such a legacy? Is this a mistake? Headmaster. Indeed, there is no error. It is said that this young man ranks first among the freshmen. What of that? Can his cultivation truly rival mine? I heard he even placed in the top 3 during the competition for the celestial artifact. Top 3? How is that possible? The crowd erupted in incredulity. The competition for the celestial artifact was the most rigorous examination within the university, typically reserved for second-year students. The Eternal Sky Academy had no eligibility to participate. Yet, Headmaster Lin Wudi, eager for Chun Mo, this formidable talent, to showcase his prowess during the inter-school competition, had entered into a confidentiality agreement with the other prodigies. Thus, only whispers of the event had emerged, leaving the truth difficult to discern. Most were inclined to believe it was improbable. After all, Chun Mo was merely a freshman. Gazing at the sea of faces, Xing Tianyi floated gracefully in the air, a gentle smile gracing his features. Welcome, everyone, to the presentation of the Eternal Monument. Next, Chun Mo shall accept the legacy of the Eternal Monument. Of course, our academy values democracy, and we shall grant everyone the right to question. Those who wish to voice their doubts may stand now. The inheritor of the Eternal Sky Monument is destined to be recognized as the candidate for the next dean of the Eternal Sky Academy. Naturally, this individual must not only acquire the legacy of the Eternal Sky Monument, but also earn the corresponding prestige among the students. Xing Tianyi is quite eager to witness this unfold. He is curious to see to what extent Chun Mo's abilities have developed after half a month's cultivation. Just as Xing Tianyi's words fell, 3 figures suddenly rose from the crowd, like lightning, made their way to the front of the Eternal Sky Monument. We refuse to yield. Indeed, I refuse to yield as well. The 3 individuals, all clad in robes, emanated the formidable aura of high-ranking 4th-tier martial artists, clearly indicating that they were third-year students. Chun Mo regarded these 3 with no surprise. Due to the exceedingly high requirements of the Eternal Sky method, most prodigies chose not to attend the Eternal Sky Academy, resulting in a scarcity of exceptional talent within its ranks. A 4th-tier high-ranking student in their 3rd year at the academy was already commendable, yet for Chun Mo, they still seemed rather weak. You 3 may come at me together. Chun Mo remarked nonchalantly, his face betraying a complete lack of concern. Upon seeing Chun Mo's indifferent demeanor, the 3 who had risen first were taken aback, followed by a flicker of indignation in their eyes. They had not expected a freshman to display such audacity. With a shared thought, a sinister glint passed through their eyes. Attack. Chun Mo, allow me to teach you the importance of respecting your seniors. Defeat him. In an instant, the muscles of the 3 surged explosively, unleashing waves of energy. The eternal sky's freezing ice sealed all, the eternal sky's blazing fire scorched the heavens, and the eternal sky's earth thickened the ground. In a mere moment, a torrent of energy surged toward Chun Mo. Chapter 80. Chung Feng. As the combined energies of the 3 approached, the ground trembled beneath their might. Indeed, these attacks should be beyond Chun Mo's capacity to withstand. Correct. The Eternal Sky method grants an enhancement of all attributes to those with innate abilities. Even though we have only just begun, it is more than sufficient to deal with a freshman. Chun Mo is doomed. With a multitude of voices echoing these sentiments, the pillar of light formed by the converging energies surged toward Chun Mo, darkening the very skies. The terrifying energy threatened to tear the air apart, casting a shadow over the entire realm. Yet, as Chun Mo beheld the expanding wave of energy before him, he merely shrugged his shoulders. He then lifted his head, and before he could act further, 4 dark, thunderous liquid forms surged up his back, followed by the sudden emergence of massive dark thunder arms. The appearance of these colossal arms instantly captivated the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, the shadowy hand of the thunder of darkness transformed into a formidable palm technique, striking forth with relentless force. A colossal palm imprint, nearly 5 meters in size, surged towards the 3 approaching pillars of energy. Boom! The clash between the dark thunder palm imprint and the energy columns erupted in a dazzling display of brilliance. Subsequently, to the astonishment of the crowd, that dark thunder palm imprint, akin to a force of nature, utterly rent asunder the 3 energy light columns. Boom! The terrifying energy exploded in an instant, sending the 3 students who had dared to challenge Chun Mo hurtling backward. All present were left in stunned silence. A single strike to obliterate our third-year students. What on earth? Is this truly a freshman? Could it be that he has indeed secured a top 3 position in the contest for the celestial artifact? Impossible. How could that be? Just look at him. He hasn't even exerted his full strength. To be so formidable as a freshman? No wonder the dean granted him the qualification for the Eternal Sky Tablet. Whispers erupted among the crowd, their gazes towards Chun Mo now tinged with a hint of reverence. After all, in this world, only the powerful command the respect of others. Seeing the defeated expressions of those around him, Xing Tianyi felt no surprise. After all, Chun Mo, at the mid-tier of the third rank, had nearly annihilated Sheng Tianlei and Zhou Wenyu. What's more, he was far superior to those third-year students in his own academy, who were outmatched even by second-year students. However, the tide had turned completely. With Chun Mo, he could concentrate all the resources of the Eternal Sky Academy on him. Just then, before Xing Tianyi could finish his thought, another voice broke through the murmurs. Chun Mo narrowed his eyes, observing as a figure slowly emerged from the crowd. It was a robed man with a long beard. To label him merely as a bearded man would be an understatement. He appeared quite aged. It was Cheng Feng, the top student of the third-year cohort at the Eternal Sky Academy. Surely, he would not yield to Chun Mo. He was likely to be quite proud. Having honed his skills to challenge the limits by practicing the Eternal Sky technique, it was said that he was on the verge of mastering it. The path of martial arts training is divided into stages: initiation, mastery, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection. Reaching the stage of minor accomplishment signifies one as a remarkable talent. Moreover, mastering the notoriously difficult Eternal Sky technique, his prowess had already reached the 4th rank at perfection. Thus, Cheng Feng's overall combat capability was arguably the strongest in the entire Eternal Sky Academy, excluding those who had gone to military training. Cheng Feng spread his arms wide. I am Cheng Feng. Chun Mo nodded. I am Chun Mo. You must understand why I refuse to accept your superiority, correct? To gain recognition through the Eternal Sky Tablet, you must first defeat me. Otherwise, I shall not allow you to comprehend it. Cheng Feng let out a cold snort and drew a black gold dagger from his waist. In an instant, a streak of dark radiance surged forth from the sheath, and countless manifestations of blade intent erupted, leaving deep gashes on the ground. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Cheng Feng had mastered the embryonic form of blade intent. Indeed, how astonishing to have grasped the embryonic form of blade intent. Such talent is unparalleled. The embryonic form of blade intent, mastery of the eternal heaven technique, and a talent that rivals the stormy skies. Chun Mo stands no chance. How can one possibly contend with that? If it were me, I would likely surrender. The spectators murmured among themselves. Yet, as they beheld the blade intent radiating from Cheng Feng, Chun Mo's expression remained utterly unchanged. You go first, Chun Mo said. Cheng Feng furrowed his brow and then gripped a long sword firmly in his hand, the veins on his arm bulging like twisted pine branches. In that case, do not blame me for being impolite. With a swift motion, Cheng Feng transformed into a fleeting shadow and surged forward like a tempest, reaching Chun Mo in an instant. Possessing the gift of stormy skies, his speed was astonishing, not to mention the comprehensive enhancement from the Eternal Heaven technique. Even a mid-level 4th-tier warrior would find it difficult to match the speed of Cheng Feng, who already surpassed some 5th-tier warriors. The blade intent of Eternal Heaven roamed like a storm. As he closed the distance to Chun Mo, Cheng Feng unleashed dozens of blade energies with a single sweep of his long sword. In mere moments, these blade energies surged toward Chun Mo. Each blade energy contained numerous variations, dazzling to behold. Without preparation, one might be cleaved into countless fragments. However, when these blade energies reached Chun Mo, they were dreadfully slow. Chun Mo sighed and then raised his hand. Dark Thunder Finger. Suddenly, a massive dark thunder disk appeared behind Chun Mo, to the astonishment of the onlookers. From within that disk, a gigantic dark thunder finger, measuring a full 5 meters, shot forth. The surface of the dark thunder finger was not only enveloped in terrifying energy, but also imbued with an unfathomable intent of the spear. Impossible. It is spear intent. Cheng Feng's pupils contracted in disbelief. As this colossal dark thunder finger manifested, it effortlessly shattered all of Cheng Feng's blade energies. Boom. The terrifying dark thunder fingers seemed to rend the very fabric of space, instantly tearing apart the chasm between heaven and earth as it crashed toward Cheng Feng. Bang! Under the impact of this dark thunder finger, Cheng Feng was sent flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Thus, Cheng Feng was defeated. All eyes turned swiftly to Chun Mo, filled with incredulity. The entire venue fell into an eerie silence. As if in this vast expanse of land, there existed a natural spotlight, completely illuminating Chun Mo. He surveyed his surroundings with an expression of profound tranquility. Who dares to dissent? Chapter 81, Enlightenment Silence. Peace. Before the eternal stone tablet, everyone fell into a profound stillness, their gazes fixed upon Chun Mo, eyes brimming with incredulity. Yet, the truth unfolded before them. Chun Mo had indeed dispatched Cheng Feng with a single strike. Gulp. The sound of swallowed breaths echoed through the air. Memories of the legend surfaced. During the contest for the celestial artifact, Chun Mo had triumphed overall, claiming the championship. Could this possibly be true? The crowd quickly shook their heads. Such a feat was utterly extraordinary. Suspended in the air, Xing Tianyi's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. The arrival of Chun Mo was indeed a blessing for their eternal academy. All right, everyone, settle down, Xing Tianyi gestured. The crowd complied, having been rendered mute by Chun Mo's overwhelming presence. Observing this, Chun Mo's expression turned grave. The trial of the Eternal Stone Tablet was an exceedingly rare opportunity, almost impossible to encounter. Should he succeed, he might achieve a level of mastery in the eternal law that would be beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners. Subsequently, everyone seated themselves on the ground, directing their gaze towards the Eternal Stone Tablet. Chun Mo, you stand before the Eternal Tablet. The crowd immediately adopted a meditative posture, including Cheng Feng. Their attention converged on Chun Mo, filled with respect, despite his status as merely a freshman. Chun Mo gradually approached the stone tablet, a sense of ancient pressure enveloping him, as if he were amidst a desolate battlefield. Is this the Eternal Stone Tablet? He murmured to himself. At that moment, a voice resonated in everyone's ears. Eternal Stone Tablet. Activate. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted from the stone tablet, a mysterious aura swirling like a tornado, enveloping every individual present, with Chun Mo as the focal point. Whoosh! 3 more beams of light descended, revealing Gu Linghan, Shen Tuyi, and Xiang Tiange, the strongest among the students of Xianyuan Martial Arts University. Upon sensing the commotion, they rushed to the Eternal Academy. Goodness! Has Chun Mo broken through to a 4th-grade warrior? Gu Linghan exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, Chun Mo is nothing short of a prodigy. In just over 2 months, he advanced from the mid-stage of the 1st grade to the early stage of the 4th grade. This is truly remarkable. Xiang Tiange shook his head. Moreover, he has accepted the challenge of the Eternal Stone Tablet. The future is unfathomable. Listening to the words of Xiang Tiange, Gu Linghan and Shen Tuyi once again directed their gaze towards Chun Mo, who was enveloped in radiant light. Once upon a time, this little fellow had aspired to join their academy. Yet now, he was being relinquished to them. Well, it is not the moment for regrets. Xing Tianyi crossed his arms and let out a light chuckle. Should we not consider how much of the scriptures on the eternal monument Yang Qin has comprehended? 80. Gu Linghan replied without hesitation. Not enough. Chun Mo's words indicate at least 85. Shen Tuyi added. In my personal view, Chun Mo should be around 90. Xiang Tiange remarked. Upon hearing the words of the other 3 academy heads, Xing Tianyi's lips curled into a broad smile. It is known that grasping the eternal monument is exceedingly challenging. For prodigies from other academies, understanding 80 or 90 is not a problem. However, for their eternal academy, the highest record stands at 75, and that was set by Xing Tianyi himself. It was presumed that this record would remain unbroken until Chun Mo's emergence began to challenge their notions. I personally believe. What if Chun Mo comprehends it to perfection? Xing Tianyi mused, his arms crossed, and a playful smirk adorning his face. The 3 academy heads exchanged glances, their expressions turning serious. Gu Linghan remarked, Old Xing, do not get ahead of yourself. Perfection would imply complete communion with the eternal monument, something that has never occurred in the annals of our Blue Star's history. At this, Xing Tianyi chuckled, acknowledging, of course, I merely mentioned it as a possibility. All right, everyone. Let us turn our attention to Chun Mo. Thus, all eyes shifted entirely towards Chun Mo. At this moment, he seemed to have entered a realm of his own. It was a space shrouded in darkness, yet within it, a beam of light shone brightly. In the next instant, Chun Mo found himself standing upon an ancient battlefield. The air was thick with the chaos of war. In the distance, one could see a tumultuous tide of combatants. Upon closer inspection, It was evident that they were the human race clashing with ferocious beasts. This was a cataclysm of blood and fire. Is this the virtual space? It seems I have entered the very essence of the eternal monument. Chun Mo remained unperturbed, analyzing the scene with calm resolve. At that moment, a figure suddenly soared into view. This figure raised its fist, muscles rippling, and struck with immense force. Boom! The impact sent ripples through the space, resulting in the immediate demise of tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. Chun Mo could distinctly perceive that this was pure physical power. No profound intent, no innate talent. Merely a body refined to the pinnacle of martial prowess. Powerful, terrifying, striking awe into one's heart. It was at least the level of a 9th-rank martial king, or even a 10th-rank martial saint. Is this the ultimate manifestation of martial arts? Truly, it is utterly fearsome. Chun Mo's pupils constricted slightly. For reasons unknown, every inch of the figure's muscular form suddenly manifested perfectly before Chun Mo's eyes. The clarity was extraordinary. Every subtlety of exertion, every nuance of breath, and every pulse of blood flowed vividly in Chun Mo's sight. Such strength. Chun Mo fixated intently on the silhouette. At this moment, he comprehended the operation of the Eternal Heaven Monument. It was, in fact, the observation of the figure itself that facilitated the understanding of the Eternal Heaven technique. No wonder the technique was so challenging. It intricately involved every aspect of the physical body. Most individuals could never grasp it. Yet he was Chun Mo, distinct from the rest. His prodigious talent for comprehension had remained lodged in his mind. Come, let me see how much I can learn. Time trickled slowly. The radiance gradually faded. Many began to open their eyes, having attained a certain degree of enlightenment regarding the Eternal Heaven technique. Just then, someone exclaimed, "Look at Ching Feng." It was evident that every muscle on Cheng Feng's body was distinctly visible, brimming with overwhelming power. This was a hallmark of having achieved minor mastery of the Eternal Heaven technique. Cheng Feng opened his eyes, a light smile gracing his lips. Is this what power feels like? He then turned his gaze towards Chun Mo, still shrouded in brilliance, eager to see how much Chun Mo could truly grasp. Chapter 82. The mysterious. It was said that utilizing the Eternal Heaven Monument would enable a martial artist to swiftly master minor achievements and beyond of the Eternal Heaven technique. If Chun Mo had not attained minor mastery or higher, Cheng Feng would not be able to do much, yet the thought alone delighted him. With this in mind, Cheng Feng couldn't help but glance at Chun Mo. In the heavens above, Lao Xing remarked, "Why hasn't that kid Chun Mo finished receiving the legacy yet?" Gu Linghan furrowed her brows. Typically, the duration for receiving ordinary legacies was usually within 10 minutes, with the longest being half an hour. Yet Chun Mo had been engaged for a full hour. Uncertain, Xing Tianyi also wore a troubled expression, power surging within him. He was prepared to act at a moment's notice should anything arise. At that moment, a figure suddenly tore through space, appearing before the astonished gazes of the crowd. This figure was visible only to the 4 deans. The rest could not perceive it. The expressions of those present turned grave. The principal. The newcomer was none other than Principal Lin Wudi. With a smile, Lin Wudi said, "Do not disturb him." A wave of confusion swept through the crowd, but no one dared to question further. Lin Wudi was the most formidable and seasoned individual in the entire Xianyuan Martial Arts University. If he deemed there was no issue, then indeed, there was none. However, unbeknownst to them, a flicker of astonishment passed through the principal's eyes. Could he truly have acquired the legacy from that esteemed figure? Ultimate celestial artifact, the legacy of that individual Chun Mo. Who are you truly? In Principal Lin Wudi's eyes, an indescribable emotion flickered. Within the eternal tablet, Chun Mo exhaled a breath of murky air. 1 hour? No. In this virtual realm, he had endured a full month of time. During this month, he had finally perfected the cultivation of the eternal technique. Indeed, it was at the levels of minor success, major success, and perfection, the most formidable manifestation of martial arts. It was time to emerge, Chun Mo murmured to himself. Having completed the eternal technique, he understood the necessity of returning to reality to review and practice. At that moment, a figure in the distance suddenly turned its gaze towards Chun Mo. The figure then approached him. "Senior, is there something you need?" Chun Mo inquired. "Senior?" The figure chuckled softly. "Perhaps I am more accurately your forebear." "Forebear, forebear, forebear." Chun Mo added an additional prefix, being polite. The figure smiled. "The eternal technique you are currently cultivating is merely the most basic form. If you wish to advance further, seek out the infernal eternal technique for your training." Chun Mo was taken aback. The eternal technique was not the pinnacle of martial arts. It seemed that the martial arts of this world were more intricate than he had imagined. I will soon impart the location of the infernal eternal technique into your mind. When you have time, pursue your cultivation diligently. The remaining time on Blue Star is limited. In an instant, the space collapsed, plunging everything into darkness. Shin Imo gazed into the philosophical void of darkness, furrowing his brow. Blue Star, time is running short? Streams of light abruptly dissipated from the eternal tablet, and the slender figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Chun Imo had emerged. What level had Chun Imo reached in his martial arts? He better not have exited without even achieving minor success. Indeed, that would be quite embarrassing. The crowd began to murmur among themselves. Each breakthrough in the proficiency of the eternal technique came with a corresponding state. For instance, the entry level was characterized by a body bound in restraint. Proficiency was marked by a body that flickered. Minor success and major success were based on the vitality of the flesh and blood. As for perfection, it signified the sanctification of the body, embodying profound sacred intent. At that moment, the four deans floated simultaneously in midair, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at Chun Imo. They sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from him. Just then, the brilliance seemed to fade entirely. A slender figure remained steadfast on the ground, motionless, gazing at the stone tablet. The crowd was stunned. Could it be? Did Chun Imo comprehend nothing at all? Truly nothing? The eternal steel is indeed the most precious treasure for cultivating the eternal method. Good heavens! It is nothing short of sacrilege. Just as the crowd expressed their astonishment, a radiant light suddenly erupted from Chun Mo's being. Is this mastery of the eternal method at an advanced level? One talented individual exclaimed in disbelief. No, it is not over yet. At that moment, a vast surge of blood energy suddenly expanded, filling the entire square in an instant. Everyone stood in stunned silence. This is the minor completion level of the eternal method. Chung Feng gazed at the overwhelming blood energy emanating from Chun Imo, swallowing hard. A flush of embarrassment creeping across his face. Just moments ago, he had dared to compare himself to Chun Imo. How utterly ridiculous. Yet, this was still not enough. In an instant, the vast blood energy surrounding Chun Imo erupted once more. Like a pillar of light, it soared into the heavens. Chun Mo's upper garments were completely torn apart, revealing a flawless physique that captivated all who beheld it. The major completion level. Now, even the four esteemed deans were left in shock, achieving the major completion level of the eternal method in a single moment. Such an occurrence is unprecedented in history. Xing Tianyi was immediately filled with excitement. Unbelievable. 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 It should be noted that when he comprehended the eternal method from the eternal steel, he had only reached the minor completion stage. Calm down, Xing Tianyi, Gu Linghan said, patting his shoulder. I sense that Chun Imo is far beyond this. At that moment, Shin Tuyi exclaimed, look quickly. Boom. In an instant, a mysterious radiance, akin to ancient martial texts, suddenly spread forth. Within this light, there lay a profound essence of simplicity. Everyone was left dumbfounded. They understood that this was the sacred intent born from mastering a top-tier martial art to its utmost limit. Is this fellow a monster? This thought echoed in the hearts of all present, leaving them in a state of stunned silence as they gazed at Chun Imo. The four deans on the platform were equally bewildered. It is known that a prodigy achieving full mastery without prior experience is a rarity in the history of Xianyuan Martial Arts University. Such an extraordinary talent should undoubtedly belong to their institution. In that moment, the three deans, aside from Xing Tianyi, wished fervently to elevate Chun Mo's status within their records. Such a top-tier prodigy, he ought to be claimed by their academy. Ultimately, it was Xing Tianyi who had the fortune of bringing him in. Meanwhile, Xing Tianyi remained frozen in place. Full mastery. I, Xing Tianyi, have a worthy successor. Lin Wudi observed the astonished quartet, shaking his head and breaking into a light smile. This reaction left the four in shock, as Lin Wudi appeared unfazed. What surprised him was that Chun Imo had already made contact with that esteemed individual. I must inquire further about this. Could everyone kindly offer some complimentary gifts? Thank you all for your support. The sequence of chapter releases is incorrect. The update for July 8th will be available by noon. Chapter 83, Resign. Please do not rush. The order of the chapters has become somewhat chaotic. Allow me 10 minutes to rectify this. As compensation, I shall add an additional chapter. As the sacred aura emanating from Chun Imo dissipated, all present remained in a state of bewilderment and confusion. It was not until Chen Imo inquired about their activities that they collectively snapped back to reality, their eyes reflecting an unparalleled astonishment. After all, encountering a prodigy who comprehends the supreme path to the point of perfection is truly a once-in-a-lifetime experience. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed. Since the comprehension of the eternal heaven steel has concluded, it is time to disperse. A figure appeared before the crowd, revealing a slight smile. Instantly, everyone's demeanor shifted to one of reverence. Yes. Subsequently, the crowd hastily dispersed, leaving only Chun Mo in front of the eternal heaven steel. For streams of light simultaneously surged forth towards him. You, Xing Tian exclaimed excitedly, delivering a playful punch to Chen Mo's chest. To reach perfection, how astonishing. Chun Mo replied with a gentle smile. I am deeply grateful to the principal, the deans, and the entire faculty for their collective guidance. Gu Linghan shot a glance at Chun Mo. This is your own cultivation. It has nothing to do with us. Shintu Yacha chuckled. We lack the capability to enable you to grasp the supreme path at such a level in an instant. Xiang Ting aside, had I known, I would have fought tooth and nail to secure you back then. With your formidable strength, you will likely dominate the upcoming interschool competition. Each of the 4 deans reacted in their own way, while Chun Mo graciously acknowledged them all. Now, it is my turn to engage in conversation, is it not? Lin Wudi said with a gentle smile. The 4 deans exchanged glances and transformed into streams of light, departing from the eternal heaven steel. After all, the principal had personally come to inquire, and they naturally wished to avoid any potential risks. You have encountered that senior, have you not? Lin Wudi inquired with a smile. Indeed, the esteemed predecessor, Chen Mo responded with a chuckle. Ha ha ha. Lin Wudi laughed heartily, a look of nostalgia crossing his eyes. When I first met him, he asked me to refer to him as the esteemed predecessor. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. Is the principal also cultivating the supreme path? Lin Wudi nodded yes. But he began his cultivation long before the establishment of the Xianyuan Martial Arts University. Before the university was established? Chen Mo pondered, realizing that Lin Wudi's lifespan must now exceed 500 years. Given that a 9th-rank martial king can live up to 800 years, Chen Mo was not particularly surprised. He lifted his gaze to Lin Wudi. Principal, that esteemed predecessor spoke to me in the realm, mentioning the blue star. Before he could finish, Chun Mo sensed an invisible force suddenly enveloping him, rendering him unable to utter a sound in this space. Perhaps, at this moment, your abilities are still somewhat lacking, rendering you unfit to heed these words. As the barriers of the cloistered space dissipated entirely, Chun Mo found himself momentarily dazed. Unfit to listen? Chun Mo did not feel disheartened. Instead, he resolved to practice even more diligently. Lin Wudi offered a gentle smile. Indeed, that esteemed senior must have mentioned the infernal ascension technique to you, correct? Chun Mo nodded, responding. The senior indicated that the location of the infernal ascension technique lies 300 kilometers away in the cold wind forest. Once this tri-school competition concludes, I shall personally venture there. Lin Wudi shrugged. It seems there is no need to wait for the tri-school competition to end. Chen Mo was taken aback, then exclaimed, the site of the tri-school competition is within the cold wind forest. As Chun Mo departed from the Eternal Sky Monument, the news of his mastery of the perfected Eternal Sky technique surged through the entire academy like a tidal wave. Countless individuals were left utterly astounded. They were all students from various academies, fully aware of the arduous nature of mastering top-tier martial arts, let alone the exceedingly challenging Eternal Sky technique. Yet, Chun Mo had merely cultivated the Eternal Sky Monument and astonishingly reached perfection. A prodigy. The term prodigy echoed in the minds of all present. In a virtual battlefield, Sheng Wujia unleashed a barrage of 100 swords. In an instant, the three-tailed sword tiger before him was riddled with gaping wounds. Indeed, after an entire month of relentless effort, he had finally slain the three-tailed sword tiger. Now, he was drawing ever closer to Chen Mo. A flicker of joy passed through Sheng Wujia's heart. Just then, a classmate suddenly sent him a message. He froze in place, stunned. Chen Mo had reached the 4th rank S initial stage. Chen Mo had mastered the perfected Eternal Sky technique. In that fleeting moment, these revelations struck Sheng Wujia's heart like a heavy blow. A bitter smile lingered in his mind. Would he ever surpass Chen Mo in his lifetime? On the other side, Lan Qi and Gu Jin harbored the same thoughts. Their faces bore expressions of bitter amusement. How could it be that, despite all being admitted together, Chen Mo experienced such meteoric advancement. Once upon a time, they had looked down upon this young man hailing from the Jiangnan province. Little did they know, he had now surged far ahead of them. Yet, in their hearts, a flicker of delight emerged. The tri-school competition was approaching swiftly. At that time, the first-year students would clash with one another. Should Chen Mo participate in the first-year contest, it would undoubtedly stir up tremendous waves of excitement. The mere thought of this brought a smile to Lan Qi's face. After all, there was someone from the neighboring Starry Sky Martial Arts University whom she despised. Yin Jinghong and others were similarly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. It was hard to fathom that someone hailing from a mere county could achieve such heights. They tightened their grip on their connections. Yin Jinghong, Yi Kong, and Li Xuanyin exchanged glances and promptly resolved to invite Chen Mo to dinner. Being fellow compatriots from the Jiangnan province, they felt a kinship. Meanwhile, the second-year academy was in an uproar. In contrast to the astonishment displayed by the average second-year students, the top 20 prodigies maintained a remarkable composure. This was not due to their belief that the ultimate celestial technique was unremarkable, but rather because they had grown numb from the continuous astonishment Chen Mo had instilled in them. What, indeed, was beyond his capabilities. Within a certain room, Sheng Tianlei's arms radiated a terrifying and awe-inspiring lightning. Upon his fists, dark gauntlets swirled, his celestial artifact. His strength had ascended to yet another level. Perhaps now he felt more confident in confronting Chen Mo. At that moment, a message arrived on his phone. Sheng Tianlei raised his hand to check, and instantly, a wave of annoyance washed over him. What nonsense! And what was this comparison about? Training? Sheng Tianlei was utterly dumbfounded. Lin Qingzhu and Zhou Wenyu were similarly taken aback. Upon hearing the news, Lin Qingzhu, overwhelmed with shock, took the initiative to send Chen Mo a congratulatory message. Half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Chen Mo was about to encounter his fourth sign-in. What would it bring? Chapter 84. Boredom. Congratulations, host, on fulfilling the sign-in duration for the fourth month. Would you like to sign in? A surge of joy welled up in Chen Mo's heart. It had finally arrived. System, sign in, he thought with intent. In an instant, a voice echoed once more. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the power of devouring at an advanced level. Within the confines of the system's space, Chen Mo felt a tidal wave of energy flooding into his being. This force was on par with the nine heavens' dark thunder divine body, perhaps even more formidable. Time seemed to lose meaning as Chen Mo exhaled a deep breath. He extended his right hand, and suddenly, a black hole manifested before him. This black hole appeared as though it could consume all things, warping the very fabric of the surrounding space. Terrifying energy surged forth, even light being devoured and absorbed. Such a formidable power. Even Chen Mo could not help but let a slight smile grace his lips. Sheng Tianlei's devouring power could only absorb thunder, while his own was capable of consuming all things and evolving himself. He had truly become a genuine black hole. Upon exiting the system space, Chen Mo gazed at reality and retrieved dozens of spiritual herbs. The spiritual elixirs were rewards bestowed by the Academy, sufficient to aid Chen Mo in transcending his own limits. In the past, Chen Mo would directly absorb them. However, now, endowed with the power of devouring, a mere thought transformed the dozens of spiritual herbs into ethereal dragons of energy, which surged into his being. In an instant, Chen Mo's aura intensified dramatically, propelling him from a novice fourth-tier martial artist to the intermediate stage of the fourth tier. This devouring power was exceedingly formidable. A flicker of joy danced in the depths of Chen Mo's eyes. With such a potent force at his disposal, even in the upcoming Tri-Academy competition, he would harbor no fear of any energy supply. Rather, he felt exhilaration. Any energy would be ripe for his devouring prowess to hunt and acquire. At the entrance of Xianyuan Martial Arts University, second and first-year students stood in anticipation, while all third-year students had seemingly departed through a spatial rift. The first-year students included the top 10, among whom were Sheng Wujia, Lan Qi, Gu Jin, and others. The second-year students comprised the 20 most outstanding, featuring Sheng Tianlei, Lin Qingzhu, and more. The expressions on their faces were solemn. Above them hovered the principal, Lin Wudi, the vice principal, Huo Xiu, along with the 4 esteemed deans. The Tri-Academy competition. This was the moment to test the strength and achievements of the university. Students who ranked highly in the competition typically received abundant accolades. "Are we not ready to depart yet?" inquired a first-year student. "One person has yet to arrive," replied Sheng Wujia with a light smile. As his words faded, a slender figure approached from a distance, clad in a black robe, exuding an aura reminiscent of a black hole. Upon locking eyes with him, a collective shiver swept through the crowd. Chen. He had grown even stronger. Whether first or second-year students, their faces were a tapestry of complex emotions: envy, helplessness, shock. The impact Chen had on them was profoundly overwhelming. Had only a few days passed, and he had broken through again. Moreover, the oppressive aura he radiated was unprecedentedly terrifying. It felt as though one could be vanquished in a single blow. A pang of helplessness swept through Xing Tianlei's heart. Yet, beneath the myriad expressions, a subtle thrill lingered. It was known that with Chun Mo's level of power, entering the Tri-Academy competition was akin to a wolf king charging into a flock of sheep. In the blink of an eye, total annihilation could ensue. Just the thought of the expressions that would adorn the faces of the other two sacred martial arts universities stirred a sense of excitement within them. All right, now that everyone is present, we may proceed through the spatial rift. Lin Wudi offered a gentle smile. Indeed, the crowd responded, clasping their hands in respect. Gazing upon the vast chasm that had torn open before them, a wave of exhilaration swept over the onlookers. The moment to test their cultivation achievements was nigh. With a hum, they traversed through the rift in space, finding themselves atop a towering peak. The mountain soared to great heights, its summit sculpted into an expansive amphitheater, at the center of which stood a grand arena. Crafted from unique materials, the stage emanated an imposing aura, truly awe-inspiring. This place is magnificent, Gu Jin exclaimed. Are we to engage in battle here? My flying daggers will prove invaluable. Lan Shi chuckled lightly. I wonder how the prodigies from other schools will fare. Sheng Wuji mused softly. Before them, two rifts in space revealed numerous formidable students stepping forth. These individuals hailed from the Starry Sky Martial Arts University and the Celestial Martial Arts University. At Starry Sky Martial Arts University, the first-year student Li Shashan had already achieved the pinnacle of the third rank, making him the strongest among all first-year students. Oh, I see that little rascal Lan Qi as well, he remarked, his indifferent gaze laced with contempt. The top scholar of the capital is destined to be his. Yet, his strength is already among the mightiest of his peers. Li Shashan, I've heard that a prodigy has emerged from your Xian Yuan Martial Arts University? Inquired a man clad in a blue robe with a smile. A prodigy? What is that worth in my presence? A boy in a purple robe shook his head dismissively. After all, at this first-year stage, our comprehensive combat strength at Starry Sky Martial Arts University is unrivaled. The students of Starry Sky Martial Arts University nodded in agreement. Historically, they had consistently claimed first place in the tri-school competition. Even with reforms in this year's contest, their first-year students were bound to secure the top position, barring any surprises. At Celestial Martial Arts University, first-year student Zhao Tianxiong shrugged, his calm eyes betraying no emotion. Brother Tianxiong is already aware. The top first-year student from Xianyuan Martial Arts University is a lad named Chun Mo, hailing from Jiangnan Province. Hardly a concern. However, that Li Shashan from the capital warrants greater consideration. The top 10 students of Celestial Martial Arts University had already formed a tight-knit group around Zhao Tianxiong. Understood. Zhao Tianxiong nodded, his gaze sweeping over Li Shashan, a flicker of battle intent sparking in his eyes. Li Shashan met Zhao Tianxiong's gaze, naturally revealing a slight smile. They had both recognized each other as true rivals. As for Chun Mo, he had likely been relegated to the sidelines in their minds, especially since Xianyuan Martial Arts University had consistently ranked at the top for 7 or 8 years. Chun Mo's gaze, however, was entirely fixed upon the two third-year students from another university. The presence of those third-year students exuded a remarkable pressure. Once he had dealt with the first and second-year students from both schools, he contemplated whether he could challenge the third-year students. As for the first and second-year students from other institutions, Chun Mo merely shrugged, finding them rather tedious. Chapter 85. The competition at this moment. Seated prominently in the audience were 3 principals, along with their respective vice principals and deans, engaged in conversation. It is essential to understand that this inter-school competition was not merely a contest among 3 universities. It was also a selection process for talent to be funneled into the military. Following the competition, recordings would be sent to the 4 major military districts for comprehensive analysis and viewing. If any of the participants caught the attention of the esteemed generals in the military, they would truly ascend into the ranks of elite warriors. At the forefront sat three venerable elders. Despite their graying hair, an awe-inspiring aura radiated from their very beings. They were three pinnacle ninth-tier martial kings, or rather, half-saints of martial prowess. Lin Wuti smiled faintly. It seems everyone is still alive after a year apart. Bu Shenfeng, the principal of the Starry Sky Martial Arts University, twitched his lips. He shot a sidelong glance at Lin Wuti. After a year apart, your tongue has grown sharper. Yi Yang, the principal of the Celestial Martial Arts University, chimed in. Be careful. Your cohort may falter again. Bu Shenfeng crossed his arms. This time, the military specifically requested that both first and second-year students participate in the assessment. If one cohort finishes at the bottom, it is not a grave concern. But it would be unfortunate if all three cohorts were to place last. Upon hearing Bu Shenfeng and Yi Yang's remarks, Lin Wuti did not elaborate further, but merely smiled lightly. Last place. Surely, you are being overly optimistic. Surprised by Lin Wuti's calm response, Bu Shenfeng and Yi Yang exchanged glances. They were well aware of their old friend's temperament. He would boast about matters he was confident in and keep silent about those he was not. Was it possible that Lin Wuti had concealed a formidable weapon? Intrigued, both men turned their attention to the vast arena, eager to observe the upcoming competition. Regardless of whether it was the first or second-year students, the events promised to be highly engaging. Yet, where precisely was Lin Wuti's hidden weapon? On the other side, the deans of the Starry Sky Martial Arts University and the Celestial Martial Arts University were fervently discussing each other's performances. In stark contrast, the four representatives from the Xianyuan Martial Arts University remained utterly still, calm as still water. One dean from Starry Sky University remarked, "Old Gu, why are you so quiet today?" A dean from Celestial University chuckled. I suppose he fears placing last again? Indeed, this time, all three cohorts are competing together. What if all three end up in the bottom ranks? Quite so. Upon hearing the words of the crowd, Gu Linghan, Shin Tuyi, Xiang Tiangu, and Xing Tianyi couldn't help but chuckle. At the bottom, soon enough, these individuals would come to realize just how formidable the student they had nurtured truly was. Xing Tianyi gazed at the slender figure on the arena, his fingers gently stroking. At the bottom, perhaps? He chuckled softly. The three chief admissions officers, Lin Jianfeng, looked at Qin Xian and Yi Xingchen with a light smile. You two have no idea what you have forfeited by missing out on Chunemo forfeited, you say? Qin Xian and Yi Xingchen exchanged glances, both feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. Thankfully, they hadn't engaged in a frenzied scramble for Chunemo. Otherwise, it would have been a true loss. After all, their respective students, the top talents they had recruited, Li Shashan and Zhao Tianqiu, were by no means inferior to Chunemo. Old Lin, if Chunemo fails later, your bravado may not hold up. Qin Xian chuckled. Indeed, Old Lin, do not be too presumptuous, Yi Xingchen remarked with a smile. Lin Jianfeng remained silent, arms crossed, eagerly anticipating Chun Mo's display, especially the unveiling of his most formidable power. Peak talent, perfected martial arts, and profound attributes. Each aspect alone would be deemed extraordinary in others. Yet, all three resided within a single individual. This was the true pinnacle of genius, without a doubt. At that moment, on the arena, stood three teams from the first, second, and third years. The first year comprised 10 students, the second year 20, and the third year encompassed 200. Suddenly, three figures transformed into streaks of light, ascending to the vast sky above the grand arena. They then revealed a gentle smile downward. The president of the Shinkong Martial Arts University, Bu Shenfeng, warmly welcomed the participants eligible for this new iteration of the inter-school competition. This year's competition had undergone reforms, allowing participation from both first-year freshmen and second-year students. He hoped that they would achieve commendable results in this competition. Instantly, the crowd became tense. It is crucial to understand that the purpose of the inter-school competition was to prepare for entry into the 4 Great War Zones. Only by entering these zones could they engage in battle against the ferocious beasts threatening humanity's existence, thus safeguarding their kind. Therefore, all present felt a surge of fervor coursing through them. Next, the competition would proceed with the year-level matches. The first match would feature the first-year cohort, heading towards the 3 directions of the arena, while the second and third-year students took their places in the audience. This inter-school competition took place in an entirely sealed environment, making the audience solely comprised of them. Once seated, the attendees naturally began their discussions. First, should we start with the first year? Indeed, it seems that the less capable students are placed at the forefront. The struggles of the freshman class can be quite dull to witness. It is said that Li the God of Slaughter and Zhao Tianxiong are remarkable. Additionally, Chen Mo is rumored to have mastered a pinnacle level of martial arts. Brother, do you truly believe this? Have you heard that Xianyuan Martial Arts University is creating deities? Creating deities? Indeed, Xianyuan Martial Arts University has long been at the bottom. They must conjure a god to attract new students. No wonder. I had my suspicions. How could one possibly advance to the fourth tier of martial arts in their first year and cultivate top-tier techniques? Just watch, I know Li the God of Slaughter. He is undoubtedly the strongest among the freshmen. Amidst the discussions from students of the other two universities, the students of Xianyuan Martial Arts University exchanged knowing smiles. They glanced at one another, pondering what to say, yet ultimately said nothing. Creating deities? Xing Tianlei chuckled inwardly. Perhaps they're referring to an actual divine being. Zhou Wenyu shrugged. Chen Mo and Lin Xingzhu gazed at that slender figure, their eyes betraying a hint of curiosity and anticipation. What heights could he reach? As countless gazes converged upon the center of the arena, the freshmen from the three prestigious martial arts universities took their positions accordingly. In other words, the true competition was about to commence. Is the order of your chapters normal? The author inquires. Chapter 86, Pointing Spear. On the massive arena stood 3 teams, resembling great dragons. Xianyuan Martial Arts University, Starry Sky Martial Arts University, Celestial Sky Martial Arts University. At this moment, the freshmen from the 3 universities gathered upon the stage. The president of Starry Sky Martial Arts University, Bu Shunfeng, smiled gently. As for the content of your freshman competition, it is quite simple. You will engage in a free-for-all. The last school remaining on the stage will be crowned the champion. The second and third places will follow suit. As his words concluded, the 3 presidents returned to their observation seats. Subsequently, everyone felt a mysterious energy enveloping the surface of the membrane. Should they sustain fatal injuries, they would be directly teleported off the stage. It can be said that the 3 presidents made perfect preparations for this inter-school contest. The fervor of the freshmen was ignited. At Starry Sky Martial Arts University, it was finally our time to shine. Everyone, do not be overly excited. Our main rivals are Celestial Sky Martial Arts University. Indeed, the top 3 from Celestial Sky Martial Arts University possess formidable strength. Meanwhile, Li the God of Slaughter, arms crossed, gazed at Zhao Tianxiong with fierce determination. In his eyes, only Zhao Tianxiong was worthy of facing him. And at Celestial Sky Martial Arts University, Zhao Tianxiong harbored similar thoughts. Li Shashan, the foremost genius from Kyoto, was equally eager to topple him from his pedestal. However, both of their minds simultaneously conjured a singular notion. Let us first eliminate the weakest school. Meanwhile, at Xianyuan Martial Arts University, a multitude of hostile glances bore down upon them, eliciting a palpable tension in the air. What shall we say next? Chen Mo, what are your intentions? The eyes of the crowd evidently gravitated towards Chen Mo, who had unmistakably become their anchor of hope. Chen Mo paused momentarily, letting out a gentle yawn. Allow me to take the lead, he said with a subtle smile. Next, I intend to engage in a friendly spar with the second-year students. Surely, I must demonstrate some accomplishments. Though his voice was soft, it resonated throughout the arena, leaving the students from Starry Sky Martial Arts University and Celestial Martial Arts University momentarily frozen in astonishment. Was this Chen Mo from Xianyuan Martial Arts University? How audacious! Did he truly wish to challenge them all single-handedly? Yet, in the next heartbeat, an even more astonishing spectacle unfolded. Sheng Wuji, Lan Qi, and the others nodded in agreement and began to step back. Chen Mo, do give Li Shashan a thorough thrashing. He snatched my top honors, exclaimed Lan Qi, her excitement palpable. Sheng Wuji added, we shall cheer for you. Gu Jin merely shrugged, stating, I told you, this has nothing to do with us. The 9 first-year students from Xianyuan Martial Arts University quietly retreated, leaving the arena for Chen Mo to confront his adversaries alone. They even retracted their energies, genuinely intending to afford him the opportunity to battle. What was happening? Were they out of their minds? To challenge everyone single-handedly? The students from Starry Sky Martial Arts University and the first-year students from Celestial Martial Arts University wore expressions of confusion and bewilderment. No individual, no matter how formidable, could surpass the strength of a collective. Beyond the arena, save for Xianyuan Martial Arts University, the faces of the onlookers were marked with perplexity. Some shook their heads, deeming Chen Mo excessively arrogant, akin to a frog in a well, oblivious to the true strength of his competitors. In the viewing area occupied by the three principals, Lin Wudi sipped his green tea, gazing contentedly at the arena, devoid of any anxiety. Bu Shenfeng chuckled softly. Old Lin, are you truly that confident in his caliber of talent? Yi Yang chimed in. Our school also harbors hidden dragons and crouching tigers. He added, unless the martial arts Chun Mo has comprehended truly reaches a consummate level. Instantly, both Yi Yang and Bu Shenfeng turned their attention towards Lin Wudi, recalling that upon first hearing this news, they had assumed it was merely a ploy for Lin Wudi to save face. Could it truly be genuine? Yet, here stands Chun Mo, merely in his early 18. At this tender age, has he truly grasped the pinnacle of martial arts? It seems implausible. Meanwhile, upon the arena, as the students of Starry Sky Martial Arts University and Celestial Martial Arts University exchanged puzzled glances, two figures stepped forward, advancing within mere strides of Chun Mo. Is it you two? Chun Mo furrowed his brow. I am pressed for time. Indeed, he was in a hurry. He intended to immerse himself in the infernal eternal method following the conclusion of the tri-school competition. At this very moment, he sensed the faint, enigmatic essence emanating from beneath the frostwind forest. That mystical energy was subtly igniting the martial factors within him. Pressed for time, one of the robust figures chuckled lightly. Fear not. I, Zhang Kuei, shall surely defeat you in a single strike. Indeed, chimed in the other, a lean figure. One must not be overly arrogant. Upon witnessing the two figures standing before them, the students of Starry Sky and Celestial Universities were evidently stirred with excitement. Behold, our school's third-ranked prodigy, Zhang Kuei, possessing the rare Taishan ability, a formidable third-tier expert. Another added, and this is our third-ranked genius, named Li Gui, endowed with the sinister ability to summon phantoms. His prowess also reaches the third-tier level. With these two prodigies in action, it seemed that Chun Mo was doomed. Ha ha ha, who asked him to be so arrogant? He has certainly invited his own downfall. Many spectators chuckled, as if they could already envision this audacious youth being thrown off the stage. After all, few could withstand the combined might of Zhang Kuei and Li Gui. Li Shaoshan and Zhao Tianxiong merely crossed their arms, appearing indifferent to the unfolding events. In contrast, upon hearing Li Gui and Zhang Kuei's remarks, Chun Mo simply shook his head. Too noisy, he muttered, seeking death, with a shared glance. Zhang Kuei and Li Gui darted towards him with uncanny synchronicity, transforming into two streaks of lightning as they charged at Chun Mo. In an instant, radiant energy surged around them. Taishan's suppression of eternity. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Kuei propelled himself forward, and from the center of his palm emerged a towering phantom of a mountain, descending upon Chun Mo with formidable force. Yet, as the colossal shadow expanded in his vision, Chun Mo sighed. The name sounded quite illustrious, but alas, rubbish cannot alter its inherent nature. Chun Mo shook his head, his gaze unwavering, remaining as tranquil as ever, merely observing what he deemed refuse. Subsequently, with a casual flick of his finger, he unleashed the Dark Thunder Finger Spear. The overwhelming Dark Thunder energy erupted abruptly, akin to a long-dormant volcano finally releasing its pent-up fury. Chapter 87. Arrogance. In an instant, Chun Mo raised his finger. Then, a flicker of dark light appeared at his fingertips. In an instant, under the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, this flicker of darkness suddenly expanded exponentially. A pillar of dark lightning shot forth with explosive force. The enormous dark beam completely tore through the air, bombarding the approaching Zhang Kuei. How is this possible? Zhang Kuei's pupils constricted, and before he could react, this terrifying energy attack had already breached his defensive mode. With a resounding bang, Zhang Kuei abruptly vanished from the arena. Zhang Kuei, defeated. And you? Chun Mo turned his gaze towards the sweating Li Gui. How can you possibly be this strong? As soon as the words left his lips, Li Gui summoned all his energy, attempting to retreat swiftly. However, before he could leap into action, a spear tore through the air, charging directly at him. The dark lightning spear pierced through the heavens and the earth, and in an instant, Li Gui's defensive mode was also shattered, sending him off the arena. In merely 2 breaths of time, Chun Mo had decisively eliminated both Zhang Kuei and Li Gui. Undoubtedly, had it not been for the defensive mode set by Bu Shenfeng, both of these individuals would have been reduced to mere dust, annihilated from existence. Silence. The entire arena fell into a hushed stillness. How could Chun Mo be so powerful? A 4th-tier martial artist? Everyone was dumbfounded. A 4th-tier martial artist. Meanwhile, The first-year students from the other two schools had barely reached the third-tier peak. Yet, Chun Imo had advanced to the initial stage of the fourth tier. Was this a dream? In the audience, the second and third-year students from the other universities wore expressions of astonishment. After all, Chun Imo had achieved an astonishing initial stage of the fourth tier. This was simply unheard of. A second-year student from the Starry Sky Martial Arts University asked Zhou Wenyu, "Old Zhou, is your Chun Imo really this strong? So strong?" Zhou Wenyu shook his head. However, the next words he uttered widened the eyes of everyone present. What he is showcasing now is probably not even one-tenth of his true power. Not even one-tenth. The students from the other schools wore skeptical expressions. Meanwhile, the students from Xianyuan Martial Arts University, particularly the third years, seemed relatively composed, while the second years displayed wry smiles. Did they not already know how formidable Chun Imo was? On the other side, the three directors of the admissions office exchanged glances. "I feel as though I have overlooked a true prodigy," Qin Xian murmured to himself. "Who isn't he?" Yi Xingqian remarked, observing the slender figure on the arena. "Such a level of energy intensity is far too stable. It is certainly not a result of substance enhancement." Qin Xian turned his head. "Looks like you've stumbled upon a rare find." Lin Jianfeng smiled gently. "Sometimes, possessing a discerning eye is far more valuable than possessing other attributes." The deans of various academies were momentarily taken aback, yet their surprise was not profound. They merely regarded it as a testament to the superior caliber of students recruited by Xianyuan Martial Arts University compared to their own institutions. Meanwhile, Gu Linghan, Xiang Tiange, Shen Tiyi, and Xing Tianyi exchanged nonchalant expressions, their lips pursed in indifference. This was not the spectacle they had anticipated. Observing the surrounding deans engaged in animated discussions, the four of them shared a subtle smile, confident that what was to unfold would be even more riveting. At the foremost seat of the viewing area, the three university presidents were savoring their tea. Upon detecting the energy fluctuations emanating from Chun Imo, Yi Yang set his teacup down with haste. "Surely, you cannot be suggesting that this energy level is merely at the tier?" Lin Wudi chuckled softly. "Indeed, it is not at the tier." Bu Shinfeng added with a grin. "If it is not at the tier, then what tier is it? Innate or acquired?" Lin Wudi placed his teacup down again, stating, "It is innate." The pupils of the two presidents dilated in surprise, their expressions revealing a mix of astonishment. Whether at the tier or the tier, such prodigious talents had not graced the world for decades. Bu Shinfeng remarked, "I didn't expect him to attend your school." Lin Wudi replied with a smile. "What can I say? Age has caught up with me. I can only nurture formidable young talents now." Yi Yang gestured toward the remaining first-year students. Their faces etched with gravity. The other 19 possess realms that are nearly at the high third rank, with Xiao Tianxiong and Li Shashan at the pinnacle of the third rank. This audacity compels them to unite in a concerted effort against Chun Imo. Do you think that slender frame of his can withstand such an onslaught? In the face of overwhelming numbers, even a powerful opponent could be ground down. However, Lin Wudi chuckled. "Do you believe that 1,000 ants can slay a deity?" Yi Yang and Bu Shinfeng exchanged knowing glances, intrigued by Lin Wudi's unwavering confidence. Reminiscent of their previous ventures into the lairs of ferocious beasts, they had been comrades for years, entrusted by the martial saint to cultivate the outstanding talents of humanity in this rear echelon. Bu Shinfeng proposed with a smile, "Since old Lin is so confident, why not raise the stakes?" In an instant, a message reverberated throughout the venue. Bu Shinfeng, "Next, we will witness Chun Imo battle against the freshman factions of Shinkong University and Sangcheong University. The victorious side shall be awarded a 7th-tier elixir, the Dragon Blood Pill. Should Chun Imo emerge victorious, he will receive 18 Dragon Blood Pills. If Chun Imo is defeated, each of the others will receive 1 Dragon Blood Pill." As the announcement concluded, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, their astonishment palpable. The Dragon Blood Pill, derived from the Dragon Clan among ferocious beasts, is immensely beneficial for enhancing a warrior's realm. Moreover, as a 7th-tier elixir, it is a coveted treasure that many yearn for yet cannot attain. And now, Bu Shinfeng had the audacity to present this as a wager. What followed was sure to be captivating. Suddenly, 2 voices rang out. "Yi Yang, additional equal conditions. 7th rank enlightenment flower petals." Lin Wudi, additional equal conditions, 7th rank essence grass ho. Everyone gasped in astonishment. The stakes had escalated to such a magnitude. The 8th rank enlightenment flower could enhance 1's comprehension of martial arts. Meanwhile, the 8th rank essence grass was capable of augmenting 1's understanding of the profound realms. And now, these two esteemed principals had chosen to present them as a unique incentive for Chun Mo to face off against 18 formidable contenders from the first year. The crowd was utterly taken aback. Bu Shinfeng chuckled. I never imagined old Lin would join us in this endeavor. Lin Wudi replied, after all, the reputation of my student reflects upon my own. If both of you are contributing to the stakes, it would be rather unreasonable for me to abstain. Yi Yang remarked with a smile. It seems old Lin's confidence in Chun Mo is truly immense. Lin Wudi responded, I possess that confidence. Now, I invite you all to witness the spectacle. Chapter 88. 10 threads with the support of 3 different incentives. All eyes were fervently fixed upon the colossal arena. It was hard to fathom that such extravagant rewards would be presented for merely a first-year competition. There were 2 reasons behind this. One was the rivalry among the principals, and the other was the unwavering belief of the principal of Xianyuan Martial Arts University in Chun Mo. It must be noted that although Chun Mo had reached the initial stage of the 4th rank, he was set to confront a total of 18 outstanding first-year prodigies. Each possessed remarkable talent and strength, capable of battling above their rank, enough to leave countless others in the shadows. Yet now, a collective effort was aimed at defeating Chun Mo. In that moment, a flicker of anticipation coursed through the crowd, pondering who might emerge victorious in this clash. Should the students from Shinkong Martial Arts University and Sangcheong Martial Arts University triumph, Lin Wudi would undoubtedly suffer a substantial loss. On the expansive arena, an intangible battle intent suddenly surged among everyone from Sangcheong University and Shinkong University. They collectively inhaled sharply, then turned to cast their fervent gazes upon the slender figure of the young man before them. Defeating him would yield at least 3 different 8th-rank spiritual herbs, each with distinct effects, sufficient for their use in the 3rd year. Moreover, they only needed to triumph over Chun Mo in a team battle. Instantaneously, an infinite battle spirit was stirred within the hearts of the crowd, each person gazing at Chun Mo with fervent intensity, their hearts racing with exhilaration. Vast waves of energy manifested in a mist-like form, sweeping across the arena. The very air within the space of the arena began to warp slightly. Yet, despite the burgeoning battle intent emanating from the crowd, Chun Mo remained utterly unfazed. Even the corners of his mouth twitched, as if he wore an expression of utter disbelief. Behind Chun Mo, the tension was palpable. Would he triumph in such a daunting challenge against so many? Gu Jin couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety for him. If it were a one-on-one duel, perhaps the fear would be less pronounced. However, to face 18 opponents all at once, he might as well seek assistance. Meanwhile, Lan Shi felt her heart tighten. It was crucial to note that while other first-year students might seem inconsequential to Chun Mo, figures like Li Sharon and Zhao Tianxiong were far from ordinary. The glances exchanged among the others were tinged with skepticism. After all, it was rare to encounter someone as audacious as Chun Mo in their lifetimes. Yet, amidst the crowd, only Sheng Wuji offered a gentle smile. He was, after all, the one who understood Chun Mo best. Chun Mo lacked confidence. Though he would never voice such sentiments, he could certainly achieve greatness if only he believed in himself. As the words hung in the air, 2 figures emerged from the throng of first-year students from Shinkong University and Sangcheong University. One figure was shrouded in a crimson aura, exuding the ferocity of a bloodthirsty beast, letting out a deafening roar. The other emanated an ancient and primal essence, his fingers hinting at a power capable of subduing all things. These 2 were none other than the strongest of their respective institutions, Zhao Tianxiong and Li Sharon. Li Sharon regarded Chun Mo with a fierce glint in his eyes, betraying both excitement and a hint of greed. You could easily dispatch us with minimal effort. Yet your arrogance blinds you. 1 against 18, you are destined to be swiftly overwhelmed. Should Chun Mo conceal his true strength and unleash it amidst the chaos, they might find themselves challenged. But his blatant arrogance was hardly a wise course of action. Zhao Tianxiong observed Chun Mo with equal perplexity. Your journey ends here. Soon, the 8th grade spirit herb from your principal will be in our possession. Their voices sliced through the air, reaching Chun Mo's ears. In response, he shrugged and smiled lightly. Do people from other schools always prattle on so? I had hoped to encounter a few who could forego such nonsense. His words, though soft, resonated throughout the arena. The expressions of the first-year students from Shinkong University and Sangcheong University turned ashen. Chun Mo, it seems you are courting death. To challenge 18 alone. Such hubris. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Do you think we are mere trifling warriors? We are true paragons of excellence. Come, let me show you my true strength. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of energy cascaded from every individual present, a colossal wave of power sweeping across the arena, permeating every corner of the stage. The sheer pressure was palpable, even to some of the second-year students, who felt an immense weight upon them. "Old Lin, it appears your confidence may have exceeded reasonable bounds this time," remarked Bu Shenfeng, savoring his tea with a subtle smile. Such prowess, it seemed, could likely overwhelm even the most exceptional talents among the mid-tier fourth-grade warriors. How much more so for someone like Chinemo, who was merely at the initial stage of the fourth grade. To Bu Shenfeng, it appeared that Lin Wudi had simply become overly inflated with self-assurance due to a lack of worthy challengers. Lin Wudi chuckled lightly. "Then, do take a closer look." Bu Shenfeng and Yi Yang exchanged knowing smiles. "Look closely?" "Indeed, we shall. While you seek out promising talents, we have also discovered some exceptional contenders." Barely had these words left their lips when two immense columns of energy suddenly erupted from the arena. A red and a white beam surged forth from the bodies of Li Shaoshan and Zhao Tianxiong, standing tall and firm like the majestic Mount Buzhou, bridging heaven and earth. As the powerful ripples of energy radiated outward, a tempestuous wind erupted around them, causing the spectators' pupils to constrict in unison. It was evident that the extraordinary abilities emanating from Li Shaoshan and Zhao Tianxiong would not merely remain at the standard level. They had ascended to a higher echelon. Li Shaoshan wielded the lethal gift of the god of slaughter, while Zhao Tianxiong possessed the celestial talent of the heavenly firmament. The singularly exceptional abilities of these two top-tier prodigies had long caught the attention of the prestigious sacred martial arts universities during their sophomore year, where they had been nurtured in advance. Now, they were finally revealing their formidable prowess. Such strength was astounding. No wonder Principal Bu and Principal Yi exuded such confidence. It seemed Lin Wudi had been outmaneuvered by his two friends and was poised for substantial loss. However, when their gazes turned towards Lin Wudi, he remained unfazed, exuding an air of assured victory. It was as if he were impervious to the explosive energies unleashed by Li Shaoshan and Zhao Tianxiong. At that moment, a tranquil yet disdainful voice permeated the atmosphere. "Perhaps, trash is simply trash. Those adorned too extravagantly are but mere refuse." The crowd turned to see a slender figure grinning, behind whom loomed 10 colossal dragon-like hands of dark thunder. "Now, it seems it's my turn to perform," he declared, and in an instant, a cataclysmic surge of dark thunder energy erupted, igniting the very fabric of this realm.